They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. They hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay us for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already prayed for it. Non-believers didn't pray for us. Non-believers didn't pray for us. We're black and we built a foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. Them vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lacy culture. Vultures eat what they didn't kill. Vultures sleep what they didn't build. They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already prayed for it. Nobody prayed for it. Nobody doesn't pray for us. Nobody doesn't pray for us. We're black and we built a foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. And vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lacy poster.
I'm Jamaican.
You ain't black.
Then what am I?
Jamaican.
I'm black.
You Jamaican.
No.
You Jamaican.
It's a difference, huh?
It's a difference.
Okay, describe the difference.
If I go to your...
What color is my skin? What color is my skin?
Yellow.
Okay, and it derived from?
Even white derived from black. Even white derived from black. All colors in the color spectrum come from the black. But y'all have been classified as Jamaicans.
When I fill out a paperwork here in the States, it doesn't say Jamaican anywhere.
How can you describe me as being black? You have a name. You're Jamaican.
And you're American.
Well, I'm black American.
Okay, I'm black Jamaican.
It don't say that. You're making something up now. It don't say that. Our paperwork, we have to check something. When you go back home, you don't check nothing. You're automatic Jamaican.
Right.
I'm not automatic American. I'm automatic black. You see what I'm saying? So when we say black, we talking us. Mm-hmm. Y'all ain't us. Mm. Don't y'all got Jamaican food?
Yes.
Don't y'all have a Jamaican culture?
Yes.
We don't.
You have an American culture.
What's
in Texas? In Texas, you have soul food. Barbecue.
So we those seeds. We are not African seeds. We are not. We don't have no African bloodline other than what the white boy have.
It includes individual American and foundational Black American between African Americans and foundational Black Americans. And ChatGPT told us that the term African American and foundational Black American both refer to Black people in the United States, but have different historical and cultural distinctions. 1, African American is a broad term that refers to all Black people in the U.S., including those descended from enslaved Africans and more recent immigrants from Africa and the Caribbean, right? They laughed at me. I said it includes individuals from diverse backgrounds, such as Nigerians, Ghanaians, Haitians, and Jamaicans who have immigrated to the U.S. It said it is commonly used in government documents, media, and general discourse to describe Black Americans. Who is Black Americans and African Americans? It's all of these people, right? It includes individuals from diverse backgrounds, not just the U.S. That's the point, all right? Foundational Black American, all right? Foundational Black American, or FBA, a term popularized by activist Tariq Nasheed to distinguish Black Americans who are direct descendants of enslaved Africans in the U.S. Now, would any of y'all so-called African Americans from America say that y'all not the descendants of enslaved Africans in the U.S.? If you're not the descendants of slaves in the U.S., then you are an immigrant Black. So it's not pertaining to you. So right there, FBA then already boxed me in. Right there, FBA, by definition, then already boxed me in. I'm not trying to follow Tariq Nasheed. This is pure logic right here. Would I deny that I'm 5'6.5" because one person uses a measuring tape and another person uses a 7-foot ruler, right? Am I gonna say, nah, I ain't 6'1.5"? I mean, I ain't 5'6.5" because I don't agree with the ruler. I only agree with the measuring tape. No, they're both recording the same height. Just like foundational Black American is recording the same thing that African American supposed to encompass. But it gets a little bit more direct, right? It says, it is a term popularized by activist Tariq Nasheed to distinguish Black Americans who are direct descendants of enslaved Africans in the U.S. It says it emphasizes the contributions and struggles of those whose ancestors were enslaved in America rather than those who immigrated later. Put this again. What do foundational Black American, or FBA, do? It said it emphasizes the contributions and struggles of those whose ancestors were enslaved in America rather than those who immigrated later. All right? Advocates for specific reparations and policies that benefit this group separately from more recent Black immigrants, often linked to political and cultural focus on Black self-determination and economic empowerment. Then ChatGPT even gets funky. It gives us a chart. ChatGPT ain't playing with y'all. ChatGPT ain't saying what Chief X and Reggie and Unc was saying last night. Right? So it has features, right? African American, right? And foundational Black American. Who's included in African American? All Black people in the U.S., including immigrants. See that? African American. All Black people in the U.S., including immigrants. Foundational Black American. Who's included? Who's included? Only Black Americans descendant from U.S. slavery. Y'all saying that foundational Black American ain't talking about you now? Focus. African American. Who does it focus on? general black identity in
My fault, family. So I was saying the names that he mentioned earlier, these guys are sworn enemies. So, family, we got enemies of each other coming together in unison to come against us. That's OD.
America. General black identity in America. Foundational black America, who does it focus on? A specific lineage-based identity. What lineage? The descendants from U.S. slavery. That's the lineage. All right. Feature: immigrant inclusion. African American includes African and Caribbean immigrants. FBA, it excludes immigrants, focuses on U.S. born descendants of enslaved people. How are y'all making this hard? All right. Features: reparations view. African American is broad racial justice. African American has the Pan-African agenda attached to it. It's broad. It's talking about rights and stuff for all black people. I acknowledge that. But FBA, right? It's specific reparations for U.S. slavery descendants. So at the specific level, it's only talking about the people who was enslaved in America, the black people that is enslaved in America. Let's continue. Features: cultural identity. African American is mainly Pan-African or American black culture, right? Cultural identity for foundational black America is unique black lineage and culture here in America. That's it. That's it. All right. Why this distinction matters, right? Let ChatGPT tell you why this distinction between African American and FBA matters. ChatGPT is saying this. Now, do y'all think that Tariq Nasheed somehow hacked ChatGPT? No, ChatGPT is a language model. It learns. It's looking at the sources and it's making sense out of it. It's telling you what it is. Because you niggas are confusing it on purpose. It says the distinction is often discussed in conversations about reparations. Chief X mentioned this. Political representation and black identity in America. Some argue that grouping all black people under African American ignores the unique history of those whose ancestors were enslaved in the U.S., while others see it as an unnecessary division among black communities. All right? All right. Ain't saying what y'all said. Ain't saying what y'all said. All right. But then I was accused. Yes, South Americans went through slavery, but that's a whole nother nation. We're talking about specific to this nation. Foundational Black Americans,
Now we got somebody calling in. Let's see who that be. Yeah, it's colder than I thought. I gotta put some more clothes on. See, it's a lot colder than I thought. Guest, are you there? Damn, it's cold. All right, let me know when you're ready to talk, guest. You must be on mute.
America that we're talking about is the United States of America. Come on, y'all, don't do this. Don't do this Pan-African shit right now. Stay focused. Don't get nervous, like Chief X says. All right. So then I was accused. Let me go back to here. I was accused of being in Tariq Nasheed's cult.
Hello?
All right.
Am I doing it right?
You must be off mute now. Yes, sir.
What's going on, Ron?
What's going on, brother?
Ain't nothing. This is Teflon Sean in the building.
Yeah, what's going on?
Ain't nothing, man. So what's up?
Grand Rising. What's up? Just having an FBA morning show. I got a Pan-African explaining to his Pan-African right? What FBA is and what it isn't. Because like they have their personal hateful definitions of it or biased definitions, and he's showing them like what it is. It ain't what y'all said it was. It ain't a made up lineage. It's a name of a lineage that already existed. So he's just, showing them. He's showing the Pan-Africans. He's trying to civilize them to what FBA is and what it ain't.
Oh, okay. So he's sheep herding.
Yeah, so 1 second. Let me just play this last bit right here. Hold on.
Got you.
I was accused of being in Tariq Nasheed's cult or some type of scam.
But at this point, he's pointing out, now he's Pan-Africans like them, right? But because it makes sense to him, he's being called a part of the cult too. It's funny.
And with Tariq Nasheed. All right. So let's see. Exclusion. Let's see. Hold on. Where did I have it? All right, so here we go. Because they keep linking this to Tariq Nasheed, right? So I asked ChatGPT, does claiming foundational Black American make Tariq Nasheed your leader? They kept saying Tariq Nasheed your leader. You in a cult with Tariq Nasheed. If you're FBA, you only got to be talking about Tariq Nasheed. Remember, that was their big point. Now look what ChatGPT says. I asked it, does claiming foundational Black American make Tariq Nasheed your leader? And this is going to explain this even deeper than the question that I asked. It says emphatically, what that says? No. Claiming the identity of foundational Black American does not automatically make Tariq Nasheed your leader. understanding FBA as an identity versus leadership. All right, 1, FBA is lineage-based identity. The term foundational Black American refers to the descendants of enslaved Africans in the U.S., not a membership-based organization with an official leader. Many people, here we go, many people identify as FBA without following or agreeing with Nasheed's views. Boom! You niggas is out of there. I keep telling y'all, don't associate me with Tariq Nasheed. ChatGPT says that you cannot do that to everybody. It says many people identify as FBA without following or agreeing with Nasheed's views. You niggas is done. Y'all just got a problem with Tariq Nasheed. It says Tariq Nasheed's popularized the term, not the identity. Tariq Nasheed popularized the term, not the identity. While Nasheed created and promoted the phrase foundational Black Americans, the historical reality of Black American lineage existed long before him. People who use the term may appreciate his advocacy. See, this is what you see me and Unbiased doing. We appreciate his advocacy, but are not obliged to follow him. Do y'all get that? It's just like a Black person can love the way that Farrakhan stands up for Black people. It don't mean that you follow Farrakhan, but you can agree with his stance for Black people. Do we agree with his origin for where Black people come from, Farrakhan? No, we don't. But we agree with his stance and his fight for Black people, for African Americans. You get that? We understand that he's fighting on our behalf. Even if we don't agree with his politics, his religion, right, or his historical understanding, we still can acknowledge, right, that he is a leader and fighter and advocate for us. The same with Tariq Nasheed. I don't have to agree with none of the shit he say about all that other shit. I can agree and appreciate his advocacy for foundational Black Americans. All right? 3, diverse political and social views. Many FBAs support reparations, Black economic empowerment, and cultural recognition. But they may have different approaches and beliefs. It's telling you that FBAs do not have a monolithic belief system. So to just lump every person who identifies who doesn't mind identifying with FBA as being lockstep with Tariq Nasheed.
Hey, Teflon. Hey, Pete. Is there anything you want to add? Anything you agree with, disagree with? Come.
Actually, I agree with the fact that FBA, we 40 to 50 million brothers and sisters. We ain't never gonna agree on all of nothing, right. But we are who we are.
Crazy.
And I think that one thing settles all of this, man, because why is everybody so fascinated with just Black Americans? There are plenty of other Africans that were dumped off in other places. But the fact is this, all right? We are the bag. We are the ones who all of the accomplishments and acolytes and accreditations, everything is affiliated with us. When you think Black man, even on the other side of the world, you're thinking somewhere in Black America. And nobody passes my test. I tell everybody, look, here's what you want to do. You think we got main character syndrome? Here's what you do. You take, and I mean world famous, take 10 world famous people, world famous that everybody know, not these back of the alley bookity books, all right? Take 10 famous people of color, all right? From anywhere in the world, all right? Name 10 that are known and loved and respected all around the world.
Oh,
name 10.
God.
Go.
Right.
Okay, go. Let's see where you go.
All be Black American.
Yo, even the Africans start yelling, "We have Mike Tyson, nigga." I'm like, no, you can't use him. Like
It's like yelling Mike
70%.
Tyson.
Yo, after Bob
Malcolm
Marley,
X.
after Bob Marley and Mandela, they start just naming FBA and they start saying, "You come from us, nigga." And then we get into that. And then I just have to get on my Together mode. You know what I'm saying?
Right, but even Bob Marley, the Buffalo Soldier song, he was talking about us. So we get a little credit on that, you know. So yeah, he was talking
But
about us
outside
in some
those two, where you
songs.
gonna go? One chick said Idris Elba. I said, come on, man, he's not world famous.
Oh
And what
yeah,
did he do?
yeah,
He
yeah, yeah.
cosplays
You gotta
us.
stop.
That's his claim to
Wait,
fame. He cosplays us.
also,
Stringer
he got
Bell.
caught up. He got caught up in that interview where he was confessing, you know, that old, you know, what he confessed to, and he got mad. It was some old PDF stuff.
Oh man, he did.
Yeah.
Wow.
He was hot. I played it on my show. He got a hankering for Bussy, and like he made that clear, and he is unapologetic.
Mm.
Yeah, but that guy, when they say him, we can't take him seriously after that. You know, Mandela, Bob Marley, like these people are global names, right? When you say Idris Elba, like they got to be
Hey,
playing.
yo, listen, I can name a fictional character that's more popular than him. Screwface. Remember
He said
Screwface?
fictional. That name sounds so familiar. From from Die Hard, one of those Steve Seagal movies.
Yeah, I was roasting some tethers with that one night. They was mad as hell.
What the fuck? Ain't no coffee.
Hey, yo, but check it. My thing was always like legal work, right? Jay, it's a funny story, right? Yo, my parents, they made money, man. So they left me in the house and the TV pretty much raised me. So I'm a movie fan, you know what I'm
He
saying?
said Screwface. That's funny.
Yeah, man. Hey, yo, but check it.
My
I
man
can
from Belly
remember
too,
this.
though.
Oh, man. Yeah, but he's smoking though in real life.
All right.
Yeah, facts. Yo, listen, man. I do legal work for brothers in the prison system, right? But I got
Okay.
schooling for what I do though. I got schooling. I'm not a jailhouse
All
lawyer. I
right.
mean, when I'm in there, I'm jailhouse lawyer. I need coffee. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But yo, this
I'm getting
Asian
coffee
dude.
right now.
Yeah, I got mine right here, man. Yo, I got all the flavor creamers too. But yo,
Yeah, I don't do the creamers.
oh, okay. Oh, you go hard. Well, I see. Well, you clerical. You know what I'm saying? You do a lot. Oh man, you do grunt work like me. I understand.
Yeah.
Yo, but check it. This Asian dude come, real cool dude, man. But one thing about Asians, man, and this ain't no stereotype. They'll tell you this, okay? Listen, they about that paper, man. So we get. He was like, yo, you feel like cooking? You feel like eating tonight, man? I'm like, yeah, man. Chow hall got garbage, and this dude can cook, right? So we put together all the food and stuff, and we, you know, us FBAs, so we go big. You know what I'm saying? I put
Yeah.
in that stuff. Yo, and then he's like, yo, we need this, and that.
Okay.
So it's extra stuff. I'm like, why didn't you tell me to get that already? Then I realized he sets that to the side. I said, yo, what's that for? Later, he said, nah, man, that's my pay. He wanted to get paid for cooking.
Wow.
And we eating together. Okay, cool. So
Wow.
now he catch a case, right? And it's pure, it's my specialty, which is probable cause suppression. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like I don't really know what it's like for my client to have to get to the trial stage. You know what I'm saying? I either get a sweetheart deal or, you know what I'm saying, it gets suppressed. That's my thing, making the evidence disappear. I don't really know what that getting the client to trial is like. I'm good at trial though, you know what I'm saying? But anyway, he's like, yo, Brown, man, yo, listen, man, yo, this case, he giving me something. Like, yo, he's like, yo, I got what you want, man. He's like, yo, this cop, and this cop. So I named each cop, man, they resume, all that, what they do, because I hemmed them up before. So he just know I'm gonna help him, right? So I'm telling him, like, nah, man, you know what I'm saying? I'm good, man. I ain't fucking with them, man. They be on some bullshit. He's like, yo, Brown, help me, man. I'm like, I want no trouble. You go. Right? So he's like, yo, bro, help me. I'm like, you hurry up and you buy and you go.
Oh, not the Minister Society. Head up and buy.
Yeah. Yo, so check it. He like, hey, yo, see, man, you on some bullshit, man. Now the whole time he cosplaying me in my own language and shit, right?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So he leaving out the door, everybody looking because we yelling. You know, in jail, man, niggas start raising their voice. You know what I'm saying? Or if you hear sneakers squeaking, everybody get quiet, right?
Yeah.
So even the CO look up there, right? But he see people go in my room all day. You know, he don't say anything. You ain't supposed to go in rooms, but they go in my room. He knows legal shit. You know what I'm saying? Yo, he
Yo.
leaving, right? I go to the doorway. I say, I feel sorry for your mother. Yo, the whole part. Yo, the CO, fuck it, yo.
Your feet in there. I feel sorry for your mother.
Yo,
Yeah,
he
that's
was
that
like,
menace to society.
yo, he turned around. He was mad as shit because the laugh is what drove it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, they don't know about that. See, that's that cultural stuff.
Yo, the CO just was laughing his ass off. Oh man, I stay roasting them though, man. You got to get you those AI glasses, man, that record.
Oh yeah, that is definitely the next step right there.
Yo,
Yeah,
yo, I got
I'm going
I
to
got
get
video.
those.
Listen, I got videos of me tether checking in the South Bronx. How do I get them to you?
It's hard to send video. Like what you gotta do is upload it on
Hmm?
YouTube or something like that, and then like maybe upload it as an unlisted video, and then send it to my email. Then I could like do it that way. 'Cause
Oh
it's
yeah,
really
yeah.
hard to send video.
I got it. What's your email? How do I check my DM? I'm new to this shit, man.
Check a DM on what?
You be on YouTube, so if I wanted to communicate with you without everybody like reading it, like, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. Probably my TikTok because that works. People been sending stuff on TikTok.
It's unbiased, Ron.
Yeah.
Cool, yo. Because my email though, I could say it is brownnoselegal@gmail.com. KNOWS. That's the
Yeah.
name of my company. You know what I'm saying? It's
What
a
you say?
black. It's a
Wait, what was the
brown,
last thing you said?
that's the name of my company
What was it? I missed it.
and my email. It's brownnoselegal at
Okay.
Gmail, and that's KNOWS. But it sounds like brown nose, like we'll kiss your ass.
All right.
You know what I'm saying? Yo, just hit me and say, yo, it's me, Ron. And I'll send you my videos like that. I'll probably have to put in a zip file. Do they do zip files and zip drives?
I haven't
See,
seen that in the longest.
I'm out of pocket, man.
I think they still do it. Like I had that. I had the other drives. They used to send me like I used to buy chess videos for like to play chess, and
Yeah.
there was something. There was another drive they sent me. I
Yo,
forgot, but like I
you
said,
on
they all like
chess.com?
dinosaurs.
You
Yeah,
on chess.com? Yo, I be
yeah.
playing with my boss, well, my former boss, man. He's just my man now. He a
Okay.
judge. Yo, listen, this dude, like I said, I had him since law school, man. You know what I'm saying? Yo, I taught him jailhouse law, and they ended up making him a judge. That's how they clip your wings when you're doing too much. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? But yo, he up in New Hampshire, right? He the only dude that be letting brothers out, man. For real, man. Good dude, man. You know what I'm saying? Young boy. You know what I'm saying? He a small
Yeah.
hat. But yo, you want to know
Okay.
what judges be doing, man? You want to know what judges be doing when
Yeah.
you
What is
pleading your
it?
case and they looking down?
What they
Yo,
be doing?
they playing chess on their cell phone with their homies. He just made a move against me. This nigga attacks me every day at 5:15 on
Damn.
chess.com. Listen. I schooled him, man. You deal with this dude a few minutes, you're gonna be like, yo, you know Sean, don't you? Yo, listen, man. When I used to beat him, or when I used to make a good argument, you know what I'm saying? Because he used to call me, right? You know what I'm saying? Because me and this nigga just cool. I met, like I said, I got him right out of law school, and he just stuck with me, you know. So I kept him around. I was about to fire him, on that. He's connected. New Hampshire got a lot of history. You remember a long time ago, there was a sexy ass teacher up in New Hampshire that, she started banging a student and convinced him and his friend to
Yeah.
kill her husband, Pamela Smart.
Oh wait. Yeah. I watch a lot of Scorn, all those things. It could be ID channel. I watch so many of those. I don't know. I seen
You
so
could
many
catch
of
it on
those.
Lifetime or something like that, but Lifetime got too
Yeah,
sexy.
they come on ID channel too.
Yeah,
Those
yeah,
same
but
shows.
this was a national story. The school teacher,
Yeah,
sexy as hell.
I'm sure
Pamela
I just
Smart.
can't.
Say it to Chat GPT. Yo, but anyway,
So yeah.
this lawyer, he worked for the guy who represented her. You know what I'm saying? He was a real big time lawyer. But yo, I
Okay.
don't fuck with the dude. You know why? Because yo, you know, dude get bald. He got a horseshoe, right? But the dude still keep his ponytail.
Wait, my phone's ringing. Go ahead.
I said the dude, the lawyer, he got a horseshoe, but he still keeps his ponytail.
I have no idea what a horseshoe is.
A horseshoe when you born bald in the middle and you got hair around the side,
Okay, I got you.
like the white tees. Yo, but this nigga keeps his ponytail from his glory days. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That dude got a
All right.
problem dealing with reality, man.
All right. Let me get back to the shizzle.
Yeah. My bad. I'm just kicking it, man.
Because now the chat like what y'all talking about? Yeah, that sounds like something we need to talk about offline.
But yo, I gotta get you them videos, man. Yo, you'll bug
Yeah,
out right now if I sent you even one.
Unbiased Ron on TikTok.
Got you. I'm gonna go do that now,
All right.
man. Later.
Yes, sir. Peace. Thanks for calling.
You doing that shit on purpose? You doing that shit on purpose to prove a point. It says that many FBAs support reparations, black economic empowerment, and cultural recognition, but may have different approaches and beliefs and do not align with Nasheed's rhetoric or activism. I highlight that. Y'all need to read that. Y'all need to read that. ChatGPT is telling you niggas this. It says many FBAs support reparations and black economics and empowerment and cultural recognition, but they may have different approaches and beliefs and do not align with Nasheed's rhetoric or activism. Conclusion. Hold on. All right, we back. I don't know what happened to this computer earlier. I don't know what happened, y'all. It frizzed out on me. That shit ain't even that hard. It ain't even that hard. They claimed you must be in a cult
So,
with
family,
Tariq
this
Nasheed.
is the Pan-African who's with those other guys, the other weirdos. He is telling you it ain't even that hard. Now, there's a Jamaican, stupid peas, they call him. The other Jamaican has go. He ain't really that bad, you know. He's tethering. I wouldn't call him a tether. I'll say he tethers. The stupid peas, I would say, is a tether. You dig? Because sometimes a tether is an action word, but if you commit that action, you know, damn the entire life, you know, you become that action. You know, a theft is an action, but if I keep stealing everywhere I go, I become a thief. So at some point, you could graduate to become a whole tether. Untethering. So anyway, the conversation I had played yesterday was after this, right? This presentation he gave them. So they had a convo, and you heard the stupid peas guys going crazy, right? Anyway, they had a coon named Corey, who's supposed to be. He gets mad. I call him a coon. Like, dude, you are a coon. He called in. I told him he was a coon, and I mean, he's a coon. Like, it's not just I'm saying that. You guys would say that. So they was breaking this down to a panel of like 11 people, all Pan-Africans, right? All weirdos. So they was breaking the same stuff down. And the coon Corey is acting like it was just so deep. It's so complex. He couldn't get it. He's fighting back. And the dude Haskell, who sometimes be tethering, was like, yeah, I'm surprised Corey can't get it. And then Corey felt bad, like he felt like a fool that even a Jamaican, like, yo, this don't make sense to you. Like, it's not that deep. So Corey like, oh yeah, well, you guys are big city people. I'm in a small town. Like, he started to explain why he can't get it. Like, dude, you are a coon, Corey. Like, nobody in Black society, I know you got no friends. Like, you are a complete coon. And he's making the South look bad because he's supposed to be FBA in the South somewhere, Tennessee somewhere. I don't want to lie on the state, but dude is a coon, man. So just now he was like, yo, this makes, like, who can listen to what he just read off ChatGPT and say, I don't get it still, right? It's impossible. Like, you might disagree, but you get it. I understand white supremacy. I don't agree with it, but I understand it. I know what it's about. I know why they do what they do. Right? The world understands white supremacy, but the world should disagree with it. So when you got people from the lineage that acts like this, what he just read is just so complex. It's because, like he said, you don't want to get it. You want to be a coon. And I'm gonna call you a coon, Corey. You're a coon. Your name Coon Corey, bro. Man, nobody gonna apologize for that. He called in. I told him he's a coon. Like, I'm gonna take back my words. Dude, you a coon, man.
Sheed and this, that, and the third tried to attach me to the people who was claiming that they was abos. Look, so if ChatGPT just gave us a way to understand FBA, now, are y'all going to disagree with it and come up with your own way of understanding? Fine. I haven't, but don't put me in that no more. Because it just told you that you can identify as FBA and not agree with Tariq Nasheed's politics or his rhetoric. It told you that. So when somebody says that they don't follow Tariq Nasheed,
it's a family. This ain't a serious live as far as I got videos to play. So this is a live. Anybody can call in anytime. I don't mind pausing the videos. You know, I don't have like a script today like I did yesterday in most lives. So today, yeah, I call in, you know. You're able to say a few words, especially those who oppose FBA. You always are welcome to call in. But just like y'all know, like, this is a chill live. This ain't like where I need to get videos out. Nah, these can be later, whatever.
and this is the understanding of FBA that they follow, y'all can't fight that no more. Y'all can't fight that no more. Right? And like I tried to tell Chief X and he cussed me out. I said, do you think I'm saying I'm not African American because I understand that according to the definition, I'm FBA also? That according to the definition, I'm ADOS also? Cuss me out. Fuck you, nigga. Fuck FBA. The fuck? All right. So, man, listen, subscribe to the channel. I'm about to put up a link, James.
All right, so that's it on that one. But his crew, now, unfortunately, his crew, they all hate each other. They come together, they just argue all day long amongst each other. They off cold like hell. But he just told you, he read that to him as plain as he read it to us. And the dude comeback was F you. Because it's not about FBA doesn't make sense to them. It's more so they hate Tariq Nasheed. And as long as you're claiming something he's claiming, y'all one and the same, and it's up for both of y'all. And if more people call themselves FBA, there's up for all y'all. Like, they hate Tariq Nasheed that much that they extended it to whoever say the FBA. It could be their own mother. What you say? You be. And they will go in on their own mother. These are hateful, again, not the most pleasant to look at men. The people who hate Tariq Nasheed the most, these are not pleasing to look at men. Okay? A lot of them like 4'2", you know, don't got no charisma, not educated. They can't win over a crowd. Nobody cares to listen to them. Like, a lot of these guys are clowns in their own groups. Like, the group that they're all in, they're not even respected in their own group. You heard the dude Chief get cussed out by another guy in his own group, cussed him out, called him a junkie, all that type stuff yesterday. And this is their own group, family. This ain't call-ins. These aren't people calling in, calling them out their names. These are people within their own group disagreeing with them and calling them junkies, the worst names you can give anybody. All right. Now, a lot of people are not aware of all the involvement, all the people involved in the crack epidemic, right? All of us know how destructive the crack epidemic was, but a lot of people don't know all the players who were involved. Like, we'll hear names like Ricky Ross, we'll hear the CIA and, you know, some other government conspiracies, but the one party who was involved in the crack epidemic that you guys never hear about ever is Jamaicans. Jamaicans were largely 40% of the reason. Import, export of crack cocaine flooding the nation. Jamaicans were that big of a player in the crack epidemic. You know, revenue ain't gonna call it now. They were that much involved, 40% involved in the crack epidemic. All he gonna do is benign and neglect. That's all you're gonna do. So anyway, I'm gonna, because we started this, but we didn't finish this. So I'm gonna play a real bust, a drug bust. Some detectives, undercover detectives, getting sold crack by an underage kid in the projects, and look who she blames. She's gonna point out, she's gonna dime out. I don't know how they got a 16-year-old girl to sell crack. And this is the early 80s too. This ain't like the 90s, 2000s. This is when the crack epidemic boomed, when Jamaicans were largely responsible for all of the sales and buys. Okay, they had a hand in all that. So when she goes to snitch, she's gonna say, she ain't gonna say it was Nino Brown. She ain't gonna say it was Big Meech, Larry Hoover, Denzel Washington, Bumpy Johnson. She gonna say it was the big Jamaican man. Listen to this.
And at this apartment complex in East Dallas, a 17-year-old girl sold crack to an undercover female officer. From an empty apartment across the street, we watched the officer go in, and with a wireless mic, we heard the buy go down.
Those are 20s?
No, what you getting?
I gave her 20.
Oh, okay.
Okay, for two, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Seconds later, the bust.
The girl was sitting by a table and had several crack rocks on the table and said, "How many do you want?" And I said, "I'll take 3 of them." And So I gave her the $30 and I picked up the crack. We found about $300 and something and 70 crack rocks, which would be about $700 worth.
And a weapon?
Yes, a .22 rifle.
The big man, all I know is here, Jamaica.
Moments after her arrest, this 16-year-old girl told us the
16. Listen who she snitches on.
crack house was supplied by a Jamaican dealer, and that teenagers were
The crack house was supplied by who?
regular customers.
And all I know is here, Jamaica.
Moments after her arrest, this 16-year-old girl told us the crack house was supplied by a Jamaican dealer,
Boom.
and that teenagers were regular customers.
Teenagers were regular. These Jamaicans were selling crack to teenagers, family. These Jamaicans were not selling crack to adults. These guys are grandmothers. These guys grandfathers. These guys were selling crack to teenagers. Teenagers were the regular customers. Teenagers. And y'all talking about what are y'all talking about? And when y'all talk about this going forward, y'all make sure y'all, you know what I mean, give this channel the props. Y'all got this from Unbiased Ron, FBA News and Updates, when y'all talk about this. Because a lot of what I be talking about be originating over here.
15, 13.
13, 14-year-old kids, she says, out there buying crack.
That's beautiful. They do anything for it. They steal for it. They'll kill for it.
That's lying.
They'll kill for it.
Nobody cares about anybody. You care about yourself and your habit. That's all you care about. You don't care what it takes to fulfill your habit.
Users say that's because crack is almost instantly addictive. For the last year, this 18-year-old says his entire life focused on his crack habit.
How often a day?
All day. From the minute I woke up to the minute I fell asleep.
His story in our next report.
All right, so now we're going to go to the history of how it all started. Because, this leads to questions. How did Jamaicans get involved in the crack epidemic? How did they become big players? Damn near 50-50 business partners, like how Africans were 50-50 business partners with the white man when it came to the transatlantic slave trade. 50-50 partners, buyer and seller. Well, now, in the crack epidemic, right, one of the worst atrocities that Black Americans ever faced in America, once again, the white man goes to somebody of African origin to do Black Americans dirty. Almost 50-50 partners. This is the beginning, how it all started. Okay?
There is a neighborhood in Kingston, Jamaica called Tivoli Gardens. It sits in the west of the city, hard against the waterfront, hemmed in by industrial docks on one side, and the rest of Kingston on the other. It was built in the 1960s as Jamaica's first public housing project. The man who built it was a politician named Edward Seaga, the Jamaica Labor Party representative for West Kingston. Seaga built Tivoli Gardens for his constituents. He built it with JLP money and JLP labor and JLP loyalty baked into every wall. The people who moved into Tivoli Gardens understood the arrangement. You live here because the Jamaica Labor Party put you here. You vote JLP. You protect JLP interests in this neighborhood. And in exchange, the JLP protects you.
So you see that? So like these guys are ran by political parties. Like they talk about gangs over here. Like, dude, your political parties were gangs. So JLP protects you as long as they are in office.
Arrangement sounds like politics. In Jamaica in the 1960s, it is something closer to the construction of a private army. To understand how the shower posse becomes possible, you have to understand what Jamaica's garrison system actually is and how deep its roots go. The garrison system does not begin with Lester Coke or Edward Seaga. It begins in the 1940s when Jamaica's two main political parties, the JLP and the PNP start competing for votes in Kingston's poorest neighborhoods by distributing housing, jobs, and protection in exchange for loyalty. By the 1960s, the competition has moved past patronage into something that looks more like territorial warfare. The JLP builds Tivoli Gardens. The PNP builds its own garrisons in neighboring communities. Trenchtown, Matthews Lane, Tel Aviv. Each community is aligned with one party and defended against the other. By the 1966 election, gunfights are common in West Kingston. Bombs are detonated during campaigns, and police are routinely shot at in garrison communities that have effectively declared themselves beyond state jurisdiction. The dynamic that develops is specific and important to understand. The garrison don is not simply a criminal. He is a service provider in a community that the Jamaican state has abandoned. He paves roads that the government does not pave. He provides food when there is no food. He settles disputes because the court system is inaccessible and slow and hostile to poor Black Kingstonians. He employs young men who have no other employment. He protects residents from the violence of the rival garrison. In exchange, he demands votes, silence, and when necessary, bodies. Young men who are loyal to the Don and willing to use violence on his behalf receive the only form of social advancement available to them in garrison communities. The garrison system traps an entire class of Jamaicans inside a structure where the only path to security runs through criminal loyalty to a political party. And both parties...
Criminal loyalty to a political... I gotta run that back. Sorry. This is wild.
Traps an entire class of Jamaicans inside a structure where the only path to security runs through criminal loyalty to a political party.
Criminal loyalty to a political party. So when we say, hey, man, they brought a lot of degeneracy to the Black American communities, that's not xenophobia. That's not xenophobia. That's history. We're reading it. This is the origins.
And both parties build and maintain this system simultaneously. The 1976 election sees Manley's PNP win a landslide, but the campaign is fought in blood across Kingston's garrison communities. Gunmen on both sides attack campaign events, shot at polling stations, and terrorize communities that lean towards the wrong party. The violence is documented, reported, and entirely without consequence for the politicians who fund the men responsible for it. By the time the 1980 election approaches, the garrison system has been operating for nearly 2 decades. It has produced a generation of young men in communities like Tivoli Gardens who have grown up inside it, who understand no other framework for power, security, or economic survival. And the 1980 election is about to make those men the most armed and most dangerous garrison force Jamaica has ever seen. Into this world in the mid-1970s steps Lester Lloyd Coke. Known everywhere in Kingston as Jim Brown, Lester Coke does not inherit Tivoli Gardens. He earns it through his mentor, Claudius Massop, the garrison strongman who controlled West Kingston through the mid-1970s. Massop is a complex figure, even by the standards of garrison politics. He is credited with brokering the famous 1978 One Love Peace concert truce between JLP and PNP, aligned gangs of Kingston. Bob Marley performed at that concert and pulled both Edward Seaga and Prime Minister Michael Manley onto the stage to shake hands in front of 60,000 people. Massop made that moment possible. 2 years later, in February 1979, Claudius Massop is killed in a shootout with police. Lester Coke steps into the space he leaves behind. Coke is harder than Massop, less interested in peace concerts, more interested in total control. He kills 7 JLP members who defect to the PNP, and consolidates his hold on Tivoli Gardens through a combination of community provision and organized violence that no one in West Kingston is positioned to challenge. Then the 1980 election arrives. The 1980 Jamaican general election is not simply a domestic political contest. It is a Cold War battle. Michael Manley's PNP is aligned with Cuba and with socialist economic policy. Edward Seager's JLP is aligned with Washington and with Reagan's free market agenda. The United States government has enormous...
Oh, so Reagan, wow. Let me go back one more. So you got Cuba and Ronald Reagan.
Political contest. It is a Cold War battle. Michael Manley's PNP is aligned with Cuba and with socialist economic policy. Edward Seager's JLP is aligned with Washington and with Reagan's free market agenda. The United States government has enormous strategic interest in the outcome. A Manley victory keeps a Cuban-aligned government operating 90 miles from the American coast. A Seager victory removes it. The documented record shows CIA arms, funding, and operational support flowing to JLP-aligned garrison organizations during the campaign. The Shower Posse, which is forming in Tivoli Gardens during exactly this period, receives weapons and logistical connections to the United States through this pipeline. The political violence during the 1980 election campaign kills over 800 people across Kingston. Specific events mark the depth of the carnage. The Green Bay Massacre of 1978, where JLP gunmen lure PNP supporters to a military firing range and execute them, sets the template. The public murder of PNP candidate Roy McGann in 1980 demonstrates that no one, including electoral candidates, is outside the violence.
Wow.
Garrison communities are attacked, burned, and depopulated by armed men operating under the protection of political parties who will later claim they had no knowledge of what was done in their name. But Seaga wins the election. The JLP takes power. Lester Coke is positioned as the most powerful garrison Don in Kingston, backed by the winning party, armed by its international allies, and operating with a level of impunity that no previous Don has enjoyed. The gang they build takes its name from the JLP's own election slogan. In the 1980 campaign, the JLP runs under the slogan, Shower. The gang in Tivoli Gardens calls itself the Shower Posse, aligned with the party whose slogan they carry. Protected by the politician whose constituency they control. Welcome to Prison Empire. If this is your first time here, subscribe now and turn on notifications. Every week, we go inside the organizations.
Yeah, this is a great detailed video, and it don't have a lot of views. I guess it's new. Hold on. So let me subscribe. Only 85 views. This is a great. I'm gonna show respect. You dig? This is very in depth. I rock with this.
Events. And
so in case you guys want to rock with it, here is the channel, Prison Empire 101. Okay, it's a dope. If y'all want, y'all can support that. What is this? Fake mileage. Uh-oh. Not a. Or I gotta click that next. Oh, please don't be an immigrant. I got a roast shot. Okay, so yeah, dope channel right here. Let's go, man. This is the origin. Remember, we're looking at how did Jamaica end up damn near 50% equal business partners in the entire crack epidemic that destroyed Black American families. Probably arguably our second biggest atrocity from slave trade.
The official relationships that governments spend decades trying to pretend they never had. This is the full story of the Shower Posse. From Tivoli Gardens to New York, Miami, Toronto, London, and beyond. From a political enforcement operation in Kingston to a cocaine network responsible for an estimated 1,400 murders in the United States alone. From Lester Coke burning in a Kingston prison cell the night before.
1,400 murders, but they want to tell us what about Chicago? They be gaslighting us, but I'm arming you guys with this information. They run their mouth, you bring up the crack epidemic. They were largely involved. Business partners with the CIA, Ronald Reagan.
For his extradition in Kingston to a cocaine network, the Shower Posse. From Tivoli Gardens to New York, Miami, Toronto, London, and beyond.
Even in Canada.
From a political enforcement operation in Kingston to a cocaine network responsible for an estimated 1,400 murders in the United States alone.
Wow.
From Lester Coke burning in a Kingston prison cell the night before his extradition to his son, Christopher Dudas Coke, being arrested at a police checkpoint dressed as a woman of God. This is the story of what happens when a government builds a weapon it cannot control. By 1981, the Shower Posse is formally established, with Lester Coke running Kingston and his partner Vivian Blake building the international operation. Blake understands before almost anyone in Jamaican organized crime that the real money is not on the streets of Kingston. It is in the Jamaican diaspora communities across the eastern United States, Canada, and the United Kingdom. Communities of Jamaican immigrants in New York, Miami, Toronto, and London who have established networks, understand the culture, and can move product through channels that traditional American and British organized crime cannot access. Blake establishes the first North American Shower Posse cell in Toronto in the early 1980s, then New York, then Miami, then New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Detroit.
New Jersey, let's go.
The timing is perfect in the worst possible way, because crack cocaine is beginning its spread through American urban communities in 1982 and 1983. And the Shower Posse is positioned to supply it. The crack cocaine epidemic that devastates America.
The Jamaican posse were in position to supply it. I have to hone on that quote. So, because you hear Tethers talk about crack and say it was us.
Is beginning its spread through American urban communities in 1982 and 1983.
Hey, FBA Convo, my guy, why when you come here, you're saying some dumb shit? This ain't no goddamn replay. Yeah, hey, listen, you guys stop coming in my channel saying it ain't live, because I heard some of that yesterday. Stop telling me it ain't live, all right? Because you're making people leave. Stop doing that shit. I'm gonna start blocking y'all. This is not a goddamn replay. This is live. Okay? It's Thursday, 9:49 a.m. You ain't see a brother just call in? Teflon Don, that was real. Stop coming in my chats telling people it ain't live. The next person does that, I'm blocking them. Stop doing that shit. It ain't your business. This is live. Don't do that again. Because people start leaving because they think it was a replay. Stop doing that shit. That's some agent shit.
And the Shower Posse is positioned to supply it. The crack cocaine epidemic that devastates American cities through the mid-1980s is the economic engine that
Right, I'm over here live every morning, and I've been doing live for like 8 hours now. I do, normally 2-3 hours, but I found a way to go live from my phone. Normally it's my laptop. And my laptop, I'll do live 2-3 hours and I close it out. But when I'm on my phone right now, when I go to the phone, I could just travel. I could go on mute, play a video, chop it up, beat my son at the park. I found a way to go live for extended hours and do my daily routines. Shop, grocery shop. Y'all see me in the shop, right? I showed my camera. Yeah, but stop coming over here telling people it ain't alive. It's a replay. From now on, whoever says that, rent or not, I'm blocking you. Because what that does is, why would you say that anyway? Because nobody wants to watch a replay. So if people think let's say if it was a replay and they don't know that, guess what? They're watching it. But once you say replay, they're going to leave and go somewhere else. So stop telling people, even if it is a replay, mind your goddamn business and let them believe it's live. Because you got a lot of hate over here. Like people coming under the banner of FBA, but really ops. I be catching people on certain lives with the ops, the Pan-Africans, and they be chopping it with them. Kumbaya, you dig? And then come over here and try to be staunch FBA. Like, stop. I see a lot of you guys do that. I don't say nothing, but, you know, the eyes are always watching. And then I wait for you guys to come over here and say it ain't live. I'm like, okay, yeah, they on some op shit. They are really FBA Pan-Africans, right? They're at a crossroad where they don't know which side to you ain't got to pick a side. FBA is your lineage. I'm gonna talk about that later. So I'm gonna go into that. So after this, after the crack, I'm playing this over full time. This never got played, you idiot. I stopped it because something else, maybe somebody called in, I had debate, but this video never got played in full. This is my first time watching it with you guys. So I didn't finish when I played it. So I said today I'm gonna finish playing Jamaica's heavy role in the crack epidemic. But again, one more time, family, even if it ain't live, stop telling people who believe it's live, it ain't live, because you're encouraging them to leave and go watch something that's live. If you see the live button, it's live. Like, how can you say it's not live and it's live? It says live. This ain't no premiere. If it wasn't live, it'll say premiere. As long as it say live, I'm live. And after playing a video, I could step in at any time and say something, or have a call-in, debate, or a bill like me and Teflon.
Transforms the Shower Posse from a Jamaican garrison gang into a transnational criminal organization. You know, crack is cheaper than powder cocaine, faster to produce, and more addictive. The demand in American cities in 1983, 1984, and 1985 is expanding faster than any existing supply network can meet it. The Shower Posse does not invent the crack trade.
Right, everybody, Tariq Nasheed does replays. Yeah, most of what he put up on his premieres, those are TikTok long conversations that he chops up. If you catch his TikTok, his replays, premieres, the same thing. Like, he be on TikTok as long as I be on YouTube. So I mean, I got TikTok accounts, so you're gonna see clips of YouTube on TikTok. Yeah, but don't come over here hating. That's the whole thing. Like, people are low key hating because they you know what they do? They come over here and say something and then they leave. Oh, he ain't live, then they leave. You know how I know you left? Because I type your name in the chat. I put the @ and I put your name in there. And I know you only stay for 30 seconds. And what you said was some shit like that. So like, these folks don't even stay for the long haul. They'll say he ain't live and they leave. So I'll be like, you know what? Let me see if this person, a half an hour later, I'll be like, let me see if this person is in the chat. So I'll do the @ thing, put your name in there, and I don't see it. I'm like, okay, these folks are dropping seeds over here. So I'm like, all right, so now my mind is collecting data. I'm like, okay. And then you come over again, say something stupid, or shout out somebody else's channel, and then leave. I'm like, okay. And then I'm like, next time I'm going to address them like I did today. I said, next time they do that, I'm going to address them in front of everybody. Put the op tag on them.
But it becomes one of the primary distribution organizations feeding it in the eastern United States. The network Blake builds runs cocaine.
All right, let me go back, because we done missed a lot of stuff that makes sense. Coming over here saying I ain't live, they're going to leave. I'm gonna block you. Next time you come over here and say some crazy stuff, no warning, just block. I'll give it, take your wrench and everything. That's what piss me off, man.
Communities of Jamaican immigrants in New York, Miami, Toronto, and London who have established networks understand the culture and can move product through channels that traditional American and British organized crime cannot access. Blake establishes the first North American shower posse cell in Toronto in the early 1980s.
Yeah, if they're not in the chat, I'm blocking them. Let me switch my account. Let me switch my account. Now, look, family, look, I'm gonna tell you what they're doing. Normally when I share from my phone, I can't see the chat because my whole screen is the video. So I can't see the chat. But unfortunate for that guy, I have my laptop open too. So they try to say some hateful stuff and bounce, but bad. This ain't your lucky day. I happen to be reading the chat from my laptop. So you played your cards wrong.
Then New York, then Miami, then New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Detroit. The timing is perfect in the worst possible way, because crack cocaine is beginning its spread through American urban communities in 1982 and 1983. And the Shower Posse is positioned to supply it. The crack cocaine epidemic that devastates American cities through the mid-1980s is the economic engine that transforms the Shower Posse from a Jamaican garrison gang into a transnational criminal organization. You know, crack is cheaper than powder cocaine, faster to produce, and more addictive. The demand in American cities in 1983, 1984, and 1985 is expanding faster than any existing supply network can meet it. The Shower Posse does not invent the crack trade, but it becomes one of the primary distribution organizations feeding it in the eastern United States. The network Blake builds runs cocaine from South America through Jamaica and the Bahamas, where it is processed into crack and then distributed by Shower Posse members traveling as ordinary passengers on.
Look at this plot, family. Look at, yo, do y'all understand what you're listening to? The whole plot, how crack flooded Black communities. The Jamaican Shower Posse, Jamaicans. And then when we say, hey, y'all bring degeneracy to Black America, you know, the 4 H's, the heroin, H-O, you know what I'm talking about, H-O-M-O, Haitian, and what's the last one? It's heroin, H-O-M-O, Haitian, and what is the 4-H? The 4-H was, what was the 4th H, family? Y'all know? But when we say that, they act like, hey, you're being xenophobic. That's hateful talk. No, that's real talk. Matter of fact, family, I'm going to bring that up on ChatGPT. Next.
Commercial flights into New York, Miami, and other East Coast cities. Suitcases full of product moving through airport security under the cover of ordinary travel. The distribution reaches more than 20 American cities. The gang operates not as a street-level retailer, but as a wholesaler. Shower Posse members supply large quantities of crack and marijuana to existing local street gangs, taking a percentage and maintaining control of the supply chain without the exposure of corner dealing. This model makes the Shower Posse both extremely profitable and extremely difficult to dismantle through conventional enforcement. You cannot take down the operation by arresting the people selling on the corner because Shower Posse members are not on the corner. They are several steps removed managing supply relationships with the people who are. The violence the Shower Posse uses to protect this network is unlike anything American law enforcement has encountered in this period. The name is literal. When the Shower Posse faces a challenge from a rival organization, the response is not a targeted killing. It is overwhelming force designed to eliminate not just the individual threat, but everyone connected to it. Entire families, witnesses, anyone who might testify or retaliate. U.S. prosecutors eventually attribute approximately 1,400 murders to the Shower Posse across multiple states during the cocaine wars of the 1980s.
1,400 murders in the 1980s. And they'll gaslight you and say, "What about Chicago?" All right. Who's calling in? Who's calling in? Because I might not. Who's calling in? All right. The calling person, you might want to call back in 15 minutes. I want to finish playing this video. All right.
1400. In South Florida's Jamaican community, the terror is total and
Wait. Let me go back. Go back. Yeah, this stuff is deep, yo. You got to watch this video like 6 times
to
over.
protect this network is unlike anything American law enforcement has encountered in this period. The name is literal. When the Shower Posse faces a challenge from a rival organization, the response is not a targeted killing. It is overwhelming force designed to eliminate not just the individual threat, but everyone connected to it.
That's
Entire
crazy.
families, witnesses.
That's crazy.
Anyone who might testify or retaliate.
Family.
U.S. prosecutors eventually attribute approximately 1,400 murders to the
1,400.
Shower Posse across multiple states during the cocaine wars of the 1980s.
Crazy.
1,400. In South Florida's Jamaican community, the terror is total and documented. Business owners pay tribute. Community members who witness things do not speak to law enforcement because speaking means dying.
You see that? The no snitching thing, family? Now, is that snitching? Okay, so that's why I agree with Charleston White and 6ix9ine, and when they talk about snitching, snitching is made up. That's something that degenerates. That's a law from degenerates. So we were supposed to turn a blind eye and let these tethers just decimate Black America, and nobody say nothing. Why do we protect criminals anyway? Now, if you see a criminal do something criminal in your city, you get that person locked the hell up. You did, because if he's allowed to just prey on you, then next you know your kid is doing what he's doing. Then the whole city, and we'll have what we have today. No, somebody act a fool, do something criminal, you make sure that they're handled by authority. Get their ass locked the hell up. Look at this. They're killing people. I'm saying killing. They're deleting, excuse me, YouTube. They're deleting people. If anybody try to get them up out of the community, come on.
Simultaneously, the Shower Posse is building its UK operation through the Jamaican diaspora communities concentrated in specific neighborhoods of London. Brixton in South London. Harlem.
And that now look at London now, all those drill rappers. Yeah. All those guys over there, you don't know, they be saying in Canada.
Harlem and Hackney in North and East London. Bristol and Birmingham. In Britain.
Is that what Drake rapping about over there?
These Jamaican organized crime figures become known as yardies, a term derived from the government yards, the housing projects that the garrison system created back in Kingston. By 1988, Lester Coke has made at least 2 documented trips to London, tracked to Heathrow Airport by undercover Jamaican Defense Force intelligence officers. By 1991, a confidential Home Office immigration study warns that a dozen Shower Posse members are penetrating British border control with ease. The British operation that Christopher Coke later inherits becomes known as the President's Clique, operating through gang structures in Tottenham and South London with documented connections back to Tivoli Gardens. The UK operation runs drugs, primarily cocaine and crack, through the same diaspora network model that Blake perfected in the United States. Jamaican police estimate that by the early 2000s, 30 yardie gangs are operating across Britain, with the Shower Posse's President's Clique among the most powerful. Scotland Yard's Operation Trident, established specifically to address gun crime in black British communities, spends years tracing the organizational lines back to Kingston. But the British operation remains secondary to the American one. It is in the United States where the DEA and FBI are building the case that will eventually reach both Coke and Blake. The investigation runs for years. Federal agents use wiretaps, surveillance, confidential informants inside the Jamaican diaspora community in New York and Miami, and cooperation from Jamaican law enforcement to map the Shower Posse's organizational structure. What they find is an organization that operates almost entirely within a closed ethnic community.
Wow.
Members are recruited exclusively from garrison communities in Kingston and from...
You hear that? They're recruited specifically from Jamaica.
Jamaican immigrant communities in American cities. Communication.
So that means the Jamaicans who were already here, they were recruited to this massive drug dealing, drug selling thing, and they start to recruit folks from Jamaica to say, hey man, let's come over to America and flood the black American communities with the worst drug known to man at that time. And we don't know another drug to be that damaging to a whole ethnic group, single ethnic group other than crack cocaine.
Happens in patois that requires specialist translators. Financial transfers move through informal Jamaican money service networks that are largely invisible to conventional banking surveillance. The community around the Shower Posse stays silent not only out of fear, but out of a cultural understanding that the Don system is legitimate in a way that American law enforcement is not. These are communities that have experienced police violence and systemic racism as the primary face of law enforcement in both Jamaica and the United States. The Shower Posse understands and exploits that reality. In September 1988, a federal grand jury in the United States indicts 34 Shower Posse members, including both Lester Coke and Vivian Blake. The indictment covers drug trafficking, murder, racketeering, and weapons charges across multiple jurisdictions. It is the result of years of DEA and FBI work, and it is designed to dismantle the entire organizational structure simultaneously. Coke is in Jamaica when the indictment comes down. And here is where the political protection that built the Shower Posse.
I don't want that to miss ya. Coke is in Jamaica. So when they say, hey, where'd the Coke come from? Jamaica.
It becomes the most visible. Coke is in Jamaica. It is the result of years of DEA and FBI work, and it is designed to dismantle the entire organizational structure simultaneously. Coke is in Jamaica when the indictment comes down. And here is where the political protection that built the Shower Posse becomes the most visible element of the entire story. The United States requests Coke's extradition. The JLP government, under Seaga, the same party whose garrison enforcer Coke has been for a decade, must decide whether to hand him over. They find reasons to delay. Political reasons. Legal technicality reasons. Reasons that have nothing to do with law and everything to do with what Lester Coke knows about the people who built the system that made him possible. In 1990, the PNP wins the Jamaican general election, and the new government, no longer politically obligated to protect Coke, agrees to the extradition request. Coke is arrested and held in General Penitentiary in Kingston.
Oh, that's his name.
Transfer.
Oops.
He never makes the flight. On February 23, 1992, a fire breaks out in the section of General Penitentiary where Lester Coke is being held. Coke dies in the fire.
Oh, they Epstein him. Wow. They Epstein my boy.
The official account is accident. The circumstances are never fully investigated. The timing, the night before his scheduled extradition to face
Yo, so for all y'all in this criminal world, you guys, that's how you're gonna exit. When you're caught, you guys are gonna be deleted by your own.
Federal charges where he would have been the most valuable witness against JLP politicians and officials in Jamaican history.
Oh yeah.
Ensures that the official account satisfies nobody.
They be talking about where your lights is up. Where they be saying, where your lights is what's those Jamaican songs with the lighters? Put your lighters up. Yeah, they lit his ass up with those lighters.
Who understands the stakes. Jim Brown burns in a Kingston prison set, and the shower posse passes to his son. Christopher Coke is 24 years old when his father dies.
Wow.
He has grown up inside the garrison system,
Dude,
watching
name is
his
Coke.
father run Tivoli Gardens for his entire life. He knows every relationship, every obligation, every enemy, and every protector that the shower posse has built across 2 continents. He takes the name Dudus. He takes his father's seat.
Dudus.
Dudus Coke is a different kind of Don from...
I know he ain't say Dudus. This dude's name is Dudu. You can't make this up.
Lester. His father consolidated power through violence and political connection. Christopher consolidates it through dependency. Under Dudus, Tivoli Gardens becomes even more completely a state within a state. He provides food to elderly residents. He pays for funerals for families who cannot afford them. He settles community disputes with the authority of a magistrate operating in a place where no magistrate comes. He funds community events, schools, and local sports programs. He provides employment to young men who have no economic options outside
what type of employment
his
is that?
organization. The DEA will later describe his community welfare programs as a sophisticated method of maintaining loyalty and ensuring silence. That analysis is accurate. It is also true that for the people of Tivoli Gardens, Dudus Coke is the only institution that functions in their lives. The Jamaican government does not pave their streets. The Jamaican government does not ensure their children eat. Dudus does. And in exchange for that provision, Tivoli Gardens gives him total loyalty and total silence. No one speaks to police. No one cooperates with investigators. No one who lives inside the garrison acknowledges the existence of anything that the Don has not approved of acknowledging.
So this criminal behavior is normalized, basically, in Jamaica. It's normal. This never been normal amongst us. Always been shunned. But that's why I try to say, like, stop calling everybody black. Everybody ain't black. You got Jamaicans, you got Black Americans, you got Haitians, you got Dominican, Trinidad people, you got Trinidadians, you got Ghanaians, you got all type of people. But stop putting black on everybody, because if you do that, that means that this history, the shower posse history, that's our history. That's not our history. We don't normalize criminality. We've never done that. We always felt like we were better than that.
Under Dudus the Shower, Posse's United States operation expands beyond crack cocaine into marijuana and cocaine supply networks covering over 20 American cities. Gang members in New York operate under his direct authority, sending proceeds back to Kingston through couriers and money service businesses that move cash across borders in volumes that eventually attract federal attention. The DEA builds a new case through the 1990s and 2000s, tracking the financial flows, mapping the organizational structure, and gathering testimony from informants willing to risk everything by cooperating. In 2009, the United States formally requests Christopher Coke's extradition on charges of drug trafficking and weapons offenses. What follows is one of the most extraordinary public episodes in Jamaican political history. The Prime Minister of Jamaica is Bruce Golding. Golding's parliamentary constituency is West Kingston. Tivoli Gardens is in his constituency. Golding refuses the extradition request, not privately. Publicly, he appears on the BBC and states he will not extradite Dudas Coke and that the U.S. charges are based on illegally obtained wiretap evidence that violates Jamaican law. Jamaica watches its serving prime minister stand on international television and defend a man the United States Department of Justice has indicted for drug trafficking and murder. The international pressure on Golding builds immediately and sustains for months. The United States signals that its relationship with Jamaica, including foreign aid and trade arrangements, is contingent on cooperation with the extradition request. Within Jamaica, political opponents and civil society organizations demand Golding's resignation. Journalists document the financial and political relationships between the JLP and Tivoli Gardens that explain why the Prime Minister is protecting a drug lord on the BBC. For 8 months, Golding holds the line. In May 2010, with his own cabinet threatening to break apart and U.S. pressure reaching a point where Jamaica's international relationships are at genuine risk, Golding signs the extradition order. He does not give the security forces advance notice of the announcement. He makes the decision in a national address on public television. Observers later note that announcing the extradition publicly before the security operation begins gives Dudas time to disappear, which is exactly what happens. What follows is the Battle of Tivoli Gardens. On May 23rd and 24th, 2010, the Jamaica Defense Force and Jamaica Constabulary Force move into Tivoli Gardens in a full military operation to arrest Christopher Coke. Dudas is not there, but the Shower Posse is. Gunmen have fortified the garrison for exactly this moment. Barricades block the streets. Weapons are positioned in buildings throughout the community. The security forces move in and find themselves in sustained urban combat inside a densely populated civilian neighborhood. 73 people are killed over 2 days. The official Jamaican government position is that the dead are all gunmen. Human rights organizations, independent journalists, and researchers who investigate the aftermath document specific cases of civilians killed inside their homes during the operation. Residents describe security forces firing into houses without warning. Elderly men and women killed in rooms where they had been told to stay for their own safety. Bodies removed before independent investigators could examine them. The Commission of Inquiry that eventually reviews the operation finds evidence of serious human rights violations by Jamaican security forces during the incursion. The Prime Minister eventually apologizes in Parliament for the way the operation was conducted. The apology does not restore the 73 dead. Dudas escapes into Kingston's garrison network and disappears for weeks. The most wanted man in Jamaica and one of the most wanted men in the United States moves through a city where the garrison system gives him safe passage, shelter, and silence. Every institution that could locate him is compromised by the same political loyalties that protected his father and built his organization. On June 22, 2010, Christopher Coke is stopped at a police checkpoint on a Kingston highway. He is in a car driven by a reverend who claims to be taking him to surrender to the U.S. Embassy. Dudas Coke is dressed in women's clothing. He is wearing a wig.
Oh my God. Aren't they against that? Oh no, he didn't go out like that.
The most powerful garrison don in Jamaican history, the heir to the organization that CIA weapons helped build. The man whose father burned in a cell rather than face American justice is stopped at a routine checkpoint dressed as a woman of God.
Oh, they better never say nothing about us, Tariq Nasheed, nobody. Yo, their leader became a transformer, yo. Became Big Mama. Yo, their leader became Wanda. Juana Man. Oh no. Their leader, yo, what's the character that Urkel turns into? Oh no. No. Oh woo woo woo. Their leader became Wanda, are you serious?
He is extradited to the United States. On August 31st, 2011, Christopher Koch pleads guilty in Manhattan federal court to 1 count of racketeering conspiracy and 1 count of conspiracy to commit assault with a dangerous weapon in aid of racketeering. On June 8th, 2012, United States District Judge Robert Patterson sentences him to 23 years in federal prison, the maximum sentence available under the charges. In court, Koch sits in gray prison clothes and tells the judge directly that he is a good person. He has written the judge a letter describing the community work he did in Tivoli Gardens and asking for leniency. Prosecutors respond by presenting testimony from women in Jamaica who were abused by his gang and who have come to court specifically to ask for the harshest possible sentence. U.S. Attorney Preet Bharara states in his sentencing remarks that Christopher Koch presided over an international drug and weapons trafficking organization that he controlled through violence and intimidation for nearly 2 decades, enlisting an army of soldiers to do his bidding. Judge Patterson gives him 23 years. Vivian Blake, the organizational architect of the Shower Posse's American network, is separately arrested, convicted, serves his sentence, and is eventually deported. The CBC describes the sentencing in 2012 as potentially marking the end of the Shower Posse as a functioning organization. That is too optimistic. The Shower Posse's Kingston operation does not dissolve when its leadership goes to federal prison. Tivoli Gardens remains a garrison community. The organizational structure built by Lester and Christopher Koch across 30 years does not disappear because the men who built it are in American cells. The president's clique continues operating in London. Shower-affiliated structures in New York, Miami, and other American cities continue recruiting from Jamaican diaspora communities. The garrison system that produced the Shower Posse is not a product of the Koch family. It is a product of Jamaican political structure. Both the JLP and
You see that? So he put that in his proper context. Say, no, don't try to say they're an anomaly, they're the exception, they're away from the Jamaican public. He said, no. They are the majority. This is not an exception. They are a product of Jamaican politics. One more time.
PNP, garrison system that shower-affiliated structures in New York, Miami, and other American cities continue recruiting from Jamaican diaspora communities. The garrison system that produced the Shower Posse is not a product of the Koch family. It is a product of Jamaican political structure. Both the JLP and PNP have used garrison communities and their dons as political tools for over 60 years. The relationship between politicians and garrison leaders is not a historical anomaly.
Hey, family, now y'all see why Jamaica led the entire world in violence? Number one, almost all of its existence under their independence. I think they might be number 2 now, second to Nigeria, or they're still number 1. I'm not sure, but they were number 1 for the longest. Okay, and they might be number 2 today, or because they are leaving, but yeah, they are the Chicago of the world countries.
It is a structural feature of how Jamaican politics operates in poor urban communities. And that structure is still operating today. Edward Seaga died in 2019. He is remembered in Jamaica as a transformative political figure, a man who modernized the country's economy and culture. His role in building Tivoli Gardens as a political garrison, in creating the conditions that produced Jim Brown and the Shower Posse, appears in the footnotes of that legacy. Bruce Golding resigned as Prime Minister in October 2011, citing the fallout from the Doo-Doos affair as the reason. He had spent 8 months on international television defending a drug lord. He resigned before the consequences became worse. Christopher Koch is currently serving his 23-year sentence in a U.S. federal facility. He will be eligible for release in the mid-2030s. The CIA has never formally acknowledged its role in arming garrison organizations during the 1980 Jamaican election. The question of how much the Reagan administration...
CIA, Reagan administration, and Jamaica. Wow. In order for white supremacy to really damage us, they always need somebody of African origin to be the other 50-50, the other 50% of the harm, the instrument of the harm.
Knew about what the weapons it provided would be used for has never been asked in any formal proceeding. The United States spent over 30 years pursuing the Koch family through federal courts. It got its convictions. It never addressed the political system in Jamaica that gave the Shower Posse its protection and its impunity for decades. It took the sons and left the structure intact. 1,400 murders across America, drug networks across 20 cities, operations in the United States, Canada, the United Kingdom, Australia, Italy, and Japan. A prime minister who refused to extradite a drug lord on the BBC, a military operation that killed 73 people in a civilian neighborhood, a Don arrested at a checkpoint dressed as a woman, and a garrison in West Kingston
That's crazy.
that is still standing. Still producing the same young men, still operating under the same system, the one that two political parties built together and neither one has ever dismantled. Because dismantling it would mean dismantling the system that keeps them in power. And no Jamaican government has ever been willing to do that. Thanks for watching Prison Empire. If this story hits different, subscribe right now and turn on notifications.
There you go, family. There you go. All right, let me see if the person is still stop share. Dang, where'd it go? Where's this stop share button? All right, Motorola. Let me invite Motorola phone on. What you guys think about that? Motorola, you fell asleep? You're on mute. You gotta unmute yourself. I don't hear you. Hold on. Yeah, now you on mute. I see it. Yeah, you gotta unmute your. You know what you probably gotta do? Come out and. Oh, there you go. It's off mute.
Okay.
But I hear you now. Okay, go ahead.
Great. Hey, man, I'm really enjoying your show, man. I was just
Thank you.
for knowledge this morning,
And what's your name in the chat, just so I could identify?
I think it's Roderick H. Williams.
Okay.
I got to
Thank you,
change.
brother. Yes, sir. Yeah, so you said you were looking for something this morning to watch?
Yeah. I was looking for, I was new to my awakeness, my consciousness, I'm an old school seasoned brother, and hey, man, I hear what's going on and it makes sense. I don't believe nobody. I'm doing my own research.
Right.
Falling together.
As you should.
Like, I fell into your conversation this morning, and I'm not too good on those alphabets, which I got knowledge this morning, FBA, what that really means. You defined it.
This morning?
Yeah, this morning.
So when did you hear of those three words, FBA?
Well, I listened to other platforms, Rod Hayes, with a young elder, and that crew like that. I listen to them a lot, and they go deep into it, you know. And yeah, I was always wondering, what do they mean, FBA and MBA? You know, it's a lot of acronyms, you know. But yeah, I'm getting my knowledge, you know, on my own, you know, and it's just falling into place, you know.
Right.
Everything's working, but you know, I've asked questions in other platforms, you know, why is the difference? What's the big division? Whereas, you know, taking it back to the whole start of it, you know, they flipped it, but they beat us with our own game, our own people, you know, and everybody, you know, the religious part separates everything. You're going to believe in something. I don't care what you believe in, but look at the common good. This is what happened. You know, everybody, like you said earlier, who looks like us is not us.
Right.
You know, you have some folks, you know, and it's a hurt and dirty thing. You know, that's why I say it's the dirty side of it. You know, and you have to be aware of your surroundings. You know, have to be aware of your surroundings. Yeah, we're taught, you know, with love here. I'm from the South.
Right. What state?
Florida.
Okay.
Florida. Yeah, I'm just south of Tallahassee.
Got it.
Yeah, we call my little hometown suburbia Tallahassee, but a little small rural town.
Okay.
But you know, it's, you know, we're taught to love everybody and embrace everybody. But as I matured in life and start to travel the world abroad, you know, hey, I found out, man, hey, look, everybody is not us, you know, and
Right.
Roots came out, and man, we, you know, run into the Africans, but I was saying they already had people on the boat, already conditioned. They chased us. How did they catch Kunta Kinte? You know, but hey, you know, they got us, you know, like, you know, in the back of your mind, you know, in civics class, Western history, you know, Western civilization, they didn't talk about that, you know, in those accelerated classes.
Right.
You know, we were still fighting for roots, you know, our own identity, like, which I guess we were classified under that FBA system, you know, born, bred, and still. You know, and then when you heard, you know, I was raised with my sister in college up at FAMU, and we used to go to classes, and we saw the groups and the awakenings. You know, you heard the language, but we couldn't talk to nobody like that. And now it's resurfaced in my life. You know, she always told us, hey, we're an Indian. You know, we're an Indian. You want your college degree, we're an Indian. You know, this is ours. And yes, my great grandmother was an Indian. And
Really?
yeah, my family spoke the language as little kids. They didn't pass the language to us, but they did sign language. And
So,
you know,
how do you feel about like Africans who know nothing about your history and lineage telling you you're lying when you say something like that, when you disclose something like that?
you know, my thing is, if y'all so concerned of us that what happened, why didn't y'all come over here and help? Why didn't y'all come get us? You know, but I was getting it including in my point, whereas, you know, hey, I love the, you know, African brothers, but man, these cats over here think they're better than us. I learned this, you know, from an early age. I went to the military, and, you know, I visited the upstate, you know, and I began to be exposed to them. You know, yes, hey, they're economic, everybody sells and hustles, you know, but then again, even the way I was treated, you know, hey, I needed a necklace, you know, I'll give me a dashiki, give me this, give me that. And this cat was like literally trying to rob me, man. Hey, man, I ain't paying that for this, you know, and he talked to me like, you know, worse than, you know, the civil rights stuff. You know, I come up with the Jim Crow stuff, man. I'm born in 63. You know, and man, you know, hey, man, brother, hey, you know who you are? It's changed times, baby. It's the 70s. You know, it's the 80s. Come on, really? But you know, it's a hurting thing, you know, with the big cliche, we have pure blood, you have tainted blood. That's the part that got me.
Okay,
You
right,
know,
right. Yep.
that right there, that's what got me. And you know, and and really have to be selective who you talk and share with. You know, because everybody's not on that same level, you know, of consciousness and awareness. You know, even back in the day, you know, I mean, you say this to a certain person, oh man, you don't know what you're talking about, you know, and then you might, you know, be speaking with another African, you know, dressed and you got the culture down, you know, everything, you know. But yeah, man, yeah, it was a hurting thing, you know, very confusing, especially when you don't have, I guess, the environment, you know, to be conducive in, you know, to communicate and to organize, you know, and to stick around like-minded folks. You know, yeah, you know, here in the South, you know, like you say, moving to the socialite game. Hey man, everybody partied. Most people partied. I'll put it that way. Most people partied. You know, only religion we know was Christian. You know,
Yeah,
hey, we were
right.
big church people, and you know, hey, we're all different facets of what we were taught. I asked one of my pastors in my church, you know, I'm a community guy, community organizer, activist. I asked him, I say, Pastor, look, man, I say, we come from the bush, you know. We had the witch doctor and we worshiped the elements, the sun, the moon, the stars, you know. I said, but we got brought over here and now they put Christianity on us. He being a Mason, he told me, say, well, look, thank God for Jesus. You know, that's my answer. So, you know, I heard him in a Bible study explain, you know, my answer or his answer, thank God for you, why Jesus came and this and that and that. You know, okay. You know, thinking out the box is prohibited. I
Right, yeah,
never
of course.
knew,
Yeah.
I never knew about the Moorish community, the big flip to us. Everything, they changed the script on us. They beat us with our own game. We used to rule the land many thousands of years ago. We used to rule the land. Everything was rich. I didn't
Now
know.
that part right there, that part.
Yeah.
When you say we, okay, so what's the connection with because you said your grandmother, one of your grandmother, great grandmother or grandmother is indigenous. She was indigenous American.
Yeah.
What's the connection with her and the Moors that you're talking about that used to rule the land? What's their connection?
Well, the melanated folks, the copper.
Oh, okay. So that's the thing. That's the big mistake. Okay, you have Aborigines in Australia, they're melanated. You have people, you have Arabs who were very dark, they're melanated. You have East Indians who are very dark, right? You have Colombians, Dominican. Yeah, so the thing is that we're pointing out, that's our biggest mistake. We think all skin folk are kinfolk.
There you
And
go.
no,
No,
yeah,
we're
because
not.
the Moors will not claim you or any other dark person in their history. They're going to say, no, you're dark, but you have nothing to do with what we ruled. What we ruled is what we ruled. You guys, good luck in what you did. So
Right.
yeah, that's the big mistake. Because even like the Japanese, you're right, their skin folk will be Chinese, right? Well, they never
Yeah.
got along. They always warred in their existence. So yeah, skin folk is not kinfolk. And that's
You're
what we're
focused
finding out
on.
in this delineation movement we're doing as
Yes.
FBAs. We're finding out the hard way that they're not kinfolk because they share the same skin. And they use that. They use that to manipulate us. Oh,
Right.
my brother. But meanwhile, I'll sell you the worst of whatever they got.
Yeah, it's a indifference. I mean, like, good God, man, really? I can't depend on you. I mean, I went to the Army, you know, and it was like, man, I'm fresh out of Jim Crow. That stuff just stopped, you know, less than
Right.
10 years ago. And, you know, you still got these Southern guys and other folks, you know, whatever they claim, you know, and you felt that you saw the hatred and the injustice. You know, man, we're over there training, and here I am thinking, man, we're at war. We're going to be shooting at each other. My thing is to let him get in front of me, and I know he's thinking the same thing. Let me get in front of him. We're looking for each other to shoot. You know, hey man, we got the enemy. You know, and you know that's why bands, you know, I guess in Vietnam and all that other stuff, even the Gulf, Persian Gulf stuff. That's how cats, you know, came together. You know, I hope in most areas they had to protect themselves, but after all that was over, it went back to basics, perhaps. You know, but you know, it's crazy how that works, you know, and like you say, you know, your own folks, man. I'm like, you know, come on, really? You know, really? Ain't nobody but us, but everybody, skin folks ain't kin folks. You know, just like you say, you know, and it just, you know, the main part, what shocked me was even listening to your story today, you went from the FBA thing and dropped onto the Jamaica drug trade deal.
Right.
Man, I witnessed that firsthand when it first hit my hometown in Perry, Florida.
That's what we want to know.
Yes. You know,
that story right there.
We was working, you know, like it was working, you know, hanging out with some old heads, you know, we worked at the paper mill, you know, the shift work. And after you get off the midnight shift, you know, you might work 2 to 4 hours over noontime. You know, you get off, you go hang out, you know, get your, I guess, a nightcap, you know, hanging out with the boys. And we sitting on back of trucks, you know, doing a southern thing. And we look down the street, you know, which, you know, everybody, I mean, they doing the thing. You know, we look down the street, we saw this known dealer, you know, come down the street. But he had 2 other cats, you know, hey, we from a small town. Everybody know your name, Mayberry.
Of course.
It's like, we said, well, who them cats he with? I heard one guy say it. So everybody looked, you know, it's about 30 of us maybe. Everybody looked. I don't know, they mighty dark, you know, they look different, you know. But, you know,
Mighty dark.
Know, yeah, you know. And as they got closer and approached us, you know, it was kind of like the New Jack City thing. They said, hey, what y'all up to? You know, yeah. All people say, what y'all up to? This and that and other. Hey, you need y'all to try this. You know, y'all game, you know? Yeah. You know, hey, marijuana was rampant, you know, cocaine, heroin, all that rampant, you know, coming out. But, you know, the pills, the acid, all that was phased out, but it's still there. And, you know, they say, well, y'all try this. You know, it looked like they had a handful of, you know, white rocks, you know, little chips. You know, like, wait a minute, man, that's communion. Yeah, that's communion bread. You know, what you want us to do? I'm making jokes.
Yeah.
You know, so they say, no, this crack, this the new end thing. You know, so everybody got inquisitive. I heard the guys, you know, and they give us a tutorial, you know, how to use it, what to do, what to fix. I
Really?
Said, me being me.
Wait. I mean, what year was this?
86, 85.
Okay. And it's the first time you guys seeing this?
Yeah, new 85, 86,
drug.
right.
Okay.
My first account. You know, I'll get on the witness stand for this one. You know?
Now, were you able to identify those guys as non-Black American, as like somebody foreign, Jamaica somewhere? Was that easy to identify them?
It was easy to identify. They wasn't here. Yes, they had little, you know, Americanized haircuts, but the way they was dressed, you know, hey man, you know, we don't wear all that around here. You know, you can tell somebody not from who's a tourist.
Right.
You know, but their escort, you know, which was a known dealer, you know, like, hey, they meet up with a lot of people, you know, it's the big story, the big thing, you know, to hang out, you know, to get, you know, feeling of what they doing, you know, just to be in the content of the story. You know, and I'm like, you know, I'm like, well, why would he bring these cats around here? They introducing a new drug, you know? So, I mean, within weeks later, I mean, long story short, man, things just jump started and started happening, you know? I mean, no disrespect to the ladies, man. This is just me. Hey, the chicks start, you know, freely giving themselves. I mean, like everybody started turning to a zombie. Guys started collecting their family. I mean, the stealing, the looting, and I mean, just all the dope guys who were selling, that turned big and it turned into turf wars. And it just got crazy. You know, everybody marvel over that New Jack City. That's a true story. That's the whole effect of it. You know, now we didn't do the Carter thing, you know, but you did have them zombies. I mean, months later, I mean, the police was like, man, look, this is new, this is rampant. And me being a community activist in a meeting, they say, look, we're just pulling back our hands. All the dope guys, we had the intel, they had the intel on folks, you know. Hey man, they already knew, you know, everybody's informer telling, and they just stood back and let the turf wars happen as time progressed. And they really didn't care. Bodies everywhere, body counts went up. I mean, then people from local communities and look like everywhere was just coming, you know, and it just spread it rapidly. Man, we got new dealers from out of town. I mean, who are you guys, you know?
Right. Wow.
They were freeing everybody at the local, you know, hang out at the local bars and clubs, and you know, they spending money buying milk and Pampers, you know, for the young ladies, and you know, they fly and just, you know, the little money that the McDonald's money that they did get in, that went to their heads. And you know, these cats had harems, you know, I mean, and then they got, you know, other women doing tricks and guys, you know, and like I say, man, you had to arm up, you know, what it is, the right to bear arms came in then, they own your own people, you know, besides we got the war, you know, with the white guy folks, you know, and then that's another chapter. They got comfortable, drawn in, you know, so now we got the whites hooked over there. We got the white folks hooked. You know, they're leaving the cars, the kids, and, you know, everything, man. I used to house guys, you know, I used to rent my apartment out to them, you know. Hey, man, they break me off. I'm at work. Hey, man, y'all be cool. I just happened to come home one night. These cats, you know, had this lady there, you know, and lady had a kid. She asked me, hey, mister, can I, you know, put my kid, you know, in the bedroom and take a shower? Yeah, you could, Becky. You know, go ahead, you know, do your thing.
Yeah.
You know, and like, I thought about it, you know, I was like, you know what? I'm the only sensible-minded person here, and I'm allowing this to happen. I said, there's a child. I got the main cats over to my place. These fools can storm the door at any time, you know, and by this being a white woman with a white child, good God Almighty, everybody would have been hid. Pay dirt. So, you know, that chapter ended, you know, and, you know, that chapter ended, and it's like, man, look, and yes, a lot of folks, including me, I turned into a dealer. You know,
Wait, crack dealer?
Yes. We had it so good.
Okay.
We had it
so now,
good.
Who got you involved and how that happened?
One of my friends, right? One of my older friends, you know, I was, you know, with him just hanging out, you know, in the culture, you know, knowing I didn't need to do that, but I'm hanging out with him and I'm driving him, and he, you know, took him to the main distributors, and we were such close friends. He say, look, I'm gonna be coming, you know, and he gonna be driving, so he's safe. He's safe. He's safe. He's safe. So, you know, as time progressed, you know, folks start coming by the spot. I began turning people away, you know, not aware of, you know, I guess how much money was involved. One particular night, man, within maybe an hour, I turned away about $70,000. You know, this man, he already had a house like the Carter. He had a house, 8-room house, and 4 of the rooms had couches on each wall. and people on each couch. As one get up, go in the back room, they slide over, and nothing standing up or sit down, you know. And I'm answering the door, you know, and man, there was money flowing. I'm like, dog, you know, I wasn't into that. I was just hanging out with him, and you know, I thought, man, that's $70,000, boy, your mama, you know. You know, you can help do some things. And, you know, we had it so good, whereas the guys, the visitors, they would leave their money. And we'll tell them to come back in about 15, 20 minutes. You know, we'll make a trip, man. And then we'll get them maybe a fraction, maybe a quarter of what we get. So we got the three-quarter.
This is all alleged. This is story time. And this is storytelling time. Yeah,
yeah.
ahead.
You know, alleged. I love it. But you know,
this is all alleged.
You know, you walk away from that type money, that quick, fast money. You know, but then again, consciously and morally, man, you're killing your own folks. You're killing demons. You know, I mean, you got these people.
That was still the 80s, right? Or was that now the 90s?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
What? At that point, you guys ain't know this drug was killing people, right?
No.
Yeah, and there was no way to know that because these guys.
No way to know that.
It just started.
Yeah, it was hot. It was hot. It was out for the Quaaludes and all that came. You know, it was hot. You know, I mean, you talking about hot. I mean, good Lord Almighty, you know, but, you know, I got my conscience. I got out the game, you know. I wouldn't say a victim of circumstance, but I mean, I had an intervention one time and it should have been me. You know, should have been me. Should have been me.
Right.
So I said, if I'm on the other bandwagon to help, to share and enlighten and try to save the future for the kids, make their world a better place. You know, and all out of count, I do speak in my hometown. I do speak along with law enforcement and community. And, you know, I guess I tell you, I got away, you know, the person who was assigned to me, it didn't happen, but we're free. We're friends. Me and that police officer, which he's now a drug task force person, you know, and, you know, I got away with that one, you know, but we speak the youth now.
Allegedly.
Yep. Allegedly we speak. But yeah, man, and they went all around everywhere you go, even to where I'm living now. You know, I mean, I hate to say it, the foreigners to me now, but you know, it's a big world out there.
Yeah.
Everybody seems like they're out for themselves, and you know, like the FBAs. You know, you got you know, I've distinguished now, learned how to distinguish the Pan-American folks. You know, the Pan-African.
Yeah. Now,
folks.
are you familiar? So I know you're new. So have you haven't came by way of FBA through Tariq Nasheed, right? It was other folks.
Other folks,
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've heard of him. I've heard of him, but I've turned away. I heard you today. I've heard him, his name, and I think you probably, you know, they don't like him.
Right. Yeah, and guess what? It's their right to not like whoever they want to like.
Yes.
You know?
It's a choice. And I heard that. I was studying. I stumbled up on that maybe 2 months ago. I'm like, well, who is this guy here? They don't like him. And I mean, it's like, I won't say they bashing him, but he's being exposed. You know, his views is different. You know, everybody's views are different.
Yeah.
You know,
a lot of people didn't like Malcolm X. So you know what? When Malcolm X was living and when he was like really doing activism, right, under the Nation of Islam banner, he was not well liked and appreciated by Black Americans at that time.
Right.
So a lot of times now, but all of a sudden, right now, looking back, the way he's taught in history, you would be made to believe that Black America embraced him during his most activism times, right? Like when he was a true activist under the Nation of Islam.
Yes, you speak out boldly like that. Yes. Yes, I'm a living
And
witness.
and also like just to make it same thing with Muhammad Ali. Like he was not really appreciated. That this is far as, of course, in the black community he was, but we're saying like nationally, like he was not appreciated until he retired. And even Floyd Mayweather, like a lot of black Americans didn't like him and want him to lose. But when he retired, now all of a sudden, in black America embodies him as like the one. So when
Yes.
we look back in time, his history would be told that Black America was all in one with them, and they really weren't. So Tariq Nasheed's going to be one of those same guys. He's going to be not valued as he's alive 50, 60 years after his death. That he's going to be champion like everybody else.
You know,
like that's how it works
well,
in
we
the
got
white supremacy.
Even the civil rights struggle. You know, you got your thing about Dr. Martin Luther King. You know, and you got the side that I know bash is a hard word. You know, they have different views. He's Michael King, and he changed his name. Da, 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 da. And what he did, instead of fighting, he fought for equality. But
right,
I guess the separate thing was the way to go. You know, the separate thing was the way to go. You know, we were doing good. And I'm a product of a black school. You know, we had Jerkins High School, you know, in Perry. And I lived through integration. Third grade, we had to go to Gladys Moore's Elementary, which was the whites. You know, we both looking at each other like, you know, and I mean, me and my classmates, we're great. Now we can talk about it. We dialogue, which, you know, our parents.
About what age? About 7, 9? What age?
Third graders, that's what, 7, I would say.
Okay. Yeah, about 7, 8, 9.
Yeah. And, you know, it was like, man, that was different in culture, you know, but you had some kids, older kids who were already going to the high school. They were making the transition. The government told my school district, Taylor County, look, you all do this integration or we're going to shut your funds down. And, you know, they
shut
the school down. You know, well, the Bill of Black School, they did that first. And they forced the Bill of Black School that they burned several times. And, you know, and then the integration came in the 70s, you know, and we did that,
So,
you know. And
do you recall going to a black school before integration,
yes.
or was your schooling?
Yes.
Okay, so now how did that happen? Did they remove y'all from there and y'all went to a white school, or did they build a whole brand new school and say everybody come here?
We merged with the white school.
Okay, so there was already an existing white school, and y'all were taken out of y'all school and brought to the white school.
Yeah, shut it down.
So who shut it? If you know, you was a kid, but do you know why y'all left y'all school? Why didn't y'all just?
It was I guess the school board. I mean the big federal decision, you know, and I guess the school board members, you know, or they had to comply. Well, they had to comply, you know. Then the integration come in, and everybody back then, like you say, was fighting for equality. You know, whereas we were rich, man. We were, I guess, a spinoff of FAMU here. You know, and it was like, man, the royalty. You know, I attend several of the reunions of the school, and you have folks, man, you know, as a kid, you know, who matured to a young adult. I was very proud of my heritage, man. You know, I mean, yeah, folks ain't been home in 30 years and they see how the city looked, you know, wasn't nothing going on, you know, literally within our folks, we were losing our identity. And I was proud but sad to hear, you know, they say, man, these cats here never learn, you know, they'll never learn. You know, everybody's against each other, you know, but then again, we smile at each other, but we're against each other. You know, yes, we're all, you know, they're all educated, and the powers that be that could make things happen. White folks feared us. They fear us. They ask us, you know, what we think they should do. You know, how can we make this better? And these people with the degrees, the who's who, I mean, they can tell them, hey, look, we need to do this. We want this. Let's do this for the collective.
Right.
Tell them. They're asking. Tell them. They're open. But you know, to each his own. I don't like her, and you know, I'm in meetings where I can blatantly hear the argument. I knew the disagreements from folks. I'm neutral as a young, mature person, and I asked them, you know, why? She has a quality. You has a quality. We all have a quality. Why can't we band together for a common cause? You know, let's make this happen. We're all young. Let's do this. But you know, now that they're old and you know everybody didn't have their ways, family history or whatever, Hatfield McCoy's stuff. You know, come on, y'all. And we lost out. We lost out.
So
We lost out.
when you were you know, young, you know, and before the merge to integrate, before the integration thing, how did you identify? Did you identify as Negro, color, Black, African American, Afro American, American Negro?
Taking it back, I'm gonna let you know. I was born in '63, and I still remember seeing colored bathrooms, colored water fountains. We walked on the sidewalks where our grandmother had walked on the sidewalk. White folks come, you look down, move over, let them walk by. You know, as we walk through town, you know, going to, I guess, other places, other neighborhoods, you know, white guys coming out the pool hall, you know, saying, you know, derogatories, you know, and literally running us, you know, we were like outnumbered anyway. But well, when we got to the railroad track with the rocks, look out, Nelly. Here we go. We got our thing back. But you know, we were identified, you know, colored.
Okay, is that what you remember calling yourself when you was young in elementary school?
What I call myself, James Brown came out with "Say It Loud, I'm Black and I'm Proud." Boom.
What year was that?
What was that? Yeah, I was up there with my sister and family. It had to be around 72, 72-ish.
When James Brown came out with that song?
I think so. I'm not certain, but around 72-ish. I know we were around FAMU campus, on FAMU campus. My sister went to college, but she had to keep us. Mom and grandma worked 2 and 3 jobs as cooks in restaurants. And, you know, what a privilege to do that.
So before that song, all right, so that song was 68. Okay, so before that song, said I'm Black and I'm Proud, what were you calling yourself at that point?
It was colored.
Okay, and then when you heard the song, what happened after that?
We went to Black.
But it wasn't because of somebody else. It was the song, the earliest you could remember, right?
Yeah, as far as I can remember. And then, you know, it was taboo for kids to listen to grown folk talk, you know, and be around the arena. They always look around, boy, get on away from here, you know. And,
yeah, the reason why I had you specify there, because a Jamaican guy that don't know our history, he tried to say somebody else was responsible, largely responsible for why Black Americans call themselves Black. And I was like, nah, I think James Brown's song was.
Yeah, James Brown's song, because we chanted, you know, we lived, you know, in a great musical era, and they had stories and messages, you know, and he come out with, man, you know, the clenched fist, you know, the afros and the bell bottom pants with the high heel shoe, the stacks, you know, the afro cone with the clenched fist in your head.
Does the name Shirley Chisholm ring a bell?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. What about the name Kwame Ture?
We heard about that as a young Kwame. I know Miss Shirley was a female congresswoman.
Right.
She was fighting, you know. She fought hard.
I think she got in office in '68. Yeah.
Yeah, but you know, collectively, like, you know, I know my sister was 10 years older than us and she raised us, but We were privy to be around, I guess, the NAACP leaders and the SCLE folks at the barbershop. To hear them guys talk, you act like you sleep while they, doing your hair, cutting your hair. But we try to catch up on, what they were saying, when they were like deacons and trustees of the local churches and business people. And,
So what were your views on the KKK at that time?
horrified. Always heard they had to do bad things. We had this group called the Elks Club who met on Wednesday nights, and after their meeting, they ride around town. And as a boy, man, we used to have to get on the floor, lay on the floor in the main bedroom, like they're gonna shoot in the house type stuff. And this is every Wednesday night for a while as people got the word. But I think they had a Black Panther Party spinoff. These guys were still holding up the neighborhoods and who wasn't afraid of them.
Okay. Right.
They
okay. Right. Because you would say the average Black American was afraid of them at that time.
Yes.
Okay. So if you heard just your best opinion, if you heard of a Black American man trying to be friends with them and like trying to do some business with them, like how you think that man would be viewed by the community had he tried to do business with them?
Sell out a ton,
Right.
Who's on your own, whereas recently doing research, I was entertaining a chat group on a channel. They were talking about Marcus Garvey was an agent. He worked for the folks, but Marcus Garvey, stand up, you mighty race. And that's inspiring, that's touching, yeah. But that's the Pan-African thing, they want us to lead just that bad. Hey, he's in business. Hey, I'll provide the business for him. I'll ship him out for you,
Right.
But he's revered, as a champion on one end, but a sellout on the other end.
Right. Now you're aware of the sellout actions, linking up with the Klan to remove us. Because that was the Klan dream for Black Americans to leave the country and go back to Africa. And Marcus Garvey saying, I can do that for you. That was their dream. So now we know that was a negative, but you said he was being championed on the other side. So what action did he did that was actually good that Black Americans would say, yeah, man, we approve of that?
That speech, that delivery he gave, I guess, to convince, coerce, to just let the folks know, come on, y'all, let's leave here, go to Africa,
Wait, so the Khan would be selling us out. So wait, so how would the Khan be the pro too? So if the selling us out to meet the dreams and goals of the Klan was a Khan, how would his speech being just that also be the pro?
Well, he in his speech, like his person, him and others, I guess, who was it? Dubose, I think. They were intellectual. They talked and everything, and to try to, if we could re-educate the folks who and let them know they're stronger than who they think they are. They have power, of the defeat what the whites are doing, trying to cap them in, and then I guess his solution, was, hey, let's go back home. Let's go back home to Africa.
Yeah, but that wasn't home to but Africa was never home to anybody in the country. Nobody at that point, nobody's ever stepped foot in Africa for centuries. So for him to including himself.
Yes.
So for him to say, let's go back home, obviously W. Du Bois went against him, so a lot of Black leaders went against him. Once he started to talk like that, they went against him. Because at one point they thought he was serious. They were behind him. But when he started talking like that, they all said, okay, this guy is an agent
or something like
There you
that.
go. There you go. Yeah, but you know, just that influence, that Pied Piperness, like I always say, that Pied Piperness. You know, I mean, he spoke the word. He spoke elegantly. You know, he spoke with conviction. You know, and kind of like, I guess, the brainwash. I like the brainwash, the Wizard of Oz.
Right.
The brainwash.
That's interesting. Now in Florida, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you were growing up, and even adulthood, let's say early 20s or late 20s, early 30s. Do you recall meeting or having friends or knowing people that was from Haiti or Jamaica at that point in your adulthood, or early adulthood?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And what year would that be?
Oh, I guess it had to be what, 81.
Okay.
81 when I
Now,
left, you know, and ventured out on my own military, and I became a world
and
traveler.
one second, this call. Yeah. Now, when you met them, how did they identify themselves to you?
As they were an American.
Right. But did they say, like, did they make it known that they were from different country, or did they believe, or did they make it known that they were one of you, like a Black
They made
American?
it known they were a black man, one of us, you know, but you heard the accent. No, man, we don't talk like that. I mean, you're in Texas, you got the you're in Georgia, you got
Oh,
the
wait, so hold on. So they was trying to cosplay back then, like they a Black American with a strong accent?
Yeah, you don't know,
Oh
man.
my God.
You know, Southern like me, I gotta talk slow, deep. You know, hey, man, and slow. I'm country. Yeah, I'm born and raised
So
country.
what would y'all say when they say, "Hey, man, I'm Black American like you"?
You know,
Like,
in
what would you say to
conversation,
them when they try
me, no, you know, we don't talk like that. You know, just being
to?
real. They don't talk like
And
that,
then
man.
what would they say? What
Get
would
out
their
of here.
response be?
You know, you see the nonverbals. You know, the eyes buckle, they twitch. You know, flinch. You know, they half step, stop in the track. You know, start
Right.
breathing rapidly. You know, you hear them think. You can hear the motor
Yeah,
in their
yeah.
head. Think, see the steam come out the ears. You know, oh, what I say now? What I say now? I'm exposed. You know,
Right. Okay. Wow.
I mean, come on, man, it's life. You know, I mean, like me, when I went up to Philadelphia, you know. But they immediately identified me as a country boy. Oh, we know you're not from
Okay.
here. You know, hey, but they love my accent, Florida boy. I talk
Right.
slow. You know, it was a funny thing, gesture to them, but you know, hey, speak. We need you to tell them this, you know.
Right. Right. Right.
And I spoke in my
Yeah,
own
that's
way,
true.
you know. I
Yeah.
was just me, you know, hey, you know. But yeah, of course. Yeah, I caught up on that Philly talk. That John, yeah, man, it's John here, and you
Yeah. Yeah.
know,
This bull.
yeah, trying to fit in. That ain't me, you know.
Right.
That ain't me, you know.
That is funny.
That ain't me, you
All
know.
right. So now, so you heard about FBA, and when you heard about it, what was your understanding of FBA?
I get a long story short. Those, you know, who think and meaning, uh, they're black, but they're here in America, born in America, and you know, this is the way it is. I have no other identity other than they said I'm an African, you know, and I come from Africa.
Now, did they explain the reason why it's necessary for a name like FBA?
No, I hadn't heard any in-depth talk of it. It was just identification of,
Oh,
yeah, we're from here, we're born here, you know, like I said, we got American, this side soil blood. We're mixed,
okay.
you know.
And okay, so before I go into that, at any point did you stop calling yourself Black American and you embrace African American?
Yes. That point.
And that switch was when? What year?
African American. That happened, I guess, that mid to late 70s.
Okay.
Mid to late 70s. Now, I do know I've lived through
that
several.
Early?
I lived through several. I lived through several censuses, and I saw it when we had on the application white, black, other, and
yeah, but African American wouldn't be introduced until after Jesse Jackson around 1989.
Then let me see. Then yep, that came up.
You were looking at Negro. You were looking at Negro and Black at that point.
Yeah, during the chronological. Yeah, the Negro. That part that was there. Then they switched to Black. Then after, like you say, Jesse them time, it went to African American, the rainbow.
Right. Yeah. Because that was too early.
That's when we start wearing dashikis again. I'm telling y'all. Y'all have a closet full. But yeah, and that's even to kick in on that African American part, it's like, I love the Kwanzaa principles.
Right.
A lot of folks frown on Kwanzaa. Oh, that was man-made. No, it was educational. It's just
everything was man-made. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just sharing the information, passing it on. You have a choice to use it now, but the principles serve for all to give you your awakening and your activism. And me, I love the Kwanzaa principles. I try to live them every day.
Yeah. Okay, so the FBA thing. All right, so have you ever heard of the acronym ADOS? ADOS.
I've heard of it, but I hadn't got the breakdown of that yet. Like I say, it's about 4 of them I hear, in other channels, but it's like, I hadn't got there yet, and I'll type in, hey, I'm new at this. What does that mean? And
I got you.
Redundant review, for folks.
Okay, I got you. Just some generic information. What about now this term is old, but that don't mean you heard of it. What about freedmen? You ever heard of that?
Freedmen?
Yeah.
Slaves who were freed, living
right,
in
but that's actual a legal term, freedmen.
Mm-hmm.
You ever heard of that? The free.
I hear a lot of getting the Black Law Dictionary, that only talk about Black law. And acquire that and look at that and catch up.
Let me guess the 4th edition. Nah, well that dictionary won't help you. Especially depends on what edition. Let me guess, you got the 4th edition.
I was told to get the original, the first one, with the real stuff in it back in the day.
Well, let me say this. The reason why you have editions, like, so when somebody have an idea and they have research, right? In this case, legalese, editions, because words become more modernized. So what meant this don't mean that today, or they have, or words, you have new words come up. Okay, like for example, you have at one point immigration, it was unfathomable to believe an immigrant can be somebody other than a white person. Right? So you had these dictionaries, and now when you start to allow non-whites into the country, obviously you need a revised dictionary, a law dictionary, right? Because now you got people who were once not even fathomable to come in the country who are now in the country. So that's so now you need a revised or another edition of, then you got the 14th Amendment, that's new, right? That was something new, that wasn't always there. You had the first 10 constitutional laws, right? Then you had 13, 12, 11, so now you need a new dictionary to fit those in there. So that's what it just means when you have new editions. So it'd be foolish to have a 3rd, 4th, 5th edition in 2026 if the latest edition, I'm just guessing, Let's say there was a 15th edition. You need that one. The other ones won't help you today. So, but anyway, the Black Law dictionaries won't help you when it comes to what's going on today amongst Black America, right?
No.
This is like the modern civil rights movement. This is a modern movement that's growing, but it's on that level. So there's no dictionary that's going to be able to explain it. You got to talk to the people. Just like during the civil rights movement, no dictionary can explain that at the time it was happening. Like only the people can tell you what the civil rights movement is about and what it's not.
It's funny you mentioned that, the Rosewood Massacre. Oh, that's terrible. Right. I have relatives in Alachua County, and I'm related to folks over in the Cedar Key area where all that went down. And
really,
right now today, they have, I guess, the kids who are now in their 90s, approaching 100s, they still are afraid to speak about it. From other family members' accounts, they don't even talk about it. They don't even talk about it, and they were just kids back then when that all went down. And it's just when I travel through that area going south, I just I get goosebumps just to knowing where my hometown in Perry, Florida, originally name was Rose Head, and back then I guess the counties, the state was like a big county split in half, and I guess this county, Madison County, used to go all the way to Orlando back then. And with my town being Rosehead and that being Rosewood, I always asked the panel where I'm from, did we have any correlation? Were we brothers and sisters cities?
Yeah.
Because it was back then, it was terrible. It was, you have to go through Dixie County, which was Cross City, to get there. And you have to go to this county, Lafayette County, which is Mayo. In both of these areas, man, I remember going to Gainesville as a boy. We had to lay down in the floorboard, and Dad slowed down and he did extra under the speed limit, and then we didn't travel too late at night, but these places were, just notorious, man. And I always wondered, did that have something to do, with my hometown? And I know I can't get a straight answer, but I already know the answer is yes. Here in Tallahassee, every year they honor Andrew Jackson with a springtime Tallahassee parade. And everybody loves the parade, but to really sit there and understand the full meaning of it, to really understand the full meaning of it, and of history. Yes, it was a conquering, a lot of blood was shed, but now they honor this. Yeah, it's history. It's history, such as Lake City, the Battle of Lucy, but they had us as folks who fought with both sides. And for the reenactments, in both places, in various places, I guess the white counterpart, they're in invite you in, socially, hey, come on, join our club. We do this parade every year, and you can, be a representative, dignitary representative. You wear the outfits and everything. But I heard you say coon, and I think my last one I attended, which I'm like, you know what, and I think I said something else other than a coon, but man,
it has some words.
Yeah, you need to get off out of that, and like, what message are you sending to the young kids who are running out there getting gum and candy and, they just enjoying, but nobody's telling them the real story. There were no indigenous folks trailing them or on a separate float. That'll take away the whole glimmer from everything. you know.
Yep.
The poor Seminoles, you know, I mean, hey, it's Florida State here. Believe it or not, a lot of folks don't believe there actually be tribe members out there protesting the chant and the chop every football game, but they go unrecognized. I mean, I know the Washington Commanders now. I mean, I applaud that, you know, but you know, I think it's some got to do with the treaty that Chief Osceola signed, giving them full rights to do that. You know, but you know, you still have those protesting. You still have those protesting. You know, you have those still protesting right now today, and they're not on the degree. You know, they're not hiding. They're not hiding nothing. They're not hiding.
All right, so I'm gonna go over something real fast that was spoke about, and yeah, I'm gonna clear the air on something. So what is that? So this might be something maybe news to you or maybe not, but I'm gonna cover it for the family once and for all. Let's share my screen.
Once again, hello, family.
Oh yeah, you want to introduce yourself? Go ahead. That from the chat, so they know, so they can identify you when you're back in the chat.
Yeah, Roderick Williams. Hey, via Tallahassee, Florida.
Wait, so that's your YouTube name when you're in the chat, Roderick Williams?
In my chat, Roderick H. Williams, I think is 068 something. Yeah, I'm on your Zoom right now. I can't see it.
Oh, yeah. So I'm gonna address that in 1 second. I gotta first. Oh shit. I'm all over the place.
Yeah, but yeah, you know, I frequent a lot of channels, you know, I guess of my interest, you know, and I guess with the awakeness, the consciousness, you know, with the movement, the big affair with the big mamas in Philadelphia, Mother's Day weekend in Philadelphia and Washington, D.C. That's upcoming. That's big. That's going to be spectacular. You know, they're asking all the matriarchs, Divine Feminine, to attend that there. You know, it's a lot of big moves going on. And, you know, I'm noticing everything, I'm learning everything is now did in rituals, which I guess I really got awakened about when Kendrick Lamar did that Super Bowl halftime show. And I heard a gentleman commentate that he broke everything down the next day and told folks they need to wake up and listen at this. And now I've been seeing and hearing, you know, which, you know, illustrious commander-in-chief, you know, he's he's playing a role of a double agent, but he's making things happen, you know, as far as returning the land back to the indigenous, you know, and when that happened, we're looking for the big reset, you know, which is now a lot of states now are going to, I guess, the revenue of gold and silver. You know, you can use those materials now back in the trade, like back in the day. And even though back in the day, that's, you know, I like to pose this question. I was not taken away to you all in the group, in the chat, where, you know, this reset would take us back in the day. The indigenous people will return the land and get back to the land. Whereas no, it's going to be more than copper tone folks. You know, with the one drop of blood deal, there's going to be a lot of other races who are going to be considered us, you know, here in America.
Yeah,
where
Yeah, that's happening actually in 2026. I call it reverse paper genocide. I call it a whole bunch of different things, but it's paper
Yeah.
genocide right, in
Okay.
2026. But
Okay.
I'm gonna explain it in a way that you probably haven't conceived it.
Yeah.
I'm a guy who, yeah. I look into the original paper genocide,
Uh-huh.
Racial Integrity Act of 1924, when they start to reclassify indigenous
Yes.
people as mulatto, Negro. But that's happening now in reverse. So you have, if you look at it, the origins of paper genocide, it was
Yes.
reclassifying X as
Mm-hmm.
other, as other.
There you
Well, in
go.
2026 paper genocide, they are reclassifying other as X. So it's the opposite happening. I gotta do it. I gotta show a diagram.
Did you
I'm
do
gonna
the
have
did you
AI to
hear the
do it.
thing, excuse me? Did you hear the thing about Judge Joe Brown? And I
What did
think
he say recently?
these cats out of Texas, Chief Top Cat, legendary Chief Top Cat, they did a interview with him maybe 3 weeks ago, and he had them, and he said that in 1968 of, well, how do you identify yourself, African American, Black, or what? They say they ran an experiment on us back then, with the census and everything to reclassify everybody in what group. Whereas
Okay.
folks talk about reparations, and and they classify you to where you are, which they know who we are by the birth certificates.
Right.
Yeah, they know who we are and they know where we are. But Judge Joe Brown, I guess they asked Judge Joe Brown, who are we in doing this experiment? And Joe Brown went silent. They went back and forth trying to flip with each other, but that's something, everybody need to watch Cheney and on Legendary
Wait,
Tomcat.
so what did Judge Joe Brown eventually say? Who are we?
Yes, Judge Joe Brown was interviewed by
So
the
what was his
legendary.
answer?
He skirted around the answer.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he skirted around the answer. He never would identify, but the conversation got into the accusation. You folks, you did it to us. Our own people did it to us. Who authorized this to happen?
Authorized what?
The experiment.
Okay.
And Judge
Yeah.
Brown wouldn't answer that.
Yeah, so just for the record, I don't align myself up with Judge Joe Brown talking points at all. Like, I think, this is me personally, I think he's a conspiracy theorist. He's kind of a nut job, and he's off cold. Like, that's just my personal assessment of Judge Joe Brown.
That's kind of the consensus what I'm getting. And
okay.
Even though he had his TV show on,
which was good, but I think once he lost that show, he couldn't just do something else. I think he went to blaming and I think he lost his show the wrong way. I think white supremacy had something to do with that. But I think the way he went about that, he started to go to conspiracy theories. What about the Bilderbergers and the DuPont family and the Illuminati? I think he lost his mind. I think yeah.
And that's the case right there. That's what they're saying. But yeah, he kind of, they kind of identified him, exposed him of a sellout aspect, things. But they say, yeah, he's up in age, 80-something years old.
Yeah, he just lost his not really a sellout. He just lost his mind, right? Hey, he's not well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's more up his alley. Yeah, he's not well. We'll give him a pass.
Because I love to hear who was on the panel back then and who approved all that.
Yeah, he be saying some crazy conspiracy theory stuff. So I wouldn't. When you said him, I let you go. I wasn't gonna say anything, but I wouldn't like anything he says. I would just, for me, I won't take it with a grain of salt. I would just, for me, I don't listen to anything he says, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, like I said, the powers that be earlier about my hometown, the powers that be, you know, I mean, you can help more than not by not helping, which is hurting. You know, I mean, I know you don't supposed to let everybody know what you're doing, let the left hand know what the right hand doing, but is it for the greater good?
Right. Yeah, I won't take anything he says seriously at all.
Okay.
Not after he lost his show.
But yeah, there's a lot of platforms, you know, great information. Great information. I mean, yes, a lot to process to somebody new. You know, they won't believe it at first. I mean, don't believe like me, don't believe you. Hey, I'll research that for myself, the information you put out there. You know, and once I, you know, make my choice and decision, you know, my light is gonna turn on, my motor is gonna start. You know,
Yeah.
It's something ain't lining up here, you know. But yeah, it's
Yeah, I'm gonna touch on I was gonna touch on a second. I'm just getting my thumbnail together. I got a thumbnail I wanna put together. Then I'm gonna go into a couple things. Right. One is we hear Tariq Nasheed talk about the 4-H's, which I've been to before he even said it one time. I said it on my show a long time ago, like way before the pandemic. I think I touched on the 4-H's. I think the fourth H is HIV.
HIV,
No, it can't be, because they were trying to associate HIV to like the 4-H's that's associated with it. I think one was the Haitian community. This was America. America said one was the Haitian community. One said the HMOs, can't say it on live, but the HMO, you know, the same relationship people. That was the second H. The third H was heroin addict, and the fourth H is missing me. They were saying like these are the people largely who are HIV, like I guess the communities that normally have it. The heroin community, the same loving community, the Haitian community, and it was one more H that is missing me. I can't remember, that I'm going to address very shortly. What you know about the Harlem Renaissance?
Well, we always heard about the Harlem Renaissance, learning about the culture, the arts of it, the music, the entertainment, you know, I guess we had poets, authors, painters, you know, we had philanthropists, you know, the ballet, and, you know, just the culture back then. We were royal back then in Harlem. Harlem was rich, thriving. You know, I guess is what we saw on TV. Everybody was always smiling, you know, looking great. You know, everybody, you know, had a sense of being. On that end.
Yeah, I'm gonna touch on that.
Whereas I think here, gosh, I can't think of that lady's name. We have Zora Neale Hurston. We have, I guess they do festivals in Central Florida for her around, you know.
Who?
Zora Neale Hurston. And it's kind of, she speak of the Harlem Renaissance and all that. She carried that sentiment.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with her.
Yeah, they do festivals here, you know, in Central Florida area for her. And it's something that's growing, you know, in most places, and something that's dying out in others.
I almost got my background set up. And yeah, so I am on YouTube. I'm more of like a YouTube journalist / historian. not in a credential sense, but as just like an autodidact sense. Like this is the type of content like I bring. This is like my space. I'm not like the other channels. I invite people on like yourself and opposers, people who disagree with us and want to debate or be confrontational. This is one of those podcasts.
Okay.
Yeah, we definitely get down and dirty doing that.
Oh yes.
We actually encourage folks. We actually encourage folks who disagree to call in, and as long as they keep it academically, like not just a name bashing, none of that stuff. Just keep bring your research, that type of stuff, and we can have that type of discussion. So that's what I do over here mainly.
Yes. Yes, I'm always open, I dialogue, I listen, but then again, hey, look, it's we're dialoguing. We both have a lot to say, upon discovery, but, everybody can't come to the table. You just can't, you bring a lot of folks in, you're going to have hotheads on each side. Folks with their own personal agenda. No, we're here to dialogue, and even in differences, which, I appreciate, with you and our conversation. Hey, I'm just learning, you're well versed and, some things like, you disagreed in your opinion, hey, I'm open to that. I received that, that's a great perspective,
And here's the thing about people like myself who are like journalists, right? Scholars, like historians. A lot of times we read and come across things and we form our own opinion outside of what the common opinion is, right? And it could be controversial. That's what happens. Even Albert Einstein, when he came on to his, like a lot of his opinions with science, it became controversial and rejected. That's what happens when you're a journalist. Like you're going to read a lot of things, or you're also going to break stories. Like I did just now with the Jamaican involvement with the crack epidemic. People don't know that. People wouldn't ever guess how large their involvement was. It was like 40% of the entire crack epidemic. A lot of people ain't ready to receive that type of history. So that type of breaking news can put you on like the wrong side of journalism, where people will call you a troublemaker and things like that. So a lot of controversial views I have, and sometimes they can be too controversial where I'll back off and don't even talk about it no more. And other times I will stand my ground and be like, no. Like for example, I'm known to that's why I asked you about how you identify yourself when you come to terms with African American and the whole FBA thing. I'm about to explain that in a second, real easily. I also study the history of immigration in this country. So that goes from Europeans all the way down to Latinos, the Asian community, and also people of African descent that came to this country. So it's easy for me to talk about all this stuff because I have that type of background. So it makes it more easier to explain it, rather than somebody else might be on YouTube and they might hear somebody talk about it and then they just repeat it, which is okay. But when they're called into question, they probably won't do a good job of explaining how everything come together.
Yes.
Because they don't know it, it wasn't explained to them how everything comes together. So over here, that's why I give the link out there for people who might have an issue with some of my concluded assessments. It's like, all right, let's talk about it. So black, the word B-L-A-C-K, B-L-A-C-K, that's a word that was always around in different languages. Right? White people, Arabs, they call people or they label people by the color of their skin. Now, obviously, they didn't speak English. English wasn't a popular language, right? So they didn't say black. They said Negro, right? That's a Spanish term for a color. Arabs said Sudan. That was a Arabic way to say the word, to describe somebody's color. But here's the issue. When they described your color, these were the colonizers of these people. They were not their friends. These were not their allies. So when they described their skin, They wasn't saying, look, man, that guy's dark and beautiful. They were saying, look how ugly he is because he's dark. Right. So they were equating dark skin to ugliness, inferiority, and the need to be in slavery. Like they equated dark skin and slavery. If you're dark, you have to go to slavery.
Automatically.
Right. So they gave it terms like Negro, Sudan, and the French called the Haitians Noir, N-O-I-R. Okay. So yeah, so these were always derogatory slurs, pejoratives. They was never to be embraced with proudness. Like this was no James Brown moment. Like this was I'm black and ugly, not black and beautiful type stuff. Okay. So as a result, nobody that would call those terms took it in and said, yes, we're that. So all of the African tribes maintained their tribal names. Like none of them said, okay, I'm not Igbo, I'm Negro, because they understood it was disrespectful. So nobody ever embraced it. That's why if you look forward, if you call these people black, they took it as the colonizer said it. They was like, hell no, I ain't black. Black is ugly, black is enslavement. So nobody would embrace, nobody in their right mind outside of Black Americans will embrace such a label. Like they already had names. They were Igbo, they were Haitian, 1804. They were Jamaican, 1667. That's when that was called that by the oppressors, the colonizers. So everybody had their names. So when we decided to come up with black in the 1960s, they thought that we were crazy. They thought we were crazy to, how dare you call yourself an ugly word like that a historical ugliness that's attached to it. And we were bold enough to say, well, that don't mean that no more. Okay, what it means now is beauty, proudness, strength, unity, greatness. You know, we attach that name on it, and that's called power. To take a name, to take a word that's associated with ugliness and defamation, and slurs, to take that name and say, nah, when we apply, it don't mean none of that. It means the opposite going forward. That's called power. How you could take that from the oppressor, the colonizer, the enslaver, and say, nah, it don't mean that no more. It means this. So now, of course, your colonizer, right? Your former colonizer, your former enslavers is going to always have a problem with that. Like you were able to take their word and make it powerless and embrace it and make it powerful to what you want it to be, like your narrative, your phraseology. So they always had an issue with that, obviously. So we said we're black, we're proud, we're black and beautiful, black power, Black Panthers, Black Wall Street, Black Reconstruction, black. So so going forward, when you hear black, you only thought of greatness, power, intelligence, innovations, inventions. You thought of things like that going forward. That was happening for 30 years until Jesse Jackson came with the African American idea out of nowhere. Nobody was calling for it. Black Americans didn't have a problem being called black. You know, out of nowhere, he just said, hey, why don't we just be called African American? Like the Italians, immigrants, like the Mexicans, immigrants, like the Muslim immigrants, of the Middle East world, or, why don't we be associated with a terminology that's equivalent to being an immigrant, basically? And we were like, oh, hell no. So a lot of black people obviously were debating that. And so the way we're debating FBA right now, this was going on in 1989, 1990, as early as the word introduced, people was like, hell no, don't call me that. What is that? I'm not from Africa. So that whole talking point that's happening now is not new. That was back then, and it was before then, and it was going way back to Frederick Douglass, and even before him. Black people in this country did not want to be associated with the word Africa at all, because we knew that word meant immigrant, and immigrant means deportation. So we were like, oh, hell no. Don't cause nothing that could be associated with deportation, right? So we prefer color, Negro, Afro-American, American Negro, and we call ourselves black as a collective census. And
question.
And 60, yeah.
I got a question. Where are you located? Where are you from? Upstate? I know upstate. Somewhere.
Yeah, I'm Jersey. Yeah, Jersey.
Yeah, that's Jersey. That accent. That's that Jersey accent. Now,
yeah.
I mean, that train of thought, I mean, here in the South, I mean, it kind of don't bleed. It takes folks from upstate I noticed the brothers out of New York, you know, in the Jersey area, that common mind thought. I listened to a seer, the Duke of Tears. And, you know, he's from New York, and I guess the exposure of the movements, you know, you all have it more broad up north than here in the South. And thank God you all bring it down to us. You know, it filters down, but it takes somebody from upstate to come down here. You know, not
I agree.
Yeah, not to interrupt your education, what you're doing, but you know, just to comment on that, you know, I mean, you guys up north, I mean, I appreciate that information because I'm like, man, where y'all been? Yeah, where y'all been? I mean, where's this information always been, you know? I mean, here, like, we still have to whisper. I would say, you know?
Man, when I went down south, I went last year, I was in South Carolina and Georgia, right? In South Carolina, I was like, damn, amongst the Gullah Geechee people, I was like, damn, like these folks really, they believe it's still slavery, like they just got freed.
Yeah.
Like, wow, like they don't challenge white authority for nothing.
Nothing. You'll call you a rebel rouser, something wrong with you. Hey, man, look here now. Stevens from the Django, look here. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let's think about
I used to tell them, I worked for property managers down there in South Carolina, and they were like mistreated. And I would like give them like comparisons. I say, hey, the type of disrespect and treatment that you're accepting, I say, if you was up north, like you would already had like 1,000 lawsuits against people. I say, yo, New Yorkers, New Jerseyans, we don't, what you're tolerating, they will never try that with us up here.
We had a situation in my hometown in Perry, a senator, a Florida state senator come through my hometown, and he stopped at this bar and he pulled through the drive-through window and he was told by the attendant, look, we don't serve your kind. I think he came inside and he said, hey, look, we don't serve your kind up front. You need to go around the back to the back door, literally. You know, and I guess it was a big thing. Al Sharpton came into, I guess,
really?
What you saying, you know, if he, Al Sharpton say, hey, if this would have happened in New York or Miami, this place still would have been smoking today. You know, but you know, he made that reference, you know, and our NAACP invited him. He came in, you know, he spoke that. I mean, his words of encouragement to, you know, which they represented the situation. I guess I don't think they tried to diffuse it, but it's like, where do we go from here now? This happened, and I guess the senator didn't press the issue. He just wanted an apology. But locally, I guess the bar owner sold the bar, and you know that resolved that issue. You know, which it didn't, because any other establishment, you know, you still got the both sides, and then I guess we all, you know, ended that and went abroad with it. But even today with me, I don't have an interest in attending those establishments. You know, you know, we're all silly, you know, everybody under the influence and whatever else indulge me in it. You know, we're in the shooting pool and I can hear one of them other cats, you know, miss a shot on the pool table or see us socializing with each other, you know, including the women. You know, I can hear one of them say right now, I can just play it out in my mind, you know, it'll be a full-fledged battle royal up in there. You know, but, you know, I didn't frequent places like that. That's where I think I shut it down at that point there, you know. But it's those incidents still go on. You know, I was a product of the back room. My grandmother raised us in the back room, her and her girls, when they wanted to drink and socially have fun, you know, and they were treated with royalty, but we were just in the back.
Right.
You know, their money spent just as well. We were just in the back. You know, me and my brother had Pepsis and peanuts and peppermints and the girls, they were getting it on. My grandma and them, the Golden Girls, the matriarch.
Oh, don't do that.
Hey, man, but it was something, being a childhood friend. We always said after the senator came through and did that, we always said, but we missed our money. We missed our money because we had planned one of us to go in the front. The other one, I think BC the camcorders just come out. We were gonna go in and video it. The other one was gonna video it. Because we knew an altercation was gonna break out, and that was our way. We were planning on, getting paid, Rodney King, getting paid. But there's a way out. But fortunately that didn't happen. And all that was exposed publicly, and it's something now that's not even talked about. I think today that establishment is now a Mexican restaurant.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Rodriguez, right?
Roderick,
my bad. Yeah. Okay, yeah. He said that sound too Spanish. All right. So Roderick, I'm about to thank you for calling in. I'm about to play a series of videos. I'm gonna do a series of reading, and I don't want to have you on mute for like 1 hour.
No problem. Hey, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate the opportunity. I thank you for what you're doing. Brother, keep the knowledge, keep the awareness, share. A lot of us don't read. It's folks like you to keep the world going round. Okay.
Yes, sir. And I'm going to go into the old FBA thing big time as well.
I'll be listening.
Okay.
I'll be listening.
All right.
And I got you on all alerts. Subscribe on YouTube. And
all right. Thank you.
I can see you're one of my favorites now.
I appreciate it.
Okay, man.
All right. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Because I once I get reading, I want to just flow. No interruptions. Zero.
Yes.
All right, brother. Yes, sir. Good speaking with you.
Okay, family, take it easy.
Yes, sir. All right. You gotta hit the leave button.
Okay, let me see.
Yeah, because we still can see you. We can still see you trotting around your house.
Yeah, man, I'm bad about that. Hey, this is your FBA News and Updates.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
All right, brother, because I'm about to go hard in a second.
I'm with you.
I'm gonna need no distractions. Okay, all right. Thank you, Rodrique. I didn't mess the brother name up. Call him something his Latino. All right. So when Lena was around yesterday in the chat, we spoke on TikTok the day before. So not yesterday, the day before, me and Lena, right? She's she's new. She hopped on my TikTok space. She joined, Fresh always joined, and we were building. But Lena had some ideas and we researched them together, and I learned some new stuff. I learned that I didn't know this, but there is no race category for people that say they're Latino, Hispanic. There's no race for that. They look at Latino and Hispanic as a language. Now, I used to hear Tariq Nasheed say that, but I never understood that. So I'm looking for their race, like on like an application, whatever. Like they don't see that as a race; they see that as a language. So a Latino is they're either white or black. That's it. There's no Latino race. They're either black Latino or white Latino. So that means that they identify themselves. Well, to some degree. The government, I don't know how that works, but I do know that they have the right to identify themselves like we do. So they can choose white, they can choose black. So when they start coming in our spaces saying they're Afro-Latina and all that type of stuff, we need to know, is that what they're saying now? Or on paper, you're recognized as that, right? Because on paper, how do you identify yourself? You can say one thing, but how do you identify on paper? That's that paperwork. You dig? Yeah, paperwork. We gotta start checking paperwork. That matters. Okay, so we have Latanya.
You could call me Tony.
Tony in the building. How you doing, Tony?
I'm good. I'm just trying to. Am I? You can see me or no?
Yeah, I can see you.
Oh, okay. Oh,
There
oh,
you go.
all
Now
right.
we can. Yeah, we
No,
don't.
I
I
don't
mean, you
mind
could.
being seen. I
Okay.
mean, I don't mind being seen. I just didn't know if you could or not.
Yeah. Now
So
we definitely see you.
I can't. I paused the TV so I wouldn't have all that noise in the background.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
I can't tell that you could see me. That's the only thing. You know how sometimes you can see your face?
Right.
I can't see mine.
Right. Okay.
So I enjoy your show. I enjoy how you talk about the different topics and stuff. I'm always in the comment section though. I'm always in the
Okay.
comment
Thank
section.
you. Thank you. Let me do a little
Because I
clap.
think, huh?
Let's do a clap, sound bite, sound effect.
I think these conversations need to be had as difficult as they are. They need to be had. So
Right.
I always take any opportunity, especially on foundational blacks
Right.
shows, because I'm a Black American.
Yes.
And I'm lineage connected. And I feel like if we're going to talk about what other people have done to our community, we also have to talk about the ones that also like other FBAs who have done harm to our community, because they wouldn't have been as successful if it wasn't for the fact that a lot of Black Americans helped them.
Hold on 1 second, Tony. 1 second. I gotta disconnect my. Okay, go ahead, Tony.
Yeah, so I like to just talk about everything, how the delineation is important, but we also have to address all the wrongs in our community and help and hold everybody accountable for their part in participating in the harm. So that's why I like to talk about my family who are Black Panther leaders, and
Okay.
it's like, so my mother and my father, George Rivas and Lillian Evans, they're leaders of the Black Panthers, and they sex traffic children. So all these other stories that everybody else talk about with the Black Panthers, I ignore that because I lived it. And I feel like people choose politics over the truth. You know,
Right.
for whatever reason, I don't think it's justification for allowing children to be raped. I'm sorry, grapes. I
Yeah, you
gotta,
gotta say great. You about to give me
yeah, I gotta
shadow
say,
ban and me.
I'm not trying to do that. So I feel like the conversation is needed because I don't think politics is more important to what is happening to the children. Now, I'm going to be 53 this year. They started this with me when I was 3 years old. And it wasn't just me, it was my siblings. And I hold the Democrats mainly responsible because I lived in predominantly a Democratic area.
Yeah.
And so as a child, and then it's like they're saying that they're about police brutality or fighting against police brutality, and from my perspective, being raped and sex as at trafficked as a child, I'm like,
Yeah.
no, the police helped you guys. Like the police was involved in the facilitating of what was happening to me and other children.
Wow.
And so, and specifically New Haven Police. The New Haven Police Department is involved.
Connecticut?
Yeah, in Connecticut. I'm from Connecticut. I live in Connecticut right now. But
Okay.
the trafficking of myself and my siblings and my cousins, it all started in North Carolina. And they
Was it
were,
through CPS or something like that?
where in North Carolina?
Yeah, like I'm saying, like how to start? Did it start through CPS, like a government agency?
You mean as far as the trafficking or the ones
Yeah,
protecting Black Panthers?
the
They was the
trafficking.
they were protecting the Black Panthers, so I include them all in it because if you guys are protecting them, then you are participants in my eyes.
Right. Yeah, you are.
So because when we were in North Carolina, I mean, we were very young, like myself, my siblings, my cousins. They would put us in orgies, starting like 3, 4
Dang.
years old. And these are people that are pastors now, that are deacons now.
Yeah, you might have to change, speaking codes. Because,
I'm sorry. I'm so not good at I'm
yeah, no,
trying to.
you gotta say something like 4Gs and
Okay. So
take off the
Well,
S.
I don't have to mention it again. I'm just say the group stuff. I'm not even gonna mention it again because I might just speak plainly, but I'm trying. So
Yeah, cause even some of that, like the idea, like you even gotta skirt around the idea, that whole idea. Like, you gotta
I
kinda,
get what you're saying. I'm trying because I know
yeah,
how they
it's
like to
like, yeah, you might want
demonetize
to say,
people.
you might want to say something like this, say, hey, when we were really young, or when we were young, but they would, leave it to our imagination to fill in the blanks. Like, yeah, they would do
Oh, okay.
stuff. They would do stuff to us that ain't right, and no child should have to experience. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, you can't even like be
Well, I already
specific
said
at
it
all.
once, so I won't say it again.
Yeah. Okay.
How about that? That'll help me till I can get till I practice on how to be,
Okay.
YouTube official, I guess. But
Yeah,
so that
because
happened to us when we were children at that young. And so CPS had an opportunity. I could say CPS, right? CPS had an opportunity in North Carolina. I was born in Wilson, North Carolina. They had an opportunity to step in and save us, all us children in my mother's home. And at the time she had um 6 kids. Well, she had 6 kids. In North Carolina, she still had 6 kids, and it was happening to all of us. So they took a weight and they broke my sister's arm. And so now my sister was always in body cast. So I didn't know if it was from her health issue or from all the things that were happening to us. Is that better? All the things that
yeah,
were happening to us. But at that time, and that's why I'm saying like it's so many people that's involved. The doctors protected them because of who they were, because they're Black Panthers. So the doctors protected them. Nobody, no CPS came to do any type of investigation, nothing at all. So, um, so I had, a lot of these things I put together as I became an adult and was paying attention because I was always telling somebody what was happening, and I never got help. And another code that they used to use, I'm be like, they used to rug me a lot. Is that okay? Rug me a lot? And uh, an
um,
assault? Rug me?
you can say assault.
Okay. No, I'm talking about being forced to be under the influence.
Oh, you could say they gave me potion.
Okay, they gave me a lot of potions as I was a kid, and I used to wake up in pain and all those things. And I used to ask my mother, "Where am I going? Where are you taking me?" And she used to be like, Germany. So that was another code word that she used. And then as an adult, I was able to connect that to communism as well. But she used to always tell me I was going to Germany. Another thing she would say, people would come up to her and ask her. Now this is in North Carolina. And these are things that stuck with me because of what was going on. And people used to come up to her and be like, "Oh, now we're little, like we're little, because I didn't move to Connecticut until I was like 11 or 12. So she used to say, they used to come up to her and say, can your kids come clean my kitchen? So it was two code words that always stuck with me. I was going to
Okay.
Germany and cleaning somebody's house as a child. Then like my cousin who was in the military, because it was military people as well facilitating and harming us. A lot of military, a lot of army men going on. She used to always say, "You're gonna go to Germany with your cousin," which is Michael and Diane. And Michael was in, I don't know if he's retired from the military right now, but he spent his whole life in the military, and he was involved in harming children. So then, about time we turned like 11, we was transported. And I always say, I never say I moved or relocated here. We was transported because they was doing this in North Carolina, and then they transported us to Connecticut to continue. But Connecticut, and I guess for my mother to be one of the leaders in New Haven, Connecticut, which is a big Black Panther area, big Black Panther support in New Haven, Connecticut. And then my stepfather, also military, my father, military, also harming children, was in North Carolina, but they will always make sure that my mother received her money from their illegal activities. So it was always making sure she received her cut from North Carolina. There was a lot of people that's in church that's involved, a lot of Catholics, a lot of Jews, Pentecostal, Muslims. And so in North Carolina, we even had our own church, and a lot of them in the church was harming children. And then we was transferred here, and a lot of them are Democrats. A lot of them support the Democratic Party. That's why I know that Black Panthers is mostly aligned with the Democratic Party, and that's why I don't care for them. But there's nothing I could do about it because I had to become Democrat as a shield of protection, because every time I told somebody what was happening, I would get severe assaults, when I would speak up.
By who?
Well, for my mother mostly, because I would tell another Black Panther, like, okay, for instance, when I was at school and I noticed another child being harmed. This is when we were in Connecticut now, because we moved here to Connecticut. Now I'm 11, so I was supposed to be, because of all the stuff that was happening. It was in North Carolina, it was pretty bad. Like, we would wake up with people in the bed with us, men in the bed with us. That's how bad that was in North Carolina. So about time I came here, I was supposed to already been groomed to just do it on my own, and I couldn't. I was still fighting these people. But my older sister, so if I was 11, 12, she was 12, 13. Just, they had her full out just doing it, what they groomed her to do. So in school, I went to Roberto Clemente. That was the first school I went to when I came here. And so I saw them doing this to another girl. It was the only Hispanic. Up until then, it was just all Black kids. So I wrote a letter to her about what I saw and telling her to be safe and protect herself. Again, I'm a child trying to escape, trying to tell what I seen. So I was pulled out of the classroom by, I guess, some type of officer. I was pulled out of the classroom and they treated me like I was a criminal, and they covered it up. My mother never talked to me about what happened at school. My mother was never called to the school. I was just questioned without any parents there about what I meant by the letter that I wrote to this little girl that I witnessed being harmed. So by the time I got home, I got a really bad beating. And I didn't know why. But as an adult, I started connecting
From
the
your mom?
beatings. Yeah, my mother.
And you said your mom was a Black Panther?
No, my mother is a Black Panther leader. Her name is Lillian Evans.
Okay.
And
Still?
yeah, because they move secretly. They say that it's disband, but it hasn't. Like, they became a secret society because of all the things that they were doing before they was out, right? And they got a lot of heat. Then they became secret, especially with Yale, the Yale societies. They work closely with Yale, so they all became secret. I mean, they were already a secret. They was already moving secretly, but they just took a lot of their crime and their activities underground, and then they would just rename themselves. Like, they worked for the NAACP, they worked, their doctors, their lawyers, their judges. They just stopped using the name Black Panthers. But they are. My mother has a Black Panther tattoo on her arm. And that's how I was able to connect it with all the codes that they, like, a lot of the stuff I had to piece together as as a child, and then growing up, and then just watching and observing and studying my mother. So so I knew that New Haven was very heavy with Black Panthers, and so then when she got the tattoo on her arm, I knew that she was a leader, because I couldn't understand why I keep reporting her and no one is coming to help me. I was like, she has to have some type of power, because I don't understand why I'm reporting on what was happening to all these governmental agencies, and I'm not getting protected. I'm not getting help. So that happened at 12. Now, that time we was living in Churchy South, where I lived there with Rhonda London, June Boy, a lot of the big players, a lot of the big players was the Allen family, a lot of the big players in Churchy South. So at the time we was living in Churchy South, I was probably around 12, and that's when everything was going on. That's when I was getting beat a lot, because I just wouldn't conform like my sisters did. Just couldn't. That's when she was meeting with Rosa DeLaura, a Democrat. That's why I connected the Black Panthers to the Democratic Party, because of Rosa DeLaura. And my mother said to me, she said, anything you need, go to Rosa DeLaura. I'm like, I'm not going to that lady. Like, I had to do a lot of stuff to survive. But I was like, I never liked Rosa DeLaura. So that just that taught me that the Black Panther political party works with white people, the same people they teaching us in the community to hate white people. But yet they are doing whatever they're doing, utilizing or working with white people. So I was like, this stuff, I questioned a lot of stuff,
Yeah.
because it just never made sense to me. And so another Black Panther, her name was Paulette, and she was a social worker at the Hill Health Center. Again, I'm living in Churchy South, and I'm trying to get help. And I used to go to the health. My mother, another connection. That's why I know they Black Panthers is Dr. Steve Upthegrove, Dr. Topran. Anybody she told me to specifically to lean on for anything, I connected to the Black Panther Party and helping her harm us, because she never got in trouble for anything. So when the social worker Paulette, I used to go to the health center, and I used to tell her, I met with her numerous times. And so when I kept meeting with Paulette, again, I'm a child. I just, at the time, didn't connect. Every time I meet with this lady, I'm getting beat when I get home. One time, she stripped.
You broke up. Yeah, she went out. We can't hear you any longer. Wait, am I heard? Okay,
Hello?
you went out. Yeah, you went out for a little bit.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was saying that she stripped me in front of a bunch of kids. And
Can't tell it.
sorry.
Okay, all right,
All
okay,
right.
because I'm okay. So hold on. So I'm
So
trying to.
that's what went out. So that happened in
Because
I know. I'm trying not to get you. I'm trying to just tell
yeah,
you
no, because
just some
I'm trying not
history of the
you to do
Black
that either. All
Panthers.
right. Okay. All right.
So I'm
Okay.
just this. I'm new to speaking. That's why I'd rather stay in the comments, because I can say whatever I want.
So let me ask you this.
But
So do you have a YouTube channel exposing this?
no, I don't have a channel, because I'm not. For me, I think I'm more comfortable speaking right in front of people, if that makes sense. The
Yeah, but
YouTube and
that's
talking
what
to the camera is like all new to me.
because that's what's going to eventually
All
happen
that's
anyway.
new
You're
to
going to be on
me.
YouTube. Yeah, I'm saying you're going to be on YouTube. Look, this is what happens on YouTube. Because you can't even like go live until you have certain amount of subscribers or certain many hours. So you be telling your story, right? Like you're doing now. And you might can say more. I don't know, but you'll know because YouTube gonna let you know. It's gonna say flag, flag. All right, and then but when you get enough hours in, right? Enough hours in, enough subscribers, you'll be able to go live. But by then, you'll already have a built-in audience. So once you go live, people will be now you can directly talk to people because they'll say, "Hey, I want to talk to you." You'll probably end up getting Zoom or use StreamYard, some type of interactive thing where you connect on social media with your subscribers, and then you'll be talking like you are right now. But it all starts from uploading videos. Somehow it's gonna be hard. So like maybe something like this. Maybe just tell your story because it's gonna be hard to get the hours without being redundant. Then you gotta like maybe just, hey, this is my, just give an update. Hey, I'm doing this today. I'm doing a garden, just to get hours in. You're just doing videos, just be doing video. Hey, I'm walking to the star. I'm getting my steps in. I'm exercising.
That sounds like good advice. I don't have to work up the nerve to do that. So I guess when I accept the link to come up here, I was like, okay, let me practice a little bit because one, I say I just speak freely without the codes, and I know I shouldn't be using
because
codes because of the monetization.
Yeah, like you sound like me, but not just that, shadow ban. Like now I'm saying like not just that, but certain YouTube wants to promote everybody unless they become unpromotable. Once you become unpromotable, now you're just on YouTube for no reason. Because nobody's ever gonna see you. Nobody's ever gonna listen to you. So now you're just venting by yourself. So YouTube, as long as you're promotable, YouTube will allow people to get access to you and see you and hear you out. But once you become unpromotable, you'll be just talking to yourself.
Well, that's probably what I'm doing right now. I mean, it's still good practice.
No. So then you can. I went limited to just the YouTube. You got TikTok, especially like your type of story, IG, Twitter, because you never know which one hits and clicks and be your thing. You got some people who try YouTube and didn't do well. They go somewhere else and they're like great over there, and vice versa. People are horrible on IG or Twitter. They come to YouTube, they blow. So you'll never know which one is your thing until you try them all out.
That's the thing. Like I'm not. I don't think that I'm interested in having my own channel. I think that for me, I feel like if we're talking about issues, or you're talking about issues related to foundational Black Americans, right?
Yeah.
That's what you're doing and you're focused on. What you're focused on. I feel like, okay, those platforms are an opportunity for me to really talk about what Black Americans are really doing in the Black community.
Well, now let me tell you the
I'm
twist to that.
you sent me the link, so I was like, I'll come
Yeah.
up.
Now here's a twist to that. So let me tell you how it works on YouTube. So if like my old name used to be Unbiased Sports, right? And that's my name. So if I'm not talking about sports and I'm talking about what I'm talking about now, YouTube sees that as false advertisement. So they will limit, right? So you got to, so basically just like an LLC, whatever you say your LLC is, you better do business according to your LLC, like whatever you said it was, entertainment, goods and product and services. Like you couldn't say goods and product and services and then do speaking engagements. Like you will get your so YouTube, same thing. So if I'm FBA News and Updates and I talk about let's say LeBron James and Michael Jordan all day long, the message won't go out to nobody because now I'm not talking about what I say I'm talking about. So your message right there,
that makes sense.
Yeah. So your message right there. So so YouTube, I didn't know that until people came to Unbiased Sports and be like, hey man, you never talk about sports. And I got suspended. Because I didn't talk. Yeah, YouTube suspended me. They call it spamming, deceptive practice. When you don't talk about what you say you talk about, YouTube will suspend your ass and flag you and call it spam, deceptive, something. Yeah, I had to learn the hard way. So that's why I still got that channel, but I don't go in there as much because of that. It got flagged. So I changed the name from Unbiased Sports to Unbiased Ron. And then I went back to Unbiased Sports. I said, I just put it back to where it was because I don't use it that much anyway. But yeah, so now your story, you want to find channels that's dedicated to that where it won't work against the channel. And
okay.
now I got another channel called I got a channel called, I just made it, called Lineage TV. Now that right there, your story will work better over there because I haven't really designated a direction yet because it's brand new, you know.
Or I could just stay in the comments and not click on any links.
No, what I'm saying is your story is interesting and it needs to be heard, but you want it told on the right. You want it to be told on the right platform that's geared to accept that type of content.
Yeah, I need to roll up on DCF, New Haven Police, and I used to need to tell them what's going on. That's what I need to do.
That too, but you also need your own channel, right, where you dictate. And then look,
no, you're making some points. I'm listening to you. Just that I gotta get over my nerves of like talking.
Okay, but look, I watch videos of women saying something along with you're saying. I watch videos. Like I watch videos of women explaining how they contracted HIV. They told their whole story. To me, I'm like all into it, right? Mm-hmm. But that's the lane is what I'm saying where you need to be at. So
I hear you.
Yeah, when women tell stories like that, or even men, you wanna be in their comment section. You wanna click their link. You dig? So and that's how you build that up. Right.
No,
because I would say this is why. Because when people come into a lane of content, they're already psychologically prepared to hear something that's not going to be easy to hear. Right. So when people come over here and they see crack cocaine epidemic, right, and they're hearing that could traumatize them. That's why you got to do the viewer discretion advised in advance so they know so they can prepare themselves. Because you never know who else experienced that, and that could trigger something, right? So, and if anything,
or it could be a way. I look at that differently because the government is always trying to silence people. If we live in an everyday society and we're seeing the things that people are talking about, is the conversation really triggering or more triggering than someone is actually experiencing what we're talking about?
Yeah, now that would be their excuse, obviously.
Exactly.
They'll say, and that's a Karen.
It's a way for them to censor. Because
so
a lot of us live this life every day. You showing what you showed today, as far as the epidemic, people are living that life every day. Is that not taken into consideration as being traumatizing? What you gonna do about it?
Yeah,
but then when you want a platform where you could reach more people, then you have to be censored and controlled about what you say because it could be traumatizing. Like, make it make sense. It doesn't make sense to me. Which is more traumatizing? Right. Actually living in it every day, not getting help,
all of it is,
not being able to go to somebody and get help, or being on social media talking about not getting the help and why you're not getting the help.
All of it is important and traumatizing and therapeutic. But what I'm saying is people like YouTube, and not just YouTube, TV, like they want people to know what they're going to watch when they click that button. So, like you got the shows I Survived, right? You got those shows, right? So like you know what you're gonna watch. Yeah, you when you click that show,
content thing in before they do the warning up front sometimes.
Right. And like what you're describing, that ain't easy to receive. You're like, oh shit.
It ain't easy to talk about most of the time. I'm getting better.
Yeah, so I don't want you to feel like you can't talk about it. I want you to.
No. I don't think that's not. No, I don't misinterpret me. I know it's not you. I'm not saying you're doing that. This is your channel, so you're breaking down to me, which is and I appreciate it of letting me know
the politics behind social media.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. No, I don't think
because I have already experienced it. I got one channel. I was just talking Black history, and that thing is removed. Like my channel is gone, and YouTube won't put it back. and I was talking Black history, but guess what I had on there? I had Farewell Uncle Tom. If y'all know about that documentary, it was kind of graphic when it's showing like the slave trade, people getting whipped, things like that. And YouTube deleted
Uncle Tom, or you talking about Uncle Tom by Chad, or no?
No,
Or
so you got Uncle Tom, you got Uncle Tom's Cabin, you got Farewell Uncle Tom, and it was like called other things, but like these are like documentaries that was very popular around like the early 2000s. And it reacted the slave trade. Well, actually, when it came on ships to America, right, and then how they were treated by the whitey man. And at that time, YouTube didn't really have all these guidelines, so my channel was great. Like you could even play copyrighted music. YouTube had no issue with that. But as YouTube got bigger and expanded, and sponsors and whoever got involved, that video became a violation because of the graphic content. Even though it's reacting people getting whipped in America, that's a real event. But YouTube would say, hey, that's too graphic. And that's why they have you change your language. You can't say certain things. You know, that's just because I told my friend this. My friend said he want to do something going like sundown towns and all this stuff. I said, you could do that, but you got to watch how graphic you be. Oh, nah, I'm going to be as graphic I want to be. I said, bro, then you're going to defeat your purpose. Isn't your purpose to be heard? Then now you can show YouTube you don't care, but YouTube going to say, all right, well, nobody's going to hear you. So if nobody hears you, then nobody hears your story. Then your whole purpose, it falls apart.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. No, I appreciate you breaking it down to me, because I go on these platforms. I stay in the comment section. It's just recently I started hitting the link button, but and that's only because I want people to understand that I'm not a robot. I'm like a real person. I'm not trolling.
Right.
I'm really talking about the
So
things
this
I
is an
experienced.
easier way. So this is the easier way to go about that.
Okay, no, I appreciate that.
All right. Okay. You want to do this. You want to say, hey, some things happen and it's wild. You'll never see this how you prep people. You'll never believe it. I had a rough childhood, man. A lot of things going on, you know, a lot of trafficking, and I'm gonna give y'all a rough draft. So now you're embracing us. Now I can say viewer discretion advised. You know what I mean? Because yesterday somebody was telling us, matter of fact, today, before you came on, the brother Roderick, when he was telling his story about, you know, CRACK, you know, drugs, I said allegedly, right? I was like, hey, allegedly, because you know, you can be caught up in a RICO. So I kept saying allegedly. So these are the things you gotta say while you're public for him. Like if it's something like, it's not you because you're a victim, but if you are a part of an alleged crime, you want to say allegedly, don't believe me, I'm drinking, I'm hallucinating, I'm doing shrooms. You know, you're just saying that so nobody holds your words to the letter of the law. But even that, like even what he was going to say, I didn't know he would be personal like that. So I'm like, yeah, people got to give a fair warning.
This is good information, so I'll know. I know, you know, I just know, like, I have to, I know I'm not ready to get on a social media platform and start that unless I had to do my homework first on that. Like, I'm not ready to do nothing like that. I have to really do my homework and find out all the things that involve. My most thing I really want to do is get in front of government people and let them know what's happening. And
so like an activist, you know, like a whistleblower.
A whistleblower. Yes.
Well, it's still activism because you're doing more than blowing a whistle. You're like bringing awareness.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Whatever name that you want to call it, okay. I know that I want to get in front of government officials and talk about what happened and how the intricacies of how they're still getting away with it. Like, they're still getting away with it. And I don't trust anybody in the Democratic Party to go to for that.
And look,
and then
you can do this right
I
here.
don't trust government at all. So it's like, I don't even
This is
know.
some good sound advice for you too. Do you have AI?
No, I don't have AI.
Okay, you got to get AI. Tell your story in AI, right? Some of it, like kind of like have like bullet points of your life. Say it in AI, speak it to AI, and then have AI make it social media friendly.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah. Then they'll reword, they'll make it a speech. They'll reword everything for you. Now you got the right now, you calling over here, I can make it a topic about that, not the crack cocaine topic like I got now. So when people call in, they know what they're gonna listen to. And everything you're saying is corresponding with YouTube community guidelines.
That seemed like something I could do. That seemed like something I could do. Put it
Yeah.
in AI and then let AI
that'll
do all the
teach
work.
you, right?
Huh?
But that'll teach you what words to use when you do it yourself or some other platform. Now you know all the code words to say and don't say.
That advice I can take and play around with. I gotta figure out.
Yeah, because as you're talking just now, I'm like, damn, she about to get me.
Well, hey, you shut it
deleted.
down when you were supposed to.
I'm like, she about to get me deleted. Like, because I have no idea what you're gonna say and how you're gonna say it. I'm like, oh my God.
Hey, well, you ain't gotta worry about it being a lie, cause it ain't.
Yeah, yeah. So because
and
plus
plus nobody want to hear like this is what frustrates me. I feel like no one wants to actually like. I feel like victims like me that can actually name politicians, like actually name people.
There's actually people in the chat who's like, loving what you were saying, that they relate to you, they like it. Also you have you ever heard of Street Media TV, George Macon?
Street Media TV, no. I'm gonna have to write some of this stuff down.
Yeah, so he's in the FBA spaces. Like that's like seems like up his alley.
You said Street Media. Hold on, let me get a pen.
Yeah, and there's actually a Jamaican sister who talks about stuff like that. I know two Jamaican channels where they talk about that because they have that issue in Jamaica, big time.
Street Media TV.
Yeah.
I'll check it out. I'll see. Doesn't hurt. I like the AI suggestion. So you said AI can create
So
my
you tell it
story in a
raw,
friendly way.
yeah, right? You tell it raw, and like again, like you don't want to put too much information there. So you want to like give it a good.
Just make bullets, right, straight to the point.
Yeah, but make it kind of lengthy, like a speech. Make it kind of lengthy, but not too long. And then that's part one, and say, all right, AI, convert this into a social media, and like talk to it exactly how you want to talk. Hey, I don't want to be demonetized. I don't want to demonetize somebody else, but I want to tell this story. So can you change these sensitive words into social media friendly, ready style language where I can avoid, being flagged on YouTube or whoever, TikTok, and it'll give it back to you in a friendly way.
Okay, so now say if I do the AI thingy, I gotta look into this. I will, because I like that. I like that advice, because for someone who doesn't have I don't want to say I don't have experience speaking publicly, but I don't have experience speaking publicly about my story, because I didn't just start talking. I only started talking about it till 2021. It was too dangerous to talk about it. So I've spoken. I've taught. I've done things. I've worked and all those things. So it's not about. But when I'm telling something as personal as this, and then I'm dropping names and I'm dropping agencies and I'm dropping all those things, that it makes you kind of a little nervous. So I'm just trying to get. So I think that AI suggestion would probably help me for my situation.
Yeah, I think it really
Thank
would.
you. I really appreciate it. And this is a prime example of how we help each other.
Right. And the thing is, you're gonna get used to, as you keep putting stuff in there and it's reframing it for you, rewording it, you're gonna get used to the words and how to use it. Like the code words, and then you'll be a pro. You'll be calling up blah 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 blah. And now you can call into like bigger than me. You can call in big podcasts and it'll just go, especially when they get on that topic. Like you could just go and they'll be happy because you're using like social media friendly words, And then your story is like what they, because what you're saying we already believed anyway. Like we just don't have no proof. We don't have nobody to brave enough to talk about it. So you're actually one of the ones who are brave enough to talk about it. Now we got to break on how it's being said.
Right. Right. I agree totally.
Yeah, because I always knew I teach over here at the Black Panthers ain't shit. So I always knew that. Like that's a garbage organization. It was like, and even like my chat might disagree with me, but you know, like I did enough research to know that, and even without knowing what you know, I did on what I see and what they do. Overall, it wasn't it. It wasn't it. We had better armed organizations that was about that life, and they actually did real things and made real differences in Black America. And the FBI tried to infiltrate them and couldn't. That's how tight they were. They didn't get on drugs. They didn't do all that goofy shit. They actually got work done, and nobody know who they are, but we know who the radicals are, and that's what pisses me off. Like we only know about the radical organizations that really did nothing, but the ones who actually made a difference, we know nothing about. So that's what pisses
But
me off.
how do we change that though to have a huge impact on our community? Because if we always seeing the foolishness and the glorifying the gangster life, and then the ones that are not like that are being quiet, how does that help us?
Right. So it takes voices like mine, that's like, and yours, that's like unapologetic, and just tell the hard truth. Like what you're saying today, what you're telling today is a hard truth, right? So people just got to deal with it. You just got to find a better words for it. But you're telling a hard truth that people just got to deal with. I'm doing the same thing. I'm saying things that Black America was always afraid to say. I'm saying Garvey ain't shit. The Black Panthers weren't shit. And people don't want to hear that. I'm saying a lot of people were never shit. They were just, when you look into their history, we really look at the history, you'll see they didn't do anything. It's like, so why are we bragging about people who ain't do shit? You know, so I get people that's called like revolutionary minds. You're like letting people know like the hard truth. Like, hey, look, that wasn't nothing. Let's look at it. And you're doing the same thing. You're coming out saying, no, this stuff is really happening, and parents are really involved, in these organizations that's supposed to be for Black people are involved too. They're not saints just because they're skin folk. They are also enemies. And then you're saying, yeah, and your law enforcement, your politicians, yes, they're all into it. The Epstein thing, the Weinstein thing, all these things ain't just fake news. There's a lot of smoke and fire over there. And look, I'm telling my story. I'm tied to that directly, and people are forced to talk about it and faced with the reality of it. Because some
And I
people
can
don't want
just
to believe.
and I'm not afraid to use names because I know what my experience was like. I know what my experience entailed. And so it's like, and when and I'm trying to bring the people that's moving secretly, harming children, to the light. Like that's my main goal. Like I don't care about being monetized, but I don't want to stop you from being monetized. But I'm not trying to gain anything other than
Well,
people
here's what happened in your
taking
favor.
the veil off of the
So
secrets that's
all
going
right,
on.
right. So let me tell you what happened with you. Like if you successfully take the advice I gave you, and you will be demonetized, but you'll still have a message and you'll have a following. So your followers will make up for the demonetization. Like they will actually support you. They'll hit your Cash App. They'll hit your if you got like a crowdfunding, whatever, GoFundMe, they'll hit that. You know, like they will still support you. You know, even though they can't do it through YouTube. You know, but
No, that's a
they
good
could.
point.
Yeah. So that's what happens because a lot of folks get demonetized, and their supporters just come out their pockets and just support them. Even though I'm monetized, I don't monetize none of my videos. Like none of my live videos are monetized. So everybody who support me, they just do out of their pocket. Like they either super chat or cash app. So YouTube don't give me nothing, zero. Like I could easily show my account. I get $0 from YouTube. All of what I get is from my followers and supporters, even though I'm monetized. So you'll do it the same way. Like you'll get the same financial support to help you with your journey. even though you'll be demonetized, because you will be demonetized talking like that.
Of course I will. Of course. Of course, because nobody wants to actually put a face to the things that are actually happening. They
Right.
can't they I don't what other survivors choose to do with their story, I respect and support that. Whatever they choose to do.
And
I
also,
just choose to put a face to my story because it's a lot of what happened to me that actually happened to me and what I witnessed. A lot of
right.
people dismissive as, like you said you knew about it, but you didn't experience it, right? But you know about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I know about
Because
it.
a lot of people know about it because of their research. Like I didn't have to do any research. I studied my mother.
Right.
I lived in the moment. I lived in the
Like, you
history.
are the
I lived
research.
in it. So I don't have to research. But then when I hear people talk, I guess that's what pushes me. Because when I hear people talk about it, they're telling my story without a face.
Right. Right. And also to help your channel with content, you could do reactions to like similar stories. Like you can do a reaction to like or recap of I'm just throwing stuff out there. The Cassie Diddy. Like you can give a strong reaction to that. Or even the R. Kelly. I'm saying, you can do whatever, whoever. But those are the
No, I
examples. Like,
understand.
yeah, you can do reaction, and this will help you with content keep going to get the hours and whatever you need, to qualify to go live.
Okay.
But my email is for any more suggestions or advice or stuff like that, blackthinktank@yahoo.com.
What's your
Or you could
what is it? What I'm trying to write it
black
down. What do you
think
say?
tank, yeah,
Black think
black
tank
think, yeah, at yahoo.com. That's my email. You can email me there.
at yahoo.com.
Yes, there. And my Gmail is a little bit longer, but it's a
Well, Black
boxing.
Think Tank should work, right?
Yeah. That's good.
All right, I'll Black Think Tank. I'll use that. No, I appreciate you. I appreciate this discussion. It helps me a lot because
Yeah.
I don't want to give up exposing what I
Now,
know and the
right.
intricacies of how these organizations protect
And
each
then
other
last thing is this.
and
Like,
hurt
you're
people.
you're gonna get more hate than you receive love. So you got to mentally
Oh, I
prepare
know. I don't
yourself for
give a
that.
shit about that. I've been
Okay,
hated all my
all right.
life.
I'm about to say because you're
I've been
gonna
hated
get
all my
doubters.
life.
You're gonna get
Oh my
haters.
God.
You
No.
just be able to welcome all of that and keep pushing. All right, okay,
Okay, so
sis.
you see how the story I was telling you, so I think I'm ready for that.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Yes. All right. So I'm gonna continue with the title so nobody gets upset at me. So sis, yep. So that's the best advice I got for you for your story to be
No, that was
heard the
really good
right way.
advice. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes. All right.
All right.
So you can drop down and that was Tony. All right, great story. I just want the story to be told in front of the right setting. Because when people see my thumbnail, which is the screen, and when people see the title, like they're not prepared for such a detailed description of abuse like that. Like, because even when she threw out the ages, I was this age. I was like, oh shit, I'm not prepared to hear that. Like that is, you know what I mean? I gotta be really mentally receptive. You got some of the stuff you got to coach yourself. Okay, you ready. And when she gave out the ages like that, that's what made me say, oh, okay, hold on. Because those were some young ages. Like, oh, wait, stop right there. I'm mentally not there to receive that right now. Like that's even like crazy to like, try to perceive. You're like, wait a minute, what you say? What age? What? What was going on? And who was involved and who let it? Oh, hell no. Hold, pause that story. That could be for like her own stuff or like Lineage TV, but she would have to get that language right, you know, She got that language right. Once she mastered that language, then she'll be ready to hop on, panels and tell a story. Because people like that have stories to tell, and people usually don't want to listen, right? So I didn't want to come off as one of those people who ain't want to listen. I'm saying, wait. The platform we're using and the verbiage that you're using, it's not gonna work. Like even when I was on TikTok, I was messing up saying certain things. The chat was saying, you gotta say white tea. Like, word, you can't say white people. Like, to me, that sounds crazy. So I'm like, wow, I gotta say white tea? You gotta spell out stuff over there? Yeah, it says if you want to get good at this, go to with the wordplay, go to TikTok. TikTok gonna have you the language you use over there, you'll be ready for any platform. You want to work on social media friendly words? Get a TikTok account. You're gonna learn how to do everything immediately. Yes, I would say go ahead and YouTube, go ahead and IG, go ahead and TikTok. People with similar experiences, and you will see there's a large culture for those type of conversations. I'm telling you, I watched them. I watched people like you tell your stories on YouTube. Like I'm that guy. Like I really, really try to, look into everything where I'm not like in the dark too much about things. Nia Long says she was Caribbean. Post that link. Let me hear that for myself. Somebody said Nia Long was Caribbean. Let me hear that for myself. I want to hear that revelation for myself. If she's Caribbean, post that link where she says it, and then, we know it's true. All right, so Brother Roderick said that he was with you, Tony. We're all with you. All right, so I'm going to get back to topic, if y'all don't mind. I'm going to play. I told Roderick that I was going to break down the whole FBA thing, the lineage thing. So here you go. So Roderick, first I'm going to have Tariq Nasheed break it down because he's the one that coined FBA, Foundation of Black Americans. So you're going to hear from his mouth, and then you're going to hear it. You're going to hear my spin to it, and then you're going to have your own spin. Everybody have their own spin. You don't have to take my understanding verbatim or Tariq's verbatim or whoever, Yvette verbatim. You'll hear what it's about, why it's needed, and then you come to your own conclusion and you tell it the way you can tell it to, your friends and family. That's how that works. All right. Like when I do the whole exonym, endonym thing, like you guys can take that and take it to a whole nother level, explain it way different than myself. Where I'm like, hey, that sounded better. Okay. Yeah, because Foundation of Black Americans, we got think tanks where we come together and brainstorm. Pan-Africans and Tethers, they don't have think tanks. They got stink tanks where they discuss about defeating Rootwork Jones all damn day. All right. Okay. All right. They talk about how they gonna beat up Rootwork Jones. It's like, oh, I gotta also talk about the Uncle Nearest story. I keep wanting to talk about that. The Uncle Nearest Stones, that got to do with, I believe it's Jack Daniels or Hennessy. I don't know why I keep confusing those two. Was it Jack Daniels or Hennessy, the Uncle Nearest story? Jack Daniels, how they stole that brother intellectual properties to come up with $1 billion business, Jack Daniels. All right. Anyway, let's go to lineage. I might switch back to my phone. All right, let's start with this video right here. Oh, let me read some. I got some super chat. Salik Bay 999. I didn't even see that. We got FBA Chosen, $10 super chat. I didn't see that. Super sticker. And then One Power, I seen yours though. $5 for you. Thank you very much. I did see yours. I didn't see the first two. SBA Chosen, I got $10 super sticker, and Salik Bay 999 super that sticker. That's a super chat. Great info. One Up Power says. Oh, am I botching your name? Hold on. One Up Power in you. Oh, that's One Up. I'm bugging. I botched your name. My fault. All right. So this is for Roderick. Delineation. What is that about? So the word delineation or delineate, if you take off the D and the 8, you'll see the word line. So the root word for delineate is line. And we're talking about lineage, lineage. Okay, so FBA represents a direct line to U.S. chattel slavery. That if you have a direct line to U.S. chattel slavery, that means your lineage is of that, and you are FBA ADOS. Any of the terms that relates to those lines that go back to U.S. chattel slavery. It's just that simple, right? And when you want to delineate, all you're saying is our lines cross with other lines. That's not part of our lineage. So too many lineages has crossed paths, right? And we're lumped up with other lineages. And we want to delineate, de-ice. We want to go back to separate the lines, right? And we're saying, hey, those lines don't belong with our lines. Our lines are the color of a green glow. Those other lines are red, black, yellow, all type of stuff. That's not our line. So we're detangling the lines. That's all. We're saying this line doesn't belong with ours. Our lineage is over here. That lineage is over there. So it's not like we're making the lines disappear or we hate those lines. We're just saying color green stays with color green, color red stays with color red. That's all. And the lines all can exist together. They just can't cross each other. It makes a big knot. And the knots are confusions. That's confusion. Gigi says crack damn near destroyed a whole generation. Exactly. And that's why this is big news. Like none of us knew how involved Jamaicans were, in the crack epidemic. So I'm gonna watch that video a few times over because y'all might see me play it again. And just because something is played over doesn't mean we're not live. We're still live. I'm just replaying a video. Like I might replay Tariq Nasheed, a trademark, like explain that all over. That's because we get new subscribers on a regular basis, or everybody don't watch the same video. Some people are available today that's not available tomorrow. So it's smart to that's how you educate. You play it over, you say it over, where it becomes normal. Everybody know what it is, and we could, educate on something else. Okay, so let's get to, so that's what delineate means. That's all. You're just separate your line from the knot of all lines that's not with yours. I'm not you, you're not me, but we're cool. There's nothing bad or nothing good out of that.
Trolling means I'm beating you, sir, and I accept it. I accept premise. You white supremacists? Talk to me, Walker. The white supremacists, talk to me.
Yeah,
live in my neighborhood. I don't live. I don't. Of you white supremacist males standing around staring at. We got a lot of people in here. But yeah, if the IQs are lower, if our IQ, like for example, we have African genetics. Yeah, we never deny that. Yeah, we got African genetics, but it's so damn vague. And people start trying to make up stuff. Well, y'all, everybody, you niggas are from Nigeria. No, Nigeria didn't exist 400 years ago. we're not sure what part of West Africa.
Oh, hold on. Before I get far with that, let's go to the 4-H's. I hate when they try to. The only thing about some of these AIs, you ask about something that's totally by itself, and they would tie it into your other research. Like, yeah, I'm not trying to tie that in, man. What are you doing? And Gemini has a history of doing that. That pisses me off. Like, yeah, I'm not trying to tie that into paper genocide. Why are you trying to do it? Okay, so the 4-H's were a clinical branding campaign used by the Centers for Disease Control. So the CDC. So don't blame. You have a lot of tethers like stupid peas that try to blame Tariq Nasheed about the 4-H's. Tariq Nasheed is repeating what the Center for Diseases or Center for Disease Control said. The CDC is something they came up as the 4-H is something the CDC came up with in the early 80s. Two categories, those at high risk for what we now call HIV AIDS. Okay, this ain't Tariq Nasheed, stupid peas and you tethers. This is the CDC in the early 80s. So as this was hitting us, affecting our community, the crack epidemic at the same time. So we're facing tough HIV issues and now the crack epidemic, same time. They're overlapping. While it was presented as a public health tool, in reality, it functioned as a social kill list that used medical data to justify the exclusion of specific populations. So here we are. The 4 groups were HO, same 11 people. Oh, hemophiliacs. Okay. Haitians. Okay, got it. Heroin addicts, and the one you forgot, Ron, hemophiliacs. Here's the brutally honest breakdown of how the categories were used as a weapon of state and social control. So the people who love each other, love themselves. Okay. The moral target. In 1981, the disease was first called GRID. Shay, with a G instead of the SH, related immune deficiency. Wow. The brutal truth. By labeling the virus Shay, the government gave the general public a moral out. Since it was viewed as a lifestyle disease, politicians, including the Reagan administration, felt comfortable ignoring it for years. Damn, Reagan, you tied to this and the crack epidemic. The result, because it was branded as an identity-based illness rather than a virus, damn, funding for research was stalled while the death toll skyrocketed. It was effectively a silent state sanction thinning of the Shay population, or the rainbow population. Hey, yo, I'm gonna tell you right now, when Republicans are in office and there is a virus going on, they're gonna always botch it because they are the most conspiracy theories on earth, right? Because they're so religious. God will never allow a pandemic, epidemic, or no way, it has to be a lifestyle. The crack epidemic, that's a lifestyle. You chose to smoke crack. There's no way the CIA and the Jamaicans came together to that's so. I'm not surprised that it was ignored under the Reagan administration. Haitians, the scientific racism target. Haitians were the only group on the list defined by nationality, race, rather than a specific behavior. The brutal truth. This was a textbook case of, look, it's trying to, don't, it's trying to tie it into what I hate when it does that. I got to tell it, hey, don't tie in 1983, the CDC listed Haitians as a risk group because of a small cluster of cases among immigrants. Tariq was not lying. They came here as immigrants with HIV. They ignored the fact that these individuals had the same risk behaviors, unprotected sex, needles as anyone else. The consequence, this label destroyed Haiti's tourism industry from down 80% 1 year and led to Haitian-only bans on blood donation and employment. In the early 90s, the U.S. even held HIV-positive Haitian refugees in a prison camp at Guantanamo Bay, treating their nationality as a biological threat. Damn. Heroin addicts, I ain't got to read that. You already know what that is. Hemophiliacs, these are the people who are receiving blood blood donations. Okay. So that's all. So I just want to show that this was not something made up by Tariq Nasheed. This was not a xenophobic rant. He's talking about something that the CDC said existed, right? And I want to know how did Haitians get involved? I want to know this. Uh, God damn, that's tight. I know. I put an L. I know. Okay. I want to know how the Haitians even get involved. Why their name out of everybody? If everybody's affected, why the Haitians got singled out? The history of how HIV moved from Africa to the Western Hemisphere is a story of post-colonial migration and silent circulation. Here's the distinct breakdown of the facts regarding the Haitian connection to the epidemic. How the virus moved from Africa to Haiti. That's what I want to know. The bridge between Africa and Haiti was built by Haitian professionals, teachers, doctors, and engineers in the 1960s. The Congo connection, when the Democratic Republic of the Congo, formerly Zaire, gained independence from Belgium in 1960, most Belgian professionals fled. The United States and UNESCO recruited French-speaking not black, how they do, French-speaking Haitian professionals to fill the void. Thousands of Haitians moved to the Congo to work in the 1960s. The return genetic mapping indicates that HIV-1 subtype B jumped from Central Africa to Haiti around 1966 or 1967. Damn, it's way before the 80s. It is believed that a small number of these returning professionals unknowingly brought the virus back to the island. How? Because the virus was in Haiti for nearly 15 years before it was medically discovered in 1981, it had time to establish a diverse genetic foothold there before moving elsewhere. Damn, so they were dealing with HIV in the 1960s. Sheesh. Was the Haitian population more affected? In the early 1980s, the perception of high infection among Haitians was based on a cluster of cases in Miami and New York rather than the entire national population. Urban versus rural. Prevalence was not uniform in the late 1980s. Studies showed that HIV prevalence among healthy urban adults in Haiti was about 8% to 11%, while rural areas remained much lower, around 3%. Comparison. While these numbers were high compared to the general U.S. populations at the time, they were similar to or even lower than infected rates in major Central African cities like, okay, so there you go. So there you go. So yeah, so per capita, y'all want to talk about per capita. Per capita, Haitians were 3 times, almost 4 times infected with HIV more than anybody in America. You dig? So that's why they got the stigma. There you go. I don't gotta. I'll read the rest later. But that is why, that's so. There's smoke. When there's smoke, there's fire. There you go. There you go. So now we can explain why it was. It doesn't mean that was right. It just means that that there was some fire there. Okay. So I wanted to know that for sure. All right. Let's get back to the video unless I had something else. Oh, so it's a lot to cover. All right. Let's get back to the video.
Where our genetics came from. It's so vague. And you do a DNA test, they got our genetics all over Africa. I got genetics in Mozambique and just all over the place. Then some in Europe, then a little trace over there in Asia, then some traces here with some Native American tribes. So our stuff is all over the place. So genetics don't really determine anything like that. Genetic, that's good for finding out if you the daddy of some hood rat's kid, that's what DNA is really, really good for. Yeah.
Yo, mic check. Okay, I can hear.
But lineage is documented and traceable. You see, that connects you to an identifiable ancestor who lived through a specific national history. So like a person from Liberia, they might share some genetic ancestry with foundational Black Americans, but their family tree does not really trace back consecutively. So that you're going to be ineligible for reparations. See, reparations, it's lineage based. It's not based on DNA similarity. Like, look, again, I got alleged Nigerian DNA, genetics. I can't get shit out of no Nigeria. I can't go over there talking about, hey, let me in. Get out of here, nigga. We can't get nothing over there. No. You understand? That's how that works. See? Yeah, people always talking about all of this genetic we have here in West Africa and East Africa and all that. We can't get shit over there. We can't even get citizenship because we don't have a lineage with them. We have genetics, but not a lineage. Same thing going the opposite way. A person from Liberia, they might have some FBA genetics, but you don't have the lineage. You see? See, lineage, that connects you to political claims. Genetics, that connects you to like biological clusters. So lineage gives you a legal and a moral claim to compensation. That's why Native American tribes, they don't go by DNA. Native American tribes, they don't really go by DNA. They go by lineage. They go by the paperwork. See, lineage, that involves cultural, legal, geographic continuity. See, there has to be a continuity there. See, genetics don't do that. So a Liberian with some FBA genetics, but they grew up under a different government, a different culture, and a different legal system. See, that's different. You weren't classified as Negro in the United States. You weren't subjected to Jim Crow, redlining, COINTELPRO. So you got a whole different experience. You see, genetic similarities, that's common, but lineage is very exclusive. Lineage is, because white people got African DNA. Yeah, you got white people who got some traces of Nigeria or whatever, or the area that became Nigeria. That don't mean anything. You see, the reparations, that's owed to a specific group, not everybody with distant DNA ties. You see, and people trying to claim FBA reparations based on genetics. That's just like some of them white supremacists trying to claim Native American land rights just because some DNA markers might hit here or there. You see, and here's the thing. Listen, if you have to immigrate here, you are not FBA. We could just make it real simple. If you had to immigrate to the United States, you are not a foundational Black American. because that means there was not any continuity culturally there. So if you went to Liberia, or your family went to Liberia in the 1800s and stayed there for over a century, whatever, you had an ethnogenesis over there. And then in turn, you had to come over here, but you had to go through an immigration process. You were not FBA. You had an ethnogenesis, just like with us.
No.
They say we came from West Africa. Well, then we don't get nothing from West
Stop the
Africa.
cap.
We had an ethnogenesis. So we got to all put all of that in perspective. Oh, goodness. I'm not bushmeat barrister. Lord, I don't want to hear bushmeat barrister babble. Let me see. Let me get this brother here. Your mama said, hey. Let's get him. Let's get your mama said, hey. What's going on? Your mama said, hey. And unmute your microphone, sir. Unmute your microphone, sir. All right, your mama said, hey, you're not saying nothing. All right, so let me get you out of here. Oh, brother, right when I was pushing the button to get you out of here, now you're going to speak. My bad. Right when I was pushing that button on him. All right, y'all got to make it quick. When y'all come in here, y'all got to make it quick, ladies and gentlemen. All right, y'all raise your hands. Raise your hands. Let's get, let me see. Because I kind of want to get some new faces up in here. Let me see. Y'all raise your...
Hi, that's your guy. You want him to get reparations.
I'm up out of here. Can't do that. They try to play little word games. All right. Oh, in the building.
To sports, we dominate.
Yes, indeed, my man. I appreciate you. Thank you. See, that's what kills me when the white supremacists come in talking about IQ and all that old shit. Well, damn it.
Everybody worried about you being a leader, but it's kings in every part of this lineage.
Oh, yeah.
So, we just got to keep
doing that on purpose. They're putting a small needle in the hay.
These other groups. No, dude, it's not white supremacy. It's the Zionists, dude. Oh, Mickey. What's up?
Getting our reparations.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Or different type of, let's say, political action committees that we should have.
Accuracy and recognition. You understand? If we're going to start talking culture, we're going to start putting all of the culture up on the damn chalkboard to claim, then you've squandered your lineage. You've become non-existent. You've made yourself invisible for every... I'm not like, F y'all niggas. It ain't like that. Us just appreciating our lineage is us appreciating and recognizing our lineage and making sure that like our brother Salon said, the integrity of it is there. Because if you open your lineage for everybody to claim, then you've squandered your lineage. You've become non-existent. You've made yourself invisible. You understand? And that's what they do with us. They've been making us invisible using these terms that disempowers us, because they use terms like colored and Negro and Black and African American. Anybody can be a damn African American. Anybody who comes over here from Africa or the Caribbean is an African American. Kamala Harris is an African American. Elon Musk is an African American. That's a very disempowering term. We've used it, because it was something that was already in the public lexicon. But when we start using common sense, and I got the game from not Neely Fuller, but Claude Anderson. That's who I really got the game from. He was telling us we need to stop using that term African American. We need to stop that bullshit. Claude Anderson was telling us this. This is why I stopped using it. That term, that erases you. And we had to stop doing stuff like that. You are a distinct ethnic group. You are a very unique ethnic group. You should be treated as such. Yeah? You should be treated as such, and we should treat ourselves as such. We are an exceptional damn people. And when you study history, because I'm a historian, I study history and I study all of our stuff. And when I start looking at our history here, that makes me very proud and empowered. I'm telling you, once you start learning the history of your people and the resilience that we have, and just really, really getting into what they were doing here, because what they do in the schools, they always got us looking over to Africa, which is cool. But they got us focused on that. They got African studies. They don't have a problem with you learning about Africa. They're like, yes, we'll give you all the money for an African studies class. Yep. Yeah, Wakanda, Egypt, in Africa, Africa, Africa. They don't have a problem with that. And I wonder why. I'm like, hey, the white supremacists, they don't mind pushing Africa. They really don't mind. But the minute you start talking about what you were doing here, I noticed they got nervous. Every time you start talking about, well, you know what? I just read some documents and there was a lot of black people over here and we've been here for a long time. Oh, that's not peer reviewed information. It's not peer reviewed. We got to really take it with a grain of salt. And everything was all dismissive. And also, when you start looking at research, I'm like, hey, how come they don't really show all the archaeological digs in North America? When you start asking questions, y'all notice that? They'll show archaeological digs all over the place, but they never show them over here. They don't show you archaeological digs in North America. They act like shit wasn't nothing here until Columbus. They don't never show you the archaeological digs in North America. You know why? Because they start digging up niggas. That's why. When they get to digging, you pulling niggas up out the ground. That's why they don't say nothing. When back in the day, they would do DNA tests on some of those, quote, Indian cemeteries and find out they were Negro, and they get real quiet about the shit. Down there in Brazil, when they dug up them old ancient bones, the oldest bones, and they said, we're going to do a reconstruction of what they look like, a black-ass woman. Oops, shit. No, we ain't. Let's be quiet about that. Uh-oh. We can't say too much about that out loud, you see. So, yeah, I noticed when we start talking about what was going on here, everybody want to change the subject. And also, when we start talking about what foundational Black Americans did and what we were doing out of slavery, see, this is why when we do the next Hidden Colors, we're going to have to get into some of the stuff we were doing that's never taught right here on this soil. How resilient we were, and they were giving us trash and we knew how to flip it. We could just flip stuff as foundational Black Americans. That's the great thing about us. That's that Majara spirit, that spirit of creation. We can create certain things. And I always talk about the Civil War, the troops left those instruments down in New Orleans, those Civil War instruments, you know, the military, they have bands. So they left those instruments down in New Orleans. The FBA brothers and sisters picked them up and created jazz. Yeah? Little shit like that. They put brothers out there to work on the railroads and they started making railroad songs with harmonicas and banjos. And the songs were mimicking the sounds of the trains. That became country music. You see? We take something and flip it and turn it into gold. We're like alchemists, man. Back when Black folks had the juke joints and the honky tonks, they would give them old pianos. They would give them pianos that damn near wouldn't work. Just give them.
Can't change that by wine. Yeah, they got this thing where, boy, you get caught doing shit, like just like with the Akata thing. They always make excuses for that. They never, you notice, they never take accountability for that. It's always, that's a Yoruba word. The Yoruba, they do it over there. Well, Akata is not a bad word. It just means a.
These people are antagonizing
Indigenous pop off even harder, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, a lot of these dudes. Well, who is this? People still trying to get on. Yeah, y'all. I want y'all to understand something. They're helping. Yeah, so Sister Sweet said it. Do y'all know some of these angry plebiscite babblers are actually helping to spread delineation? Let them keep talking. Because people, listen, you got to respect people. I have a respect for the public. I have a respect for black people. Black people are not dumb. I know that.
All right, 1 second, family. I'm gonna switch to my phone. Give me 1 second. All right, 1 second. My family. So the topic, don't forget the topic is delineation. Okay, right now. And why is FBA necessary? Why is it necessary to take on the name FBA or names alike for the same reasons? Why is it necessary to come with delineated names for the lineage? Whether it's FBA, Solon, Friedman, Adolf, why is it necessary to come up with a delineated name for foundational Black Americans? Right. So that's what we're talking about. Okay. And obviously, if I'm live 3-4 hours longer, you feel me? I'm going to replay that Jamaican, the whole documentary over again. If you know, what I mean, if I'm live that long. Somebody hit the link. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. Let me get to this video. Let me get to this video. What's this video called? Why this? Yeah, so later, like around 4 p.m., if I'm still live, I'm gonna replay the Jamaican thing for those who are coming in after work. All right. But somebody had just, I'm not sharing my screen either, so I'm glad that happened. Okay. 1 second. We got chat in the building. Yeah, once you're ready, once you're off mic, chat, once you unmute it, let us know.
Yeah, great minister of lineage. How art thou?
Yeah, that'd be so funny, yo.
But yo, I jumped up here to I want to commend you for your strength yesterday and withholding on people yesterday.
Okay, thank you.
Yo, you did a real good job yesterday because I'm glad you didn't keep the link up there because I was spazzing when dude got up here yesterday and said that there was trains here
Oh
before
my
the
God,
Europeans got here.
bro, the dude said they were trains. Bro, what? Come on, man. What I'm gonna do with that, bro?
I'm surprised you even tried to let him walk himself out of the corner he just put himself in. And then you broke it down how you need steel mills, how you need this, you need that in
Right,
order
cool. All
for
that
the
stuff, yeah.
train. Yeah, oh yeah, coal mines. And then he did agree with you without agreeing with you, but he just changed the
Right,
subject.
bro.
But
Now, what
also,
I'm gonna do with that?
yeah. But also, why delineation is important onto the subject today? Well, because like how I look around at these um HBCUs and how these people are how these tethers are double dipping. For example, I saw somewhere last year where they were giving away a Juneteenth scholarship. I forget what school. Don't give me the line, but they had a Nigerian girl writing an essay about Juneteenth, and it's like
Really?
how is this even possible?
They
And
did?
and then all and then also they have also certain scholarships that these talents can get that we can't get.
Right.
So that's why delineations are important. And I think I've been going on get with people who's involved with universities to let them know that we got to shut that loophole down.
It's funny because we talked about that on TikTok actually, the double dipping, me and Lena, in a in great depth. So I'm a if I get time, I'm gonna read on that right there, that double dipping. Then I will play our conversation. It's pretty good. Lena came on TikTok. Yep, that right there, man. That and they will say, "Hey, niggas, we're doing better than you." It's like, well, for one, you got more chances than us. We only got the only thing we can do is the generic um, scholarships, like everybody else, the generic stuff that they can do. But then,
The
like you said,
Pell
but
Grant,
then
and you're lucky if you get the United Legal College for now because there's a bunch of tethers in there.
And then, like, yes, that's another thing. Like, these things are for us, and we gotta share it with you. And then there are things just for you, that scholarships just for you that we have no access to. So you can double dip, triple dip, quadruple dip, but all we can do is singular dip. And you're comparing when you finally get through, you're comparing yourself with us. And that's why we're saying, okay, cool. Now you're gonna single dip too, because we're delineating.
And also, and all that comparison, and then just like the thing you played with Stu Peas where you kept calling dude a fiend yesterday.
Right. You
Stuff
see that,
like,
right?
and that panel should have shut that down.
Bruh, they let him
They should
supposed
have
to be
gave him one
FBA.
warning. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Hey, bro, yeah, these are people. I'm just gonna give the background. The channel is ran by people who's supposed to be FBA. And Stu Peas, you saw he's coming. Stupid Peas, straight Jamaican, and look at the disrespect he had for people who are FBA or ADOS. Like, look at the hatred. Called them names, cussed them out, and they allowed that, and then justified it. Well, these two don't like each other. And the other guy never fed for that. He never like hurled back insults. Like he kept it really playing. Like he kept it to the topic.
And he only shut him down with straight facts.
Right. That's it. And then he goes to fact check it because they were disagreeing on some part. So he went to go to Wikipedia for the tiebreaker, and he got hounded for going to the tiebreaker. Oh, Wikipedia. It's like, so you don't want to get to the truth? You just want to hurl insults on Yvette Carnell and himself and whoever else? It's like, so you don't want no truth. You just want to yell your truth. That's the tether, and I said so.
And also, I don't want to hear anything coming out of the continent about delineation, about everything that's going on in the continent right now.
Oh yeah.
In every country around the continent, they're kicking out people who are not who is not from that country.
That is
And
hilarious.
I don't hear people over here talking about it enough.
At all.
And I really don't hear them complaining over there because they still over there busy complaining about us delineating.
Yeah, these clowns topics are still FBA with all that going on in South Africa and these guys topics are still FBA. Yep, Ghana, all that going on. These guys topics are still FBA. Some weird people, bro.
But oh yeah. Oh, thank you for recapping that thing about the Jamaicans and the crack epidemic.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna play it again a couple hours later for those getting off work. I gotta play it again. And also I'm trying to memorize it, so I gotta play it again. I'm trying to get that thing down packed.
Where do you announce when? Where do you announce when you're going on TikTok at?
I did it on a community post on YouTube community post.
All right. I have to make sure. I have to make sure I look for that because I'll be missing those.
Yeah, so I will because you can't do visuals there that I know of, sharing the screen. So I will probably be doing. You know what? Maybe I'm thinking about because I was going to play Tariq Nasheed videos and then do the breakdown, delineation, all these things. I'm thinking about maybe I should say that for TikTok, like all the talking. I should say for TikTok.
Show.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna do that. I think I'm gonna play these videos about delineating, from Tariq Nasheed perspective, and then once I'm done with that, close the live out, go to TikTok, and then because I'll just be talking anyway, right? So just go to TikTok and try to get the TikTok account going. Because like
I
even if
was
nobody show up, I can always replay that over here.
yeah. Yeah, true indeed. And also what you call it was really cooking today. He had a live, he was cooking talking about the Supreme
Who's that?
Court, Dave Anderson.
Okay. What was the topic there?
He hold up. He was basically talking about the Supreme Court and the black church. You know,
Okay.
the Supreme Court decision that came down yesterday. And he was getting on the left side for what they don't do for us. And then he was getting on the black church for helping the left side, with the weapons of mass distraction.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, I'll send you the link if I can find it.
Yeah. Now that's the content that should be around YouTube, not that TikTok stuff. Yeah, I don't like that TikTok stuff, man. They just be creating up panels with tethers and FBAs just throw rocks at each other. Like I don't like that, and I don't think we should be really entertained by that. Like we are too grown, too mature. Because think about it, when they erased the mature crowd, like the older crowd, what usually springs up? Drill rap, these crazy YNs, the gangs. It was Black Panthers ran by the
Who's
mature
snitching
crowd.
on who?
Right, they got rid of them,
Meg Thee
and
Stallion,
now
Clay, whatever his name, break up.
yeah. This was, but it's going to be talked about in the FBA circles under the brand FBA title, but this messy stuff will be discussed because this is who's taking over the spaces. Like they're just having pissing contests right now. They just FBAs versus tethers, and they just yelling. I try to listen to the join, but it was so toxic. I'm like, I can't. Like nobody's gonna care what I gotta say. Like even if it's valuable, nobody cares because they just throwing rocks at each other. They're giving tethers a platform to just say the most disrespectful things. So I'm like, yeah, nobody's really here to learn. It's just like dissing each other, like battle rap.
For example, everybody should take a page from the Dave Anderson and Frank Zanu debate.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that we're like people are watering down the seriousness of the message, which is delineate reparations. So everything we're spreading awareness for, like to get unsuspected Black Americans into this, what we're doing, we're trying to reach them. Actually, we're talking to ourselves enough to reach them, the ones that don't know about delineation and reparations. We're trying to reach them ultimately before these guys do. So now I see why some Black Americans see us as a cult, because who's getting to them first are the radicals. This pissing contest, they're getting to them first. So by the time we get to them, we're already painted as a cult, a hate group, xenophobic. I see why they're saying that now. When I'm on TikTok, I'm like, yo, y'all ain't even trying to like do nothing. So when you say about the Dave Anderson show, that's the things we need to be on, like education. I see Afro-Elite, I see Jason Black, Dennis Perler. Like that's the message I need to reach the people who are the Black Americans who are unknowing of what we're doing.
Dennis
We're trying to
Perlin
get
be
to them.
going in sometime though.
Yeah, we're trying to get to them. We're trying to get to them before these TikTokers that just messy as hell and just like trying to ruin it.
All
like,
they want to do is call names
but listen, look at the media. This is what the media has always done. The media is going to say FBA and they're going to play that shit before CNN or Fox News. They're going to play that stuff. And they're going to say, this is FBA. Now, all of us under the name FBA going to be screwed. You're going to see this show being called Freeman News and Updates because they're going to taint the name so badly. White people is going to associate FBA with the TikTokers, and put a big stain on what we're doing. And then everybody who say they're FBA is going to be lumped up with the TikTokers. Watch.
Hold on. hold on. Let me look something up real quick.
I seen this play happen before. I'm old enough to see it over and over and over. That's how they was able to like neutralize the Nation of Islam and all their effects and what they had going on. They showed the radicals of them, like Dr. Khalid Muhammad, name dropping. They would show his antics and the stuff he said. The white man is the devil. Like they'll play him over Phil Donahue and everything else, and have him be the representative of the Nation of Islam, although they kicked him out. So they're gonna do that the same thing.
He was kicked out by the time he got to Donahue, or like when he was rolling with Ice Cube and all that.
Yeah, no, he was out. You could tell by the people supporting him. There's a bunch of Pan-Africans in there in the crowd supporting him.
I didn't. Well, I was too young to realize all the intricacies of that at the time.
Yeah, he did really good on Phil Donahue, but look what Phil Donahue did. Phil Donahue just played him when he was radical. He said, so basically, you're coming here all nice and you professional, but look how you really are. And he just played him, behaving like a fool.
Mm.
And that's what they're gonna do with us with these TikTokers. They're gonna say, you're FBA, huh? Well, how you address this? You're gonna have some TikTokers, you stupid effing tether, and all this type of stuff.
Or they'll show the reverse. They'll put somebody up there who incites that type of rage, and then they'll clip that part, but they won't clip the part where the person, antagonized them.
Right. They're gonna do stuff like that. But even then, like the language and like the angle they're coming with is so toxic. It's like, yo, you can't even like nothing that Tether said could have warranted that. It's like, dude, you just did the most just now.
No, because
most.
Because all he did was prove you wrong, and you just got your feelings hurt.
Right. It's getting out of control. I'm telling you, I see how it's gonna be framed against us and make us look like a hate group. And like they got to be called out. Like, yo, y'all off code, man. Like y'all really wilding right now. Y'all treating this like it's just content. Like our movement is just content. It ain't nothing to be taken seriously. Because it's like double dutch. When I listen to those TikTok shows, when I'm in watching it, trying to join, I be trying to see where can I jump in at? Like at what point I hear a Tether talking, I'm like, okay, when can I join in and jump? Get my jump rope on. But the Tether is just saying a bunch of ridiculous stuff. Like it's nothing to rebut. He just said a bunch of disrespectful. Like what can I say to that? He just calling his name, saying we ain't do nothing. We're dumb. We're lazy. It's like, oh man, y'all let him say that. Like what can I say to that? Because he made it clear he's not trying to engage. He just wants to be disrespectful.
Yeah. What you call it? He talked about a very good thing about Vernon Johns today. Do you know who Vernon Johns was?
No, Vernon, no.
You put me up on game about Vernon Johns. Vernon Johns was a preacher from the South, and he talked about black group economics. You talked about protecting ourselves. He used to walk around with a gun. And
what year was this?
Don't give me the line. The year. Let's see, 47. From 47 to 52.
Okay, 1947. Okay. And you said for the South? It's the South?
From Montgomery, Alabama, the Dexter Avenue Baptist Church.
Okay.
And
all right.
he was too radical for them. So
For the
so so
church.
the deacon for the church, yeah, the deacon
Okay.
board kicked him out, and then that's when they brought in a young MLK where they could polish and mold him so that his message would be more acceptable to the masses.
Yeah, yeah, because you got to understand, like sometimes messages are just out of season, and it'll get you deleted. So I heard people say in the chat, like, "Hey, I wish this delineation thing was 40 years ago." No, because it wouldn't have worked. It would have flopped. Like we were not ready 40 years ago. So sometimes a good message ain't good out of season.
Yeah, just like Vernon Johns was way too ahead of his time.
Yeah, yeah. So those messages, if it's allowed to go and not be suppressed, you can cause a massive deletion.
Mm-hmm.
Get a thousand. You know what I mean? You get 1,000 people deleted. Now what?
Let's see. Let's see. 40 years
Because
ago was the 80s.
people
Yeah.
people
If somebody would have tried that in the 80s, especially at the height of FBA's over here, trying to get South Africa out of apartheid, you'd have got shouted
right.
out of existence.
Yeah. That was not working. Yeah, like I said, like you said, they was trying to do the kumbaya thing, and man, you'd have been all by yourself.
Look at Claude Anderson. That's what he was at. That's exactly what he was preaching.
Yeah.
Around that time.
Nah, that was way later. That was 2000s. So
that was 2000. I could have swore that was like the 80s, 90s.
Nah. When he got popular, when he hit, because you can say what you want to say. If nobody knows the message. When he got popular, it was around the 2000s. Like when the masses start to hear who he was, it was around the 2000s. And even then, to go to your point, even then we weren't listening like that. Because he was saying what we're saying now then in the 2000s when he did the Powernomics. Like when he caught on fires when he did Powernomics.
Yes. Oh, yes. That much I remember.
Yeah, that's 2001. Okay, so when he did it, it didn't get hot until about 2005, 2007, and maybe even later. Because look at Hidden Colors. He didn't. I can say this. He didn't get known until Hidden Colors. Now a nerd like me knew who he was because I used to watch all that shit. So I knew who Dr. Umar was too. But the masses, the nation didn't know who Dr. Clark Anderson was. When I was playing his Powernomics in these barbershops, they didn't know who the hell he was, man. So he didn't really get known until Hidden Colors.
Even with Hidden Colors, it was a while before it hit because I used to tell people about it, and people used to look at me like I had three heads. But yeah. Let me get ready to get out of here. I got to jump on. I just wanted to put you on Vernon Johns because I know you're gonna look it up later.
Yes, sir. Yes, I am. Of course. All right, let me see what this guy's about. Yeah. Because sometimes
all right. Peace to the chat. Peace to Donnie. Peace to Fresh always. Peace to Taya. Y'all have a good one. I'll see you later, Ron.
Peace. Yeah. So what I'm trying to point out is that just because somebody got a gun and saying some reckless stuff doesn't mean he's down. Because in that case, look at all these crazy ass gun clubs now that's in the black community. They out of their mind. You dig? These Black Panthers type things. Like, okay, they got a gun, they're yelling. That don't mean they're down. That means they're crazy and they're off code. Yeah. So that's the thing. Like, see, when people hold guns up and go crazy, like Pan-Africans love that because they think this is the revolution. We're gonna go to Africa now. Like, so they always praise stuff like that. It's like, nah, like Black Americans, we are a lot smarter. When y'all really learn how outnumbered we were in these communities, especially down south, when y'all see how we were outnumbered, like that's just suicide. So you want to go gun for gun? Like we tried that in Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma. What happened? Like it started off by going gun to gun. Like it was a riot. Like we had guns, they had guns, and then they had the gun. And then what happened shortly afterwards? It was gun on gun, and then it was white tea people coming from everywhere to join white tea people that was there. and then the American government, then the planes. And what happened? We had guns. We were shooting back. Okay, that's what happens. They got the reinforcement. And they got the planes and everything. So that Pan-African way is not the way. Now, of course, you're gonna defend yourself. You ain't got nobody smack you up. You're gonna bring out your gun and do what you gotta do. But I'm saying to act like we're gonna take over America. Okay. With the GUN, okay. All right, I'll look out my window. Go ahead. Go ahead. Let me see how far you get, bro. But I want to look up him. I want to see what he's talking about in specific. All right, so let me go ahead and play. We're talking about delineation. Why is it important for us to come up with a name for our lineage that's separate for names that are tied to recent immigrants?
Black people know when somebody's lying. So when these fools out here lying their asses off, they're like, wait a minute, what they lying for? That makes people want to go look for the truth. And then when they look for the truth and say, oh, that's what FBA is. Hell, I'm FBA. That's all. That happens all the time. People hit me up. They're like, man, there was some fools somewhere on a YouTube video lying their ass off, and I looked up what FBA mean. I'm like, hell, I'm FBA. Yeah. They're like, I looked it up, and I'm like, FBA, that makes a lot of sense. That makes all the sense in the world. Yeah. That doesn't bother me. People know these fools are lying, and then when they try to discredit me, that's a desperation play. That's a major desperation play, and it fails, and it's going to always fail, because the thing is, you can't try to attack me as a leader if I've never claimed to be the leader. That's what's messing you up. In order to attack somebody as a leader, they have to claim that. I've never claimed that because I'm not. That's why it always falls flat, no matter how long you whine, how hard you cry, that shit is going to fall flat. There is no leader of a lineage. The lineage is the lineage, and it's been collectively defined, and people are acting on the collectively defined definition, which is a lineage. When you're saying foundational, you're talking about people whose lineage goes to the beginning of this country. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. And that's the new norm. And all of these people whining, they're promoting delineation better than I could ever do. All right, let me see who else we got in here. Yeah, it's a logic term. It is a logic term. It's logic. You understand? You're just putting foundational on the Black American, because we're already Black American, and when you put foundational on it, you're just letting people know which Black Americans you're talking to. You're talking to the ones who got a national origin on this land. Only one group of Black people have a national origin in the United States. Only one group of Black people. That's foundational Black American. That's all we're saying. You can't change that by whining and get mad. Just like earlier, the Haitian tether called up mad and musty, cursing, and look, the fish mouth tether. Yeah, that's not gonna, you being a fish mouth angry tether, that's not gonna change anything. My lineage still goes to the beginning of this country. That's the great thing about us, ladies and gentlemen. We can go somewhere and point to some tombstones that go to the 1700s on this land. No amount of anger, arguing, lying, bickering is going to move them damn tombstones, ladies and gentlemen. You feel me? I ain't got nothing to argue about. Yeah, all that ain't going to move them tombstones. Yeah, our family is up in here centuries deep, and yours ain't. You see? I don't get nigga. We're all from Africa, nigga. Yeah. Everybody's from Africa, but everybody ain't foundational. I hate you, niggas. I hate you. But when we stand on lineage business, boy, they just crash out. That bubbles up their insecurities. All that bubbles up their insecurities, major. Yeah, you and I, we're all African, dude. We predate the title of African over here in America. We predate that, like I keep telling y'all. See, this is why history and knowing your history is very important. Nobody over here on this land called themselves an African until the 1770s. We were black way before then. Both sides. Because family, they were calling the natives black and the imported people black. This is very well documented. Very well documented, especially the Portuguese. Remember, when they got over here, the Portuguese and the Spanish, they had us in two categories. They had Negros of Guinea, which is the black people that were from Africa, and there was another name I want y'all to look up, Negros de Terra. Look up the name Negros de Terra. You'll see this if you do some research and look in colonial documents from the 1500s and shit like that throughout the America, especially down in Brazil and places like that. Because remember, the Spanish were here first. The Spanish Europeans came before the English Europeans. Yeah, they would call the natives here Negros de Terra, meaning blacks of the land. Look up that term. That's in a whole bunch of documents. Negro de Terra. Blacks of the land. That's what they would, and they would separate the two. The blacks from Africa, the blacks from here. And they just kind of put everybody together. And then Negro became a catch-all term for Africans and the Native Americans. This is very well documented. Go get the book, Jack Forbes, Africans and Native Americans. He breaks this stuff all the way down. How they were using Negro interchangeably for Africans and Native Americans over here. It was just like literally an interchangeable term. It was a catch-all term. Yeah? Come on now. Man.
Yeah, that was good information because when he said it before, I guess, sometimes guys, we listen to information and you get what you get out of it and you might miss something else. So he was always saying this, and it always just missed me for that reason. So then one time he did a video, because he would always say this, he did a video and it finally hit me. I'm like, and of course I didn't believe it. I'm like, get the hell out of here. I researched it, and it was right there. I'm like, wait a minute. So why do you act dumb? So, my whipping board is my piñata is revenue. So I always try everything out on revenue. Okay. As you do. I'm gonna put them more. No, put them more. There you go. Put more. So I said, let me wait for revenue call in. And I said, I'm gonna try this out on him. But now I packaged it a little different from Tariq. So revenue dumb self called in, man. I cooked them on that. Buying. Are you an Apple now? They always like do something else. It's like, dude, why we gotta go there? I just cooked you on this whole thing, man. It's okay.
And you looked it up on AI? Yeah, look it up. Y'all Google. Yeah, somebody just looked it up on AI. Yeah, look it up. Yeah, y'all, everything I say can be verified. Somebody just verified what I just said. Yeah, Negro de Terra. Yeah, when they came over. That's why you look at them. If you look at early maps, the first maps that they had over here in the 1500s, because, I'm a historian. I done been to museum study, all that shit. In the early maps, all of the natives would be black. Look at them early maps from the 1500s. All the natives would look black. Damn near all the maps. Yeah? y'all go look up maps. Just y'all do your own research. Look up maps from the 1500s and look at how they depicted the natives over here. Everybody ain't damn lying. The natives would be black with damn woolly damn hair. So yeah, they hate to admit that we were here. We were already over here, and then we mixed in with the Africans that were brought over. And then they just use the catch-all term Negro, which is black, which is the word black. Yeah? Man. That's what it is. What was that? He's trying to steal my money in progress. I didn't want to talk. Who was talking? Who are you talking about, brother? He's trying to steal my technical. Who are you talking about, brother? He said somebody's trying to steal some money. Technically right? Technically right. What are you saying, brother? Hop on in, technically right. Mr. Technically right, I would like you to hop on in. I don't know what you're saying in there. I would like you to hop in, sir. Technically right. You got a Finster account, so I can't bring you up. I don't know why. You got some kind of Finster account. You got one of the weird accounts that's hard to bring you up. All right. But make a request, sir. All right. Make a request if you can. All right. Let me see who we got. Hold
on 1 second, family. Okay. Let me do this. Let me do this. One second. Okay, right here.
Jeffrey, let's be honest about it. Black History Month is an American development.
Hold up. Let me fast forward some.
Some African guy is involved in Black History Month now?
No, what it does, we take an idea
All right, so this is going to tie into everything. Watch this.
from them and use all people do that.
Because they're talking about delineating. So this is a real discussion amongst Pan-Africans and tethers. So no, I think only maybe like one person. I don't think nobody here. No, one person at this moment identifies as FBA. I'm not sure if they are, but you had a lot of cosplaying during this. Look how many people. 2, 4, 6, 8, 11 people on the panel. Okay, so they're talking about delineation. So this is a good back and forth for those who are just coming into these spaces to see how these arguments work from people who are on the opposite side, who are detractors, so-called critics, haters.
That's not even an issue. But the whole point, I don't want to make this about Black History Month. I was just using that as a caveat.
No, it's a great example for the overall conversation, though. It is. But go ahead.
Yeah. So because people are distinct, right? They have their own history. They have their own culture. They have their own reasons for why they are the way that they are in every country. So why would our shit?
So you think they celebrate? They think about like when they celebrate Christmas in Egypt, right? Is you thinking like they?
Now that person right there talking, that's a huge. He claims he's Black American, with lineage to U.S. child slavery. But if he is, he's a big coon. I mean, I can't emphasize more. I mean, to hear him and his counter rebuttals were disgusting and shameful.
They thinking in a way like America
celebrate her. That's what Shep is trying to say. So we might talk about Black history and then mention Nzinga. But that's not Black history. She has nothing to do with Black American history per se. Do you understand? We'll celebrate her. That's what Shep is trying to say. Am I right?
Yeah,
yeah, because the Black history.
It's hard pressed for me to figure out a time where in Zinga where it was Black History.
So that guy right there was getting pushed back for no reason.
Yo, our history started here. You dig what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going to use the history of my people all the way back. I understand that argument. You feel me? So when we're separating, right? We don't never tell a Jamaican he can't just be a Jamaican. We'll never say that to them. We'll never say to the Black Cuban that he can't be a Black Cuban. You feel me?
No such thing as a Black Cuban. Like, he's adding that adjective for his own agenda. But last time we ever known, it's called the island of Cuba. It's called Cuba. And the people that live there are Cuban. He's trying to throw Black on it. That's his own agenda. But these countries don't have Black at all in their name. They're just Cuba, Haiti, Zimbabwe. They're not Black Zimbabwe, Black this. So ignore the Black part he's adding on. Okay? That's how Pan-Africans talk to each other.
Never going to say that. But the African American somehow got to be, it don't, like you said earlier, Corey, I never seen us as different.
I've never, like, I didn't know. Always committed. So when I look at, like, I look at this.
Okay, so now the dude Corey, the big coon, I never seen Jamaicans different from us, Black Americans. I've never. You stop it, bro. Just lying for no reason.
In the racial category, I'm not saying to be African American. You feel me? I'm saying in a large racial general box that you put people in. That's what I was going. But go ahead, make your point. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and I hear you. But what I'm saying is, they have not been through a similar. Even a Nigerian has not been through a similar situation. And like me and Stu Pease was saying, Black is not just a skin color, right? It's an experience. It's not. To me, it's not just a race.
Black is an experience in America. That's why we named ourselves after our experience. Okay, so they're trying to extend our name to other people who don't call themselves Black. They call themselves Cuban, Jamaican, Haitian, Zimbabwean, Brazilian. They don't call themselves Black. We're calling them Black, and that's wrong. We got to call them what they call themselves. Ghanaians. Their name is Ghana is a country. The people who live there, they're Ghanaians. They got that name from Kwame Nkrumah, the dictator, I think in 1967. He called that place Ghana. We can't call them something they don't call themselves. They're Ghanaian. We're Black, they're Ghanaian.
Category, right? It has more implications than just skin color and a racial category. So it has to do with culture and experience. Also.
So you say, right?
Yeah. So everybody that I've ever been around, this is how I was raised. I don't say stuff that I wasn't, like, everybody around me didn't. Like, my whole circle.
Right. But your knowledge, right, comes from a culture that created these terms, right? So it could mean something to you and your small community. And matter of fact, you and your household could use these terms, you know, specifically the way that y'all want to use it, right? But I'm saying that to the broader world, right, Black is synonymous with a racial group. So if you just...
Well, the Western world, the Western had extended our ethnicity to a racial group without our permission.
Saying that
to me too, but that's not only that though, shit.
Right. So if these people, right, can be put under these same large general categories, then we should have listen, Stu Pease and them are gonna still be Jamaican. They'll never lose that. but they can also be Black and African American too. I'm gonna always be Black and African American, but I can never be Jamaican. So how can a Jamaican, right, be Jamaican, African American, and Black, but the only thing I am is Black and African American? That don't make sense. If they can fall into 3 categories to be specific, then there should be a more specific term for me too. They shouldn't be the only ones that have a specific term, but we're the ones who hear
no, because
so now, what did he say that made no sense to this coon? He's saying, so Jamaicans are, no, play that, that's not the one. Go in there and get it. So what he's saying is Jamaicans are allowed to be Black like us. They're allowed to be African. You know, I'm saying what they call us, right? We call ourselves Black. They call themselves Black. They call us African. They call themselves African. So we're the same, right? So far. But then they're allowed to say, on top of themselves calling themselves Black and African, they are also Jamaican, to show a difference from them and us. So they can show a difference. Look, look, we all African, nigga, and we're all Black, nigga, but I'm also Jamaican. Sorry, bye-bye. So he gets to categorize himself in something in a different category. He's Jamaican. That's his delineated term, right? So once again, listen. So they'll tell you we're all Black. So the Jamaican is Black, you're Black. They'll tell you we're all African. The Jamaican is African, you're African. But then they will come up with a delineated term and say, well, we're also Jamaican. So the Jamaican becomes the delineated term where they separate themselves from the African, the Black, and now he's just Jamaican also. We're just Black and African. That's it. So we're Black like everybody else according to them. We're African like everybody else according to them. But we have no distinction from them. But they have distinctions from us because they're Black, they're African, they're Zimbabwean. They're Black, they're African, they're Puerto Rican. They're Black, they're African, they're Brazilian. They're Black, they're African, they're Cuban. They're Black, they're African, Haiti, Jamaican. So we're just Black and African. So we're just stuck in limbo. We don't have no distinctive term to separate ourselves from the Black and African group, but they all do though. We're just stuck here in confusion. That's what they want us to believe is fair, and they want to normalize that. And we're saying if y'all don't get away from us, man, we're Black, you're not, you're African, we're not. How about that?
If you was in Jamaica, it would be the reverse though, Chef. So if you, I don't know. I've never been to Jamaica, but
the minority thing even more broadly than the Black and the African thing.
If you ask 10 people
in the United States, that's the people we talking about. Now we got somebody that we can point.
All right, Sheffrin, can I ask you a question, please? Can I ask you a question, please? When the whole matter of reparation is settled, will it still have the same meaning? Will you still go forward with that delineation after the question?
Yeah. Now you heard this, Tether? Yeah, they have an issue with delineation. After you receive reparations, will you still want to be your own distinctive group, or would you then be the whipping board, the piñata, where you're just still Black and African and a nothing burger, basically, and everybody's allowed to be distinctive but you? That's what he just asked. Are you going to still seek for a unique identity among your group, or are you going to rather just be the generic Black, generic African? Like what? Like, dude, well, listen, bro. We wouldn't have to delineate if you guys stopped checking the box of Black, African American and said other and said you're Jamaican, Zimbabwean, Haitian. If you guys do that, we can just stay at Black American. Okay? But your guy, is your fault, some of your fault as to why we're delineating and choosing a delineated term. You're part of that reason.
Yes.
Unlike other people. Let's back to
the same way you're gonna continue to be Jamaican.
Nope, I will be Jamaican, but my grandchildren are Jamaican. Irrespective of what you say. Just like when Germans come here first generation, they have Germans. But after 3 or 4 generations, they are no longer Germans. They're Americans of German descent.
That's not all, because the Irish and the Italians don't look at it that way.
Yeah, they still Irish and Italian.
That's a
see family. See now the other Jamaican dude in high school, he got some tethered ways, but he ain't all the way tethered out like stupid peas. So he's quiet most of the conversation because it's making sense to him. Now, does he gotta agree with everything? No, but it still makes sense. He understands why these delineated terms need to happen. He might be saddened because that means, we they gotta hold their own, you dig, nuts, but he's accepting the reality, the fate. It's like, yo, this is going to keep going. It's not going to stop until we are fully delineated. He understands that the stupid peas tether, that Jamaican tether, the revenues, the Jamaican dreams, they don't get it. They don't want to get it. Okay, but they're going to get it. If you know what I mean.
Personal thing.
That's still celebrate.
Let me comment on this right here. I know they're gonna be mad at me. These folks hate me.
Irishness and Italian, but they're not Irish and Italian. They're not Irish and Italian.
Joke their children all the time, saying that their children and their cousins that was born here ain't real Jamaicans. Like y'all do that.
Yeah, we do that.
But I think y'all just picking. I think that's like picking fun on them. Y'all really mean that shit?
We mean that shit. They're not Jamaican.
That's fucking Jamaican. They're not literally.
Now look at this guy. You stupid peas. They're not Jamaican because he say so. Like, this is a self-hating. You could tell he's like 4'11", 600 pounds. You could tell he's one of those round head, big belly. You could tell.
You're not literally.
They're not literally Jamaican. They can jump on dances, but they cannot go to Jamaica and make recommendations or talk bad about Jamaicans or talk about if they were there. The Jamaican was a motherfucker. If you wanted to make change, you'd come here. You cannot criticize from a distance. We're different kind of people in the chef ring. We don't play that shit. No, you can't be up in America.
I get it.
So now we're holding them to the same standard. So my guy, he just exposed himself, his double standard position, the hypocrisy. They treat their own like we're treating them, and they say we're xenophobic and dismissive or divisive. Wow.
Josh, I get it. I get it.
We don't pay our shit.
That's the problem. That's the problem with African Americans, right? Because we ain't never go nowhere. We been here through all of the bullshit.
Wait, how? Okay, let me let him hear him. Let me let him go.
We ain't had nowhere to run to. You think what I'm saying? So we hold then African American or black to a little higher standard than a lot of people. You think what I'm saying? Because it's like, yo, we ain't got shit else. You think what I'm saying? Our kids ain't never went nowhere else where we can say they ain't us no more. And you think what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
I get it.
So that's a problem that you guys have. Because if you guys didn't want to rule the world, you could, but you love America. But
see, now look, it comes like this disgusting, stupid piece Jamaican dude in America. He'll never go back and live in Jamaica. He loves America, but he tried to gaslight us to say, yeah, you'll never rule the world because you love America. Bro, America rules the world. The hell wrong with this? But family, their fake hatred towards America, they try to give it to us. They try to project it onto us like Marcus Garvey did. Marcus Garvey said, hey, FBAs, y'all need to leave America and go to Liberia. Meanwhile, he's setting up businesses in America, Garvey. Never been to Africa a day in his life. Their fake hatred for America, they're trying to project it onto us and use us as the cannonball fire, right? The cannon fire, while they live fat in our place. This destiny swap stuff.
Some of the first thing one day,
yeah, we need
got $1 million.
I remember.
Hey,
we need
Brass told me that if he gave me $1 million, if I would leave America. And I said, if he gave me at 12 o'clock, 12:01, I'll be on the first flight out. No question asked.
Now you hear the discussing obese tether. They do this lie, family. They try to convince us the first chance they're getting out of America. Dude, who you think you're talking to, my guy? We're not dumb, okay?
Other people don't necessarily hold on to the land like how you guys hold on to the land. I feel like you can't leave.
Hey, bro, you guys sneak into the country under dangerous conditions, bro. You worship this land way more than us. What are you talking about?
And the people in the land in Jamaica, me who live here now, can I go to Jamaica and criticize? Or other Jamaican hear me? They said, fuck you. Who are you to come here now?
So
can you get some foreign? Yeah.
So the
yeah. So you see, he just punched himself. That's how we feel about y'all, stupid peas.
that Cornell and them. Let's get back to this.
Yeah.
So does the term?
And why nobody pointed out to him? Like, yo, you just said nobody can come to Jamaica and criticize them. And then when we say you guys can't come to America to criticize us, you don't see how that's the same logic. You don't, and nobody said, hey, bro, you just slapped yourself.
Term ADOS. Does it make sense for them to create that term under the reason why?
Now, I like the fact that he's using ADOS because it's not supposed to trigger this guy. Because if he says FBA, it's going to trigger him. He's going to go on a Tariq Nasheed rant. So I like how he's trying to get the message across with ADOS. You dig? But he really saying FBA. And this Jamaican tether wants to spaz, but he know that he'll cook himself because he's trying to make it all about Tariq, and he wants to go against ADOS too. But then they'll say, "Oh, so it ain't about Tariq. It's really about Black Americans." So he has to like play this game of chess. Family, it's wild out here.
They made that term. Does it stand?
Yes, I understand why they made the term.
Yes.
Let me say, yes, it does.
Now look, now he's talking to the Jamaican tether. It looks like he's making little progress, and the coon Corey comes in to save him. I mean, that's a shame. That's a shame, man. Corey, yeah, I know, bro. I know you love yourself. And when I say that, when I say love yourself, I'm saying gray without the R. I know you're that. That's sad that you can step in. This guy is getting a little progress, and you step in to save him, to make him hate the lineage further. Like, you don't want him to. That's sad, yo. I know you're gray without the R. I know you love yourself.
Yes, it does, because you make that terminology because you have a specific agenda. You need to distinguish between people who need to be fixed and repaired, who are damaged as a result of interaction between what I'm.
Yeah. Thank you. Put it back in there. Put it. No. Don't put it that back down. Family, you see the slick talk? He tried to call us damaged. People who are damaged, bro. The people who are damaged are you guys. We learned about the P with the PNP and JLP, whatever. Bro, you guys. Oh my God. You want to throw stones?
Was, but at the same time, the messaging was wrong. How the messaging was wrong, because instead of messaging it properly, they chose to alienate.
So what's the proper way? What's the proper way for them to have addressed it?
Now watch, he don't give an answer.
No, I don't know, but the message didn't come out.
I don't know. That means there's no way to propose it properly. And listen to the coon Corey that loves himself, the gray guy without the R. He comes in again to defend him. This is really sad, man. But I think coon Corey a tether too, or got a significant other, a child. He's half. There's something up with that guy.
Should have made you the spokesman, because the way you explain it is so very innocuous that like you really can't argue with it, right?
Yeah. Oh, so now this coon says you can't argue it. This guy ain't arguing no better than Tariq Nasheed or Yvette Carnell. Dude, stop it. Make him the spokesman. He ain't articulated no better than anybody else. Everybody said it the same way, if not better. You just can't receive it from Yvette Carnell or Tariq Nasheed. That's the real issue. You don't want to receive it from them. So that's why it's important to not have a leader. Because like, hey, well then if you can't receive it from this guy who's not the leader, from this woman who's not the leader, hear from this guy who's not the leader. You dig? And now they're forced to admit it makes sense. He got them all to bow down. Crazy work.
But I don't think it was born in that innocuity that you bring on to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, born. Now this is the coon gray guy without the R that loves himself. I don't think it was born that way. Now, by the way, this gray guy without the R had called him. I played my dialogue with this guy. He ain't come with none of that. He came as a student, a docile, tamed student on my panel. All that aggression and gaslighting, he ain't do none of that over here, family. He was a harmless puppy. So I cringe to hear how tough he talks when he's around a bunch of tethers and Pan-Africans. Like, dude, where was that energy over here? I was hoping that energy was over here, so I can go crazy.
And I don't think it gets to the heart of the problem. I think the larger legal battles is the other things like proving the harm and how long ago it happened. All of that stuff I think is what's harder, because America.
That's the easy part.
No, look, America don't have no problem knowing which areas of the city to defund or to send less money to. They know exactly who they talking about and who they send policies to. Like they ultimately not confused.
When they put the stop and frisk, they're not mistaken. Right.
They know exactly who they're targeting.
Jeffrey, if you were there in the early days of event, you listen to the messaging, it has toned down and changed significantly.
Okay, so this tether keeps trying to drive it to these guys. That Yvette message toned down if anything, it turned up. Nobody message toned down, man. It turned up. Like now, I was not there in the beginning like that, but I do recall why. Like I have a better recollection of the messaging context over this guy. Okay, he is saying Yvette Carnell message was toxic and xenophobic and hateful. You know he ain't got a chance with Tariq Nasheed. Like this, yeah. Why you focus on the person or the delivery? Focus on the message. Is because when you put it in writing, when you put the message, because everything has to go in writing. When you put the message in writing, stupid peas, Congress, the courts is not going to read it with the undertone you think that's there. They're going to read it just the English words. But he's just making up stuff to cast blame when he should really think about going back home and fix those two political parties that's violent as hell and basically two criminal organizations, man.
But as a result of pushback. But the early days wasn't.
I think Stupi's. Let me try to explain what it is when the sensationalist stuff started to come into it, right? So, like for instance, they would say like the AIDS statistics coming out of places like Atlanta. They would say things like,
"The family." Now, this is why Haskell, you were tethered too. He keeps saying they. Now they're talking about Yvette Carnell and Tariq Nasheed, and he will make them both part of the same talking point. Okay, so what is being stated when it comes to HIV and things like that? I think Tariq's main point was these guys are no longer being turned around from immigrating to the country when they are seen to have these diseases. So now they come into the communities with these diseases, these sexual transmitted diseases, and they're able to just blend in Black American societies, Black cities, and date us, and have just spontaneous sex with us, protected, unprotected, and pass around this thing with, and nobody knows that these folks are in the country with this, because everybody doesn't have responsible sex. So now I see these foreigners and they're choosing, and I lay it with them irresponsibly, and now I got this thing that came via them when they were originally turned around for having this thing. So that's all Tariq was saying, and he's saying there's this large count of that thing in these places, these Black cities, and Black Americans are getting the brunt of it. Like it represents us. And Tariq is like, hey man, I don't know about that, because these immigrants are allowed to come in the country with that thing. So if they're allowed to come in with that thing and then they stay here for a couple years or a decade and they start to be sexually active irresponsibly, then it makes sense that it's going to pass around. Folks get checked and they got the thing. Like, I don't know how that's so impossible to like. Okay.
the majority of that is made up by Black immigrants, and they're getting conflated with us, right? Or they'd say things like the crime statistics, oh, that's majority Black immigrants, but they're getting conflated with us.
Well, that was true. We proved that during the height of the crack epidemic. It was Jamaicans. I mean, you can't really argue that.
Or they'd start talking about, the Nigerians. Oh, they sold us into slavery and blah, 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 blah.
So the Nigerian taking all the education and stuff.
Now, what happened? What did he say that was wrong? Now they're saying Nigerians took the education scholarships. Hey, bro, how about this? I mean, goddamn. Yada ops. All right. That's what y'all want to hear? Yada ops. All right. Goddamn, man. Stay over there.
Yeah, that sort of stuff too. So they started to get off message, right? So if your thing is
wait, that was always part of the message. We wanted to know, wait a minute, let's disaggregate these aggregated datas, right? Disaggregated data. Let's disaggregate this. Let's see how many people that are foundation Black American who are infected with that thing or got this going on, seen as negative, or that thing going negative. We don't think that that percentage is high as it is when you disaggregate the stats. We think when it comes to Black Americans, we're going to represent a significantly smaller number of that. And that's a thought. That's a thought that needs to be proven. But it can't be proven if the data is aggregated. That's, see?
Strictly like Corey is saying, it's just innocuously, we're trying to distinguish specifically who should get these these benefits and who shouldn't, and you stay laser focused on that, then there's no problem. When you start getting with the ethnocentrism, and you start saying that it's the Africans that's full of AIDS, and now it starts to get nasty. Now you get
family, they're gaslighting, strong manning people, and that's nasty. So I guess the dude is a full tether. All right, and looking back at it, yeah, he's full tether. So you got two full tethers there. Shameful.
Get nasty. So now other people, they're going to start pushing back and talking down on Black Americans, and that's what Tariq. So what Yvette and Tone
It's the foundations of demagoguery.
Now you hear the coon, the great guy. You hear the coon. Like yo, and that's why Corey, I'm so glad that that nobody knows who you are on the net. You've been a clout chasing coon your entire ever since I've known you. You've been on Sinetta, you've been over here, you've been over there, and you have failed. Nobody wants to listen to you, my guy.
It's the foundation of demagoguery.
That's where the demagoguery comes into play. So what Yvette and Tone realized is, right, they realized at a point that, okay, hold on, we made a mistake here in focusing on the surplus, nonsense, and they.
Now look at the frame, the frameology. Oh, Tone and them realized they made a mistake. You're right. So they start to backtrack on the things they said earlier that was xenophobic, and now they're trying to clean up their image. Dude, shut up. Tether, they're standing on everything they stood on in the beginning and more, and they added to it.
Started to tone back. They started to tone down the more ethnocentric aspects of their talking points, right? And what Tariq did was he picked up that part of it and magnified that part of it. Yes. So that's where all the
family. You hear how tethers think?
They're talking.
The immigrants
I like these island boys. I like the island boys. They know how to say what I'm saying. They know how to take the.
Now look, the coon. I like these island boys, not these island boys. Now, meanwhile, he done cussed out an FBA dude, called him a crackhead, disrespectfully, but he liked these island boys. They're trying to say what he's saying. This coon Corey. That's why I cooked this goofy ass. Yeah, that's why yes. That's why I cooked that clown, that coon. Oh, the island boys, I like them. They're saying what I'm trying to say. Shut up. You didn't say that over here, my guy. Because you knew what would happen.
All Tariq did was he picked up that part of it and magnified that part of it. Yes. So that's where all the
they're talking.
The immigrants.
I like these island boys. I like the island boys. They know how to say what I'm saying. They know how to take this country redneck nigga, right, and explain in the Queen's English what I'm talking about. I really appreciate that, y'all. I really do.
Y'all hear this coon?
Yeah, that's what they did.
For sure.
That's what they did.
You gotta anytime you're doing political movements, right? You're already gonna have outside groups that are gonna try to muddy things up. So it's best for you to not give them an in. If your ultimate objective.
So Roderick, if you're still there, now you're listening how foreigners of African descent take on or reinterpret, or how they interpret delineation. They interpret it as a secret conspiracy to defame African descent immigrants, Afro-Caribbean immigrants.
Activists to get reparations for your people. even if you feel like immigrants are disrespectful and they're the ones with all the A's and they're the ones who are the criminals and they're musty and they don't like us, even if all of those things are true, it's not wise to make that part of your platform, particularly if you have a serious objective that you're trying to get done. I say, like, work on, like, get the reparations and stuff first, and then start talking about how musty the Nigerians are. Once you start mixing all of that together, now it just becomes a whole clusterfuck. Like, you know them cartoons and shit where motherfuckers it just be a cloud of dust and motherfuckers all in the dust is fighting and bumbling around. That's what ends up happening.
Yeah, but you guys can't. I think you guys are misrepresenting ADOS. So you putting ADOS founders in with shit Tariq Nasheed say.
No, he kind of qualified that a little bit. No. He qualified that pretty good. But go ahead, Chief. Say I ain't gonna cut you off, but he did qualify.
Okay.
Now look how that coon dude steps in. Oh, they did it quite. It kind of quite. Yeah, he has become the tether whisperer. Yeah, and that dude that keep justifying him, I think he's an ex-crackhead. The guy that's defending the tethers. I think he said. I can't remember. I think he said he used to use crack at some point. I'm not sure. I think that's what he said.
Maybe I missed that part, but I don't think that's fair. But it's just say online. I don't think that's fair. Like, heard not Stupid's, but with Haskell, and they toned down your rhetoric and all that. They ain't toned down nothing. They never hyped it up, right? Addressing. Here's the thing: they were never anti-immigrant. People put that false label because a lot of the people like Garfield and all these people was going hard on them and putting a label on them. They was bad.
No, you're lying, and I have to call you out.
Now look how they can't. They just ranted for 25 minutes straight lying. He goes to talk, and they're cutting and calling him a liar.
No, you're lying.
Because they don't respect Black Americans. That's what it boils down to. Because I believe when they said Black Americans was turning up on Afro immigrants in Florida, that's where Stupid Peas is from, and Haskell. I think they got turned up on, and they are traumatized, yo. I think some Foundation Black American put the feet and fists to Stupid Peas at some point in his life, running his mouth. I think one of us put the hands and feet of that guy, the hands of God on that guy, and he ain't never forgive the entire lineage since. That's what it sounds like.
Garfield played what Yvette said. Garfield played what Yvette said. You know you're lying.
First thing you said was Yvette was a dyke.
But
right?
she is.
So what does that? So you're the one being disparaging.
No.
Right. Okay. He's gaslighting. So I'm gonna fast forward a little bit.
Just take anything you said going forward seriously when you started the statement with a lie.
About right here.
Of like, yo, we don't want y'all here, you know.
Okay,
but they
let's take
one
point. My question. Hold on, Aston. Hold on, Aston. You come in right after this. You can come in. Hold on, Aston. You can come in right after this.
Yeah, real quick. I'm almost done.
My question. Hold on. My question to Aston then: how the hell did she get on a Democratic think tank with those thoughts?
Sheffrin, 100% agree with you. But when you tell people to vote brown ballot, it's almost like you tell them not to vote. Like tell them not to vote. Don't go vote.
Not the same.
No. But that's the result of it because that's the result.
Let's hear what he
That's the result.
It's the result. We keep saying the result, but he want to know the intended, like what they intended for, like what they said it's for. I know what it's intended for because it does what it's intended for. But what he want to know is what they said it was for. So you go ahead and tell us what they said it was for.
This is the idea. The party that wants your vote let's say it's the Democrats, right? They see it's 1 million eligible voters, and they notice 650,000 people vote in the elections. Of those 650,000, all of them vote down the ballot. But let's say 500,000 of them vote for, everybody, but the other 150,000 don't vote the top of the ticket. So what this means is that there are people who are participating in the process. They're not going to sit at home. They're eligible voters. They're people that vote every single time, but you have not convinced them. And when the numbers are run, right? The people that stay home are not counted. When the numbers are run, they see that people showed up, went to the ballot and voted. They just didn't vote for them, and they didn't vote for the Republicans. So that lets them know there is a potential for them to reach a specific amount of people who go to the polls every single time, just didn't vote for them, but they voted for everybody else.
Okay. Right, to capture the swing vote, but that's not how it works, though.
That's not how it works.
That may be their idea, right? But
that is how it works.
Okay, now, this guy, this fake Southern ex-crackhead guy, allegedly, family, we can't do no good according to him. No matter how it's explained, you can argue Tariq Nasheed points, you can argue Adolph's points. He's gonna find something. And he got mad and called in to talk to me and try to get me to apologize from calling him a coon. I said, nah. I said, this is why I called you a coon. And I explained what he allowed and what he said on the panel. Okay. So no, dude, you are a coon. I told you on the live when we were engaged, when we were dialoguing, I told you you were a coon.
Effects in real life.
How it works, because they're that's great.
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out why it costs. I'm trying to figure out why I gotta pay. I'm trying to figure out why. No. I'm trying to figure out why I gotta pay. Who these niggas Tone and Poker, whoever. I'm trying to figure out why I gotta pay them two people some
you
money.
Don't pay them.
Who run ADOS?
All right, so now they want to act like donations aren't part of nothing. Like people don't send donations to fund, their ideas. Okay, all right. So at this point, y'all see where it's going.
Years later, that all the paperwork was in order, but that some stay right here. NRA though, just so we're clear, there is nothing about that. So when you go to a representative, African Americans, yes.
Look. So somebody put they should work for Black folks reparations for free as a side job. So you're donating money so people can be paid, and for whatever else the money goes for advertisement, whatever. But that's what everybody does, fam. That's what everybody do, family. When Asians want to hate crime and politicians want money to get that done, they're going to donate to their cause. But they try to gaslight us to believe donating to our causes is a bad thing. They're trying to make you forget about Black Wall Street, where doing business with your own doesn't produce successful. Isn't just, let's say this, doing business with your own isn't good Black economics. They want to trick you to believe that's horrible. No, you shouldn't support Tariq Nasheed. You shouldn't support this person, that person that's in your lineage. It's bad. Support everybody but your lineage. Like they're really trying to gaslight us to believe that supporting your own is horrible. They want you to believe donating to $ unbiased Ron is wrong. You dig? They want y'all to, but seriously, they want y'all to believe that practicing Black economics is a horrible thing. Putting $1, put up $1 for your cause is a horrible idea. They're really trying to go that route. All right. Anyway. Can't make this up, family. All right, so let me go back. Let me go back. All right, because when I had a notification. The FBA's and African. Oh, I gotta watch that one later. All right, so now let's go back. Wait, what was that called? Hilarious. Let's go back to the lineage. We're talking about lineage, family. Why is FBA necessary? Why is that necessary? Why is it necessary to delineate? Let's go back here. Matter of fact, let me see if there's anybody in the chat trolling or want to call in before I play this video. Necessary. Why is, yeah, so look, anybody can click the link and call in and have a discussion. I'll just pause the video and we'll just, get to talking. Damn, man, I forgot to do something. All right. So let's go back where he was. We're talking about why is this a tongue twist? I can't say shit. Let me just play it.
Before social media was a thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and it was super dope. I remember this old lady walking out because it was two.
Yahagra, Negra, something like that.
Can I say? I want to say this. Let me slow down.
Yeah.
Others, I want to tell you about a
selling author Tariq.
For the app, it's been so. An elderly black woman working at like a Waffle House. They persevered for there, like damn all that. The Moorish people rose up, ran the Spanish. You came from a whole different place. Ultimately, we did the heavy lifting. And we're Michael. They didn't, but they were still great. Michael was still great. Janet was still great, but you're still going to give credit to Michael and Janet for being great. Just like with the white supremacists. The white supremacists are the Joe Jacksons of America. And we're Michael. And America is Thriller. All right?
Now, what's interesting, he gave a Michael Jackson analogy or reference way back. Look, this is 4 years ago, family. So ain't that like perfect timing? I had no idea he's gonna say this. I'm fast forwarding through the videos to get to the point where he talks about delineation and why it's necessary, the lineage, FBA, and I just came across this and he's giving a Michael Jackson reference. Hilarious.
America is the Thriller album. Foundational Black Americans, we're Michael and Janet, and the white supremacists is Joe Jackson. You understand? So no matter what the process was to get it done, ultimately, we did the heavy lifting, and now they want to erase that. See, they don't want us to look at the nation we built in those terms, because when you look at something that you built, you start to appreciate it more. So they keep telling you, well, you came from something else. You came from somewhere else. Yeah, you came over here and you were traumatized, but boy, back home, but there's Wakanda back home. You came from something else. You came from a whole different place. Oh, really? A place better than this? Oh, yeah, much better than this. Oh, yeah. Much better than this. And maybe you can go home one day. Maybe you can go back over there. Now that you've done all this and built all this for us, maybe you can go back home. But see, black folks, we've been told, we got family members, especially black folks with older family members, we keep getting told that certain people in our family didn't actually come from Africa. Certain people in our family came from certain tribes. We've heard this in our families for years. This is why they had Skip Gates do that jive-ass special that he did talking about black celebrities and their Native American and Aboriginal genealogies. That show was put out there to debunk it. That show, they always go back to Skip Gates telling a few black celebrities that they don't really have Native American in their family. That's horse shit. That's BS. That's rubbish. And so they got Tina Turner, Chris Rock, Oprah, and they're like, hey, look, we did your genealogy. You guys don't have no Native American in you. All you guys go back to Africa. See? And they're, oh, damn, I was always told I had some Native American ancestry. Well, a lot of black people be saying that. Oh, you know, that's not true. And the white people, there's a reason why they did that. Skip Gates is a do-boy for the white supremacists. Skip Gates is a tool. Our good brother, Professor Smalls and those guys, John Henry Clark, they used to clown Skip Gates. They used to clown Skip. Skip Gates is a do-boy for the white supremacists. They called him Skip the Truth. They called him Skip the Truth Gates. He got caught trying to hide Ben Affleck's slave-owning family. Ben Affleck, they did some kind of genealogy, and Ben Affleck's people called and said, hey, don't show that my father, my parents, grandparents, and all them were slave owners. So Skip Gates took all of that stuff out. So he's not a trustworthy dude. And let's be clear, a lot of that DNA is sketchy. You can't really tell what tribal group or Aboriginal group a person comes from because of with DNA. That's why with Native American tribes now, in order to distinguish a Native American connection with some of these so-called federally recognized tribes, they don't even use DNA no more because it's not reliable. They don't use DNA because it's not reliable. Why is it not reliable? Because certain things make up different ethnic groups, and it's not always a difference of DNA. For example, in Africa, there's a gazillion different tribal and ethnic groups. They're all on the same continent. They all have the same DNA, but they still have different cultures and different ethnicities, ethnic differences. Just like with Aboriginal tribes here. Many of the tribes were named by explorers. European explorers saw a bunch of different types of Native Americans from different tribal groups and ethnic groups living by a creek, and the white supremacists said, hey, you guys are the Creek Indians. That's where the Creek name came from. The white supremacists said, hey, y'all are living by the creek, you're Creek Indians. So how would DNA trace to a Creek Indian when a white supremacist just made it up on the spot? They kind of made up names for certain Native American tribes, just like Seminoles. There's no such thing really as a genetic Seminole. Seminole means runaway. We talked about that many times. It comes from the Spanish word cimarron. It means runaway. So there are no really ethnic Seminoles like that can trace back hundreds of years. Yeah, you have the Washita and the Yamasee. You understand? So a lot of the DNA test, it will really, all of it is going to trace back to really three places: Africa, Europe, or Asia. Almost every single person's DNA will trace back to that. And what markers are they using for Aboriginal tribes? You understand? Because a lot of the tribal groups, a lot of them disappeared and blended in and were amalgamated into Black society and then later on white society. That's why when you see so-called Native Americans now, they look damn near white because most of them are really $5 Indians. They're not really white at all. And we know the get down they did with the Dawes rolls. It was white people paying money to get labeled as Native Americans. And nobody ever questions that. It's always, they got to question our authenticity when it comes to us acknowledging Aboriginal heritage. Now, you got to be careful when you acknowledge the Aboriginal heritage, because we have to understand Black people, even the ones who are Aboriginal, were still blended in with a lot of African people who were put on those plantations. And also because of the segregation laws, all Black people were pretty much put in the same communities together, even after slavery. You understand? So it's very important to understand all of this. So this, when we talk about foundational Black Americans, we're talking about the people who were classified as black mixed in on those plantations. We created a whole brand new culture, and we have to respect that culture. And don't be ashamed to respect that culture, because that is who we are. And using the term African is a very dangerous term. And I'm going to play a clip from my brother Claude Anderson. It's a very dangerous thing to do, using the term African. All right, let me find that clip of Claude Anderson. Hold on, where is it? Where is it? Here it is. Okay, this is Claude Anderson on The Breakfast Club. And this is my mentor, and this is who I got the game from. Now listen to Claude Anderson break this down. All right, this is who I got the game from. Listen.
64 white Indian chiefs that come to the White House, give them everything they want.
Is that why you use the term Native blacks as
That's
opposed
right.
to African Americans?
That's right, Native
Okay.
blacks. And I want to help all blacks on the earth. But if you don't use the word Native blacks, you shoot yourself in the head.
Gotcha.
Because if you say African American, the first human beings came out of Africa. Anybody on earth that comes to America is an African American. You can be white and come from Europe tomorrow. You're an African American.
That makes total sense.
And see, that's the first thing that hurts. So you can't. That's a very, very broad term. Who's an African American? Anybody can be an African American. Okay. Secondly, why is Native American important? Because this nation owes black folk. 98% of all the black people in America were here before 90% of all the other people ever arrived. Those native blacks, and the reason I say native because they took them out of Africa, they stripped them of their Africanness. They took away their names, everything, their culture, their history. Then they have a seasoning process for a slave. 3 months was to break him in to being a slave. That he could no longer be identified with African anything. That he was just black, period. But see, and so the government right now owes black people, native blacks. They don't know African. They don't know African anything. If you say you're an African American, white says, shoot, I don't know. We never enslaved in Africa. We enslaved some blacks. We got in here, but they weren't Africans. We stripped them of an Africanness. Mm-hmm. And the last thing, your blackness is your honor, your culture, your history. That's right. It's your
There you go. There you go. That's the master teacher, Claude Anderson. Ladies and gentlemen, that's who I got the game from. That's who Claude Anderson has been using the term Native Black American for a long time.
Hey, family, I don't ever recall hearing that. Yes. Okay, put that right there. Thank you. Hey, go. Yeah, I don't recall hearing that, family. And that's gonna sound shocking to some of y'all, but I do not recall hearing Dr. Claude Anderson say that. And I'm not sure. I thought I watched all of his interviews, but maybe I got distracted that part. But I do not remember him saying that. So, because that would have been in my intros. I got to get that. So, I'm one of those that believe that native is a good word for us too, NBA. Okay, now I get what Tariq Nasheed got at the time. It's going to cause confusion, especially amongst the people who already hate us, who say none of us have indigenous in us. They're going to be like, oh, these guys are cosplaying. They're trying to be, they're pretendians, right? They're going to twist up the whole native thing. No, native just simply means that that term originated amongst your enslavers. Okay. Indigenous means that you were around before, right? Your identity was around. How about this? Indigenous means that your identity was intact before the colonial era, before colonizers and enslavers. Native means that your identity arose amongst your colonizers, your enslavers. That's why Nigerians, Nigerians are native. They're natives to that land. They're not indigenous. The tribes that don't call themselves Nigerian, they are indigenous, like the Ngoni tribe. The Ogoni people of Nigeria are my favorite Nigerians, by the way. I did hella lives on the Ogoni people and Nigerians. Like, they're not tethers. To me, the Ogoni people are thorough. They represent Nigeria very well. So anyway, yeah, that's all native means. That means that your identity came about with the colonizer and slavery. Indigenous means your identity came about before the colonizer, the enslaver. So native, we are native Black American by the very definition. Our identity came as a result of our ethnogenesis here. Okay, so we were something else before contact with the white tea man. We became something else because of our contact with the white tea man. So native is actually a fitting term. That's properly stated. So he wasn't wrong. He wasn't trying to usurp the indigenous people identity, because they are indigenous. They're not native. The people of this land, when Columbus came here, those people were indigenous. They were not native. They were indigenous. They weren't Indian either, because Indian's a name. That's a native name as well. Okay, so if white folks named you anything, that name is not indigenous. If white folks got a hand in your name, like Sudan, if they got a hand in your name, like Jamaica, is not indigenous. It can't be indigenous with white tea involvement. It's only indigenous when white tea is not involved in it. So Native Black Americans is actually a good name as well. So nobody's wrong if they say FBA, if they say NBA. If you call yourself Native Black American, matter of fact, you would hear me. If y'all really remember some of my lives of recent, when I talked to that Jamaican Indian guy who was cosplaying as one of us as a Buffalo Soldier. Remember, he said, "What about the Indians?" If y'all remember that dialogue, played it two, 3 times. I used the term Native, and that threw him off. He didn't know how to respond. He thought I was saying that I'm a Jamaican Indian as well, because people erroneously interchange Native with Indigenous. I knew he would do that. So I correctly and purposely said Native. I know he would take that as Indigenous and, move on with the conversation.
Okay. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Native Black American. All right. And let me show you old tweets of mine. I used to use that term all the time. I've been using that. I used to use it going all the way back to 2018. Hold on. I'm looking at some of my old tweets right now. Hold on. Yeah, going all the way back to 2018. I'm looking up my old tweets. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to show you that I've been using that term. Then I said, let me flip this thing and make it a little more tight. Hold on.
Hey, family, y'all don't know how, by the way, I picked this video randomly. I had no idea, and I randomly went to this spot. I had no idea that I would hear that Dr. Claude Anderson, where he said NBA and said, like, he delineated. I heard that he did that. But I never heard him until that clip that Tariq Nasheed posted. And now I was trying to track where Tariq Nasheed used NBA himself, and I couldn't find that either. So I thought that was mythical, and now he's about to source up. So this is a beautiful, beautiful live for you guys, and definitely for me. I'm learning something for the first time. You guys probably already knew this. You probably watched this live this live Tariq Nasheed did 4 years ago. You probably watched this up and down. I did not know because 4 years ago there was no FBA News Updates. There was no FBA Defensive Unit, my other channel. You did, yeah, man. I was off code. I was always Black American, but I wasn't like on code as far as like signal boosting and defending the lineage at this time when he did this live. So I didn't know that. So now he's about to show and prove he used the NBA thing. I would love to see that because I couldn't find him saying that. And I went through all of his YouTube videos. I couldn't find it. So this is a blessing for me. Like this solves my case because my case went unsolved. It was an unsolved case. I couldn't find Dr. Claude. I went through all his videos. I never thought to go through Dr. Claude interviews. I went through all of his lectures, family, all of his public lectures on topic, all of Dr. Claude. I couldn't find him saying NBA. So ain't that crazy? This was a good treat. Now that research I did, it can come to a close finally. Because I couldn't confirm that Tariq said, acknowledged NBA. So this is great. This is great for my research.
Hold on, I'm trying to go to it. Hold on,
And I'll tell you why. Because I was saying Tariq Nasheed was using NBA, but when those same guys you heard earlier hating on us, I was on their panel and they was like, prove it. And I couldn't think of a video where he said it. So I was like, I had no answer. I looked like revenue. You dig? So this is great.
Trying to go to it. I'm digging through all my old tweets to show some chronology here. Okay, I'm going through my old tweets. Okay, hold on. I'm going through my old tweets. I'm looking for it. Hold on. Where's that? There we
Hey family, did y'all know that about the indigenous and the way I broke it down? I want to know y'all feedback before I play this right here. I want to know y'all reaction to the way I broke down native and indigenous. I want to know if y'all already knew that or if you think I'm wrong. I want to see the y'all reaction to that. The indigenous and the way I broke it down before I go further. Let me see the live chat. I want to know if y'all already knew that or if I share some with you guys you didn't know. Okay, I can't see the live chat, obviously. Okay, that was going on here. And he said, I knew this one. Learning is a process. Yeah. So I'm never one of those people who act like I knew everything always. So I'm disclosing. Now I could have said nothing. I could have said, I always knew that. Man, I seen that Dr. Claude interview. Nah, I don't recall seeing that interview. He said that. That's new to me. You dig? Let me see. Yeah, Southern Breeze. Indigenous is pre-colonial colonizers. That's all. Pre-colonial era. Native is during the colonial era. Right? We became FBA, NBA, freedmen, all of that during the colonial era, the enslavement era. Okay. So that's why FBA, that name cannot be indigenous. Native is a great way. So I'm glad Tariq is covering this. So sometimes you guys will hear me say Native Black Americans. And I've been saying that recently. If you go back to my videos, like last 2 weeks, I've been using Native Black Americans, and sometimes I say Foundation Black Americans, and sometimes I say Foundational Freedmen Americans. I've been using all the terms interchangeably because they're all perfect fits. And then every once in a while, I might say ADOS. FBA CJ said that one guy said he couldn't find FBA in his lineage. Well, that was two guys who said that. That said they were they couldn't find no lineage. Yeah, man. All right. He's dropping circle true. Okay, cool. So here we go. This is groundbreaking news to me. All right, let me get back to where I was. Is this it? Is that it? Did you got? Okay, that's the live. All right, let's get back. Right over. This one.
There's that. There we go. Okay, going all the way back to November of 2018, right here. All right, some of my old tweets. I would use the term Native Black American. I was talking about Sambos that are anti-Native Black American. So back in 2018, some of my old tweets, I was using that term. You're not in a position to disrespect any Native Black Americans. Right here, I was checking a damn non-FBA tether. I've been checking tethers. I've been checking tethers for almost 5 years, dude, or on Twitter, longer than that. So yeah, these are some non-FBA tethers working for white mommy, white daddy. So I've been checking them. I was checking Candace Owens talking about how she's not a Native Black American. So I've been using this term.
I'm trying to screenshot it. The damn thing took forever. Hold on.
For a long time because I got it from Dr. Claude Anderson. I can tell this for almost 5 years, dude, or on Twitter, longer than that. So yeah, these are some non-FBA tethers working for white mommy, white daddy. So I've been checking them.
God damn.
Checking Candace Owens talking about.
Yo, my computer is, I don't know what the hell's going on. All right. It keep delaying the screenshot. All right. I'm gonna just pause it. Okay. Yeah, my phone is freezing, that's why.
So yeah.
He keep putting that, move that thing, man.
FBA tethers working for white mom.
Here we go. All right. God damn. All right, I got it.
White daddy. So I've been checking them. I was checking Candace Owens talking about how she's not a Native Black American. So I've been using this term for a long time because I got it from Dr. Claude Anderson. Okay. I got it from Dr. Claude Anderson. I got that term from him. It's the same as foundational. And the reason why I said, let me tighten it up a little bit because oftentimes I would use the term Native Black American. And then some people will say, well, do you mean Native Americans who are mixed with black? Or do you mean a black-skinned Native American? So they would oftentimes get confused. A Native Black American, do you mean a black person who was enslaved by Native Americans? So they would kind of get confused with that. I said, okay, let me do this. Because sometimes people would still get confused with the Native Black American title. And one thing I don't want is any confusion. I don't want any confusion. I don't want any confusion. Because people can remix. If there's confusion, if there's any kind of confusion, we got to be careful. Somebody said, why didn't I correct ADOS? Great question. Let me get on that. I didn't want any confusion. So I said, let's do foundational. Because black people are not just native, they're native black people here, but we're the foundation of this country because we built it during slavery. We built the country, so we are foundational Black Americans. We got to really tighten it up. So that excludes some like Cherokee tribes or whatever who might try to claim some little black ancestry. A white Cherokee might try to claim a little black ancestry and say, well, he's a native Black American. No, there's only one group that are foundational who built the country from scratch. Foundational Black Americans. You can't remix that one. Foundation means from the soil. Foundation means the people who built it. The red-skinned Native Americans did not build America in any sense of the word. You see? The red-skinned Native Americans had no input on the building of the United States. These are just facts. That's not a diss. I said that before. They're like, oh, well, you dissing. No, that's not a diss. The red-skinned Native Americans did not build anything as far as of America, the United States. They didn't do anything. Now, many of them were on the land or whatever. There were wars or whatever. But as far as building the United States, no. So when you use foundational, that excludes them, the red natives. You dig? And the $5 Indians, see, that excludes all of them. That excludes a lot of the new folks who come in and be like, hey, if y'all get reparations, I'm African, I'm on some too. That excludes them too. Yeah? Now,
so I hope Roderick is in the building. If not, I'm gonna clip that. You know, because you have a lot of us coming in to this awakening, you could say, of what we're doing, the movement, you know, that we're identifying ourselves exclusively. We are delineating reparations, and we're getting on code. So you see a lot of us are the brother Roderick and Lena, and then a sister before Lena. So we've seen a lot of us are coming in to our own. And guess what? They are coming out of Pan-African. Some of them are coming directly out of Pan-Africanism. Okay, directly out of that. And the brother Roderick, I got him, you know, he said he learned about FBA through podcasting, right? He said it was not through Tariq Nasheed. And the other good thing is that most lately, everybody who's coming into their lineage awakening of their lineage, they are over 50. You know, so that's phenomenal, because I thought people over 50 were already stuck in ways and they couldn't, you know, be talked to, reached. So they gave me a new hope that you can reach some people that's above 50 about our lineage and where we at and getting on code. You feel me? Now, all of them not into the roasting stuff. You know, that's not their thing. And I think that's why a lot of them, a lot of our brothers and sisters are attracted to my channel, because I don't do the roasting thing. I kind of I'm funny in my own ways, but I don't do the roasting thing, even though I can. But I think we have enough roasting going around. So I'm more like serious, more research, more mature dialogues, right? Even when I cook tethers, it's like really dealing with academia and scholarship. It's not like roasting and nah. Yeah. So, okay. So let's see if there's anything else.
no, but they made $1 gazillion off that man's formula. You understand? Yeah, we couldn't get patents. Nearest great, I don't know, but they made $1 gazillion.
Wait, is he talking about the Hennessy, Jack
There's
Daniels?
a whiskey.
Yeah.
That many of us did so many things, but with doing things, with appliances and tools. So we would come up with these more efficient ways to do things. So black people, we were the ones who were cleaning clothes for people. So black people came up with ways to say, hey, while I'm cleaning clothes and I'm cleaning suits, let me come up with a way to clean a suit and not get it wet. We came up with dry cleaning. We came up with certain machineries and tools. Did y'all know Jack Johnson came up, the boxer Jack Johnson, he patented a certain type of monkey wrench that's still being used today. Jack Johnson, the boxer. So many of us did so many things, but during slavery, black people, foundational black Americans who were enslaved, we weren't allowed to get patents. So if we created something on a plantation, the white slave master would be like, oh, that's a great idea, Ezekiel. Give me that. And the white man would go to the patent office. Hey, man, look what I just created. Let's get a patent on it. That happened all the time, man. That happened all the time. With so many things we did. And every blue moon, the truth will come out, just like with Jack Daniels, the Jack Daniels whiskey.
There we go. I spoke about that earlier, family. So now check this out. Now he just said Jack Daniels whiskey, right? So now look how on code we are with each other without even scheduling things. Look at this. right there. That's his daughter. So his name is Uncle Nearest. That's his nickname. That's his daughter. That's the Jack Daniels. So I was already going to talk about this family. Okay, ain't that crazy? So he's talking about Jack Daniels. This is my playlist. This is my Garvey playlist, by the way. Okay, so this when I roasted Garvey, I called that playlist Garvey, Operation Garvey. Garvey must go playlist. So yeah, that's his daughter right there, family. That's Jack Daniels. So Uncle Nearest was he was known as. So look at that. I'm telling you, man. It's not hard to be in tune with each other, man.
The brother, what is his name? Ernest Nearest. What's the brother who really made Jack Daniels?
Uncle Nearest. You see, Uncle Nearest.
There's a whiskey that was made by a foundational black man, but a white man's name is on it. Jack Daniels. That whiskey was made. The formula was made by a black man, and they know this. White people admit this at this point. White people admit this. They know, and I think the descendants of Ernest Nearest's family, I think that's his name. I think they were trying to work with the family, whatever, I don't know. But they made $1 gazillion off that man's formula. You understand? Yeah, we couldn't get patents. Nearest Green, that's his name. Yeah, Nearest Green, that's his name. Thank you, guys. Uncle Nearest. And as you know, if you lived in the South like I did, like my family did, our family would make that whiskey all the time. That's a part of our culture, making certain whiskeys. Man, my grandma used to do that shit. My grandma and my granddad, they were masters at that. Down there in Leeds, Alabama, they'd be up in the woods making that whiskey. A lot of black folks in the South would do that, be in the woods making that good whiskey. A lot of it.
And the thing is, I would have been talked about that. But I feel like we're not mature enough just yet, the lineage. So it got to be like a catchy, confrontational title to get y'all over here. And then you'll see strategically, I would introduce something randomly, out of nowhere, like something like the Uncle Nearest story. But when people start pulling up to my channel, 200 deep, 300 deep with serious topics, I will talk about this stuff more often. But people normally don't come until it's something very controversial or debating. That's why the topics be like that. Like I'm playing chess. I'm going with the temperature. You dig? If the temperature is shifting towards more serious stuff, I will talk about more serious stuff. It won't be trolling and tethered. It'll be serious educational shit. If I see I'm getting a large audience from that, I'll talk about that. But the large audience usually comes when it's some troll shit. So I got to go with this called supply and demand. You supply the demand. The demand seems to be controversial stuff. So, but if the lineage ever come in large numbers on something serious, I will talk about this stuff more regularly. I donate a whole live to Uncle Nearest. Like I got some good stuff on that, man. I got some good stuff. I'm telling you, like some updated stuff on the Uncle Nearest case. It's jaw dropping.
It was bootleg because a lot of them started doing that during the Prohibition era. You understand? Yeah, Nearest Green. Man, the modern toilet, the modern refrigeration, the modern heating system, the modern home security system, all made by foundational black Americans. We are the culture. We are the culture. Potato chips that we eat, that was made by a foundational black American man who had indigenous aboriginal ancestry as well. Did y'all know that? We talked about mac and cheese, the modern mac and cheese, the baked form being created by Thomas Jefferson's slave, James Heming, Sally Heming's brother. Yeah? Real deep history. Real deep history, ladies and gentlemen. And the potato chip that we eat, modern potato chips, a black man named George Speck made modern potato chips. We eat potato chips all over. That's a part of American culture. A foundational black American man named George Speck created the modern potato chips. He was a foundational Black American man with some Aboriginal ancestry. George Speck. Look up George Speck. I'm talking about every little thing. So many little things, man. We are the culture. So many things that were created by us, we don't even know. We've created so much. We've created so much, we don't even know. So this is why we have to respect our lineage, ladies and gentlemen. We have to respect our lineage. And we got to watch out for these trick words like African and all that stuff when we're talking about our lineage, because it, like our brother Claude Anderson said, anybody can grab that and latch on to it. We got a lot of folks in here. Hit that thumbs up button, hit the subscribe button. Now, family, I was on the Twitter space the other day, and I want y'all to hear, I was on the phone with this white man who's suspected white supremacist, but he was talking about he's dating a black woman, and she's a bedwench, and we suspect that she was non-FBA. I kept asking him where she was from, and he acted like he didn't know if she was a descendant of slaves or not. And the way he described how she talked about other black folks, he was using this whole narrative. He's like, well, my girlfriend, she's black, and she went to an HBCU, and she said that a lot of black people over there didn't want to deal with her because she was so well-spoken and articulate. He was trying that nonsense, so I had to check him on that. But I want y'all to hear what this guy was saying. I want y'all to catch on, and I'm just going to play little snippets. There was a very long interview a long debate that I had, because I was on Twitter Space for like 4 hours. So, but I want y'all to hear this.
Sorry, we're going back to lineage. I don't want to go too far off topic. We're doing a lineage playlist. Okay, what's next?
Are you ready to unlock this?
But I do appreciate that. I was just wondering because
Monetized it with us because, all right. Shout out to Wani.
That doesn't make any sense from a lineage standpoint. If you're saying that FBA is a lineage, why is it that you're no longer an FBA when you live in a different geographical location?
Yeah, because the thing is, I'm not Liberian or I'm not Nigerian. Now, if I do a DNA test, it'll say that I got some ancestry that goes to Nigeria somewhere. I can't go to Nigeria and be recognized as a citizen. Why?
Well, that's because that's hundreds and hundreds of years. I'm talking about within one generation.
So there is a cutoff at one point, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's arbitrary.
That's what I'm saying. All right, there is a cutoff.
But yours is very. It's a strong cutoff. It's one generation. You're making a one generation cutoff where you can have.
No. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? No. What one generation cutoff? What are you talking about?
In your mindset, you can have two FBA parents give birth to a non-FBA. That doesn't make any sense.
No, I never said that. You're just saying stuff.
Oh, let's go find it, man. We got to find it, so we go get ready for Gigi.
Two Liberians went back, two FBAs went back to Liberia. Their child would no longer be FBA.
What are you talking about? Now you're just saying,
you're denying that FBAs went to Liberia?
No, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Now you all over the place.
You don't consider Liberians to be FBA.
They're not FBA. They're Liberians. Liberians today are Liberians.
Exactly. So you're saying that two FBAs could have gone to Liberia and given birth to a child in Liberia.
Yeah, years ago. Yeah, in the 1800s, yes. They went and they had another ethnogenesis in Liberia. So they're Liberians now. So if they have to immigrate here, you're not a foundational Black American. Even if you have foundational Black American lineage, you've had an ethnogenesis in another place, just like us.
Yeah,
we had an ethnogenesis here.
You're just trying to stop people from getting reparations. You want only a few.
No, because what you're trying to do. No. You're not qualified for reparations. No, we're just using logic, sir.
That's not logical.
That's logic.
Two FBA parents can give birth to a non-FBA. So let's say Drake's mom was an FBA.
Yeah, if you went to Liberia 200 years ago, you're not a foundational Black American if you're in Liberia now. You see how that works?
But just say that Drake's two parents were FBA. You're saying that Drake is
no, but they're not. But they're not FBA. His dad is, and he was born in Canada to a Canadian white mother. and he was raised Canadian.
And
You
so
see?
you're saying you can lose your FBA status in one generation. That's just ridiculous.
No, that's not one generation. His mama, how long has she been up there in Canada?
But his dad was FBA, and now his dad
Right.
gave birth to a non-FBA son. That doesn't make any sense.
But the mama's Canadian, and Drake had to immigrate here. She's Canadian and Jewish. See how that works? And he
So,
had to immigrate here. He's not a
so
citizen. He had to immigrate here. You see how that works?
no, that just doesn't make any sense. Because if someone was Ethiopian, right, and they had an Italian wife, and they went to Canada and they gave birth, that child would still be half Ethiopian. But you're saying the person, if it were an FBA, they wouldn't be half FBA. They would be no non-FBA, which doesn't make any sense from a
Well,
lineage
that's just
standpoint.
wait.
This
You
is
just
why
kind of,
FBA is a group. It's not really lineage.
it's
When
not.
you
It's
go
not.
into
You're just trying to. No, it's not a group. It's if it's a group in your mind, let it be a group in your mind. But you deal with it in your mind. Just because you say it's a group doesn't make it a reality. It's just not. It's not a group. We're talking about a lineage.
when you have one person who's just deviating from logic by saying a
No,
FBA can give birth to a non-FBA child, that doesn't make any sense, and therefore you have to assume that it's just arbitrary
that's
rulemaking from the
you
one
in your
person.
mind trying to put a circle in a square peg. That's just you making up your own bogus lineage. Talking about two FBA parents can make a non-FBA child.
By
If
your logic, they can. If they
if
were raised in
it,
Canada, by your logic, yes, it's
no,
possible to you.
no, you're just saying stuff, sir, because you you just don't really have anything logical. You can't remix foundational Black Americans. See, that's the thing, and that's what I like about our designation of being foundational Black Americans. Look at the twists of logic you have to use in order to try to find some kind of loophole. You can't find it.
It's not
That's
a loophole.
what you're trying to do is find some kind of loophole to slither in, and it's frustrating you. That's why you're a goddamn group, buddy. That's just you being frustrated because you can't find the loophole, sir.
It's not a loophole when
Yeah,
you
you're trying to
saying
find a
that Drake is
tether.
not FBA.
You're trying to find a tether loophole. That's why you keep whining about Drake. Drake is not a foundational Black American,
Yet he
sir,
has the FBA dad, so that doesn't
and
make any
he's
sense.
still not a foundational Black American.
So how can an FBA give birth to a
Just
non-FBA?
like the same,
Give an example where any other
I'm
ethnicity where
telling
that
you
can happen.
the same way an Asian woman can go over here and lay up with a Black man
And be a
and
Blasian.
and have a Blasian child.
Yes, half Asian,
You
yes.
dig? Right. And that Blasian child can be born over here, but can't go back to that Asian country and be accepted as a citizen. You
It
understand
doesn't
that?
matter, that person's still half Asian.
But they're not accepted as a citizen in that nation. They can't go over there and say, "Hey, my mama's Japanese. Let me in." They're like, "No,
No,
you don't have to
FBA
go
isn't
through
a
the.
country. There's
You're
no
going to go
FBA.
through the immigrant. It's an ethnic group though. It's an
There's no
ethnic.
FBA.
So we're using the same logic as getting into certain nations and just being accepted by those in that nation. We are an ethnic group.
Okay, so
And
Drake is an FBA, but he doesn't have FBA membership to the group. That's what you're saying, essentially, because no matter
membership,
what, that Blasian is still half Asian, no matter what. Whether they get
but
citizenship in the country of one of their parents,
but
it's
that's important
inconsequential.
because we are an ethnic group that's a nation within a nation. That's why we have foundational Black American. America is a nation.
So
All
where's
right.
the FBA citizenship office? Does Drake need to apply for?
It's none. It's an ethnic group. There's no citizenship office. It's your birthright. You're already a citizen if you're a foundational Black American. It's your birthright. The 14th Amendment solidified that.
They need to go to the
So,
history
so
museum to get their
just like
FBA
Native
papers.
American, just like Native American tribes, sir. Just like Native American tribes, they're their own independent nations to a certain degree, and they have ethnic rules and regulations in order for certain people to be part of the tribe or looked at as chiefs or representatives of the tribe.
See,
All
this is
ethnic
why
groups have that.
this is why the Freedom Savings Bank went bankrupt.
It went bankrupt because of the white supremacists.
They put all their money in the bank.
And the thing is, you ain't even white. You try to pretend to be a white supremacist. You're not even white. We know you're not white, by the way. Nathaniel? Why do you pretend to be a white man?
Well, I'm Italian, so you can say
No,
I'm
no, you're not even Italian.
whatever.
You're not even Italian. You're an East African dude. You're not even from Canada.
No, we
You're an
ruled
East
East
African dude.
Africa.
You're an East African dude from Canada. You're up there in Canada.
No, I'm
That's
American, Tariq. Come on.
no, you're not. No, you're not.
Give me an
You're
FBA
not,
test.
you're not a white guy.
You guys use Lowry's.
You're trying to use white supremacist jabs, and you're a big waterhead tether.
Not a tether. Speaking of
Yes,
tether,
you are.
can I hop on that
You
album
got
that
a
you're
big
making?
you got a big East African head, sir.
Can I
Don't
hop
you?
on that album that you're making?
No. Why don't
Electro
you
album.
stop pretending to be a white man?
All right, so that was a good dialogue right there. Let's go. We're talking about lineage.
I have not gotten a chance to see microphone check yet, but congratulations on your new. Sure. So FBA, the term you're using, a foundational Black American, I think is a bunch of bullshit.
No. Don't start because you're whining. I don't want you to be a beta male. You can't be a beta male.
People in hell want.
No, you're trying to troll your way out of it because you know it sounds ridiculous. Because it sounds like you're upset with it because you can't co-opt it. That's why you think it's bullshit, because see, you can't tether off of it, right?
Wrong.
No, because see, that's the thing. If y'all can't tether off something, oh, it's some bullshit. It's not legitimate if you can't co-opt it. And that's the problem. The term foundational Black American can't be remixed or co-opted. And that's why you have a problem, sir. Let's be real. Just tell the truth. And we can start with truth, and that's how we can meet middle ground. That's why you have a problem with it. Because
Yeah,
that
that's
means
an interesting guess, but you're not.
no, because that means you can't get something that we get. Okay? Because see, you guys, and my guy Mikhail is making a great point. See, here's the problem with Jamaicans. Let me get on you, sir, because we're gonna speak truth to power. Whenever we get something going on, y'all are some of the first ones to jump in with the handout. Y'all wait for us to kick in the door, and then you go running with them little ashy feet and beating us to the punch. When we foundational Black Americans went over to Ethiopia and helped the Ethiopians fight to keep their independence, and Haile Selassie said, hey, you Black people in America, I got some land over here for you to give you things. Your people in Jamaica heard about that and ran over there to Jamaica, to Ethiopia, before we can even set foot over there. They ran over there and took it over. You understand? Based on what we fought for. So a lot of things, even with Marcus Garvey, we built Marcus Garvey up. Marcus Garvey became a thing because of foundational Black Americans. Y'all didn't even like Marcus Garvey. But now that we built his legacy up, y'all tether off that like, oh, the great Marcus. We gave you Marcus Garvey. We gave you the great Marcus Garvey. See, yeah, there's a lot of things that you guys are used to tethering off of, but you can't tether off foundational Black Americans. And Hot Boy, even your name Hot Boy, you're tethering off our brother who was on Cash Money Records. If you can't tether off something, you got a problem with it. Ain't that right, Hot Boy?
That is 100% incorrect. I just think the term FBA is a bunch of forced terminology. You know, it's a bunch of forced lexicon. Because
how so?
See, when a cop stops me and a judge adjudicates me.
Oh Lord, family. I got to go back. I gotta go back and do the cop thing. I gotta make a whole clip. They want to talk about echo chambers, family. They want to talk about echo chambers. I gotta go back. It's gonna take some work. Hey man, listen. $sign unbiased Ron. I'm gonna go back as far as I can to Tariq Nasheed, all of his videos dealing with tethers, and I'm gonna make a whole bunch of clips of these guys talking about if a cop stopped them, they don't see a difference. Because they say we work within an echo chamber. and they all use this analogy. How is that possible? How is that possible? And it's going to take some a lot of time and energy to do this. Yeah, but I'm gonna do it without one single dollar donation. I'm gonna still do it. But if dollar sign buys around, I'm tired of the cop thing, and they all act like they're the first to say it. Okay, so I'm gonna start the clip right now. Where's my clip feature? Where's the clip? What account am I under? Okay, where is the clip? Well, this is something I probably gotta. All right, let me come back to this then. But I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna clip all of the if a cop stopped me, if a cop stop us analogies. I got you.
Don't start with how so?
We're at, see, when a cop stops me and a judge adjudicates me,
Oh
he doesn't see a
Lord,
tender
don't
or an
start with
FBA.
it.
He just sees a.
That doesn't change your lineage, sir. Our lineage isn't based on our interaction with the dominant
Yes,
society.
our lineage is based on how we're perceived by our government. When the government looks
No,
at us, they see
no,
all
because no, no. You're gonna be a Jamaican no matter what, sir. No matter what happens, no matter if you go to jail, no matter what. If you and I are driving down the street and they mistake us for each other, that doesn't stop you from being Jamaican. You're still Jamaican. Even if that cop say, okay, these are two niggas, you're still Jamaican. I'm still a foundational Black American. So what makes my lineage different than yours? Why can't I own my lineage like you own your lineage? Huh?
Well, anyway, as I was saying, the way a third party perceives you or perceives us says more about us than we perceive ourselves. So,
Family, you can't make this up. I've been talking about this all week. They put so much stock in white people opinions. They let white people call them black in this racial made up category. Everything is about how white people view them and view us. They really hold the white man words as like angelic, and we hold the white man words as demonic. Like we are just totally different. I'm talking about 180 different, and it's okay to admit that. The link's there. Anybody think differently? Anybody think Tariq is tripping? They think I'm tripping. They think FBAs are tripping. What we're doing is uncalled for. We're doing too much. We're xenophobic. We're divisive. If you think you're black and you're not Foundation Black American, this is the channel for you. You want to have that conversation with me. If you think Marcus Garvey was a good man, you want to call in. I think otherwise. Okay. If you think John Clark was a great researcher, I think otherwise. Call in. You dig? Um, yeah, the link is there. It's pinned. Because so many people watching the shadows and are scared to call in, like that guy Sean. Every time, he tags me to all of his videos, all of his community posts, but won't ever call in. He secretly watches all my lives. He tried to make posts debunking me. And you know what I do? I debunk his post. I donate time to debunk his post, and then I make a video about it, or I directly comment on his post debunking it, and then he goes to personal attacks every time.
you
That makes no
separating us with labels like FBA and A.
Which is weird. The dude, he don't know me at all, but he goes to personal attacks. Like, how do you personal attack somebody you don't know?
DOS and Tether. I mean, the us says more.
It's like you own your lineage, huh?
Well, anyway, as I was saying, the way a third party perceives you or perceives us says more about us than we perceive ourselves. So you
That makes no
separating
sense.
us with labels like FBA and ADOS and Tether. I mean, I know who's not going to use any of those terms. Joe Biden and the rest of those racist motherfuckers in government. They're not going to be calling you an FBA. They're not going to be calling me a Tether. They're going to be calling both of us black. and that's
That
how
doesn't.
I can.
But y'all don't even consider.
Oh, and then we have people in government, man, and people who in politics. Carlson Tucker Carlson. We have Ann Coulter. We have Donald Trump. We have a lot of white people are starting to really call you tethers and us FBA, and that hurts more to them because remember they take their words as like gold. So when they hear Ann Coulter, Tucker Carlson, Donald Trump say these things, oh my God, it lets them down, and they are just, just so angry that a whitey man is using our talking points. That's hilarious.
Consider yourself black if we gonna keep it a buck, because y'all be saying, yeah, I'm black and Jamaican. Oh, well, I'm not black, I'm Jamaican. So y'all don't even consider yourself black. So it doesn't matter what you're called. It's how your lineage is. Your lineage is Jamaican. It goes to a particular island. My lineage goes to a particular landmass, North America. I'm a foundational Black American, no matter who perceives me or what. My lineage doesn't change. And that upsets you because you can't tether off of it because we've gatekept our lineage. You see, that's where the real anger is from. All of this other stuff you're saying is just babble, hot boy. You're just
Well,
upset
I
because
mean, that doesn't. Well, what you're saying says a lot more about you, Mr. Nasheed, than it says about
how
me.
so?
You're saying that I'm
How so?
angry, and I don't see where you get that I'm angry from because I'm not angry.
Yes,
And
you're very angry. You're very hostile. You're very passive aggressive with it, but you're very hostile, hot boy. You shouldn't be hostile. That's you don't want to be hostile. Have a lineage. Be proud of your Jamaican
I
lineage.
am
Be
very
proud of
proud of. I'm proud of all Black things. I'm proud of Black America, Jamaicans, Haitians, the Indigenous African Americans. I'm saying all of them
Foundation Black
are great, but
America.
you and the FBA are not great. You are a made-up organization.
Jamaica is made up. Somebody made Jamaica up, sir. Somebody made it up. Somebody made up your flag and everything.
Yeah, I think it was white people who named that island Jamaica in 1667. So their name is an exonym. They didn't name themselves like the Sudanese people.
Your flag came from Scotland, by the way. Your flag is basically the Scottish flag in a different color. Some white Scottish man made your flag. So Jamaican is made up. Your food is made
And
up.
then you're
Your food.
talking about you've gate kept your.
Hold on. No, 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 no. You're gonna get this word. You want to talk about made up your food that you're so proud of. That's made up by East Indians. The curry and all of that. Come on now. That's made up too. Everything is made up, but we're determining our lineage.
And did y'all know cardinal is they stole that from the Roman the French Catholics? Good job.
Name. We determine that. That's a power move when you name yourself, sir. Okay.
Well, Tariq, I mean, it may be a power move based on what you've gone through in life. And you also said that you are the gatekeepers of your culture, but nothing could be further from the truth. You are not the gatekeepers of hip hop. Jimmy Iovine will tell you any day what to do. I mean,
no, he won't. No, he won't. Jimmy Iovine.
So at this point, it turns to tether babble. Tethers don't understand hip hop that's the streets. The hip hop is the streets. Music is music, and it's hip hop got some influential, but the streets got more influence than hip hop. A lot of what the rappers talk about, they get it from the streets, the hood, the communities. Like these guys are weird, but I think we're past. Let me see.
Ain't got get on code and put your
and using them for shelter.
And that's New York, by the way. Don't leave that part.
All right, so I want y'all to hear just that's for anybody new. Like the opposition that we get is really weak. It's fueled by pure hatred and disdain for our lineage.
What's going on, Lily?
Yeah, was that a cow?
All right, Lily.
Yeah.
All right, Lily is about to get that bush meat popping. I ain't mad. Don't call up to hear. Let us hear your food. All right. I'm not mad at you. It's dinner time over there, I see. All right. Get you some ugusi to go with that bush meat that you're about to cook up over there. All right.
Let us hear his food.
All right. The 3 or something like that. What's happening, brother?
Yeah, so Tariq Nasheed, he's not for everybody. Like he's a desired taste. You dig? Those who, you know what I mean? That's all I can say. He's a desired taste. He's not for everybody. He's not mandatory. You don't have to listen to Tariq Nasheed. A lot of people don't. Some of their exposure is when I play it. A lot of people said if I didn't play his videos, they would not be watching it. Like they that's just not their desired taste. They watch other stuff. You dig? So I don't want people to think that. Well, we know that, but that's what tethers and Pan-Africans like to project.
Yo, the Tethernator. All right, unmute your microphone, brother.
To talk about Puffy.
I've been listening to your show, and it's lots of information. I've been educated, to be honest. But I do want to say something. I feel like there's a lot of generalization and conclusion made about lots of Africans. Like, I feel like the guy who called from Kenya, genuinely, I might be naive, I don't know, but I feel like he wanted to learn, get some new information out there, and you just shut him down. Which
guy are you talking about?
I think there was some guy who was talking about Barack Obama, I think.
Oh, that guy. I don't know if he was from Kenya. I think he's Somali. He was trolling. He wasn't trying to get any good information. Let me explain to you, man.
Yeah.
A lot of people who are some of your fellow non-FBAs,
yeah,
they like to come around our spaces to waste time so they can get some damn attention. It's not our job to sit up here and let people waste our time all day, just sitting up here acting dumb, asking bad faith questions. We don't entertain that. And then that guy, he comes in the room all the time doing that. Several people have him blocked. So you have what we call time-wasting tethers who like to come in our spaces for the sole purpose of just wasting time. Nobody pays attention to these guys. Nobody gives a damn about them. So the only time anybody will even acknowledge their existence is if they come around us and hop in our spaces. So we don't want time-wasting trolls around us. But
okay.
So what other misconceptions do you think people have about Africans?
Yeah, I just feel like it's just the same way we say. I've heard lots of Black Americans, and it's true. Like we have, like immigrants who have misconceptions about the countries where they go to, like the people who are there, like the Black Americans or the Latinos or this kind of people. They make some really stereotypical comments or have that kind of really bad misconceptions that project a bad image about the people. I live in Canada, so I do know how harmful those stereotypes can be, especially about the Indigenous people who live here. So I might be naive, but I just feel like your show is a very good platform to like educate people like myself who really don't know. I live in Canada. I don't know many Black American people, obviously, and it was on your show that I did hear for the first time about FBA. I didn't really know anything about it. So, like, for example, before listening to your show, I would have thought for the life of me that Barack Obama was considered a typical Black American. You know what I mean? So now I understand the need to delineate from other people based on issues that have come up and political necessities and all that. But I feel like sometimes some opportunities are missed to educate. Not everybody is calling to troll, to be honest. And that's all I wanted to pass around respectfully. That's all. Yeah.
No, I respect that, man. Let me. I'm gonna land your plane and address that. Yeah, for those who are confused, Barack Obama was a tether. Barack Obama was not of our lineage. Barack Obama has zero foundational Black American lineage in him. That's the reason why he was selected to be president and the first so-called Black president, because he didn't come from our lineage. And that's why I started picking up on this thing, how the white supremacists, they know how to choose folks and select certain Black folks based on lineage. White people are very, very in tune and keen to lineage. They know about lineage. They know who to get from where and what they're going to bring and what kind of energy they're going to have. White people are the white supremacists are very hypersensitive about that. They understand certain Black folks from certain lineages, they're going to be a certain way, and some are going to be more aggressive, some are going to be more docile. They know. That's how they set up the slave trade over here. They knew who to put in certain areas, and they knew who to keep out of certain areas. They knew not to get, for example, and this is why y'all need to watch my movie American Maroon. We break this down how when the Seminole War was going on in Florida, and that was a Black war, that's what they called it. They called it a Negro War because most of the people who were fighting on the military side were Black Maroons, the Black Seminoles. And they were beating the brakes off the U.S. government, and they were trying to put them back into slavery, or put them into slavery. Some of them never were enslaved, but some of them were. They were rescuing people. The Black Seminoles were rescuing people off plantations. In fact, many of the plantations in Florida were burned down by the Black Seminoles. That's why you don't see too many of them standing up like tourist attractions in other states and cities. The brothers burned most of those joints down, and they were freeing people on their own terms. And the U.S. Army, they had to come to a conclusion. They were like, we can't capture these back on the plantation. The slave owners was like, we don't bring them back. What are we going to do with those guys? If you bring them back on a plantation, they're going to get everybody else turned up. You got to get them the hell out of here. That's why they said, they made a deal with the Black Seminoles for them to go out to Oklahoma. They had to make a deal with them. They're like, we can't put them back on the plantation. These dudes, they got the taste of blood in their spirit now. They didn't kill too many white people. It's nothing for them to kill white folks. We can't put them on the plantation. They'll slit our throats, which was going to happen, which was definitely going to happen. So they knew. They said, we got to get some people from somewhere else. We can't get them. Yeah, that lineage is different. Yeah, we got to send them out west. That's why there were so many Black folks on the so-called Trail of Tears. There's a lot of Black folks on that, and they went out to Oklahoma. That's why Oklahoma has the most Black-run cities, the most Black-started towns, the towns that Black people started. Most of those are in Oklahoma. Did y'all know that? Y'all Google that. Most of the Black-run towns in America were in Oklahoma. It wasn't just Tulsa. It was so many
Yeah, I got to fact check that. That's interesting.
others. Oklahoma had a lot of Black folks out there getting it popping because they had that maroon energy. They just don't talk about it. That's where Bass Reeves was out there. Bass Reeves, who they got the idea for the Lone Ranger. That came from a Black man, Bass Reeves. Lone Ranger, that's why he had what did I say earlier about them getting the template of a Black person and then putting a white person in it? That's what they did with the Lone Ranger. They saw a Black man, Bass Reeves, who was a lawman who had a Native American red Native sidekick, and Bass Reeves was living with the Native Americans because he beat up his slave owner, got free, and went to Oklahoma. And he was living with the Black Seminoles and the Creeks and all of them other Indians. He was living with them. There's a reason why they didn't go up there to get him. He beat up his slave owner and got free, and they didn't even go to Oklahoma to get him. They knew what an ass whooping looked like. That's why they didn't go get him. They're like, we got to charge that nigga to the game. But you got black folks who was whooping ass up there in Oklahoma. Even when the Tulsa race riot happened, the first day, black people were beating the brakes off them white supremacists. That's why they had to go get planes and drop bombs. Black people were putting them things on them white supremacists out there. The white supremacists like, oh, damn. These niggas ain't regular. We can't punk them out and run down on them like we do other black folks. They with the business. So we got to go to stage 2. We got these planes and we're going to drop these bombs on them. They literally had to get in planes and bomb people, man. You do that out of fear. Yeah? You don't do that if you win in a toe-to-toe fight. You understand? You do not do that. You don't hop in a plane and drop bombs on people. And that's the first time a bomb was dropped on United States soil. It was black folks in Tulsa, Oklahoma. The first time a bomb was dropped on this soil. Yeah? They dropped it on foundational black Americans who were descendants of the Black Seminoles. Go watch the movie American Maroon Family. Our history is deep and rich, man. Salim, what's up, brother? Brother Salim. Hello? Oh, it's a sister. Hey, Sister Salim.
Yes.
Sister Salim, you're going to have to take those earpieces off. Your sound is hard.
Where they can just do anything and say anything, and we're supposed to still roll out the red carpet. There was a mountain called the Emeriske Mountains, and it meant something about lineage by saying a cult.
Yeah, that was just, Jamaica's a slave.
No. Hear me out. Now, are you the founder, Tariq?
Take them in there and rape them.
How the hell am I? I'm not a founder of a lineage.
Yeah, break them down.
Oh, you're not the founder. You're not the founder. Okay. No, but I'm saying,
Hold on,
sir. Okay.
Yeah,
right.
you know that. You know I'm not the founder of a lineage.
That's the word on the street, man. Oh, Tariq Nasheed is the head of. I promise you, brother. That's
the only tethers.
You got a following out here. You don't even know mass following.
Only lying tethers say that. There's not one foundational black American who says I'm their leader or their founder. Not one. Only lying tethers say that.
They say you came up with that. You the face of that. I'm trying to tell you, man. I ain't gotta lie. We on the internet. Come on now.
Yeah, you are lying, sir, because you know that what you're saying is not true.
They say you the face of it. They say now. I'm not blaming
tethers,
some of their
your fellow tethers, sir, who are pathological.
No. I'm not blaming some of their rhetorics on you, right? Some of the misunderstanding or miseducated.
Sir, your fellow tethers say that. That's why we delineate from you guys.
Okay,
fellow tethers. That's tether talk.
And nobody even that terminology, tether, you came up with that, right?
No, that was from the movie Us. Have you seen the movie Us?
But I'm saying you weaponized it, all of that. Like, if you're the face of it, I'm trying to see who's the face of it.
Well, you see how the 4 T's? I talked about this before, how the tethers do the 4 T's. He did all 4 T's. Now, you know I am not the face of anything. The lineage is the lineage.
Okay.
Lineage is the lineage. See, y'all have this thing where you guys try to control the narrative and y'all try to remix and try to tell us who we are. Y'all come in like colonizers, and that don't work.
No,
example. No. Y'all not going to remix who we are. Y'all not going to do that. We're not going to be
Omar Johnson is.
Yeah, you can't colonize
Omar, right? Pan-Africanism, Omar Johnson, right?
What does that mean?
The face of Pan-Africanism is Omar Johnson, right?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Okay, come on now.
No,
he talks about it publicly.
But he's not the face of Pan-African. He just talks about it.
Modern time, yes, he is. He's a pro.
Okay, well, how come nothing is popping over there in Africa? Then how come nothing is popping over there in Africa with him?
He even became a citizen of Ghana, something like that. Man, you know
And
what
came
your
right
brother up
back,
to.
and came right back, and came directly back. So what's popping over there? What's Pan-African going on over there?
I'm hoping to have a sincere conversation with you because I have respect for you.
Don't filibuster. What Pan-Africanism is going on right now? You tell me.
Why are you being defensive? Come on now. I expect better.
Because you're low-key trolling because you're not answering the question. What's Pan-African going on right now?
You ask Omar that. He's your posse. He's your brother. What are you talking about?
I'm asking you.
I'm saying as today, he's the modern Moses of that. And you the modern Moses of
and you're the Moses of Musty, but that doesn't have anything to do with our lineage, sir.
I thought you
that has nothing to do with our lineage.
Be a little more intellect, bro.
I'm not the face of it. No, sir. Yeah, sir, you're trolling low key. Hold on, let me get my brother Dan up here. I got my good brother Dan. Dan, hop on in, sir.
Yo, what's poppin', Flex?
I'm good, Dan. We got a son.
I was ready. I wanted my page to be bigger than that because I need the following. You know, but I'll do it right now. That's okay. Hopefully I'll build my panel.
So wait, so are you with a straight face saying that anybody who holds a conversation about something is the leader of that conversation?
When it comes to this new movement going on, I'm telling you the word of the street. I guess he didn't know. They reference him. They reference him. And he's the face, he's the terminologies and everything. And you know, he's a public figure.
Is Bob Marley the leader of
Let me finish.
Is Bob Marley the leader
I'm
of
disappointed
Jamaicans?
he's not taking credit because he's Tariq Nasheed. Like, bro, be a man, be like, I talk the shit, I walk the walk. You know, I'm surprised he's backing from it. You know. But go ahead.
From you lying? I'm not the leader of shit. I'm not the face of anything. That's
just like Omar ain't the Pan-African guru.
He's not the leader because he's literally giving information.
I accept it. I can't force the man. I can't to drink water.
Would you say hold on. Would you say he's a leader of Pan-Africanism?
That's right. That's his right hand brother, Omar Johnson. That's his right hand brother.
I'm saying, would you say he's a leader of Pan-Africanism?
He converted.
No, he was never the leader of anything. He dropped a documentary about Black history. That's it.
I'm saying the
people learn. He taught people about Black history that they did not know.
Okay.
And guess what? That documentary featured your homeboy Umar Johnson. So he was in the documentary. So you don't call him the leader, do you?
I just said the modern Moses for Pan-African is Omar. What are you talking about? I'm giving credit.
No. You're missing the point. Just because somebody gave you information you did not know does not mean that person's your leader. Is your high school principal still your leader?
If you have multiple followers who's reverencing them and referring to him, what do you call that?
Listen, I can explain this to you, but I can't understand it for you. You do understand. Just because a person, he's a researcher, he did research, he found out some information, he gave it to people. That does not make him a leader.
I got it. We passed that. But I'm saying if he have a multitude who follows him, who nominates him, what do you call that?
You have a multitude of people who follow the rock around. That doesn't mean they're a leader in life, does it?
Who follows the rhetoric and the
It's not a rhetoric, it's actually
What's the rhetoric? Lineage is not a rhetoric. What's the rhetoric?
Yeah, it's truth. You can't
The
call
rhetoric,
truth
the
rhetoric.
tether rhetoric,
That's from a movie.
The come on, man, the whole message entirely.
What's the message? There ain't no message. It's a lineage.
But listen, I didn't
What's
come
the
with
message?
disrespect. I accept. You say you're not the leader. That's good to know.
Get to the message you were talking
What's
about.
the message? Okay, stop trolling. What's the message? What's the message?
I'm gonna tell him, hey, your leader didn't claim you. He's not your leader. I'm gonna go back to the ass. I'm gonna tell him, keep their name out your mouth.
What's the message?
I got you. I got you. I respect
Go back to
it.
the message part. What's up with the message situation? Because you said message. So what's the message that you learning from foundational Black Americans?
Well, the message they're spewing is that they the only black. They really, like I said, they're not even on the same page.
You do realize the term foundational Black American comes from the people who founded this country has literally referred to us as foundation. As a matter of fact, they literally call slavery America's original sin because it was the foundation upon which they built this nation's wealth. I.e., we call ourselves foundational Black Americans. That's literally descriptive. Everybody knows that around the world. I don't understand what the issue is.
Beautiful, right? But when I tell them all that happened from your ass being fresh off the boat, they're like, oh, no, that's not true.
It's not. Listen. There's around 50 million foundational Black Americans. Just because you found some people who didn't want to hear what you had to say. It's not a representative of everybody.
They
We're literally
dismissing
having the
Atlantic
conversations right
slave
now.
trade, my brother. They dismissing their ancestors. They
What
really
does that have to do with
They
you
said
calling this man a leader?
they said it didn't come from the we moved from that. I'm telling you.
Talk to them about what they're talking about. You like on
But
a
that's
whole
what
other
I'm
line.
saying. But that's what I'm saying. That's dangerous when you have a cult attaching themselves.
It's not a cult. It's a
Let me
lineage. What are you
finish.
talking
Attaching themselves to a message you bring into the
No,
people.
the
And
code is in your imagination.
have,
See, no, because
you have no.
because
you
you
gonna let me finish?
No, because you keep talking about a cult that you made up, and you're upset that the cult ain't doing what you want the cult to do.
Oh wow,
bro,
you're not responsible for your delusion.
I know
you're upset. You're upset that this cult that you made up ain't doing what you want the cult to do.
You ain't ran into your followers saying they're not African at all and they didn't come from the Atlantic
I
slave
don't
trade.
have
You ain't ran
followers.
into
I
them
have
at all.
listeners. I don't have followers. People don't follow me. They follow their lineage.
You ain't ran to them saying they didn't come from the Atlantic slave trade.
Are you my follower?
Not at all. That's why I
Yes,
came
you
to the
are.
head myself.
According to your logic, you are because you're listening to me right now.
That's why I came to the head, and the head saying no, I don't know them. So
okay, then how come you're not a follower?
Because your message that have nothing to do benefits me.
But you're here listening though. So according to your logic, anybody who comes into my spaces is a follower. That would include
not
you.
Really for clarity.
Then what are you talking about then? Then outside of listening to me online, what followers are you talking about? I don't have a church or anything. Nobody has to do what I say.
Do you acknowledge the Atlantic slave trade?
Yeah, I do. Of course I do.
Okay, well, my strongest apology, my brother. You got a whole lot of multitude dismissing that and then claiming
I don't have anything. And they can dismiss it because we're not a group. So we're not going to agree on everything. All we do is agree on one thing, lineage. That's it. We all agree on lineage. Everything else is subjective. The only thing we are 100% sure about is our lineage. That is not up for debate. That is not up for ideology. That is not up for speculation. That is not up for anything. Lineage is rock solid. Now, if people believe some other stuff, that's okay. As long as we understand the lineage is foundational. That ain't got nothing to do with a cult. You can't quit or join your lineage. Can you quit being a Jamaican?
I mean, that's what I was telling them. Like, how yeah, not at all. So, but let me say this,
how can we quit being a foundational Black American?
So, but you're right. You make a lot of sense, and this is what I got to say, right? The fact that you like I'm for knowledge and clarity, and the fact that you agree with the Atlantic slave trade, I respect that, and that's what there's a lot of confusion. That's why I sought you out. So you saying different things. So I accept it, I receive it, and I'm telling you, there's false rhetorics out here, and they dismissing shit that's concrete. And you say you ain't got nothing to do with them. You say you ain't got nothing to do with them. I accept it.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Everybody's not going to agree on different things, but we do agree on our lineage. That's something that's rock solid. That's something that's documented. Our lineage, we as foundational Black Americans, we don't come from immigrant backgrounds. Everything else is subjective. You can argue all day. I ain't got nothing to do with none of that stuff. Like when y'all say, well, somebody said this, that, no, I ain't got shit to do with that. Did that change my lineage or theirs? No. Right?
Right. Well, as long as you accept the Atlantic slave trade, that you were a slave and you fresh off the boat, I ain't got no problem with that.
Yeah, and there were some Aboriginal people here too that mixed in, just like in Jamaica. There were some Aboriginal people who mixed in with the folks off the boat. So I've never denied that.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, brother. Thank you for your time. Honestly, I wasn't trying to troll. I was seeking for clarity.
Okay, you were, but it's okay. We got you right. It's all good. Yeah, he tried to do the 4 T's and it didn't work. He tried to tether it up, and we got some straightening. All right. He tried to do the tether babble. No, it didn't work. We got some straightening. He tried to lie, and we got. And thank you, Dan. Thank you, by the way, Dan. Yeah, he tried to lie. Yeah. And he got packed up out of here with that. All right. Let's get some more people in here. Who is this? Keith Hobbs, hop on in, Keith. Talk to me, Keith. Come on, fresh off the boat and all that stuff. Yeah, he's fresh off the boat now. He would be fresh off the damn boat. Yo, Keith, hop on in, Keith.
My fault, family. I didn't know the video was. Damn. My fault. Oh shit. I'm bugging. I'm bugging, family. I'm bugging. Family, I'm bugging.
Anywhere.
I had the phone in my pocket. I didn't realize it wasn't even playing anymore. All right, okay, so we're past that. More lineage talk. More lineage talk.
What's up,
All right,
Tariq?
you got a 3 live minimum.
Oh no, no, I don't want the Drake one. Oh yeah, let's do the all right, whatever. Let's do the
Any
Drake.
more than 3 lies, you out of here. All right, let's go ahead. What's your first lie?
Hey, I wanted to ask you, is Kyrie
Oh, this is just Tether new. Like, yeah, you see it set up. He tried to set it up with Kyrie Irving to come back and try to introduce Drake in there.
Irving a foundational Black American?
A foundational Black American, and he was born in Australia while his dad was.
So, family, this is Tether new way of trying to set Tariq Nasheed up with the Kyrie Irving thing, and then try to throw in the Drake thing afterwards.
Playing basketball, and then they brought him back over here at 2 years old.
So how is he a foundational Black American, but according to you, Drake and Westmore is not?
Because,
like, how does that make sense?
Because of logic. Because of logic, sir.
I thought it was a lineage.
It is a lineage.
So if it's a lineage, it shouldn't matter what country you're in. If you got lineage to foundational Black American, it shouldn't be a lineage.
Yeah, but you got to be a citizen too. You understand? Lineage and land. That's kind of common sense.
Oh, so you're taking the Nazi slogan,
look, white man. Oh, the hell, if a white couple went to Japan and had a baby in Japan while they were on work visa, whatever, that baby's going to be American. The baby's not going to be Japanese because they're going to come back. They're just on a work visa. They come back when the baby's 2 years old. That baby's still a white American.
So Drake, who was born in Canada, and which is America.
No, it's not.
Which is North America. It's a part of the North American continent.
No,
he's not foundational Black American.
Lie one. That's one lie. Okay. Then you tried to clean your lie up. All right. Lie one. We're not going to do that, but 2 more lies. Canada is not America. Canada is not America. It's a separate country. Don't try to say North America. No. Canada is its own country.
But according to you on the official FBA website,
Canada is its own country. Canada is a foreign country. That's why people would go to Canada to escape the draft back in the day. It's the right?
Right, but if it's a lineage to an official FBA website, you just need one parent to be a foundational Black American to be an FBA, right?
Yeah, but you still be of the land. You have to be from the damn land, sir.
So now you're moving the goalposts to what qualifies a foundational Black American.
Just a citizen, period. Do you know that? Forget about foundational Black Americans, just a citizen. You understand? If you got to fill out special paperwork for you to become a citizen, you're not really of the lineage.
So what do you think Kyrie Irving did?
He didn't have to do that. He didn't have to.
He was born in Australia.
And the family was on a work release. They were on like a work program. They were on a work program. He wasn't an Australian.
So maybe you should update your website that you
because
own.
we're using common sense, sir. Just like the military. Some people will be like, well, the military, that's still an extension of the U.S. government, a military base. That's an extension of the U.S. government. That's just citizenship. That's how citizenship works, sir.
So Kyrie Irving, who was born in Australia, a foreign country, he's a foundational Black American. But Drake, who's born in Canada,
to 2 foundational Black American parents, while they were
but you said on the website you just need one.
Okay, you acting dumb and repeating the same dumb question over and over. That's not going to change it.
No, I'm just trying to get
No, you're
clarification.
acting dumb, which is what tethers do. You're not dumb. You know how citizenship works.
Yeah, I'm a citizen of I'm a 14th Amendment citizen like you.
But
We brothers. We 14th Amendment
really,
citizens.
are you playing dumb? You keep talking. This is how citizenship work, period. Kyrie Irving didn't have to file immigration papers and stuff like that to get back over here. He didn't have to.
But we're talking about a lineage. We're not talking. You said it's a lineage. It's not a jurisdiction, or you have to be a citizen of America. You said on the website
That's
you have to have at least
that's a given. If you're a foundational Black American, it's a given that you have to be of the land. That's a given. You don't, certain things you don't really have to explain less than 2 years old. Now, if you got the mindset of a 2-year-old and I got to sit you down and explain, well, listen, Revenue, well, there's a place called America and there's something called the 14th Amendment. Okay? Do you want to cook in some juice while I explain it to you? And
right. But you also said Denmark VC is a foundational Black American. He doesn't have no foundational Black American parents. He's born in St. Thomas.
But he was here at the development of the United States. You see how that works?
Yeah. Also, is you have different criterias what meet the standards of a foundational Black Americans now? Because I thought on the official website you just have to have one parent that's an FBA.
Denmark Vesey was a slave. All slaves are foundational. That's a given. If you were a slave, no matter where they got you from, if you were indigenous, if you were brought over from somewhere, you became foundational. You were building the bricks and the wealth of this country.
So what make Westmore a tether if he has a foundational Black American that goes back to the Revolutionary War? You give them plenty of time
because
but he's an FBA according to your rhetoric and your criteria on your official FBA website. So what separates him from Kyrie Irving? And he was born in America. He has ancestry going back to the Revolutionary War.
But he says, I don't know how accurate that is. One, I don't know how.
You can check it. You can do your own research. You can check it out. He's a part of the organization called the Sons of the Revolutionary War.
What else?
He could prove his ancestors.
What else does it say on the FBA website since you're reading it? What did it say about people with dual allegiances? Read that since you read that because you're probably on the site now. Read that.
Let me check it. Let me check it out.
Get on.
Yeah,
get on there.
Okay, let's scroll down to your website. And how are you not the leader? If you got the website, you own the trademark, you own Majora. But let's see what qualifies according to you. A foundation of
I'm still not the leader, no matter how you try to pull it, tug it, lie. That's lie too. Got it? Got one more lie. Yeah, just because you lying, that don't make me the leader. But I'm an advocate for our lineage. I ain't the leader. I'm an advocate for it. But go ahead. Now, what does it say about dual allegiances? Go ahead. Go ahead, Revenue. Unmute your microphone.
Okay, I'm on the website now. Which paragraph is it? Is it where it says how does a person trace their lineage back to American slavery?
Now, why are you confused now? You kept mentioning the damn website, and now you confused. I'm not looking at it right.
Okay. If a person classified as Black who has one parent from an immigrant background and another parent who can trace their American slave plantation, then you are considered a foundational Black American still.
Right.
This is your website.
Right. Keep reading.
So that wouldn't that make Westmore a foundational Black American?
Keep reading.
There is a very important caveat with this designation. A FBA individual who is non-FBA parental lineage comes from a person who immigrated to the United States after 1970 should not be considered or looked upon as a representative or spokesperson for serious political, social, economical.
There it is. That ain't our representative because he has dual allegiances. That's why a lot of Native American tribes have the same ideology. If you both of your bloodlines ain't from the lineage, you can't be a chief because you're going to have torn allegiances. That's how I feel about that nigga.
How does he have dual allegiance if he's a American citizen? His ancestors go back to the Revolutionary War, which most black Americans can't even go back to the Revolutionary
That's a
War.
lie.
How is he a tether?
Yes, we can. What the hell are you talking about? Yes, we can. We can trace our shit back to the Revolutionary War. So what are you talking about? Don't project your lack of lineage documentation onto us. You can't trace nothing back. They ain't got no good paperwork in Jamaica, and you bounce, so you ain't never gonna get access to no paperwork. So don't project that onto us. We know how to trace our stuff back. But yeah, you answered the question. Because he has dual allegiance to
who do you have dual allegiance to?
Caribbean. He identifies as Caribbean. He's always talking about he's Caribbean, his Caribbean side, and he's always doing stuff for Caribbean. In fact, he crashed our reparations out. That's why that nigga should not be our representative at all.
So he has dual allegiance to the whole entire Caribbean. Does that even make sense to
acting dumb? You acting dumb. You're acting dumb, and that's not going to change the fact. Now that you're acting dumb, that means you don't have no retort. And thank you very much. All right, we're gonna move on. So when you start debunking these tethers, they love acting dumb. Got dual allegiance to the whole Caribbean and shit. Okay, I'm not about to even entertain you acting dumb. You dumb, but you ain't that dumb. All right, the prototype. What's up, dear?
Hello, everybody. I'm going to be very, very brief. For this revenue Shane guy, you already explained to him about the FBA side. Now, I am so sick and tired of trying to explain to these musty ass people about Drake. When it comes to Judaism, they want to bring up something about the Bible. Those folks don't care anything about a Bible, okay? They have their own religious text that they follow. Being Jewish is matrilineal. That goes through your mother. It doesn't matter if he has an FBA father. So, according to their law, you are what your mother is. So, even if he was born in his bitch, he is still Jewish. His grandfather is Jewish. All of those folks are Jewish. His dad, like I posted years ago, was known as the grandfather of AIDS in South Africa, to the point where his name is something Sure. And when Drake decided to make a club, he called it the Sure Club. That's how much Mr. Degrassi loves his lineage. All he does is go from place to place cosplaying because he has no connection to what it is to be us. And I'm gonna leave that alone. And I'm maybe we can just let that die. Thank you so much.
Thank you, beloved. Thank you. But yeah, these folks play dumb when it comes to the whole Drake. And that's dumb. Look, FBA lineage. It's lineage and is the cultural development. That's a given. You know, being a foundational Black American. It's about nationality. You understand? You being born and raised within this unique inherited experience of Black America and being a descendant of the freedmen. Yeah, even though his father was a foundation of Black America, Drake was born and raised and culturally socialized in Canada. Is that he's Canadian? He's a proud Canadian. You go Google Drake, a Canadian rapper. Yeah. If you are a Canadian rapper, by definition, by logic, you're not foundational to America. You left. Your lineage left for whatever reason. It left and stayed. That's not the same as somebody being born on a work visa or something. That's not the same. That's not the same. Kyrie Irving, you can try to find an outlier, but that's not. Kyrie Irving was in Austrian society. And man, he's not an Australian at all. He had two foundational Black American parents who was working, and they had him while they were out working, and they immediately brought him back over here where he was raised and in his culture. You think? You see, being a foundational Black American, that means you had a unique ethnogenesis, and you're tied to United States soil. It's an ethnic identity that comes from our culture here. You're being raised in that culture. Yeah? And Drake, and I like Drake. I'm not beating up on Drake. I'm not disparaging Drake whatsoever. I like Drake. I like Drake's music. I like Drake for what he does. He's pop rap, and that's fine. Drake identifies culturally as Canadian and Jewish. You know, Drake has openly embraced his Canadian identity. The man had a whole bar mitzvah. And Drake's never centered himself in any type of cultural FBA struggle at all. And that's fine. It's not his culture. So yeah, them trying to pretend that, you know, his dad's roots make him a representative of foundation American culture, that's just plain dumb. Yeah. That's just like they always say that we have, you FBA niggas, you have Nigerian DNA. Okay. But we're not Nigerian citizens. Yeah. They claim we have all of this African this and African DNA that. We ain't citizens nowhere over there. We can't go over there. We ain't no citizens over there. Are we? Either we are or we not. We're not. Good. Let's stop playing dumb. See, a lot of these people, they want to play dumb because, see, they want access to foundational Black American gains. See, when we start talking about lineage-based justice, reparations, cultural credit, political recognition, suddenly the tethers, they all confused about what FBA means. Now they're confused. Now these people are very aware when we are Akatas, they know who the fuck we are when we're an Akata, when we are Yankee and when we are lazy nigga, when we are hood rat, dusty nigga, when it's all types of pejorative terms, they know exactly who we are. When we are Jareers and beads and all of these derogatory names, they know exactly who they're talking to. They know who we are when it's negative. Stay away from the Akata niggas when you get, they know who to stay away from and who to tell their kids to stay away from. You're very, very, very focused and clear on us when it's time to stay away from us or demonize us, to distance yourselves from us. Now, when we're saying, hey, we're identifying ourselves on our own terms, wait, now if a nigga was born on the moon to an FBA mother and a Ghanaian father, is that a Martian or is he FBA? Got you. It's okay. Weird wannabe gotchas. Stop it. This bad faith ass outrage from these tethers. You know good and well Drake ain't no damn FBA. Yeah? Y'all know good and well. But cats want to try to center themselves by acting dumb. That's them trying to clout chase by acting dumb so that we can just interact with their ass. That's a lonely tether syndrome. They just need us to interact with them and they play dumb. That's a way to get us to interact with their asses. You know, look, foundational Black American, that's not up for redefinition by outsiders. You outsiders, y'all can't define what our lineage is. Logic defines our lineage. Yeah? And we have a right to define who's going to be Both already shown that they have more of an allegiance with their Caribbean side, if they even do have an FBA side, because people are lying now. You got a lot of people cosplaying as foundational Black Americans. Have y'all been seeing that lately? We've been seeing that heavy. A lot of people have been trying to cosplay as us. Yeah. Oh, goodness. Let me see. Let's get some more people in here. But we're in here deep. We're in here deep. Let's get RJ in here. Let's get Mr. RJ. Let's hear some whatever Democrat shillery he has. What's going on, RJ? How do you feel about Trump? I know you're gonna come in and talk about Trump, which I don't care. But go ahead. What's going on?
Well, suddenly you don't care when he's crashing everything. But anyway, first off, we gotta say happy birthday to the king of pop and the king of music, Michael Jackson.
Yep.
Today's his birthday.
Oh, happy birthday to our good FBA brother, Michael Jackson. Yes, indeed.
Yes. Gotta give him his due. You feel me?
Yeah.
But yeah. So you saying, Kamala would have been worse? No, historically, Democrats always do better than Republicans on the economy, on social issues, on racial issues. Democrats always do better. Republicans always bring a recession. They always bring a war. They always bring some kind of plague. Like the COVID started under Trump. People forget that. So So if Kamala would have been in office, she would have just did better. If anything, she would have been the first president to work in all three branches of government. You feel me?
And that would do what for us?
And that would do competency. That would do someone who actually knows what they're doing, not this idiot bankrupt businessman that was Epstein's friend and a pedophile and is trying to run away from the Epstein's list. That's what that would do. We wouldn't have some corrupt dumbass in office that's the laughing stock of the world. He's just hanging on by a thread because America is a big country, but on his own, he's an idiot. That's what that would do. So
had Kamala the idiot and Biden the idiot in the White House, and they were not no better. They were horrible.
No, they weren't.
Yeah, they were, sir. You're not even over here. How can you say what they were?
But I can read.
We live this over here. We experience them.
What we experience now is Trump's national guard into black neighborhoods, and black people are losing jobs left and center.
We were losing losing it under Kamala and Biden because they were giving the jobs to immigrants. They did this shit with immigrants and giving them job training. So yeah, we were losing jobs on them. EJ.
Yeah, what? Tell that to the 600,000.
EJ, hop on in, EJ.
Tell that to the 600,000 Asians coming overseas now. So what are we talking about? Some yapping your.
EJ, you in here, brother? EJ. Okay.
The room muted. You had the room muted.
Okay.
You had the room muted.
Okay. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I ain't want you to kick me off once this musty tether was just sucking these Democratic dick. Let's just keep it $1.50, man. Folks been losing their jobs since the beginning of time. This ain't nothing new. Why these Democratic dick suckers coming out here talking about all-time high? Black Americans been going through the struggle ever since the presidency has been going on, and I get so tired.
Hi.
Well, we're foundational Black Americans, sir. So yes, we're foundational. That's what foundational means. We're indigenous to the United States.
The damn video freezing on my phone.
Oh boy, we got Apia. Hold on, Kanye brother, you up in here? I'm gonna have Kanye with me on Apia because Apia, his tethering drains me, brother Kanye. If you can come up, that'd be great. But Apia, what's up, brother? What's going on, Apia? Let me get Apia in here. Apia, what's up, Apia?
Tariq.
What's up?
Hello. Man, I'm doing pretty well, man. What's going on?
I'm good. The family Apia is Ghanaian. He's Ghanaian, but he's over here in LA. So what's up, Apia?
Okay, so first of all, well, you don't need to put all my business out there like that. You talk about you indigenous and everything, right?
Yeah.
However, yeah, the last time I heard you say, "Oh, go to FBA website," I said, "Oh, y'all got a website? All right, let me check it out real quick." I checked your website. There was nowhere you stated in there that you're indigenous. Why?
Well, we're foundational Black Americans, sir. So we don't have to say we're indigenous. We're foundational. That's what foundational means. We're indigenous to the United States. That's what foundational means. We're literally indigenous to the United States. There was no United States until foundational Black Americans built. So that's what foundational means. How we pretend is there's been Black people here for millions of years.
You can't take me through that route. There's no evidence. First of all,
No,
listen, I don't.
no. We're not foreigners up here. This is what I said earlier. These tethers want to make us foreigners. We are not foreigners. We are
It's
you. We are
your own website.
we are not you.
No, 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 no. I'm not saying that you're me. You can't be me. You know you cannot be me.
Right, because
If you go, listen.
our land.
If you go
This is our
to,
that we
go
built
ahead.
the United States from scratch. You fled to this place. We didn't. We built it, sir. So we're not you. We're indigenous to the United States. That's what indigenous mean. You the
No, no. That's not what indigenous
Yes,
means.
it does. Who's indigenous to the United?
No, no. When they say somebody's indigenous to a land, basically what it means is that they are the first to settle. They are the first to discover. They are the first to make the place habitable before any other group came in.
And that,
And you're not.
sir, it was, man, we are the definition of that. We,
No, sir.
sir,
You're not. Second of all,
no,
we're not.
we'll just say some shit and run. No, stand on what you're saying. We made this place habitable. We made the United States habitable for millions of people to be able to live here and thrive. We did that. Who else did it?
The last time I checked, my forefathers provided labor through slavery.
What do you mean,
Okay,
father? Who?
my forefathers, my ancestors, the Africans
Sir,
that were stolen and brought to the
no,
West Indies, the Americas.
stolen nothing. No. Miss me with that stolen shit. You mean sold? Y'all Negroes were over there selling people. Y'all stop that. Oh, y'all took my poor brethren, and I'm a descendant of the. No, sir.
Well, I'm still gonna go according to history, not according to what a white man taught
See
you.
this tether? See this tether? See how this?
I'm not saying nothing like that. All I'm telling you is Africans labored on this land
No,
to provide a capital
no,
for the
sir.
establishment.
No. Because we had an ethnogenesis. We were not African. Africa didn't reach out for us. When we were suffering, Africa was nowhere to be damn found. No, you don't get to claim nothing. Don't you? You ain't claiming shit. Africa was nowhere to be found. Nobody saved us. Nobody helped us. Nobody assisted us. We had to deal with the most brutal oppression and then thrive from it and survive it and then come out shining on our own. No African did a goddamn thing to help us. You will not get here to lay claim to any of this, sir. You were over there eating bush meat, getting smacked around by the Portuguese, then the British, then the Arabs, and all of that. While we were over
Well,
there on business, or you're not going to say
well,
Name.
I'm
No, sir. Y'all, you're not gonna sit here with the damn Elmina Castle over there in your homeland talking about, oh, my poor people got stolen. What, stolen from the castle y'all sat up there and let go down? How? Make it make sense.
make it make sense.
Uh-huh.
I'm just telling you. No, I'm just telling you what the realities are.
Stolen how?
And I know. Listen.
Stolen how when y'all got that big ass slave castle sitting up on the coast of Ghana? Tell me more. I gotta hear.
Okay, now, I can tell you. First of all, you and I know. I know deep down that as a historian, as you claim you are, you know that when the Europeans set foot on the continent, they came there through trade. Trade was the number one reason why they came to the continent. When they came to the continent, they studied who we were, what we are, and what we were doing, and they started undermining and creating tensions and problems, tribal wars, etc. Now, the castles that you see, right? Hold on, you wanted me to tell a bit of history.
Go ahead. I got to hear it. Go ahead.
Okay, the castles that you see there, right? Initially were not supposed to have been used for what they claim that they used for at the end of the day.
Oh, Lord.
They no, you want to go into history? Listen, they bought those land from the chiefs and said they were using it to build business. You want to learn or what?
Hold on. What were slave castles supposed to be? What were the dungeons supposed to be for? Fruit and shea butter? What was it supposed to be for?
No, see, that's where you get it wrong. Take it easy. Listen, the white man told you something that you believe. I'm gonna tell the truth. I'm the true indigenous on the continents. All right, so listen to me. All right, when they took the land, they were supposed to build hubs for their business purposes. It was for business purposes. That's why our chiefs gave them the land and allowed them to build what they built. Mind you, when they were building,
what was the business supposed to be?
They were into gold, ivory, cloth, etc., etc. That was what it was.
Okay, slow down.
And
Slow down. Okay. Wani, please.
Well, they built the castles to hold human beings after they chased the human beings around and held them and did everything to them they could possibly do until the European came to pick them up. Why are you denying that? See, I have you blocked because you're a habitual liar. Okay. I
I'm
also
talking to your
put
boss. Can you
something.
be quiet? I'm talking to your boss.
No, I don't think I can. I actually put something in the chat. It shows.
Niggas was fighting and killing each other over there a
I'm not
long time before
discussing
they
all
showed
that.
up.
I'm gonna stick to the top.
Yeah.
I'm referencing the Red Indians, the indigenous to the Americas, the North
Okay, Paul.
Americas.
So you're telling me that an Indian is a Siberian? A
Sir.
Mongoloid?
Sir.
I asked you a question. Please answer the question, Papaya.
I have no
And
idea.
listen, I know you respect me, so I'm not going to run you down. Let's have a civil discussion. You're
Okay, all
saying,
right, okay. If you hold
okay,
on
you're
though.
saying that a Mongoloid is an Indian. Is that correct?
Listen. Let's put the argument in the right perspective. All right, it's indigenous
No,
to the.
we're
No,
discussing
sir.
geography,
No.
history, and haplogroup. You're telling me that hold
Listen.
on,
See,
no, you're telling me that an Indian is a Mongoloid. Is that correct?
no, I haven't made any statement to that effect. But guess what? What I'm not going to let you do is to take me through that route that leads nowhere. I will
Yeah, I'm
stick to
gonna
the
take
point.
you through that
No,
route.
I'm taking
I'm
you
I'm
there.
going to take you through that
Listen.
route. You're
Are
going.
you
You're already
indigenous to
there.
the Americas?
You're
Are
already
you
there, and
indigenous?
there's no escape. So you're telling me
Are you indigenous to the
that a
Americas? That's
South
a basic
Asian. You're
question.
telling me that a South Asian phenotypically
See, I
are
know
the
where you're going to
indigenous
end.
people of the U.S., or are you saying that the Mongoloid are the Indians who are the indigenous of the U.S.?
I'm not responding to this question because I know it's going to end up with Adam and Eve, like you guys always do.
No,
And you know that's not.
it's going to end up with logic,
Nope, it's
reason,
not.
or
Nope.
foolery and nonsense. I asked
No.
you a question, sir. I asked you a question.
Listen. I believe you
Okay,
listen before you grab the
brother
mic.
Tariq. All right,
My question to
Apaya.
you,
Listen to me.
don't flee, don't
Listen
flee,
to me.
don't
I'm
flee,
done with you.
don't
I'm
flee,
done with you.
don't flee,
Just
thou
tap
shalt
out,
not flee.
brother Tariq.
Yes.
Thou
Brother
shalt not
Tariq. Thank
flee.
you for the opportunity to speak. Hey,
See,
Wani,
nobody
family,
here
love
will
you
be
all.
able to
Tariq,
tell.
sorry, I'm
I
up
want
here
somebody to
angry.
say that they are indigenous to the Americas. Somebody should tell me that.
Okay.
And
We
give me a brief
are,
history.
sir.
Okay,
We
give me a
are.
brief history before the invasion of the Europeans of your
What?
culture.
Okay, let me stop you right here. The Navajo tribe walked across the Bering Strait in the 1500s, as late as the 1500s. They were here after the Vikings. You don't obviously know what's going on in this country, but we have indigenous ancestry with two types of founding populations. And just because you don't know about it and you're too jealous to admit it.
Okay, so what was your language then before the invasion of the white man
Our,
on your land?
our language is the best language on earth, English. We have all kinds of
You British
languages and
now, or are you
dialects.
Irish?
Are you?
I'm
Are
not.
you?
No, I'm an
Okay.
African.
So we have
Therefore,
many
I have my own.
dialects, but we don't need to use those dialects anymore. We speak
How?
English. We've been
Aren't you
here for
proud of it?
half.
Don't you take pride in it? I
No,
thought you were boasting of everything.
we're an ethnogenesis. We've been here for
So
half
you
a
lost your
millennia.
language in the process?
No, this is our language. We've been here 500 years. How long have you been speaking your language? Whatever
Man,
you're speaking now.
500 years is like a siesta.
They have no tongue control. All I hear is a bunch of slushing around in your mouth.
Listen,
You haven't
the
mastered
last
the language.
My fault, family. I had lost connection. Maybe because I'm at with my kid, so I lost a little connection.
The most, what's happening? Hop on in, brother.
Hey, Terry, can you hear me?
I can hear you. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing great, thank you, man. Hey, it's February, and I just want to mention about Barrister talking about black people not producing nothing. Tarek, do you know a guy named Willie Jenkins from LA?
Willie, yeah, that name sounds familiar.
Willie Jenkins. His nickname is Tech Man. I mean, some of you guys should be able to Google it. He's the first black man who basically invented drone technology, and you know what the drones technology are doing in today with wars and everything. So I just want to throw that name out there because he's not given credit what he deserved for.
Right.
And he's from LA, so
There you go. There you go. Thank you. Yeah, we know. I know about so many inventions that we've created. I mean, yes. I mean, we've done the most. We've done so much as foundational Black Americans. I'm very, very familiar. Jared, what's up, Jared? Wait, hold on. Let me get you on. My bad. I don't have you on, brother. Brother Jared, hop on. Mr. Jared, hop on, brother. Jared.
Oh, my bad. I forgot to turn my mic on. How y'all doing?
How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, I just wanted to address old Buster Barrister. Like, he only knows what his oppressors are telling him, which is a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
I know quite a few. I live in Minnesota. I know quite a few Black folks up here who have started their own businesses and who are very successful. And not only that, one of my sons got accepted to school. He's going to law school to become a lawyer, and his dream is to open up his own practice. Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's weird, man, that we get these people that ain't even from here who try to tell us how to live, tell us.
Well, you're breaking up, brother, but I got your point, brother. Thank you. Yeah, man, it's crazy. But yeah, a lot of that is rooted in jealousy, man. It's a lot of them are upset that foundational Black Americans, we have a resistance to subservience. You see, a lot of them, they come over here trying to be the model minority with that mindset. They're going to be docile, they're going to be as non-confrontational as possible, and that's going to bring success. You understand? And so, because deep down, they know they have to do that because they're afraid that they're going to get deported. So they come over here. So they go, I have to shut up, nigga. So they got to be very quiet. You got to keep your head down. You can't make no waves or you get sent back. And that's the death sentence to them. They sit up here and talk about the motherland, but let them threaten you with getting sent back. And you see how much you love the motherland. Nobody hates Africa more than them. They sit up and tell us that we got to sit here and prop up Africa. You threaten to send them home. They shit on themselves. No, don't send me back. Don't send me. I be good, nigga. They don't like that. Let's be real. And that's the thing. The fact that we can't get sent nowhere. This is our joint. And the fact that we have a freedom where we can tell these people to kiss our black ass. You dig? And then go walk off into the sunset. They hate that we can do that. You dig? Balls and confidence to tell these white supremacists to kiss our get the hell out of our face. Whereas over there in that village somewhere, the white people go and smacking them around and checking them, and they have to keep their head down and bow down. They don't like that. Let's keep it real. Let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it real. Yeah, we have a certain confidence and a refusal to submit. And that's foreign, just like our family, FBA family out there in Cincinnati, standing on business, protecting their communities, making sure the kids are safe going to school so that no white supremacists will harm them. That's called standing on some damn business. Whereas over in these dudes' barristers' homeland, you got orphanages full of damn unprotected kids. And guess what those kids over there doing? Acting like us, acting like foundational Black Americans. How many times y'all see those videos from Africa, them kids over there dressed like us, dancing like us? Huh? You see them videos in Africa all the time. Them orphanages, kids over there rapping and dancing like us, emulating foundational Black Americans. That's another thing they hate. The youth over there look up to us because they look up to people who stand on business, not your fleeing ass barrister. They ain't trying to be like you. They trying to be like us. You see? Tomashek, hop on in. Get your ass up in here.
Hey Tariq, how's it going?
I'm great. What's on your mind?
Yeah, man. Just to the Palestinian guy's point, before. You do realize that your tax dollars are going there to fund whatever's going on in their country.
I tell
your tax
you a whole bunch of bullshit that would not have popped off like that.
Indigenous, the word indigenous, it precludes people that have
North America, there were red native tribes, you had Mongolian tribes, you had Australoid tribes, you had Negroid tribes all over the Americas. But we've had an innocent, we became indigenous to the United States.
But the thing is, your definition of indigenous is contrary to the accepted definition of indigenous.
No, it's the same thing. Same thing. It's not contrary at all. It's the same thing.
It's not, because if you look at the indigenous, the word indigenous, it precludes people that have settled there, right? And that's one. And the other things, I want to get back to the language.
No.
Where did that language
Wait.
originate in Africa, or was it as a result?
Stop. Don't say something and then run. No. Define indigenous. You define indigenous. I want you to define indigenous. Go ahead. Iman.
Yep. So indigenous basically means your ancestors have lived there for thousands of years before outside groups have arrived. Okay. Indigenous people have distinct cultural, linguistic, and historical ties to the lands, which predates colonization and settlement. And by that definition,
No.
that precludes FBAs.
No.
Because
no.
What do you mean no? You guys went there on ships. How can you deny that, Tariq?
Some came on ships. Some were already here. Then they were.
Not true. Just because there's some skeletons found in some cave, which proves contact between the African continent and the North America, that does not mean there was an African civilization existing in the United States.
No,
there would be evidence.
I didn't say African. I said black. There were black indigenous people here. Didn't say African. I said black. See, you gotta be very careful with the words.
Oh, okay. So I see what you're doing. You're trying.
Who's it? Okay, who's it? Okay, no. Who's indigenous? What tribe is indigenous over here? You tell me.
The red dots, Indians. We know them with their facial features. They have their own language.
But there were black people over here called Indians too.
They didn't have the typical. Listen. We know their DNA. Their DNA is distinct from West Africans.
No. There were black-skinned people with afros over here called Indians. In fact, in Virginia, there was a white man who worked at the Vital Records office named Walter Plecker, who infamously changed the status of a lot of Indians to Negro. Okay?
But here's the thing. We know from their DNA that these people, these Indians, they are distinct from the West Africans. But FBAs, you guys have exactly the same DNA as the Nigerian coming here.
No, we don't.
Yeah, that is facts.
No, we don't.
You guys share the same DNA.
No, we don't. Where is Wani? Is Wani in here? Where the hell is Wani? Because Wani was breaking that DNA stuff down. Hell, I wish Wani was in here. Oh, Wani was really breaking that DNA stuff down. No. We have a whole, we have African lineage and genetics, but we have a different DNA makeup because we've been here so long. We are distinct. We're not the same as a West African.
All right, here's the thing. The majority of slaves, the majority, I'm not saying when slavery started happening from the Atlantic, the vast majority, up to 70%, happened in the 18th century, right?
Oh.
So,
no.
I mean, that's what the history books say.
Well, there were a lot of black people already here. Yeah.
They weren't Africans. They were Indians.
There were black natives here.
Listen, anyway, the point I'm trying to get across, Tariq, is like I agree with a lot of what you say, the delineation and all that, but making stuff up, like saying FBAs are indigenous to.
Hey, sir, I done broke it down and explained what indigenous means, sir. Just because you're in denial about it, that doesn't make it true, sir. You're just in denial about it. Let me get my brother Black Alpha in here. Let me get Black Alpha. Black Alpha, hop on in here, brother. Black Alpha, hop on in. Good. How are you, brother?
I'm good. I'm here to do a little regulating, if I may.
Go ahead, my brother.
Okay. First off, the whole Red Indian lie. All the first Red Indian is the original tether. Okay. He sits here and talks about the Mongoloids. Let me ask you a question. When did the Mongoloid Red Indians get here? Did he run it?
I don't know. Go ahead. Hello?
Black Alpha? Yo, Black
Oh, I
Alpha?
was muted. Yeah, I was muted. I'm here, brother.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm here. Oh, no. You said that the Mongoloids were here before foundational Black Americans. I'm asking for your numbers. You tell me.
Iman?
He don't even know.
What's
He don't
the
even know.
question? Sorry, repeat the question.
No, you heard it. You heard it.
Just say it again.
When did the red?
No. You heard it. When did the red Indian Mongoloids get here to the Americas? When? Tell me when.
They came over here.
You don't even know.
15,000 years. Actually.
No, you don't even know. You guessing. You don't stutter too many times. Let me tell you something. They couldn't have came 15,000 years ago because there's something called the Bering Straits. And the Bering Straits was an ice cap that did not melt until 13 to 12,000 years ago. So how do you get people here in the Americas that predate that from 20,000, 30,000, 40,000 years ago when the people that you're saying came here couldn't have came here from 12,000 years down? Tell me.
Well, basically, you're trying to dispute.
No, I'm not trying. I'm giving you facts, empirical evidence in which you don't know, and I'm educating you. So what you need to do is be quiet and listen to the professor when the professor's talking. You just a student. You a student in the back row. You tried to tell me just a second ago it was 15,000 years ago, and I'm telling you 15,000 years ago, the only way you could have got here from the Americas as a Mongoloid was through the Bering Straits, and every single scientist in the planet knows that the Bering Straits was an ice cap that was melted that you could have not walked through. Talk to me.
Well, it was
connected
through Siberia and Alaska.
Checkmate. It was a Bering Straits. Everybody in the room right now, look at the Bering Straits. The Bering Straits was an ice cap melting. The fact that you don't know the Bering Straits was an ice cap that was melted, that lets me know that I'm dealing with a loser right here. You elementary school, homie. You elementary school. Listen to the professor, okay? I'm post-grad on this. You don't know what you're talking about. Now you babbling. You just didn't know. Wait a minute. Just a second ago, you didn't even know the question. Now you're trying to give me the answer. You don't know what you're talking about. You're being regulated and educated by a real Black American. Our people are the first people to inhabit the Americas. That's top to bottom. That's north and south. And the people that you're claiming were here, there's no possible way in mankind that they could have crossed the Bering Straits 15,000 years ago because it was an ice cap. And let me tell you something. They weren't eating the ice. So you know that you're lying. You know you don't know what you're talking to, and it's burning you that a Black American is destroying you with receipts and facts, and we're on a higher intellectual level than you could ever be on. Checkmate.
You're just talking now. The DNA.
Yeah, I'm talking.
The DNA says otherwise.
Not really.
And people can't travel through that Bering.
Wait, you said DNA. What's your ethnicity? Because how you gonna tell us about ourselves?
Man, Iman, are you Somalian?
No.
What are you, sir?
That doesn't matter.
Okay, you're ashamed of your lineage. Queen, go ahead, beloved. Go ahead, dear.
And
yeah, they really be ashamed of who they are. Yo, we gotta be not the most, but we're top of the ethnic chain of being proud of who we are. We say that with the most proudness we ever can say it from. These folks be ashamed to tell you where they're from.
I just want to say real quick, there are Black Indians because my great grandfather's grandma, Gamma Cure Seminole, her grandma, they were dark skinned like Vanessa Bell Calloway. You probably don't know who that is, but she's a beautiful dark skinned woman, Black American woman. You can look it up. Don't try to tell us about ourselves, nigga. You don't even know. Then you want to talk about DNA? You ain't even one of us.
I don't need to be one of you to know about DNA.
You can't tell nobody. You can't tell nobody about themselves. We know who the f we are. Show some goddamn respect.
That's not how it works.
Yes, it is how it works.
No, you don't make up your own DNA.
Do some research. Okay, let me ask you this. You have two kids. They get taken away, enslaved. Their slave owners, they make 8 babies. Those babies start reproducing with other ethnicities. They get by white men. So their DNA is going to change. That's how that works.
but not to the degree that you're claiming that
No,
there's an
that's how
ethnogenesis.
that's how it works. It's not gonna
Li-
be the same.
listen.
Their
I'm just gonna say
kids
this.
get.
You guys came here 200 years ago.
No,
There's
we
no
didn't come here no two days. Nigga,
ethnogenesis
what?
cannot happen in 200,
You know
300
what,
years.
Mr.
Ethnogenesis
Tariq?
cannot
I'm
happen in
gonna
200, 300
leave
years.
because I don't want to
Get
be
with it.
disrespectful on
But
your.
Thank sir. We okay. He left. Okay. Okay. Sir, 200 years ago. Man, are you out of your damn mind? You out of your goddamn mind, dude. We ain't been here no damn 200 years ago, but we've been here, dude. Way longer than that. Very well documented. Come on now. And he's up here ashamed to say where he's from. He didn't even want to admit to where he was from. He's from East Africa somewhere, you can tell. But yeah, he's talking about the red natives. And some of those red native tribes, they got here relatively recent themselves. Some of the Navajos, they didn't get here till like the 1500s. Some of them. Yeah, some of them are relatively new here. Some of those red native tribes. Come on now. Some of them are new booty. Boy, these people. Boy, and he's ashamed of his lineage. He didn't even want to say what it was. See, they try to project the shame that they have of their lineage onto us. They want us to be ashamed. They want us to be ashamed and lost. And no, no, no. Y'all not going to project that stuff onto us. We're not about to bond with shame of lineage. No, no, no. We've been here. This is our joint right here. Because see, they want to make us comparable to them. They want it to be like, look, we both immigrants. We're both foreigners on this land. No, the hell we ain't. No, we're not. I'm telling you, the fact that we have claim to this land, this is our land, so we can walk around and do things with a certain level of confidence that they cannot do, that burns their asses. It burns their asses. They got, in order for them to get some food, they got to fill out all types of paperwork. And in order to go work somewhere, then you got to go to some office and then fill out some paperwork and then do this. And everything is a task. I don't like that. And we go get a job and we don't like it. Job, we'll get another one. They don't like that. We're so flippant about that. Then that's where that lazy shit comes from. You niggas are lazy. No, no, no. We just don't give a damn about that bullshit ass job. We're gonna go get another one. We ain't gotta cling on to a job because we didn't have to do what you needed to do to get a job. We didn't go have to get a work visa, a green card, or had to go let somebody play with your bussy in the back office. We ain't had to do all that shit for no goddamn job.
Sheesh.
We as foundational Black
Sheesh.
Americans, we'll tell the boss to kiss our black ass, give me my check, and then bounce. You niggas are lazy. No, nigga. That's what that's about. They don't like the fact that these jobs don't mean shit to us. We get these jobs left and right. We ain't got to do all that for no little piss ass job. Yeah? We ain't got to do all that. Who is this? Bassetum Cruz. Let's get Bassetum Cruz. Bassetum Cruz in here.
Yo, Tariq.
What's up, man? How are you?
Bro, I just wanted to ask you a question, bro. Like, yesterday there was a coin launch called Tariq Nasheed Official, and that went to like I think $20 million market cap. Bro, like, was that you? Because those guys made like I think 5 million.
I don't know what you white supremacist trolls be doing. I don't know, y'all.
I am not white supremacist, bro. I'm Nigerian.
No, but look,
It's clean.
Your hand look like you've been basing chicken, sir. You've been flour
what
with your hands, and you,
bro. Okay.
Puerto Rico.
I'm good. How?
I'm doing well, brother. I'm calling in and listening in from Milan, Italy, and I just want to let you know I really respect and appreciate everything you're doing, and I really appreciate how you handled that brother from Australia with his points. that he was trying to make.
Oh yeah.
One thing I just want to say to you, and I want to get your perspective on it, is that when this conversation about where we came from, whether it's Africa, what country in Africa, all of these things, they never really bring up people like Abu Bakr, who was a person who came to America, African came to America and settled in America. Don't talk the free uh, a lot of happened in history and in history. Um, I just wanted to mention that, and I'm calling it as a foundational Black American. My family, as far back as I could trace it, my family been in America since 1828. But even before then, but that's the furthest back we can go with the census.
And what you doing out there in Italy, by the way?
Oh, brother, I help with immigration reform here, and then I'm also helping with establishing a pipeline for Black Americans that want to have a better future for their children, a better education system, and having more control over their quality of life and their education of their children, and not really want to be subjected to being hunted and persecuted as a Black man in America. But I still do things in New York State. I'm a lobbyist for criminal justice reform in New York. We're trying to liberate brothers and sisters that's been trapped in correctional facilities based on the Rockefeller drug laws and results of state versions of the '94 federal crime bill. So, just doing work globally, because I am a Pan-Africanist in my heart, but I know my lineage as a foundational Black American. So I try to do the work wherever I am, because it is wherever you are.
Yes, my brother, man. I appreciate you, man. You're doing good stuff out there, brother.
Yes,
But yeah,
sir.
we hear this narrative, and you got to start checking folks on this thing where I've seen an interview with some guys I did an interview with. They were interviewing these African girls, and they were talking that foundational Black Americans, we don't really know where we're from. FBA family, stop letting people say that nonsense. I want y'all to, this is why history is very important. Stop letting people run that you don't know where you're from jazz on you. Okay. As foundational Black Americans, we're like one of the few groups of people who can actually trace our direct lineage by name and on paper back to at least the early 1800s. Many of us, like myself, I can go to the mid 1700s. I want y'all to understand how unique that is for foundational Black Americans, where we can trace our stuff back by paper, not by some oral tradition, but by paper. We can trace our joints back centuries. Most folks from different lineages can't do that. Our lineage and our homeland is much older than a lot of these newly formed nations out there. You understand? Especially in Africa, this whole thing about not knowing what part of Africa we were from. Most people in Africa now don't know what these nations were before they were colonized. Y'all want to talk Turkey? A lot of these folks don't know what these nations were before they got colonized. They don't know. That's why you got
musty tethers like Big GT down there up in Britain. They get the hell out of there. They don't know nothing about the history of their homeland that they failed. And again, a lot of these tribes are not as old as you think they are. A lot of these tribes over there are remixed, thrown together, put together. This little tribe got with that little tribe, and then they became a bigger tribe in the 1800s. These are not ancient tribes over there like that. Contrary to what you believe, some of the tribes are relatively new. Some of these tribes started to form under colonization. You understand? So we're not, Foundation of Black Americans, we're not missing out on anything like that, because Africa was in shambles, all right, centuries ago, and still is now. It was in shambles. It was all over the place, and the white supremacists coming in, colonizing this, that, remixing these nation states, creating new nation states. It's been a cluster flop over there since the 1400s. Let's just keep it a buck. It's been a cluster flop over there since the 1400s. And some of these people, they're newly formed people, like Cape Verdeans. It was before the 1400s, there was no such thing as a Cape Verdean. It didn't exist. Cape Verdean, the island, that shit was not even inhabited. The Portuguese went over there and started bringing over enslaved people as a docking station, basically. And then they started to populate the people with hybrids of African and Portuguese. That's where we get the Amber Roses from. These are not ancient people. Some of these tribes, the Zulu tribe, that tribe has only been around since the 1600s. That's not an ancient tribe. The Zulu tribe, I was founded by one dude. It was a very small tribe, like a little nomadic tribe, a dude named Zulu Kamalindela, something like that. I think that's his name. He's an ancestor of Shaka Zulu. It really became a dominant tribe under Shaka Zulu when he was fighting the colonialist. It's 17, 1800s. These are ancient tribes. You understand? We need to know history, family. We really need to know history. Don't let people come over and try to play some kind of one-upmanship game as if they know more of their history than we are. Zach, hop on here, bro.
Hey everyone. Hey Tariq. Thank you so much for having me. I would just say really quick, I've become a monthly donor to Hidden History Museum, and I would encourage everyone. One question I would have for you is, who do you think won the debate, J.D. Vance or Tim Walz tonight? Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Before the white man turned.
No, you had nomadic tribes, and when the white
No,
man,
they were a nation before the white man turned up. Come on, let's be honest.
No, sir.
Dr. Sotomayor, he's
got colonized. A lot of their lands and homes got destroyed, and they got remixed and they got reclassified. So a lot of
so where's those records predating the Europeans?
Hold on. Well, luckily, they carved their records in stone. So you have things like the Olmecs, you have other artifacts that Black people left here that they could find later, which they did. Okay.
We're talking about North America, though. We're talking about North America. We don't talk about Mexico. We're talking about North America. And the Olmec story, Dr. Sotomayor, he said he wasn't really making that kind of analogy that Black people are already in Americas, really. He said that himself about his work. So I don't know where you're going with that. But yeah.
But we have eyes. We can see those big giant ass stone statues of Black people. Okay. We have eyes and we can see. Okay.
I have eyes also, and I can see as well, bro. And then also this nation that you said you have, what nation is this, bro? Because the Constitution of America, it says that it was built for white people, by white people, for white people.
And
so I just want to know this nation. If it's a new African Republic, then you can say, yeah, we're working towards a nation, but you're not working, like you want to be part of the American Empire. So that's a white man's nation, no?
Well, if it's the white man's nation, how come we're here and we're doing our thing?
because was obviously you descend from those enslaved Africans that came from Africa that had the lineage longer and greater than America. So
it's a white man's nation. How come there's black people over here and we're doing our thing?
because like I said, you descend from enslaved Africans that had a lineage that extends further than the creation of America. So yeah, that's why you're there doing
Right.
doing your thing. So shout out to those.
We had an ethnogenesis. We had an ethnogenesis, and we became a new nation, just like Native American.
No, shout out to those African.
Just like Native American tribes, they're in the United States, but they're their own nation. They're their own tribe. So we're
No,
all.
they were a nation before the white man turned up. Yeah.
No, they were a tribe. They became quote unquote nations later, but they were tribes. They were different tribes, and they came together and formed nations within a nation. They were not nations.
No, there was a nation before the white man turned.
No, you had nomadic tribes, and when the white
they were a nation before the white man turned up. Come on, let's be honest.
No, sir, there was not a Creek nation before the white supremacists. There were no Seminole nations before the white supremacists. Okay, you got to learn history.
Nah, the ones that they turned up and saw, the ones that got smallpox and all that stuff. Those were that's who was there before the white people. So I don't know what nation you're talking.
Different tribes. Why are there so many different tribal groups now?
Because that's what happens in the nation. There'll be different tribes in the nation. They have the same ethnic race.
But no, many of these tribes and these nations, they came together under colonization. Okay, so I'm showing you how the point is proven. How we got remixed and we got colonized and enslaved, and under that we became a different ethnic group. We became our own nation. The Creek Indians, these were a bunch of natives, some red natives who just happened to live by a creek, and the white supremacists said, hey, you guys are Creek Indians. They weren't called Creeks before that. Even the Navajo, they were called the Dene. But Navajo, that was like a bastardization of a word that meant horse thief or something that the white supremacists gave the people. So then they became the Navajo Nation a little later. So just like over there in your homeland, you weren't a Nigerian until the white woman came and named you.
That's a state, mate. That's a nation. You know what I'm saying?
Right, but I'm saying you were not a Nigerian until the white woman named you that. You understand?
They've got ethnic groups.
But you weren't a Nigerian until that lady Flora Shaw named you that. Okay, right? Come on, GT. Come on. I don't have you muted, GT.
Yes, you do. Stop muting, man. That's it. Everybody knows your game. He's up muting out here. You get me? You can't have a proper conversation without muting. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Get your rhino out of your damn car, because your rhino headbutted your damn phone with his horns. That's why it muted. Now calm down.
But stop like you can't. A rhino can't headbutt a bloody small mute button, bro.
Said GT, aka Goofy Tether, you were named Nigerian by a white woman. You see how
I wasn't named no Nigerian by no white woman. That's what I'm trying to say. That's a nation. That is a nation. That's a nation. There's other nations within that nation. You have ethnic groupings. Like, that's how I'm trying to explain.
Nation was named by a white woman, right? Right? Come on, GT. GT, where you at, brother? Get your rhino away.
You can't keep on muting, Tariq. Like, don't act like I don't know how spaces work. Like, come on, bro. Like, just stop muting and get the answer. Yes, a white man might coin the name Nigeria, but the nation, the people when they were there way before then.
Not really, because they are no man.
Yes. No, the Yoruba were there. The Yoruba were there. The Hausas were there.
Huh?
Everybody was there. You know what I'm saying? Like, those ethnic groupings go back. Like,
they were nomadic. They were coming from all parts of Africa.
They're thousands of years old.
They what? They what?
They're at least 1,000 years old. You know what I'm saying? The ethnic grouping. Yeah, these are 1,000 years old.
Not using that name. They were not that old.
It doesn't matter. These are 1,000 years old. The grouping. They got old tradition that could go back.
Calling themselves that thousands of years ago.
They were not calling themselves thousands. That
I said the ethnic group is old enough to be 1,000 years old. So at the end of the day, no matter what name they started,
niggas been around for a long time. But I'm telling you, yeah, niggas been around for 1,000. Yeah, that's just niggas being around. I'm talking about the name of the ethnic group. All right, you just talking about niggas being around. Yeah, there's been niggas around for millions of years. All right, that don't mean nothing. I'm talking about the specific name of the ethnic group. These are relatively new.
it does not matter. The people were there. Just like Egypt.
It does. It does matter. Those ethnic groups by name, they're relatively new. They're thrown together. They were thrown together relatively new. And they become tribes here. They become a tribe there. You go hook up with that tribe, then you become a part of that tribe. So
And they came over and created some of your people, them as well. So, you know what I'm trying to say. So, like,
we have ethnic, we have African ethnicity.
no, you're actually a mixture of Pan-Africanism, you know, different Africans coming together, making new Africans. You know what I'm saying?
No,
That's like happens on the continent.
everybody's African then, right? How come everybody ain't African?
Not everybody's African. Don't come with that nonsense. Not everybody's African.
Everybody came from Africa. Everybody came out of Africa at one point, right? Name the group who didn't come out of Africa. Go ahead, GT. Oh, you and your iPhone 1.
They said stop trying it. You're muting the place up. They don't try it. Yeah, I mean that's what happens when you mute too much. There's delays. Not everybody's African. We're not going back and fighting dinosaurs in Pangaea, my guy. You know what I'm saying? Don't come with that nonsense. Like you can't play that game with me, bro. Not everybody's African.
I gotta mute you because you keep that Joloff babbling. Don't do it with me, bro. Just you keep babbling. I'm asking you a question. I want you to name the group anywhere around the world who didn't come from Africa. Name them.
None of them. All the African groups are in Africa right now because they're Africans.
Then you just proved that we're not African. Thank you.
What are you talking about? You came out of Africa. What are you talking about? Your ancestors.
You're contradicting yourself.
Why are you trying it for? You're contradicting yourself.
Just said all of the African groups are in Africa right now, and I agree. All right, so we agree. Thank you so much. You just proved my point, sir. You said none of them. I agree, GT. Thank you for proving my point. You said all the Africans are in Africa right now. I agree. We agree on something, GT. Thank you for proving my point. That's what we've been telling your little musty ass.
So who created you?
Thank you so much, GT. Oh, I love it when tethers get to talking in circles and trip themselves up. There you go. He said what we've been saying. All the Africans are in Africa, which is 100% true. I agree with you. That's, boy, you said a word right there, buddy. We've had an ethnogenesis, just like everybody else. All these other groups that came out of Africa, dude. I done been over to Asia. I done been to Malaysia. I done been in the jungles of Asia and seen Asians who look like African tribes. Who they came out of Africa at one point. You go to Fiji. I was just in Fiji not too long ago. There are black people with big afros who will tell you their ancestry comes from Africa, but they're Fijians. They had an ethnogenesis. Yeah, that's how ethnogenesis works, sir. We have African lineage, but we're not generic Africans. We have a different culture. We have a different spiritual ethnogenesis. We have a different lineage now. Facial, 9. We're a whole new ethnic group.
That natural flow, good work, stay fresh wherever you go. Good work, I like the way it feels. Good work.
They weren't even, they didn't have no slaves. But there was never a time where like everybody, there were white abolitionists. We're not talking about all white people. We're talking about the people who run this thing. They are who they are. We built the country and they repaid us by saying you still can't be a part of it. Imagine building something up. There is no America without the economy that slaves built. And imagine building something up and those people telling you, yes, you built this. Yes, you did this, but you are still nothing more than a slave, and you will have nothing more than what a slave has. You will still have crumbs regardless of what you did. Yes, you want to be a good citizen and you still mean us no harm. A lot of people when they got free would have went straight at you and your babies, but we didn't do that. And those people still went to us and said, you still don't get to be a part of this. This is who they are. And there has to be a confrontation. That's why the Democratic Party is a problem. These people were good people. These were our elected officials. Wonderful, good people with honor and dignity. And they face mongrels. And the Democratic Party cannot be our party. And I'm not telling you, listen, the reason I said what I said earlier, I said, I'm not voting for somebody who won't say that America is a racist country. I'm not doing it, given what we've been through and what we know. And I didn't say that people are like, oh, you planning on not voting. You're stupid. I'm tired of stupid people talking to me. But I'm not voting for somebody who cannot be honest. Because if you can be dishonest in your rhetoric, you will be dishonest in your policies. So given what we know about this country, given the ways in which this country has refused to change, over not just since 1776, but since 1619. Given that, I cannot vote for somebody who is going to lie in order to win over racist people, whether they be racist Latinos or racist whites. I cannot offer up my vote to you if you're not going to be honest about my history, because that lie that you tell is the thing that allows certain things to go unconfronted, if that's even a word. That lie that you tell about what America is and America's promise is the thing that masks what we have to go through. And I'm not going to allow you to mask what my sister, brother, cousin, and the people that I love in my community. I'm not going to allow you to mask it anymore so the racists can come out and say, oh, it's still their fault. Oh, they just don't work hard enough. It'll be a racist been at home on disability for 20 years talking about, and they ain't even sick. Talking about, yeah, they don't work hard enough. No, you're not going to do that anymore. If you can't get honest, you can't be my candidate. And there is nothing from housing to environment to employment that we have studies on this now that doesn't show that anti-ADOS racism is embedded in it. And we know that it comes all the way back to 1619, to what we lost in Reconstruction, to Jim Crow, to mass incarceration, to convict leasing. We understand it. What was the 1990s when white people put somebody at the back of a truck and dragged them down the street and killed them? We understand what this is. We just had the Latino lady say when she arrived at the scene of a crime, she arrested a black person first. We understand what's happening, and you just can't lie to me no more, because a politician who lies to me can't really help me. If you're not honest with yourself and you can't be honest with me, you're not going to be honest in terms of your politics, and you can't help me. And people who say, oh my God, you're just trying to suppress. No, I vote every time. I am trying to get this political party to move, because we're in a radical moment, and this milquetoast stuff y'all doing ain't gonna work. I listen to so many of these white podcasts, and these people these are the weakest people I have ever known. Like, y'all should just go somewhere and dig a hole and climb in and just cover yourself up with dirt, because these people are just the weakest people I have ever known. They don't know how to fight. And if we don't teach these, if you talking about, if you have any hope for the Democratic Party, you gotta have hope you can teach them how to fight, because they can't fight. If you listen to them, all they talk about is providing an analysis. Well, you know what Trump did. You know what? You see what Trump did. I told you way back when. Let me just tell you what he said. This is a rhetoric device. And back in 2024, I did an essay. Let me tell you about the essay I did. Don't nobody want to hear your essay. Do you have hands or not? That's it. I don't need to hear nothing else. Do you have hands? Political hands. Can you fight? Can you fight an honest fight? I don't want to hear nothing about this person, that. I don't care. Can you fight? And can you fight in a way that you're trying to win something, not just for yourself, because we know y'all got money. Can you fight for the people who are the base of your party? If you can't, what am I going to do? Because Trump is just slapping y'all around like little rag dolls. And y'all just talking about what an awful person he is. Do you have hands? Are you willing to use them? Are you willing to box, slap box, MMA, whatever you got? If not, then I don't know how you can fight these people who have refused us the franchise. If you just running around here, just talking, what are we going to do? Because we've done everything right. We've done everything right throughout the history of this country, and they have offered us nothing but their butt to kiss. So you tell me what's the solution now, Joy Reid. You tell me what's the solution now, Al Sharpton. I don't think you know, because y'all run around chasing us and harassing us. When you've been saying, hey, you know what? These ADOS people, they've been right. You know what? They've been more right than we've been right. They predicted the outcome with Kamala in both 2020 and 2024. We should really have talked to them. We should really, you know what? They really have a following. We should try to fold that in. We should try to get the Democratic Party to fold in a lot of the policies that they're talking about. You know what? Because if we get ADOS in here, and if we get Yvette Carnell out here, we might actually be able to get a lot more of these ADOS people who don't vote out to vote. But no. That's not what you did. You boxed me out and you went around smearing me based on something the Southern Poverty Law Center said, which was ran by a racist who said in Harper's that the founder of Southern Poverty Law Center said in Harper's and magazine that the white men are the most discriminated against. That's who these people use to sideline ADOS and the ADOS movement. That's who they use. And none of you Negroes who use the Southern Poverty Law Center as a source went and looked into the Southern Poverty Law Center and found out what they were about. The Harper's article is out there. The New Yorker article is out there. There's another article that's a local article from the Montgomery Advertiser where they talked about all the stuff from the Southern Poverty Law Center, what a horrible organization it was, and how the Negroes there refer to themselves as the help because they're only administrative staff. None of y'all looked into that. You just so lazy. Like we have so many lazy people. Like Joy Reid is so lazy. Digital Sister is so lazy. All these people running around. Ray Winbush, Ron Daniels, just lazy, running around. Well, I heard that they're ran by white supremacists. I mean, there are some rumblings. They being paid by. You didn't do any of your investing. You didn't do any investigation of your own. None of these people investigated. They just went with what the white man told them and talk about black unity. I can't unify with somebody who's gonna believe whatever a white man tell them. How am I gonna unify with you? Never once did they say, hey, Yvette, Yvette, let me talk to you. Let's break bread. I want to figure out what's really going on. I've heard some rumors. I want to know. We could have figured it out. Y'all don't want to figure it out. Part of the problem that we have, these people who our ancestors, when we look at Robert Smalls and all of them, they were not lazy. We got a lot of lazy people who are willing to weaponize the word of white folk against other Negroes. Child, what I'm going to do with you but throw you away? And y'all went around calling us trash. It's a shame. Understand, I just want everybody to understand that these are the same people. At the same time, the African Americans were participating in government in unprecedented numbers. Many white elected leaders worked to undermine and substantially diminish black political power. In his 1867 annual message to Congress, President Johnson declared black Americans had less capacity for government than any other race of people. Now, mind you, this man was a trashy drunk. He was drunk on Inauguration Day. That's how drunk he was. He couldn't even wait till the night and say, I'm not going to drink today. No, I'm going to have my liquor at breakfast. That's the man who was saying that we have no capacity for governance. Wait a minute. We don't have the capacity for governance. You people are the enslavers. You have no capacity to lead because that is inhumane. You don't understand what it means to be inhumane, but you're talking about lead. that they would relapse if left to their own devices, and that giving them voting rights would result in a tyranny such as the continent had never witnessed. This rhetoric from the nation's highest office encouraged white people, especially in the South, who stood determined to destroy a politically empowered black voting bloc. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if Lincoln had not been assassinated. How are you sitting in that theater by yourself with your head turned? Oh, sometimes I wonder about that, because this roguish, thuggish man just let's just go through it. Just show who they are. Let's just tell the truth and shame the devil. That's what we always do. In August 1870, a black legislator named Richard Burke was attempting to organize a meeting of African Americans in Sumter County, Alabama, and when he was shot and killed near his home, Mr. Burke was accused of encouraging armed black people to stage protests in Livingston, Alabama, but the Southern Republican newspaper reported that the charges against Mr. Burke were most likely made up as an excuse to kill him for his political. Less than 2 months later, on election day in Savannah, Georgia, a group of black men standing in line at a polling station were accused of blocking the door, and an altercation between black and white voters ensued. Responding police officers fired into the crowd, injuring at least 20 people and killing 3 black people: Sam Parsons, Peter Hopkins, and a third unidentified victim. Massacres in New Orleans in 1868 and Eufaula, Alabama, and Vicksburg, Mississippi are among the many more examples. Now, you know what is so interesting to me? Also, I just want to put this up really quickly. It is so interesting to me when I hear the whites talk about, oh, we have to be colorblind. Now, I have talked to you about how colorblindness doesn't fix anything, because you have to specifically fix and uplift a specific group of people. Oh my God, that's racist. Why aren't you uplifting me? Because you weren't harmed. I don't have to uplift you. I have to find a way to uplift these people because these people were harmed. That's like asking, that's like if somebody gets shot, you walking into a hospital and saying why you don't get surgery and they got surgery, because they were harmed. You were not harmed. You don't understand that? You don't understand that this specific group of people has to be uplifted in a specific way. And it may be discriminatory for a period of time, because we were discriminated against for a period of time. That's what nobody wants to say. You cannot have a fair, race neutral country when the country has been racist. See, everybody says, well, you were given a head start. And nobody understands, if you are given a head start and you're still running, I can't catch you unless somebody stops you. You have got to, you don't just tell me, well, now you can run. No, what about, no, he been running. He been running for years. Stop him. Put me up there at the front. Oh my God, that's racist. Whatever creates justice. And white people don't even understand. Ain't nobody trying to harm you. Ain't nobody even thinking about you. We're thinking about what we can do for our community. We're not thinking about you. I think when you are aggressive in your mind and you lean towards evil, you think you project out that other people are that way. We're not that way. That's not what we do. That's not what we're about. But if you have done something to put that person that far ahead, to where they've been able to become millionaire, billionaire, they have a great community, great life, and we have nothing. You don't say, well, now go, Yvette, you can run now. No, wait a minute. What about him? Him right there. You're never gonna catch him. Because he's been inheriting money from mama, daddy, whatever. You have to figure out how to give us back something that you don't give to him. Because that's how you make it equal. If you stole something from one person, if somebody has $1 million stolen from them, somebody else never had $1 million stolen from them, do you just tell the people, hey, nobody's going to steal from you no more? Just go. No, you can't do that. And you can't, because you give the money back to me. If you give the money back to me, the person who has never had anything stolen from them cannot say that's racist. No, I had a specific harm happen to me, so the government has to do a specific thing only for me to fix me. And if you don't understand that, then you don't understand justice, and you don't understand right and wrong, and you don't understand that race neutrality is actually racism because it doesn't fix what happened because of the thing that y'all call race that you invented. You have to fix the thing. You don't fix multi-generational racial discrimination with race neutrality. And y'all use race neutrality. This Supreme Court has been using race neutrality against us for years. Race neutrality was never neutral. It was always used against us. Let me show you. Let me give you an example before we get out of here. So there was a case in 1890. And interesting. It was an interesting case. Gosh, I left one of my little things. I left the name of it. I thought I had the name of it right here with me. I must have left it. But anyway, there was a case in 1890. What was the 1890 case? Hold on, let me see if I can find it, y'all. But it goes to show that this race neutral stuff just ain't neutral. Let me just put it that way. It goes to show that. So it's very interesting how these people. So it was Williams versus Mississippi, and it involved. This is what it involved. I had to ask the little robot. Let me put it up there. The little robot told me. It involved poll taxes. Williams versus Mississippi, and it involved poll taxes, literacy tests, and understanding clauses. These were designated to disenfranchise ADOS during Reconstruction, right? These poll taxes, literacy tests, everything, because they didn't want us to learn how to read. So all this stuff was built to disenfranchise us, right? Let me just show you that we're dealing with the same kind of Supreme Court. The Supreme Court ruled to uphold the system. Their reasoning was the laws didn't explicitly mention race, therefore they were race neutral on their face. So they didn't violate the 15th Amendment. This idea of race neutrality has always been used in a racist way in this country. And you should not give these people any kind of goodwill. None of them are acting in good faith. None of that stuff. So just understand that when you are dealing with these people, that they are never, ever acting in good faith. They have always said, well, the poll tax, that's race neutral. No, it's not. If these people were slaves and you didn't teach them how to read, right? Any kind of literacy test. No, it's not. That's just a lie. These taxes for people who don't have it, like, no. And they said then, hey, it's race neutral. Got to be race neutral. Then they're saying the same thing. We have to be race neutral. Hey, America hasn't changed much. Hasn't changed much at all. And anybody who wants you to believe otherwise is in fact a racist. They don't know morality because they come from what they come from. And that's not me lying to you. That's just me telling you the truth. And you got to keep the truth in you. It is just the irony of it. You can't help us using race, and you harm us when you try to do race neutrality. Ain't that something? Ain't that something? But listen. Oh, come on. Well, there wasn't no country then, anyway. There wasn't no country. You can't 240 years. The difference without distinction, racist person talking to me. Anyway, fam, listen. Let me say the one thing I take heart with during this Trump administration is that a lot of white people are having it bad too, because one of the things that they always thought is that, like, this country will only do it to us, right? It will only cause harm to us. But now this will harm us. And listen, a lot of y'all, like I said, you've been using this the Congress like a jobs program. What else I'm gonna do if I get out of here? What they want me to do? Sit in a rocking chair? Yes. What's wrong with a rocking chair? I was sitting outside earlier today looking at little birds. They was in a little nest. They was finna fly off. Yes, you should go sit there. Little baby birds trying to learn. Interesting. I like it. I like nature. Y'all should like nature too. You're too old to be 88, 85, running around trying to like, he's as spry as young people. Don't lie to me. Jesus Christ. Don't lie to me. Don't lie. But listen, white folks is catching it too. And this whole oil thing with Trump don't know what he's doing. I don't even see no strategy. I don't know whether you're trying to wait to bring in ground troops. I don't know what you're doing. I think Trump has always operated just by being the wildest person in the room. You don't never know what he's going to do. He's rich and wild. So you just have to kind of yield to him or whatever. But listen, a lot of white folks getting caught up in this, and y'all are going to realize that if y'all aren't willing to save us, you won't be able to save yourselves. So that is the question that the Democratic Party has to ask and answer. They need to figure out whether saving themselves and saving their party and saving their democracy is worth saving us too. Because if it's not, y'all in a lot of trouble. If you can't save the people who are at the base of your party, you're in a lot of trouble. And them Latinos like to split 50-50, almost 60-40. That's not what we do. You're in a lot of trouble if you can't save us. And we have tried to tell you, we've tried to show you that if you can't save the people who gave you a democracy, you don't deserve the democracy anyway. You just got this democracy in 1965. You don't have no history of democracy. You have a history of mongrel and savage behavior. Flesh trade, that's not a democracy. That's democracy in name only. Before this country was a country, we built the country, and this is what we got repaid for. Listen, if America can't get itself together, if Democrats can't get themselves together and decide that no, we just all got to go along to get along, you're in trouble. And Adolf saved democracy the first time. We're not saving it the second time. If you can't save us to save it, because you're going to have to save us to save it, we're a package deal. You don't get to save your democracy without saving Adolf. We're a package deal, whether you realize it or not. Do what you will. Hey, but I know what it is. So you can do what you will and do how you feel. And you can keep trying to play to the middle all you want. But if you can't save us, you will not save this democracy. And good luck with that. You're going to need it. All right. So that's it for me today, fam. If you have not gone to joinados.com, please do that. If you have not joined my Patreon, patreon.com/ycarnell, please do that as well. And you know, this takes political action. All that stuff. We ain't gonna join no organization. We don't do no. This thing is gonna. Our part in this is that we have to politically organize our people, and we have to educate our people. And you can sit around making one person rich if you want to. That's not going to get us there. So anyway, fam, I will see y'all later. Please keep it easy breezy. Don't bother nobody. Don't let nobody bother you. Stay safe. Drink your water. Stay hydrated. And be good.
Why other people might be interested in the text. I can't answer that question. It's just something that I take personally. Something that I take.
So you just said it when you don't got no real reason. You just
no. I'm just saying for me, they're beautiful texts. They're useful texts. A lot of work.
So beautiful, in fact.
My ancestors wrote the text. Listen, right now, apparently, because of my age, I cried a lot of shit I didn't used to cry for. So I don't know what's going on with me. I'm going through some.
So you just be crying for like dogs and daisies, warm summers and shit. Cat videos
I'm not going to stick to that. That could be something medical right there.
Nah. I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this. I didn't used to cry in movies and television shows, but all of a sudden I'm starting to cry in movies and television shows. I don't know.
Hey, you know, this is not shit. I don't know why you woke up and started telling us all this shit today, but I appreciate you for
so you're gonna put fun of me later then, Brass? That's what you gonna do? You're gonna make fun of me later? I said you're gonna make fun of me later.
I'm making fun of you right now, like in your face. I'm gonna do it right now. So right here. Why would I wait till later? This is good shit right now.
It's okay, Brass. It's okay.
No, I'm listening. If you want to cry and shit, that's your business. It's just weird to me, and this is no disrespect to. I don't even know who I would be disrespecting, but this is no disrespect to. Ancient Egypt, I guess. It's just strange to me that a man in 2025 be learning a dead language from however many centuries ago, and it would make them emotional. But if you have a tie to it like that, then I could respect it if you're being serious. Now, if you fucking
wrong, they do use the terminology a lot, but it's not necessarily a Pan-African structure strictly and solely based, and that's mainly because a lot of the countries that's in the AU are still backed by European countries. So that's a lot of the fight back. You know what I'm saying? Is that they actually, a lot of them cats are really puppets. and they act like they're doing it for the benefit of Black Africans, and they don't.
All right. Yeah, I gotta come back. I gotta come back.
So C-Dot, let me ask you this, right? Because I'd be like a lot of times when we have, this is a good conversation, but I feel like we don't never get to it. We stay so far on the outside. And I think like the part where we're all really interested in is the problems that you would have trying to actually do this in the real world, right? So one question that I don't think that you've answered quite yet, which would kind of bring us to that, is like,
nobody don't want to talk about the root of the argument with American Pan-Africanism. During the Harlem Renaissance, most Americans in the North, I'm not talking about the uppity blue vein Americans, I'm talking about most struggling Americans who went from the South up to the North, have had no problems identifying themselves as Pan-Africans. That is why Garvey group exploded in the early years, because they wanted to belong to something greater than themselves, right? Because if we want to be honest, black people, and we're not saying black people, those black people who come from sub-Saharan African, although that is a bad word to many, is not indigenous to anywhere else in the world. When we came west, indigenous mean that we have our own gods, we have our own myth and mythology, and we have our own belief system. Black people in the West don't have their own God. We worship the European God or the Arab God. We celebrate the European methodology or the Arab methodology, right? And most of us have a European or Arab belief system. So we're not indigenous to the Americas, because none of our gods reside here, none of our myths reside here.
But what about the Africans that was in Africa that worship Arabic gods before they got over here?
Those also have been colonized. They have been colonized. And you know that.
The Mali Empire wasn't colonized by Arabs. They converted on their own.
Then, although they converted on their own, colonism does not necessarily mean that there was a conflict. Colonism means that there was an introduction of different ideas separate from their own. Don't tell me about colonization, because you're associated colonization.
No, that's cultural. That's cultural mixing. That's not colonization. That's not the definition of colonization.
They were colonized by the Arabs who brought their belief system, and it overcame.
Yeah, but that's not necessarily.
You're not really Pan-African. You Pan-African to people who you felt was colonized. That's what I'm saying. People definitions vary of what a Pan-African really is. Because at first you said you represent or you support all Africans across the diaspora that's in different places.
I said I belong to you.
So yeah, Pan-Africans is basically a group of people who you felt have a common ancestor that was enslaved, and you want to galvanize those people under, let's get at the oppressor. Am I wrong?
No. I've never said let's get at the oppressor. I've never don't say that. I've never said let's get.
Hang on the beat. I'm tripping on.
I've never said that either, because that's another idea that a lot of people have, that a Pan-African sole purpose is to bang on the Europeans or the Arabs. No, that's not a Pan-African sole purpose.
I'm still tripping on transcultural diffusion.
Because cultural exchange is not colonization, yo. That ain't cultural exchange. It's using the wrong definition.
Listen, Dr. York students, why are you putting up Dr. York? I'm speaking. And you argue like Dr. York.
I don't know nothing about no Dr. York. I don't know nothing about no Dr. York. I ain't never.
You did
nothing about that New York. I don't know shit about no York.
Stay calm, bro. Stay calm, bro. Stay calm, Gully. Please. It ain't that serious, bro. You gotta be in New Orleans.
I'm a real science, bro. I just fucking real science.
You have to cut it out here. You have to cut that out of your arsenal now, Gullah. We're associating that, what you just did, with the European technique. Where you trust has nothing related to what I'm talking about.
Yes, it did, bro. You said you used the term colonization as a hard term, and that wasn't colonization. What you said, that's cultural exchange. You just changed the definition. You just sat here and changed the definition of colonization. Some shit that York could do yourself.
Right, bro. Like if they do it on their own, there's transcultural diffusion, bro. That's not
All right,
colonization.
okay then. All right,
There's
all
just
right.
no
My
giving
apologies.
after that.
Y'all ain't
My
understand what he
apologies.
was saying. So y'all didn't
I
understand what
do,
he was saying?
chef. If I don't want your shit, that's colonization. But if I say, oh,
Okay, hold
that's
on.
some
Let's
interesting
explain
shit,
that.
bring that shit
Let's
on.
explain
Let me
that.
learn
The
that
chef
shit.
know
And then
what he's saying.
chef,
Chef,
Are you saying
the
that
chef
that's the
understand what
case
he's
for most
saying. Let chef
Don't you know
explain.
it don't have to be? It don't have to be that you don't want it, and then that's colonization. I can convince you that you want it, and then colonize your motherfucking ass, bro.
Colonize
I
your
can
mind.
colonize. That's what soft
right.
do. Soft
But
power
what?
don't come in and with the sword
but
and
y'all already
colonize. Soft power colonizes by putting you in a fucked up situation where you have no other choice.
But what
You know
Gullah
what I'm
said
saying?
was
You
none of that
volunteered.
happened.
You taking
are we under the impression
volunteers
that they
to
not
to be
that Africa's
colonized.
not
You know what I'm
colonized?
saying?
Are we under the
It
impression
ain't
that
it
Africa's
ain't
not
always the
colonized?
sword. So y'all
Is that
gotta
the
stop.
argument you're making?
So Gullah, did that happen? Did that happen in the situation with what you call it, becoming
No,
slaves?
Mali and them.
Everybody,
No.
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Way later on, but no.
Okay. Oh, can I say something? Because coming from an Arab
We ain't
who
finna
wants to
change the
justify
definition.
no, coming from an Arab who wants to justify the Arab religion as one of peace and understanding, when people hear it, they're drawn to it because it's so right and exact. I will take your terminology, Gullah. As an Arab, I will understand your definition that the Arabs did not go into Mali to take over Mali by force, but to introduce their religion of peace, prosperity, and love to people who don't know nothing about Allah. And all of a sudden, these people who don't know nothing about Allah start celebrating Allah. Allah don't come from nowhere near Mali.
They were colonized. They were colonized by the
They don't mean nothing, bro. People move, bro.
To Gullah's point,
Their
though,
religion
right?
was in Mali way before then.
Hey,
To Gullah's point, if you look at Ibrahim Traore, right, he's probably the premier example of an actual, a real world example of Pan-African being put into practice that we can speak of today, right? And Traore is, hold on, Traore is a devout Muslim. So I think what Gullah's, hold on, I don't think,
but Pan-Africanism has nothing to do with religion. So why did he throw religion in there?
Right. I think that's the ultimate.
I was never discussing religion. But all of a sudden, what about the Arabs? What about the Arabs?
You did discuss, dude. You did say something about religion. Stop saying you said religion. You said believing in God that's not yours. That's religion, nigga. What you talking about? You changing the goalposts, and you said you brought up religion.
I defined indigenous. That was about indigenous, but because
you said something about Arabic and Christian gods.
No.
You said some shit about that, bro.
Yes, but they are not indigenous to Africa. So you're colonized, although it's not indigenous.
Just because you take on a different, that's not necessarily colonization. Sometimes it can be cultural exchange, yo. Like it's not necessarily colonization.
So hold on, quick, Gullah. So Stupi's essentially is your belief that Pan-Africanism isn't possible unless the people participating in it do away with those religions that came from outside.
No, it's not necessary.
No.
Oh, let me finish speaking because I lose my chain of thought and I just get to the band now. I said I am a Pan-African.
Getting rid of Jesus.
Yeah, I said I'm a Pan-African, right? I said that, listen, black people worldwide has been influenced, has been colonized by non-indigenous thoughts and beliefs. That don't stop you from being colonized. What stop you from that don't stop you from being Pan-African? What stops you from being Pan-African is when you place these non-indigenous.
Who is there? Let's see. Mr. Know-It-All, you got to give me about 15 minutes. 15 minutes, Mr. Know-It-All. 15 minutes, Mr. Know-It-All.
above who you are. So if Ibrahim Tarim is an African before he is a Burkina Faso, he's an Arab before he's a Burkina Faso, he has a colonist mindset. Because your religion shouldn't be more important than your people. No, if you put your religion, which was highly influenced from outside, Marcus Garvey was a Catholic. But did he put his Catholic belief above his people? I would say no. But the Arabs here, yeah.
Two-piece. You realize the point of the conversation is that C-Dot gave us a idealistic plan in which still involved the cooperation of America. Because he went down a different road and ultimately ended up.
No, brother, you're wrong. I didn't give that plan. That was Haskell that plan.
Haskell
I didn't give you a plan because exactly.
Okay, it was Haskell who said it. I'm just trying to bring us back to the original conversation.
Yeah, because
I'm not trying to fight you, dude. I don't know what the issue is. I'm just trying to have a conversation.
No, I just wanted to correct you because you kept saying my name. You kept saying
and that's fine. I thought it was you. It was Haskell. Okay, it was Haskell. My bad.
And that was kind of the only objective that we got for Pan-Africanism, Stupid. Maybe you want to add another one, but go ahead.
Huh? Repeat, please.
I said that was the only objective because the original question, what's the objective excuse me. What's the objective under the unification? And so that was just a hypothetical that was given, but we were never given any other hypothetical objective. So perhaps you can add another one. Like, what are we unifying to do? You know, so I mean, someone else gave I can't remember who gave somewhat of an answer to that too. Yeah, that was you. Yeah. They gave that. Go ahead.
You don't. I don't think you like to listen. That's what it is. You don't like listening because I broke all of that down for you already. And I told you
wait. See that? You're the person who I was talking about. Yes, I was about to say someone else gave some other. They were more idealistic objectives, but we were looking for more of the concrete objectives. That's so. See that? I'm taking credit for that.
Okay, one thing, and then I'm gonna let the other brothers talk. I'm gonna mute out again. One thing I wanted to get clear to you is that the reason that we talked about ideology is because it's an ideology. The purpose of the ideology is also what I gave you, and then I gave you what the benefits could be from that. So, like anything other than that, like it's additive because I expressed that to you. If you would have asked about the religious factor and everything, I'd have broke it down just like Buddha broke it down to you. Because Pan-Africanism is not about separation based on what your religion is or anything else.
Give a real world scenario, like a hypothetical. Remember?
Then remember, I asked you. Right, I asked you, right? So that's when I stepped in and was like, okay, so since those are the particular things, right, that we'd be trying to do. What about our current reality, like does not allow us to do those things, right? Like we can buy from Africa and so on and so forth. So I was saying, like, what is it that we would have to change about our current situation in order to accomplish what you're talking about?
No. All right, let me say that.
And that's where stuff got off the rails for us.
Let me finish, please. Because
my mindset to try to thoroughly plan out. Is that the problem? I'm trying to be too thorough.
No. What I've come to realize that when most people think about Pan-Africanism, they talk about it in the economic sense. That's the most important thing, the economic sense, that Pan-Africanism should be able to bring us outside of this economic situation that we were.
Solution, or is it just the defeatist talk? Like nothing works.
No, I think we're discussing Pan-Africanism, and I think I agree with you in that sense of anytime you're actually trying to I have a different conversation. Anytime somebody's trying to get somewhere as a group, when we're doing the we and the us conversation, I would always think some Martin Luther King. What are we doing?
No.
Ideal. Yeah, but we're not. You still supposed to have lofty ideals.
Absolutely.
Definitely true, bro. Either one.
And it's real, and it's got to be like, brother.
The black or African American. Now, look at the categories that fall under black and African American. This is why the FBA is saying that we need a better ethnic qualifier. Listen to this. Under black or African American, look at the people who can check black or African American. African American, a Jamaican can check black or African American, a Haitian can check black or African American, a Nigerian can check black or African American, a Ethiopian can check black or African American, and a Somali can check black or African American. It say other black or African Americans, for example, are Ghanaians, South Africans, and Barbadians. All of these different people can check black or African American. All of these people, right, that we mentioned that's on this screen can check black or African American. That name is not specific to us. It can go for any of these groups. Now, this is a double dagger right here. And the reason why this is a double dagger, right? And the reason why this is a double dagger, right? The reason why my screen black. Y'all can't see my screen? Can y'all see my screen? Hit 1 if y'all can see my screen. What's going on, Gayesha? Hit a 1 if y'all can see my screen, because I don't want to be talking for nothing. Cuban, why can't you see it, Cuban? What are you on, yo? Cuban, you on Android? What do you use as your medium of All right, so everybody can see it besides Cuban, I'm gonna read it to you. Right? They have white and they have black or African American. When you click the black or African American, a list of African Americans and black people come up. And on this list, right, it says African American, Jamaican, Haitian, Nigerian, Ethiopian, and Somali, right? Ghanaians and South Africans and also Barbadians can all click black or African American. All of these groups fall under black or African American. And this is for the United States federal student aid. So this is a federal document. So when FBA say that they need a qualifier that distinguishes them from all other people who could be considered black or African American, this just proves it right here. This just proves it right here. Why we would argue this. This just proves. So, in my point of view, right, this is where I stand at with FBA. Now, all of the stuff about the goddamn Native Americans and all, no, I don't agree with none of that. I don't agree with none of that. But do y'all see my point? Is my point salient? You dig what I'm saying? Does FBA have a point right here? Yes, they do. Now, y'all could believe that the majority of them are bumbling idiots, right? But that's to assume that everything that they say is 100% wrong, and nothing works like that. Even the Hebrew Israelites make good points at certain, and you can disagree with their overall worldview, right? But you can't deny that they, can make sense twice a day. Like, come on now. All right. So now the other point with this is arguing with Sonic, my main man, Sonic and my man Fetty, right, was trying to tell me that I was completely out of my mind for considering Ethiopians and Somalis and them black. Well, I said, man, I grew up in the United States. I got a United States education. And from everything that I learned, that if you're going to use the classifier of race and black, you know what I mean, as a qualifier, I said, in my education in the United States, that Ethiopian and Somali has always been synonymous with black. They told me I was out of my motherfucking mind. Now, hey, listen, I agree, West Africa, that ADOS did make the point. So if ADOS made that point, why are y'all arguing with FBA over it? If you accept the point from ADOS, then why don't you accept the point from FBA? That's where it becomes bullshit to me. Because if they make the same point as ADOS, then why would y'all disagree with them? Because y'all just don't like Tariq Nasheed? Now, there's many things about FBA I can disagree with. Do you know how many things black people disagree with ADOS about? Do you know how many prominent black people had disagreements with ADOS? Did we say scrap ADOS? I was born in the late 70s, right? So, from the 80s and the 90s, right, me growing up, the Nation of Islam was a source of information, right, and black pride for African Americans, right? Especially young African Americans in the hip hop generation, in the hip hop era. We always looked up to the Nation of Islam, right? So they was the closest things. They were the closest sophisticated people.
Yeah, I don't know who's still here. I know I'm at another kid after school kid function. It started at 4, and we're leaving. It ends at 7. We're leaving now. So in there, I lost connection. I didn't even know they had free Wi-Fi. So something dinged on me and said, hey, let me see if they got free Wi-Fi. But by that time, I had lost connection like 3-4 times. So I don't even know who's in the chat. I might be talking to myself. There might be 0 people in the chat. But I'm going to check in a second. So you did. I was like, it is what it is. If the live ended or disconnected and everybody left, it's all good. If that's the case, we're going to do TikTok. But we're still here. We're not going to do TikTok, and I'm going to go to my presentation and finish up on delineation. You dig? We're going to talk about some important stuff, and I'm going to word things correctly. I'm going to show you how black and is that Mr. Know-It-All? All right, Mr. Know-It-All, I'm going to need your land. Okay, so anybody joining right now, it's okay, but you gotta land your plane. Yeah, dig. Yes, Mr. Know-It-All. Mr. Know-It-All?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening to bruh.
Oh, you okay? Okay. What was your reaction to that? To what you were hearing?
I wasn't done hearing him. I think he was still talking.
Oh, he is. Let me finish up. Oh, hold on. Hold on. You got to mute your background.
I'm muted.
Who aligned themselves with the hip hop movement, right? We always looked at the Nation of Islam, right? Now, the Nation of Islam taught us that black people was Asiatics. We were the Asiatic black man, right? Now, there'll be a lot of people nowadays who disagree with that. But we knew who they was talking about. We knew who the nation... Let me get this off the screen. How do I get this off the screen? My bad. Right? We knew who the Nation of Islam was talking about when they referenced the Asiatic black man. We knew it. Right? Now, we could always disagree with the Nation of Islam and say, hell no, we ain't no Asiatic nothing. You dig what I'm saying? No, we went along with it because we knew who they was talking about. Right? We knew, listen, the name of the people was not as important as who the Nation of Islam was talking about.
That's a fair point.
Y'all get that? You see how we was able to walk and chew gum at the same time? Nowadays, it seems like we can't walk and chew gum at the same time. It seems like we can't walk and chew gum at the same time.
And if you notice, there's a panel of like 12 people, like 12 grown idiots that act like nothing that was said made sense. And then when it made sense, they will give a backhand compliment. Oh yeah, I agree with that, but we don't think the origins of the talking points, we don't think the aura was right and exact. Okay, that made sense, but the spirit they were working with was demonic. Like it was always something else rather than, okay, that makes sense. All right, let's move to the second point. It's always, that made sense, but
when Martin Luther King and them, or A. Philip Randolph, A. Philip Randolph, when Farmer,
now let me say this, outside of myself, George Macon, and one other brother, it might have been V4, like we might have been the only people, even more than Tariq, we might have been the only people who gave A. Philip Randolph his flowers without even talking to each other. So I'm not sure if it was Lex Vortex or if it was V4, but I know for a fact George Macon was one of them, one of those ones. Yeah, so you know, we learn a lot from each other. Like George Macon, V4, you know, everybody, Mr. Know-It-All, everybody knows something that the next person doesn't know. And that's how we end up knowing a lot. We just talk to each other. And some things I might agree with, I'm definitely going to add that to, you know, my talking points. And what I don't agree with, I'll let that slide. But I don't, to be honest, I don't expect everybody to borrow a lot of my talking points because I think they'd be a little too heavy and too hard to explain. Like when you try convincing somebody the only black people are Black Americans after they see the entire world of melanated people as black. Imagine having that conversation. So you got to really be tight with your talking points to like pull that off, because you're going to be in for. They're gonna laugh at you. You see how strong he is. You can't win type shit.
When Farmer and who else? Farmer and the different black writers and stuff had disagreements with Malcolm X. They never brought up the thing about the Asiatic black man. Even when they sat down and had these conversations, they didn't even go into the Nation of Islam referring to black Americans as the Asiatic black man, right? Because they knew what group the Nation of Islam was talking about. They understood that the Nation of Islam was talking about me and my people, black Americans. I never heard nobody arguing with Malcolm X and them back then over their Asiatic black man nonsense. No. Why? Because who Malcolm X and them was talking about? Who Malcolm X and them was talking about was clear. You're talking about the same people. You're talking about the same people. Right? When Tariq Nasheed and them said FBA, right? Everybody know that he's talking about African Americans. Everybody know he's talking about.
That was a good analogy. Let me say that.
About ADOS. Now, African Americans can believe all kind of shit. Is African Americans who believe that they come from that they were the original Americans, that they can believe that. That's a. All
right. So let me just point out the obvious, the elephant in the room. So even though he's defending the core talking points and explaining them that a 4-year-old can understand, notice that he keeps saying, now he know all what we're saying, and he know the reason to delineate. He keeps saying African American. It's like, dude, like you keep saying that, you kind of don't even understand what you're defending or arguing, because you wouldn't be saying it, because you would know that that goes against his argument. You would know that's anybody African descent. So he's not even, by keep saying that, he's adding to the confusion. So he's arguing why we should use delineated terms, why he doesn't use them to describe us.
Belief. That is a belief. Is African Americans that believe that they are the Hebrews. They're still African American. We know who they talking about. Y'all get that? So I don't understand why y'all say y'all not FBA or y'all don't agree with FBA on the simple fact that they throw the abo shit in there. Well, your grandmother throw the abo shit in there. Your grandmother told you that y'all was Native Americans. Did you say, Grandma, you not me, or I'm not the same as you because you brought up some goddamn... Black people got the right to be wrong, got the right to be fuck up history like anybody else. That don't take away from them being who they are. That doesn't stop me from being foundational Black American, which is American descendant of slavery, right? Which is an African American, which is a nigga. They're all synonymous with me. The same way that there are African Americans who believe that they are goddamn Native Americans. Y'all saying that, okay, the FBA is those same people. So of course you're gonna have FBA who believe that they're Native American. That's not a crazy coincidence. Like, nigga, like I said, your grandmother believed that shit too. Matter of fact, the people who previously called themselves African American believe that shit also. You have a faction within the people who call themselves African American who believe that they are Native American also. Oh, but it's a problem when the people who say FBA is some people in the FBA who believe that shit also. I guarantee you it's people in ADOS who believe that they are that they are Native American too. Are you going to say scrap ADOS? Because there's some crazy niggas who believe that they goddamn Native American that's a part of ADOS? Yo, it's something that black...
Hey, I mean, any minute you want to talk, know it all, let me just know.
People believe. It's one of the myriad different beliefs that black people believe, yo. Black people believe that they are the original Hebrews, right? Black people believe that they the original Muslims and the Asiatic black man. Black people believe that they are the Moors, right? Black people in America believe, you know what I mean, they in the Zulu Nation, some African Bambaataa shit. We believe, black people believe we Jehovah's Witness. We have different beliefs, but they are all African American. They are all ADOS. They are all FBA. And that's my point. So if Daniel, what's up, Daniel Haru? Daniel Haru. Some of them believe that they are Egyptians. That does not negate them from being African American. An African American having a crazy, fucked up reference of identity does not negate African Americanism, which is now being taken up as ADOS or FBA. Our crazy beliefs does not negate who the fuck we are. In the same way I acknowledge that I'm the same as the nigga who believe that he is an Asiatic black man in the Nation of Islam, the same way I agree that I'm the same as the goddamn dude in the MSTA, the Moore Science Temple, that I can recognize that he's talking about me, and when I'm talking about him, that we're the same people, then we're on common ground. I don't try to create that much distance between me and my people over word salad, over us being able to agree on, we know who we're talking about. There are African Americans that's older than me that never accepted the term African American. They still say that they black American. They say, I ain't African nothing. Do you sit there and say them brothers are wrong? No, we got video of Smokey Robinson and people of his ilk who was born in the 40s who never accepted the term African American. They say I'm black American. I have nothing to do with Africa. So when he claims black American and talk about the plight of black America, do you say he's not talking about me because he don't use the term African American like you do? No, you know exactly who he's talking about. We know exactly who he's talking about. I can go around all my people and have decent conversations with them. We can talk about our social issues, our history, and everything else is going to align. Everything else is going to align. Right? The same way I'm not arguing with a Hebrew Israelite over their blackness and know that they're talking about me, right? The same way I'm not arguing with the Nation of Islam members about who we are, knowing that we're talking about the same people. is the same reason why I'm not arguing with the FBA about us being the foundational Black Americans or the American descendants of slavery, which is African Americans in a wider context. Now, where I do disagree with FBA is, now y'all know me. Y'all know for shit sure
Okay, so now this is where he panders to them, right? So he just can't be truthful and leave it like that. Now he got to show them I'm still with y'all because I think Tariq Nasheed is or whatever he gonna say after this. So he has to show them I ain't totally against y'all. I'm still a Pan-African. I'm still down with y'all. I just understand the argument for FBA. He wanted to make sure that they know he's still with them. All right. So did you want to add to anything, Mr. Know It? Because I'm only saying that because I'm about to open my laptop.
Yeah.
Once I open my laptop, it's
presentation. I can add some if you would like me to, but
go ahead.
In my opinion, I would like for him to keep talking and let me add some more of his points that I would like to debunk.
Okay. I think he was actually done. He was about to go into what he disagreed with at that point. So I wasn't really interested in
Okay. On the points that he brought up, it was one point that I didn't get to. I forgot. It was my most important point that he brought up, but I'm not going to dwell on that.
Yeah, I forgot the most important point. My God.
Well, one of the most important points, when he brought it up, I tried to grab a pen so I can write it down, but by the time I got to a pen, I forgot what he said. So I just forgot about it. But he said Hebrews are not the black. He said Hebrews are not just black people. Well, no, that's what I said. Hebrews are not just black people, because Hebrews consist of Arabs, some Asians. It consists of black people because Abraham is the father of the Hebrews, but not all Hebrews are Israelites.
Yeah.
You know that, right?
Yeah. But
So
now
when
I
he
don't want to
say,
make this I don't want to make this a whole
I know I'm not gonna keep it.
Yeah, this ain't
I'm not gonna keep it that run. But all Hebrews are not black. All Hebrews are not Israelites. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
No, I get you.
for him
I know that they don't know that. I get you what you're saying.
okay.
And he doesn't know that. Yeah.
Abraham had many sons, not just the Israelites. You know what I'm saying? And
and he had more sons with his other wife. After Sarah passed, his next wife, he had more kids with her ass.
yeah, so all those kids are not the chosen people. All Abraham children are not the chosen people. So for you to just say Hebrews, you got to put the Israelite on.
I got you. I'm just saying he doesn't know. Like to be honest, the only people who would know that is the people who are Israelites themselves.
Foundational Somali, hop on Foundation.
The only people who would know that are the people who say they're Israel for sure, an Israelite, or the people who debates Israelites. They're the only people who would know what you just said. Nobody would know that outside of us. Like just like when we argue FBA, some of our talking points only people who know about our talking points would know. Like the average person will have no idea what delineate means. The average person will have, in the context of social interaction, right? The average American will have no idea what an ethnogenesis is. Because all of us, when we heard it, be like, yo, what's that? Everybody who heard that shit was like, what's ethnogenesis? So you got to understand that. So even with the Israelite thing, you got to understand the average person will not know the main things in the Israelite talking points. They wouldn't know.
Yeah. That's why I said, Ron, Black Americans are the only first world people on earth. because we the only people that can decipher, ancient knowledge and current knowledge. We are the only first world people. Everybody else come from potato famines and religious persecution and refugees. We the only people that didn't come from that. You get what I'm saying? So Black Americans are the only first world people. I don't give a damn. The white man, whatever he did in this country, that still doesn't make him a first world person. Black Americans are the only first world people. And with that being said, like both of my parents on my birth certificate, both of my parents are listed as black. Both of my parents.
Yeah, I gotta find a copy of my original. But yeah, I gotta find a copy of my original.
I got my original, Ron. I got my original, and it said both of my parents are black. They are listed as black. Black. That's what it said. It says black,
what
and it
states?
got like
what states did it say their birthplaces were? Because that's on there too.
Their birthplaces. I don't think mine don't say where their birthplaces are. I don't think.
Mine
I need
do.
to look at it again.
See, and this is why Tether can't front. All we gotta say is like, if push come to shove, show your birth certificate, and they can delete personal shit, right? I mean, not delete, cross out personal sensitive information. But when it talk about like you said, when it mentions you're black or not, and when it mentions your father and mother, like you could scratch out their names, right? But we want to see their birthplace, because if that shit say some old, I'm not saying it's 100% proof, but if that thing is up north, both parents up north,
no, my birth certificate come from Alabama, and they say both my parents are black.
Nah, but you didn't hear me.
It got black, and it got like a
Yeah, but you gotta hear me though.
What you call it?
Hold on. Hey, bro, listen. You gotta just hear me though. I'm not talking about black. I said I want to know what their birthplace was listed as on the birth certificate.
Let me look. I can pull it. I can get it right now. It's right in front of me. Hold on. Give me a second. Go ahead and talk.
Check it out.
You can go ahead and talk while I grab.
Of course. Yeah. I never. I'm a content creator. I know about dead silence. You never do that. Yeah. So the brother. Yeah. You got to mute or something. I'm hearing the echo. Or are you on speakerphone?
Yeah, I'm on speakerphone.
All right. Never mind. It's okay.
No, I'm gonna turn my phone down a little bit so I can just barely hear you, and maybe that'll help.
Yeah, I'm just saying it don't bother me. It don't bother me too much. But that is like when I hear my echo, I'm like so distracted.
Can you hear it now? Can you hear it now?
Yeah, but it's not as bad because it's. Yeah, I can hear it. If I can hear the chat.
Okay, I'm gonna take y'all speakerphone and just put you to my ear. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm just take y'all speakerphone. Try it. Let me see. Can I? I don't even think I can, Ron. Is it an echo?
Yeah.
You can hear it. You can hear an echo?
Yeah.
Damn. I don't even want to talk. No, I just want to mute myself now, Ron. I'm fucking up the quality of the show.
Well, when I talk, you can mute, but when you talk, you can't mute, obviously.
All right, let me mute. Let me mute.
Well, no. Finish what you're saying, because remember, once I'm grabbing, some lineage folks in the chat.
No, I'm gonna grab my birth certificate. I'm gonna mute until I get
it. Okay, right. But I'm talking now. I'm talking. Remember, you said talk while you do that. I'm talking now. Okay, I'm talking. Okay, so some lineage members in the chat had sent a few dollars. Just a few dollars, and I'm gonna get some tea. Okay, I'm gonna grab some tea or some coffee. Which one should I grab, tea or coffee? But I'm gonna grab something hot for sure. That's what I was gonna say. And I was gonna say I want you to, talk as soon as you can, because once I get the tea or coffee, it's it's gonna take about 10 minutes. But once I crack that laptop, I'm going to be presenting. I'm being presentation mode. Okay. Yeah, I'm opening my laptop and I'm explaining some stuff, right? Oh, matter of fact, I want to go back to old boy video because I want to see what people. Cause I think he was going to stop and let people come on. So I'm really interested. Okay, where are the videos? I'm really interested in what they were going to say about that. Like it sounded like just common sense to me. So I was really, really interested to hear like what would their rebuttals. I know it's going to be disrespectful, but not to neglect a whole bunch of goofy stuff. But I really got to hear. And where did video go? I hope I didn't scramble video. All right, let me check my history. Because the phone was in my pocket. Wait, did somebody set my challenge? Nope, nobody has set my challenge. Okay, let me check the history. Because it should be in the history. There it is. Yeah, I'm curious to hear their rebuttals. And y'all see me comment on the videos. Like these clowns will never come over here. You know, they came over here, about 4 or 5 of them came over here, got cooked immediately. I don't think they'll probably come back. And they all were allowed to talk.
All right, Ron, I got my birth certificate.
Where Richard Dawkins
Ron, you can hear me?
adds to the
Yeah, one second.
Actually, we are likely.
Right?
Okay.
It's
what is that?
The same.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
Okay, I got my birth certificate. What was you asking me again?
Does it show their birth of place?
Mother, state, birth. Yeah, Alabama. And they say 01.
Right. And then your dad birth of place is what?
And my dad birth of place.
You said Jamaica?
No. Dude, come on. It didn't say that. I didn't say that. It says inside city limits, yes. It says 37 years of age. Okay, Alabama. Yeah, 01. Alabama 01. My mom and my dad, Alabama 01.
Okay.
And then it says race, American Indian, black, white, etc.
Yes, sir.
Specific. And it says specific, and it say black 2. And my mom said the same thing, black 2.
Yeah, and that was your original birth certificate, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I gotta find mine, bro. My original. I have a copy. I have a copy.
It got my dad birthday. It got my mom birthday. You got my dad. We got my dad occupation.
Nah.
Yeah, it's Alabama, bro. I'm Black American. It say black.
All right.
It don't say African American. It says black.
Right, I got it. I believe you. I got it. Yeah. So now, what was okay? So what did you want to say in response to what you heard on when the brother was talking? You want to agree with something, disagree with something that he was saying? Oh yeah, the Hebrew thing. But outside of that, was there anything else?
No, that's all I had was my birth certificate and the Hebrew thing.
Okay. No, I'm saying as far as what you heard in the video, Did the only thing you want to add to was the correction about Hebrews, or did you have something else you want to agree with or disagree with from what the brother was saying earlier about African American and Black and things like that? Nothing. All right, let me press play.
Then all human beings would be the same. So you just cooked yourself. You just cooked yourself.
Yeah, hey brother, go on mute, please, because the echo is really bad. Go on mute real fast.
Taxonomically, human beings are one group. There's only one race, the human race. Now, if your parents never taught you all that, I'm sorry. But I understand exactly what y'all talking about. I understand exactly what y'all talking about. Okay, what you saying now, Fatty? Hold on, let me get this back up. Do y'all want to hear Richard Dawkins again? Hold on. Let's go back to Richard Dawkins. Let's go back to Richard Dawkins.
Hey Ron, can you still hear an echo?
Well, I can't hear you talk, only when I talk. Yeah, I can hear it.
You can hear echo?
Yes, only heard when I talk.
You can hear it still right now as we speak?
Yes. Yes.
Damn. I'm just gonna drop, Ron. I'm not gonna hurt the quality of the show.
Well, did you have anything else to say?
Maybe as the show go on, I probably would.
Oh, okay.
But not
well,
as we speak.
Hey, bro, listen. You gotta listen to me. Put the liquor down and listen. When you talk, there's no echo, so you can't ruin the show. You only ruin a show if I'm talking or the video talking and you're not muted. You feel me? So when you go to talk, you're fine. It's when you're not talking and not unmuted. So as long as when you're not talking, you're on mute, the show goes fine. If you don't have your thing on mute as I talk or the video talk plays, it's going to ruin the show.
All right, I'm just gonna drop down, Ron. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna even.
All right, no problem.
I'm not gonna.
All right. Yeah, so family, when you call in, please, just let me know. Like I said before, let me know if you were drinking in advance. Let me know if you was popping shrooms or something. Let me know so I can know how to handle the phone call. Because I don't think that was too difficult to work with. I think the brother, I don't know how that was difficult to get. All I was saying was, bro, as long as you're talking, you're fine. When you're listening, just put your phone on mute and you're fine. If you're listening with your phone not on mute, you're not fine. I don't know how that's hard. If you're talking, you're fine. If you're not talking, just go on mute. But, people call up intoxicated. Okay. So, by the way, the reason why he's playing Richard Dawkins is because they need a white guy to say it in order, like, this is their circle, right? These pan goofies. They need a white guy to say it in order for them to believe it. So this is why he said, do y'all mind if I play Richard Dawkins? Cause now that a white guy said what we always said, now all of a sudden it's believable. But again, don't forget where they're from. Family, keep in mind where they're from. They're from places where if a white guy said it, it's facts. You dig? So keep that in mind.
The genome was sequenced a couple decades ago, which have allowed between you all of the differences inherent.
Now, what Richard Dawkins is going to explain and then use race on top of it. Everything that we read about the consensus disagrees with him even being able to use that right there. And then for him to treat this subject as dismissive as he does, when I see the word dog, I say Doug. Sense will say, right? We don't say frog. We say frog. Fog is actually the condensation that makes it misty outside, right? We understand so the accent is up in there, is how we're using it, right? It's just an accent, right? Crazy. Anywho, how did I get off on that? What are we doing? I'm putting up a goddamn panel. Yeah, it's frog. It's a frog. Frogs, Dougs, and Lugs. Hey, Thurman, that's great. You know what I mean? Baltimore, we still got our African accent. You feel me? We still got that. This the motherland accent. Mm-hmm. Dang. Yeah, we got that whole, you know what I mean? We just got flavor to our, you know what I mean, to how we English. That's all that is. You know what I mean?
Folks got their own flavor, man.
Yeah. Yeah, we all put.
Okay, so the dude in the bottom left, that's that smoking dip. Well, we call it, what we call it out here in Jersey, when they smoke that embalming fluid mixed with marijuana, that wet. Look at him, the bottom left. This dude look like he's on the highest drugs possible. Fentanyl laced weed, you dig? Fentanyl laced edibles. Now the dude in the bottom left is the coon who is defending those hateful Jamaican men who had all this unnecessary toxicity smoke for Foundation Black Americans. As the dude in the top left was trying to tell him, FBA is just a name of a lineage. It's not that big of a deal. You ain't got to accept the name. You can kick the name in the trash can, but their points for coming up with the name is on point. And like, that's what he could have just said in a nutshell. So you need somebody like me to really drive this home, right? To me, it's not that difficult, right? Because again, I'm the only person who actually get paid to teach little kids, get paid to teach anybody anything. Everybody's a teacher that don't get paid. That'd be killing me. People be like, I'm a teacher, don't get paid 1 red cent. Don't got no students. Like, dude, how you a teacher? You don't get paid no money. So I believe I'm the only person in these spaces that actually get paid to teach little kids complex shit. So I have an ability to explain complex things to kids 6 and 7 years old. Okay. That's why when I break the stuff down to you guys, it's simplistic. You get it. Hey, we're black, but they ain't black. That sounds difficult. But after I go in a couple times, you guys be like, yo, that makes sense. Oddly enough, that shit makes sense. When I explain, Garvey ain't shit, I explain it because my strategy is I just talk like I explain it like I'm talking to my kids, my students. You dig? Okay. So these are the only idiots up here claiming they're teachers and they got no students and they don't get paid for it. But anyway, the dude in the bottom left is that alleged ex-crack smoking dude, ex-lace fentanyl with his weed, allegedly. I could have sworn he said he used to be an ex-crackhead. But that's the coon. So you're seeing his face. You're seeing his face. Okay. Just alleged tether. You dig? He claims he's FBA, but he got that Tariq spirit. He got that tether glow.
Our little flavor on that motherfucker. Hell yeah, let me see who we got. I'm waiting for Reggie.
Hey, well, peace to y'all, man. Hey, I gotta do
no,
gotta do a show, man. We gotta do a show later on. Yeah.
Let me.
I got Monday and Tuesday off. Monday and Tuesday, I'm not working.
All right, well we going hard Monday and Tuesday. Ain't that President Martin Luther King?
Martin Luther King birthday coming up. You know?
Oh yeah, we do. Man, we can run the whole day. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean Martin Luther King.
We can dedicate a whole day to
MLK. You feel me?
24 hours. Man. I might tap in for that. You split that mug up, I tap in.
Hell yeah.
I do a goddamn MLK show.
Now, by the way, family, they all know me. Like, not in person, but they know me for years. We got each other's phone numbers. So the one on the bottom left and the one on the top right, like, you would think that if they were serious, look, they're trolling, they're gaslighting, they're not serious. You would think if they were serious about their position on FBA, how they so against it, you would think that they'll just call me, like, I'm biased, yo. What's up with you, bro? Are you in the cult? Like, you would think, because that's how we talked about things before. We will have online discussions, disagreements, and then offline, I will call the guy in the bottom left. I didn't know he's a coon. And I will call the guy in the top left. I got their phone numbers. The guy on the bottom right, I ain't have his phone number, but I could have got it. But we would talk often. They would come on my panel. Family, they didn't have a show. Their show was my show. They would come to my channel and we'll just talk. So let me say it again. Their show was my show. All right. So I would go live. You know how I do V4, how I do SL. I'll go live and then I'll, you know what I mean, check out while y'all take over. That's what they would do. They'll take over. So their show was my show. So can you imagine V4 is against what I'm saying all of a sudden, or SL or Jonathan or Mr. Know-It-All, anybody who ever called in, Lena, can you imagine like these people disagree with something I say and they believe what I'm saying is very offensive? You would think they could be able to contact me, like, yo, email, whatever, inbox. Like, yo, I'm biased. You good? Yo, why you being divisive and xenophobic with this FBA stuff, man? Like, you would think, because I would call them off. Hey, family, I would call these guys on the phone, like no online, you know, drama, just on the phone. Hey, what's up? And we'll talk about things away from the internet. So if they truly felt how they felt, believe me, fam, they would have called me and be like, yo, I'm biased. You tripping, bro? What's all this delineation talk? This FBA talk, bro? Tariq is a blah, 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 blah. You in a cult. They would have done that. If they really believe what they claim they believe, trust me, they would have done that. That's why I know they all full of shit. I know they all full of shit. The only one who called me was Unc. He was the only one. But he tried to avoid the topic. I brought it up to him. He called for something else. I brought this up. He was trying to avoid it too, but he was the only one who would even be on the phone on topic. Chef was on top. Chef was on one of the phone calls, but he was kissing Unc ass the whole time. He wasn't talking like this. He was not talking like on that three-way call, that four-way call, family. The dude in the top left was the way he's going hard for us now as we hear him. He went on that four-way call with Unc, his leader. He was not talking like that. He was talking like we didn't make any sense. He was talking like he never said all this. And I was like so confused, like, damn, bro, you kissing his ass that bad? You're afraid to be opposed to his weird anti-FBA? I can't do that, family. There's nobody on earth that's going to make me disagree with myself. If Tariq Nasheed goes off code, I will be one of the first voices, family, to point that out. I don't care if y'all all block me, hate me, stop coming. If Tariq Nasheed goes off code and start cooning, start buck dancing, become a Democrat shill, a conservative shill, if he done that and sold the lineage out, I will be one of the, and y'all believe me, I know y'all do. I will be one of the first voices to call him out, knowing I'll be hated. But I'm not gonna go against the lineage for nobody. If Jason Black goes crazy, goes, rogue or whatever, AWOL, I'm gonna be the first person to call him out. I'm trying to tell you. If Alpha, I gotta find out his real. I'll be messing his name up. If all these guys, Dan, if these guys got off code and start buck dancing and cooning for biscuits, I'm gonna be the loudest voice calling them out before Tariq, before anybody. I'm gonna be the loudest voice. The same way I was the loudest voice to call out Marcus Garvey, John Rick Clark, all these other coons. I'll be the first person when I called out Lord Jamar. When it was unpopular, I called his ass out. When he started talking that anti-FBA talk, you dig? I was the first person to expose Lord Jamar was off code for a while before he got on code. First person was over here, family. Go check my videos. Type in Lord Jamar name. You're gonna see hella lives. What that do with the topic. You guys just knew, you don't know. But I called out everybody. First person to call out Professor Small. First person to call out Anton Daniels. All these folks. 19Zs. I called them all out. No, not 19Zs. I got the it was, I think, FBA Gatekeeper or somebody, or Revolt. Somebody he was already on my list, but I didn't call him out because I felt like I didn't know how he was on Hidden Colors, and I didn't want to come off as like a weirdo, so I didn't get him. But once somebody else got him, oh, gloves off. I came at him second. All right, let me switch to my computer, my laptop, and depending upon who's still on, I haven't checked the chat yet. So we got a nice amount of people. I'm gonna do my presentation. If not, I see y'all on TikTok. So let me see, because I want to build my TikTok up. But if we got a nice number here, I gotta wait. But if the number's shaky, if I'm gonna have a shaky number, I'd rather have that shaky number on TikTok. You dig? Oh shit! I gotta get away. I gotta get up. Yo, Bobby Brown's really underrated, yo. He is really, really underrated, man. I gotta get away. I gotta get away. Why is it not switching to the computer? I gotta get away. I gotta get away. I think I got coffee. I didn't get tea. Letter O becomes U in a Baltimore language. Yeah, Lord Jamar was but bro, so many people were against me when I start to expose Lord Jamar origins. He was off code, he was buck dancing, cooning, he was sounding worse. Yo, Lord Jamar origins, he was worse than 19Zs. He was worse than Professor Smalls. Lord Jamar was on that damn coon bus, yo. That coon train. Yeah, I'm trying to switch over to my I'm trying to switch over to my laptop. It won't. Okay. All right, here we go. I gotta get away. I didn't change my thumbnail, nothing. You feel me? And I meant to change it before I went to my phone because those thumbnails will sell you live. The other thumbnail I had would have got more people here. It was better. But I'm gonna use it twice. I'm gonna use it today and I'm gonna use it tomorrow. All right. Let's switch. What y'all think? Should I go TikTok with this? All right, let me play the video and I'm gonna go TikTok. So let me play the video. 3, 4, 3, 2. Let me switch to the phone. Switch to the lappy top. The lappy tappy. I'm in the car, my dude. Looking like a straight up G. You feel me?
Looking like a
straight up G.
Case I think shit sweet. You dig? All right. Okay. Yeah, so now the 4-H thing, nobody can gaslight you and act like Tariq is hating. He made it up like these guys want to pretend. That was from the CDC. And our conclusions, we're not going to act like our conclusions are wild. One second. Yo, this ain't even. Okay. Yeah, I forgot my son had that thing today, man. Cause I would have planned this live a little differently. You dig it? Okay. Right. Back. Dude got a straight dust head mouth. Yeah, what did Tariq Nasheed says? Turtle mouth. Turtle mouth. All right.
Call of Duty got a new map coming out.
Okay, they got an MLK map.
Man, much love, man.
All right, my G.
Yeah. I know. He got some Egypt shit in the new map.
They got Egypt shit in the new map. Oh shit! Even Call of Duty Egyptomaniacs now, y'all. That shit contagious.
So it's gonna be tight,
Hey,
though.
family, this dude, I'm not gonna say his ethnicity because I don't believe it's just them. It's everybody. But this is why I don't like to shake hands or touch. Hey, family, I don't touch anything at a store. I use my knuckles, my shirt. I don't touch anything. This dude just came out the car, dug up his nose, plucked on the ground, and wiped his hand on his shirt. I ain't gonna say the ethnicity because I seen this with everybody. Foundational, white Hispanics, black Hispanics, everybody, white people. That's why I don't touch doors. They cough on their hands, open the door. Y'all be doing that nasty shit. I don't touch nothing. When I put my card in the thing and to punch my buttons, I use another card. You dig? I don't touch nothing in all these public places. I never touch. My elbow opens the door. I never touch. People are too disgusting. And you got to understand how many people touched that doorknob before you touched it.
How many people touched that thing before you touched it? Punch those buttons before you touched it. Grab that pen and sign their name before you touched it. And how many people coughed in their hands, dug up their anus, dug up their nose, all type of filthy stuff. They ain't probably washed their hands all day, and they probably touched 1,000 doors before they touched that door. So you got all these disgusting things on that damn thing that you're about to touch. And that's how the virus got spread so fast in America, because we are filthy. You dig? Had we been a cleansed, sanitized, people that do what I do, elbow, man, that virus would have went nowhere. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna make this live. I'm gonna call this live right now. Tariq Nasheed delineates. Should I got a dope thumbnail. I'm gonna call it Tariq Nasheed Explains Delineation Part 1. And then, because we ain't gonna be here too much longer on this, I'm gonna go TikTok in a minute. But as we're now, I'm gonna do a part 2 because this thumbnail is pretty fly. Y'all gonna see it in a second. It's a fly thumbnail.
Peace to y'all, man. Much love.
All right, go ahead.
All right, bro.
Hell yeah.
Hey, Chef. How you feel about
Melly
Mel backtracking on the it ain't a black or white thing. It's
a Brooklyn or Bronx thing. These New York niggas is right. These niggas is crazy, man.
They done took race out.
Yeah, we gonna have to block New York off from the rest of America. It's time to put a wall up.
Long time Puerto Ricans really as a collective.
Now this weird dude right here that's talking, it's another clown that called up over here. This clown right here, I was cooking him. Let me ask you a question. Why he don't answer none of my questions? Let me ask you a question. These guys be goofballs. That's why their channels never grow. Let me ask you a question. He calling over here talking about, let me ask you a question. Like if I call somebody's show, I gotta go with their show. I don't just call in demanding I ask questions. These clowns are so afraid of me, man. So afraid of FBAs.
To embrace hip hop.
Yeah, I think you right on point. I think that's the point.
Somewhere we're having an outing, right? And I had my church shoes, and that was for church. Otherwise, I'm on the street barefoot.
What?
Right? Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, you don't believe me?
Nah.
We believe you.
Always.
He's Jamaican.
Y'all be making shit up.
You.
Y'all, that's crazy.
Wow.
I think it's just I don't want to get too far away from what Shep was saying about the club situation. Like now, okay, there's situations where you could be in a hip hop club or whatever the case may be.
No. Okay, they somewhere else. So let me get back to where we are. Let me get back to my playlist. And Tariq explains delineation. Okay.
Yeah, let me know who you are. Foundational Somali. Hop on, Foundational Somali.
Not this right here.
Mr. Foundational Somali, hop on, man. I just invited you. Hop on. If you got a question.
Mostly all the people that's over here?
Yeah. Foundational Black American, just a Black American whose lineage goes to the beginning of this country. That's all the foundational Black American.
I would never say you look like my cousin. You won't get that kind of
Shoot, man, shoot. My videos went all over the place, bro. They're not in order any longer.
So you didn't answer my question, though. I just asked you, phenotypically, what do you think the indigenous ancient American people look like? It's really a simple question.
Yeah, I think I just touched on that. I think they were indigenous.
Wait, is my screen sharing? Yeah, it's sharing. Okay.
Native Americans, but you know
So
how
I'm asking you skin. I'm asking you hue. I'm asking you phenotype. And then once you answer that, I'm going to ask you a second question of how do you know?
Okay, save that second question. But your first question, how what they call who do they look like? I think they look like Southeast Asian. Like you see some Filipinos that have wide nostrils or white nose, just like Africans.
Sir, what do you think the original population of the Philippines look like, sir? What does the ancient population of the Philippine look like?
I think they had some African features
because
but
they were called
Negrito.
They were called Negritos, by the way. They were Negritos, by the way. Negritos.
Genetically, they're not African though.
Okay, so the Negritos are not African, but the Negroes are African, is what you're saying.
The Negroes and the what they call the Bantu Africans or the West African specifically.
Negro is not synonymous with Bantu.
Okay. So the sister, she's driving a hard point. This is why I want people to really listen to how I argue with these guys. There's a reason why we don't go back and forth too much over here. You know, once I get their attention, once they stop babbling and trying to talk over me, once they listen, it's a wrap. So it's how you package the argument. Okay, so she's on to something. So I'm gonna break down where she's right at, and then where she let him off the hook. Okay, so hold on. Watch this, because even sometimes Tariq Nasheed does it as well. He'll have him, and then he'll let him off the hook, especially when he debated Jared Teller. He won that debate, but he could have, it was kind of close. He could have really, really destroyed Jared Teller if his argument was a little different. Okay. Yeah, I would have mollywopped Jared Teller. Tariq let him off the hook because he started to go down rabbit holes, which you never do with a white supremacist or a tether. So I've been catching myself lately to not go down these rabbit holes with these guys because they live in the rabbit holes, by the way. And then before you know it, they'll have you chasing your tail in that hole. You'd be like, wait, how did we get here? And then you're so far away from the original argument, you try to go back, they're not going to let you. They're going to keep having you chase your tail because they were never serious in the first place to have a dialogue. All right. Okay. Let me, okay. So it should be loud enough. I'm going to change the thumbnail and the title, and we should get a full house.
Because they were called Negrito. They were called
Here we go.
Or white nose, Southeast Asian. Like you see some Filipinos that
okay. So understand that every argument you have and a tactic you use is not going to always work on everybody. Okay. So okay. Let me just give you a chess analogy real fast, family. When you're playing chess, and the brother who was playing earlier, who said he played, where's my mouse? Where's my mouse? Where's my damn mouse? Oh shit. Yeah, you can't play chess online without a mouse. Not on a computer. Okay, so I wanna show y'all something real fast. All right, of the analogy how to debate. It's like playing chess or playing football. You know, when you play football, if y'all play sports, if y'all play football games, you know that there's a defense to every offense and there's an offense to every defense. So both of y'all got to disguise your defense in order for it to work. Because if you show your defense, and that means the offense know what you're trying to do to stop them. So if your defense is set up to stop a pass or a short screen, then they're going to throw the long ball or run the ball. They're going to do something different. They won't throw a short pass. Just know that. So debating is the same way. Debating, you have an argument together. And if you want to ask questions, if your opponent kind of know where you're going, then that strategy is not going to work. That tactic will not work. And you got to know to like drop it and then go somewhere else. Don't keep up with it because then it ain't going to work. So now everybody's not always ready for, everybody can't always see through That tactic. Oh, my mouse in my bag. Okay. All right. So I want to like show y'all an example through chess. All right. How debates work. So chess is the same way. Chess, when you do a move, you're doing a move not because that person is going to fall for it. You're doing that move because the average person will fall for it. So you're hoping that your player is not one of those average people and they'll fall for your tactic. But some people are just as skilled as you are. So sometimes nothing you do is going to work. But you don't go chasing. If you go chasing, you lose. Because now you're outside, you overreach. You did, we call it, real life, we call it reaching. Okay. So I was drinking my coffee. All right, let me see if I can do this. All right. This is the analogy I'm gonna give you guys. Okay. So I'm gonna lose. It's a 1 minute game, so I'm gonna lose because I'm trying to teach while I'm talking. You can't play a 1 minute game. I only play 1 minute games of chess, by the way. The whole game is 1 minute. It's called bullet. You move super fast. But I'm gonna lose on time on purpose because I want to show y'all how it works. Okay, is it gonna load up? Load up. Okay, okay. My time running and there's no screen showing. Oh, right there. Okay. All right. So I'm black, obviously. So that's called a pre-move. Okay, that's called a pre-move. So I'm pre-moving to save time. Gosh, I didn't mean to do that. I hate fucking playing on the damn. All right. Now I didn't mean to do that. Really? So now I'm attacking that. You got to take it. So everything is even. Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up. Okay, I fucked up. I fucked up. All right. Anyway, I fucked up. Okay. Yeah, whatever. Oh shit, I can't even take that. All right. Hey, whatever, dude. I lost. You got it. Let me go. Wait, actually, he didn't really play a real offense, so it's kind of hard to use this analogy. Let my time run out. There. Okay. Okay. Let my time run out. I got my ass kicked. Say it with your chest. Okay. Let's try it differently. He played an unorthodox offense. Okay, so I'm doing the French defense, by the way. So that's a pre-move. So I'm pre-moving because I'm predicting what they're gonna do before they do it. Okay, so he just messed up. He just messed up. That's mine. Told you. And I got this rook to back me up. Thank you. What? Are you dumb? Are you dumb? Man, give me that. So this person got their ass kicked. Okay, man, you pissed me off. Move. Yeah, he got his ass kicked. I got my win back. Oh, okay. All right, whatever. I got my win back.
We'll get a queen. I didn't mean to do that shit. Oh my God. All right, anyway, let's go back. All right, so this is how debate. So that one move right there is called this is called the French defense. So this is a response to this opening right here. This is called the E4 opening. Okay, so this is debating. So I already know that I'm going to attack this pawn right here with this pawn, and they're going to capture it. I'm going to capture it back. You see? So this is all about strategy, tactics. I already know what they're going to do, and I'm going to attack this knight right here with this bishop right there. Okay? And I did it. And I'm going to capture back, and he did that, and then I won this bishop right here. So I took this, that was mine, because he got one piece protecting it. He got two right now. But once this king castles, only the queen's protecting it. So king castle, I took it, free. See? He didn't capture back. So right now I'm up 3 points right here. It says +3. So that right there is how you debate in real life. So playing chess, playing a football game with football, video game, that's like playing chess. And that's all like the same type of format. So going back to the sister, just go back here. So when she went to argue, you got to look at like chess or like football. You got to have an offense. If you're going to argue, you got to know what you're going to do. Are you going to run the ball, throw the ball, quarterback, sneak, kick a field goal? Like, how do you plan on, what is your goal? Okay. And then how are they going to stop it? Because if you're going to run the ball and they go into goal line defense, you're not going to go pretty far. If you plan to throw the ball and they go to a passing defense, quarters or dime or something, they might nickel, they might have a good chance of meeting you there. But if you're going to pass it and they're in goal line defense, most likely you're going to be successful. So when you have a plan, Mike Tyson says, everybody has a plan until it gets punched in the mouth. So as she's asking these questions, you got to almost assume that he knows the answers. Never always assume they can't answer. Because when they do answer, your plan falls apart. So when I question these tethers in Pan-Africans, I always assume they know the answer. So I'm ready for phase 2. So when they don't know the answer, they're done. Right? So remember, when I ask questions, I'm assuming that they know the answers. I don't assume they don't know. You don't want to plan for the worst. You want to plan for their best. That's chess ideology. That's chess 101. Hold on. Hold on, my family. I did not know. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. I just scratched myself. Give me a second. So this is why when you're debating, you don't want to do gotcha. Gotcha questions, you're gonna find yourself in your ass kicked. Every time I do a gotcha question, I get beat up. All right?
Wide nostrils.
So now this is the big strategy 101. So she's gonna ask some questions, but you gotta assume they know the answers. Never assume they don't know the answers. Y'all got it? All right, before I press play, let me change the title of my thumbnail. Okay, before I press play. Okay. Come on. All right. Let's go.
Or white nose, just like Africans.
Sir, what do you think the original population of the Philippines looked like, sir? What is the ancient population of the Philippine look like?
I think they had some African features
because they were called Negrito. They were called Negritos, by the way.
Okay, so she shouldn't have said that. She should have let him answer the question first. Okay, So when you're debating and you got questions, let them answer. Because once they answer, family, they just committed to something. They committed to a fact in their mind. But so she gave the answer before you can answer. So she gave up her. That's like showing your hand. That's like in spades. You're about to go, right? And then the person goes after you. So you're the third person, right? So the op went. No, your partner went, your op went, your go, and now the op is after you. Why would you show that you're about to throw a spade out, right? You showing like for a spade, right? Or whatever. Like you don't let your opponent get a peek at your cards. Actually, it works like this. I'm sorry. This is what I used to do, playing spades. In Jersey, sometimes we'll let people throw out of order. They want to. We won't call renege if you throw your hand out of order. So in Jersey, what I would do is, it's kind of amateur. It don't work with professional spade players. But what I would do is, if I'm like, what I would do is I'm going to pretend I'm going to throw off. I'm not going to cut. So I would show like a 5 of heart after diamonds are played. So now the person's after me. They're the last card. So they'll see my 5 of heart and they would throw off too. You dig? So because their partner got the queen of diamond and my partner got the 9 of diamond. So they're going to win the hand. So they'll throw off too. But I didn't throw my card down. I just showed it. So I put it back in my hand and I throw out a 3 of spade and I won that hand. I know that works for amateurs, but that is like cutting people. That's like giving an answer while you ask the question. You don't want to do that. You want them to answer the question and where they committed to an answer, and then you give the answer. So that's just a tip for you guys.
We're Negritos, by the way.
The Watchers.
Negritos.
Genetically, they're not African, though.
Okay, so the Negritos are not African, but the Negroes are African.
Okay, what she should have said was, how do you define? She said it later, but what she should have said was, how do you define Negrito? She should have asked him. Okay, because you're just saying words and he might not have no idea what you're saying. So you want to make sure he knows what it is so he can value your information. What sense does it make if you're saying, like, if I say exonym, endonym, ethnonym, demonym, pseudonym, and whatever else, that means nothing if my opponent has no idea what I'm saying. That's why I explain it to them. I explain what it is so we're on one accord. All right. So I would have asked the guy, how do the white man define Negro? Right. And then he'd have gave an answer. Okay. How does he find Negrito? You know what I mean? I would have asked questions because then you can make an adjustment. Maybe you don't want to continue that argument. Maybe you want to drop it and because I know the Watcher would he's in the chat. He would give me years ago. He'll drop me the Gis Gallop, gaslighting. Like he was the one that gave me these terms. Like who knows how long ago it was, but he was the one who's to give me tips. Like, hey, use this, say this, look this up. You feel me? And I would look it up. I got no ego, but that's what he used to do back in the day. Like, hey, I'm biased. Like, look up Gis Gallop, look up gaslighting. Look up these debating terms, you feel me? And I looked them up like, oh shit, all right, good luck. All right, so here we go. Now, I ain't gonna lie. Hey, yo, I think the best domino players are those from the islands. I ain't gonna cap. If y'all play dominoes, now I heard some folks down south are good. I can't testify to that. Maybe they are. But the best I ever seen play dominoes was this Guyanese dude, and look, I'm sold. If a person tell me they're from the islands and they're good at dominoes, I'm gonna believe them. Like I don't need no receipts. Your ethnicity confirms it for me. Yeah, this dude beat me so badly, I don't want to play dominoes ever again. I got no interest.
The Negroes and what they call the Bantu Africans or the West African Pacific.
Negro is not synonymous with Bantu.
Wait, hold up. What is? I can't even hear. Let me plug in my headset. Hold on, fam. I can't hear it. Okay. And if you say words, you should know what you're saying. Okay. Correct.
The Negroes and what they call the Bantu Africans or the West African specifically.
Negro is not synonymous with Bantu. I'm sorry, I came up to give a submission. I didn't want to talk to him. I'm not trying.
Okay, so he doesn't know. So now you got him. He said Bantu. I mean, this should. I don't know why she ran from it. He just said it was Bantu synonymous. You got him now. This should be a ball game. Because if that's synonymous with Bantu, yeah, I don't know why she let him go with that one, but he was done. And that's another thing that the watcher said in the chat. Like he told me about still man in their arguments. That was another thing he used to tell me. Like, yo, man, still man their argument. And he would call in and give me an example of still man in their argument. I'm like, you know what? That's good. Like, that's good. So that was the watcher in the chat. He gave me tips on what I should do in debating. It's funny he popped up as I'm coaching how to debate. Certain tactics and strategies similar to chess. Yeah. Still man their argument. You feel me? Because sometimes people arguments all over they make it too complex. They do too many words. You just sum it up. Hey, so basically you're just saying this in a nutshell. And once they agree, there you go.
Oh, your question. That's why you know.
No, it's just that I don't care. You're from Somalia.
See?
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Can I please give my contribution without him, Tariq? Please?
Okay, so that part, I don't think Tariq Nasheed likes that. I think he calls you up to engage. Okay, I don't think he likes when people just want to do a monologue. My microphone. Okay, now my mic should sound better now. For some reason, for the first time ever, I plugged my microphone up and it didn't connect my microphone. It was using something else. That was weird. Okay, and I know when it's doing that because my microphone lights up when it's on, and you tap the top, it goes on mute. If you tap the top and it doesn't go on mute, that means it's not connected. So it's kind of dope way. All right. Okay. Yeah, so
Go ahead.
Tariq Nasheed, he wants you to call up to engage, not to give a monologue. Because what are you going to say that's different than what he already said? So I don't think he like when people will do that.
I'm sorry. I've literally grouped these days to associate yourself. No.
They have a million, whatever. Yeah. Repeat your point. I didn't quite catch it.
Because you talk too much.
Right. Well, let me average.
Chill out, bro. Don't chime in. Like, we're having a respectful conversation.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you, man. Those damn West Indians, man, dominoes. That's their thing right there. I know. Out west, they're good at dominoes too, and maybe they are just as good. But man,
you overtalk the sister. What do you mean? Don't chime in. Another thing too. Stop correcting Black Americans. Thank you, Tariq, by the way. Stop correcting Black Americans about their lineage. We've told you who we are. We are Black Americans, foundational Black Americans. You keep saying African Americans, trying to tell us who we are because you paternalize yourself and act like you have something to teach rather than something to learn. Okay, this is our land. Jamaicans, Brazilians, Trinidadians. These are all people who don't get Africanized, but for some reason we get Africanized. We have to be something else. No, we are our own culture. We are our own culture, and we told you we have our own history. We tried to teach you. You keep over talking, and by the way, my mama told me, you know what, you need to shut up because you can't learn nothing with your mouth open and your ears closed. But you keep trying to talk because you're not listening to learn. You listening to just respond. You don't know what excuse me, sir. Excuse me. You've been talking for like 30 minutes, and Tariq never mutes the stage, but he had to today. He ain't muted the stage.
Yeah, so this guy is, I can tell he's not going to let them dialogue, even if they wanted to. Like, he's one of those tethers that's not going to stop talking. He's going to keep going. And there was a couple of those tethers that called him my channel that just keep talking. And not just tethers, Pan-African coons also, that just keep talking, like they never wanted to dialogue. And that zesty guy that called him the other day with the lisp, contrarian thinker, whatever his name is, he tried that too, but I got him to bow down and slow down and listen. And then once he listened and I gave my argument and proved my point, and he had a rebuttal, I kicked his ass off. So that hurts even worse when you just kick him off. Like, dude, I don't need you for content. Get off. I already proved my point. I made a clip out of your ass. Now get off.
30, 100 spaces, but he had to mute it on you because that's how much you talk. You diarrhea at the mouth, sir. Okay? Now you can learn something. Listen, let's talk about DNA. Let's talk about DNA for a minute because Brother McCall came up in here. Brother McCall came up here and tried to tell you about haplogroup J and R that you didn't know anything about. You don't even know where you come from or your own people to be telling somebody else about where they come from. Another thing about being Black Indigenous, here's something else. Because you deify whiteness so much, you can't even think that there were ancient Black people who traveled the world well before the white man ever did. You can't even envision that. You can't. So you actually limit the greatness of people who come from Africa, whether it be now or ancient times. But guess what? Here's another thing. Genetic Adam is from South Carolina. That means the oldest DNA of a Black man comes from South Carolina, which actually means you may have come from us, that we left that land a very long time ago. We traveled, and you descend actually from us and not the other way around, which may actually be why you copy our aesthetic to this day. It's in the DNA for you to try to be like us and to copy us. Sharing a little bit of DNA does not mean that we are the same people. It means that at one point we had some similarities with people that inhabit a land now today. You're nomadic people. So you guys travel all over, consume, and go somewhere else. So who you are today and where you are today doesn't mean you were there during ancient times, and doesn't mean you were there. Doesn't mean that you were there when we left and discovered America, because we are the original Americans. I land my plane there. You can go ahead and cry to Tariq now.
A long rant, but let me ask you a question before you go drop, okay?
No. Don't ask me nothing. You couldn't even speak. I'm not. You're not worthy of me answering you. You talk too much and you don't learn. We are Black Americans, foundational Black Americans. Get it through your head. You can't learn, can you? Is there some kind of comprehension issue? We are foundational Black Americans. That's it. That's it. We're not African Americans. We're foundational Black Americans. If you can't learn nothing, if you can't learn anything, then you can't teach. Because teachers have to learn before they can teach anybody anything. Stop paternalizing yourself in conversation, sir. Stop paternalizing yourself. Okay? No. We can have a conversation when you shut the hell up and let somebody talk and quit over talking them. You have nothing to teach people about their own culture, especially when you're not on their level intellectually. You have nothing to teach, sir. You have everything to learn. Okay? You are the infant here. We are the father here. You need to be learning and shutting up. You don't respect Black Americans. Then you tried to say we're degenerate. You tried to say we were degenerate earlier, sir. Do you know how crazy that is? When you left where you were from, you couldn't build it, and then you force circumcisions on the women. We don't do that, but we're the degenerate ones, and you copy our aesthetic. And now you can't even be quiet. You're like a woman. Come on, you're like a girl. Actually, you're like a girl. You're like a hood rat. You can't even be quiet. Okay, you don't have nothing to teach here. You have everything to learn here. We told you what it is.
All right. Let me.
Okay, now tethers like that, I usually try to find him. I wonder if he said his name, because I'll find his ass. I'll give him a chance over here. And that'll be a one-sided argument.
Let's bring it back. Okay. And shout out to Average. Thank you, Average.
Okay, before you drop him, sorry, can I ask you a question, brother?
Yes.
Thank you. So, okay, you went on a long rant respectfully, okay, which you had the right to do so. But my question is, where do you think where do you think the human race descended from? Okay, since you're claiming that I descended from you, but not the other way around, because where the human originated is modern day Somalia and Ethiopia, the highlands. Okay, that's at least what the science says. What they call science said, if you believe in science, okay, since you claim you're educated in this and all of that. Okay.
Now,
so my question
wait,
is that. So answer that.
Slow down. Okay. Now, if we're gonna get into science, let's get into science. We keep talking about, and you keep saying Native American, the Native American. You know, the oldest fossils found in the Americas. You know what that is?
No, go ahead. Tell me.
Lucia woman. That's the oldest human fossils found here in the Americas. I think 13.
Ethnically, what is your modern day ethnically?
No. Because we're talking about Native Americans, right?
Oh, okay.
All right, let's
proceed.
So this is going to that. Lucia woman. It's the fossils. They found that this woman was here 13,000 years ago. They did a reconstruction of what she looked like. Guess what she looked like?
She had African phenotype.
Black ass woman. A black
with the thing.
Woman with woolly hair, the whole big lips, big nose, high cheekbones. Usually a woman straight up and down black.
The hair is what makes the distinction from let's say Southeast Asian, like the Filipinos with the big nostrils, just like with the West Africans. Then the actual, you know what I'm trying to say. So is the hair is what distincts. I mean, make the distinction between Asians that have the similar phenotype than the actual African that have both the phenotype, the melanin, and the kinky hair. Wouldn't you agree?
You know, you keep bringing up African. I'm talking about what an indigenous American looked like. It was a black woman, big lips, and an afro. That's what the.
Okay.
This is what's we're talking science. I want you to Google Lucia woman, or just Google what's the oldest human fossils found in the Americas. It'll come right up. Lucia woman. Great.
But Tariq, okay, go on.
So that's to say that the original inhabitants of North America, they were also phenotypically black people. They were black Aboriginal people here. It's supported by science. This is supported by DNA. This is supported by firsthand accounts of all of the European explorers. They said this. This is supported by scientists, white scientists like Konstantin Raffinese, people like Leo Werner, von Wutenow. A lot of white people have even been.
Okay.
There were black in North America. Let's get that straight.
So
I said this.
So, don't mind if I can start a question in there before you proceed.
Go
Are you the modern African American? Okay, since you mentioned her, are you saying that you descended from those people, which you were saying that they're Native American and they had the African phenotype, right? Which is the modern day African American. Then let's say when I say you guys descended from West Africa, because that girl, I'm assuming, and I know that might have not make sense, but I'm just trying to, English is not my first language, so be patient with me.
Hey, family, keep in mind, he is doing all of this because Black Americans are delineating. He goes to the origin of man. We say we say we are delineating. This tether from North Africa somewhere, I could tell by his voice. He goes to the origin of man debate because we said we are delineating. I can tell he has no idea what delineating means. He doesn't know what that means. We're just straightening out. We're cleaning our room. Okay. Anybody has siblings, right? I'm the middle child. Sometimes when you're cleaning your room because you ain't cleaned it in a week or two, it's not organized. There's stuff all in there. And sometimes it'd be something of your sisters in there. It'd be something of your brothers in there, right? And maybe something that belongs in the kitchen sink. Okay. Once you clean your room, you're not just going to organize your room. You're going to return items that don't belong to you to who it belongs to. You're going to give your sister her stuff that was there. Maybe you borrow her brush. Maybe you borrow her comb. If you had braids, you definitely had her comb in your room. You dig? Okay. And if your hair was long enough, you had something. You had a ponytail holder to hold your hair. You dig? So, and if you got older brothers, you most likely borrow some clothing item as you're cleaning. If you eat in your room, you're going to have something in there too, unfortunately. So you're going to return them where they belong. Okay. In a sense, you are delineating. You are saying, hey, this doesn't belong to me. I'm only keeping items in my room that belong to me. Delineating. We're only keeping what belongs to us. What belongs to us in that sense is our identity. We don't want to share our identity. Our identity has been shared for 30 plus years. Going on 40 if we haven't delineated. So we're like, no, we don't want to share our identity no longer. Right? Here, you take your identity back. You take yours back. You take yours back. Who want it back? Who want it back? Who want it back? So, Here's everybody's identity. Now, I'm only keeping my own. That's all that means. It don't mean that you're not my brother no more. It doesn't mean you're not my sister any longer. It doesn't mean that we can't get along. No, we all can still get along, Rodney King. It's just that I need items in my room that's mine. I don't want your items in here any longer. You put your items in your room. So we can get along and do stuff with white people, Hispanics, white Hispanics, black Hispanics. We could do things do things if we wish. People from the island, Brazil, the Americas, the Middle East, Asia, and Africa, if we choose. So when we delineate, we're not saying we don't want nothing to do with you. We're just saying we don't want to be confused as each other. I don't want you to be confused as me, and I don't want you to be, or me confused with you. I want, when people say my name, I want it to be very clear who they're talking about. You say my name and two people in class are raising the same hand. Y'all know that was the issue with American names. Hey, Johnny, everybody raising their hand, 3, 4 people. So what a teacher does, a teacher start giving people nicknames. You're Johnny, you're John, you're Little John. You dig? That's what happens with the same name in America. You get nicknames. Johnny, John, Little John. Okay? And then after a month or two, everybody will be used to their names. That's delineating. So no, this is not a hard concept to understand. People are just playing stupid.
So the more what distinct her from make the distinction what they call between the African, actual West African, and that you just named is the hair is what I'm trying to say. And you guys' hair is not like the Native American, and that's the point that I'm trying to make. And that's why I say when I say you guys can't lay a claim to the Native American because the hair doesn't allow you guys respectfully. If you're speaking, visual.
Not sure. You had people over here with straight up.
So once again, delineation doesn't mean we can't ally with other people who are not in our ethnic group. It does not mean that. It doesn't mean you got to stay away. Nothing changes. So if you're my neighbor and we speak and we share lawnmowers, we're still going to share lawnmowers. Okay? If I hire you to cut my grass or paint my house, you're still going to do that. Okay? I just don't want to be confused as you and you be confused as me when it comes to resources and things like that. Okay? That's it.
Down afros, sir. You had some of the red natives with the.
That's from intermingling with the Europeans.
No.
And the South Americans.
No, sir, that's not true. So
it is true.
Even in East Africa, you have your homeland Somalia. You have people over there with thin curly hair. You have people over there with afros.
Yeah, but we're not like it's not like the situation is not like North America though, like right that's the that's the ancient world. That was the that was the world before they found the new world.
No, sir. When the Ethiopians were fighting the British over there in East Africa, when they were fighting the British and the Italians in the late 1800s, there was a group called the Fuzzy Wuzzies. You heard about them?
No, we beefed the Ethiopians, so I don't know that.
They were called the Fuzzy Wuzzies because they grew their hair into these giant afros.
No. Those are the Somali. Ethiopia are not known for rocking afros. They're known for like the dreads and all that stuff. They let their hair go. They don't take care of it.
Sir, just Google Fuzzy Wuzzies. Damn, every time I say something, you go, oh, that didn't happen. Just look it up.
No, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm just saying the modern Ethiopia, half of it belongs to Somalia. So maybe those are the Somali people, you never know. Because Afro, the Somalis popularized Afro in that region,
Sir, the Fuzzy Wuzzies were Ethiopians, sir. Y'all can Google the Fuzzy Wuzzies. They called them the Fuzzy Wuzzies.
Okay, proceed. Trying to make a point, I think.
I'm just saying they were over there, and Well, you know what? They were over there in the Sudan. They were over there in Ethiopia. They were over there in Eritrea. They were with some of those different tribes over there. So those tribes were just kind of um, in that area. But yeah, they had these big ass afros that they grew, sir, and they were very skilled. They got into guerrilla warfare.
Sure.
All right, so I'm just saying the different places they have different hair structures. Like even black people here, all of our hair ain't the damn same. All right, you got black people with rough, coarse hair. You got black people with more soft, curly hair. Our hair textures vary in foundational Black American culture. So, and also another, you got this thing wanting us to really, really claim Africa. Now let's be real. Let's talk Turkey. What do foundational Black Americans owe Africa?
What do they own or owe?
Oh, what do we owe Africa to claim Africa? What do we owe Africa?
Because from their perspective, they feel like basically you guys are them basically. If I'm looking at it from their lens, like you guys are them.
Stop the cap.
And then things turn out the way they turn out, but they I feel like they want you guys to actually tap in with the actual African culture, the true African culture.
What is that?
Which is the land, right? Since you guys are into nature, the land, the food, the what they call the wildlife, right?
Wait, okay.
Like,
wait. Whoa. If they wanted us to tap in with the land, why don't we get dual citizenship without any red tape?
Because every African nation operates differently, and some of them are still suffering just because they're free in paper. Some of them are still financially occupied. Some of them are militarily occupied. Because every African nation
they don't have control of the land, so they don't have a culture of land. So that X'd out what you just said about land. Now what else?
No, the land is still there, but
No,
the circumstance
they don't have
right
control over it. They don't. You just said it. They don't have control over the land. So there it is, right? So what?
Sir, no, but proceed.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. I'm getting kind of bored. Thank you guys. I got bored. Okay. Oh Lord, I just got bored. I'm not going to. This guy just debunking this guy. Good Lord. You sometimes just get tired of debunking some damn body. The land, the culture is the land. Okay, how come we can't get citizenship or dual citizenship? Well, they don't own the land; it's occupied. Okay, well, damn it, that just contradicted everything you said. Okay, all right. Oh goodness, family. This thing where they are desperate to Africanize us. This is what I'm saying. This is the great thing. You know why? Because this shows that the foundational Black American delineation is working because people like this are panicking because we are letting them hold their own nuts. You have to fight for yourself. You don't have us being the guard dogs. See, they want us to have this camaraderie with Africa so that we will fight for the little rights that they have. He's over here in North America because of what we fought for. I want y'all to get this straight. They always want to Africanize us so that we can fight for any little right that they get. Anything they get popping, it came from us. Where am I lying? You tell me where I'm lying. Anything you get popping over there, that then came from us somehow. Y'all get to come over here based on the policies that we fought for, based on the infrastructure that we fought for, based on the laws that we fought for, all across the board. Now that we're saying, hey, you know what, y'all sending too many Myron Gaines over here. So you know what, y'all just do you. Oh, no, wait. We're all the same, nigga. We're all the same. Well, not like us. You like the West Africans. Because I'm really a wannabe Arab. You see? you can still feel the contempt with what he's saying. Notice he's like, well, you guys are like the West Africans. Because we need you, but we don't even really want to claim you like that. But we need you to claim Africa so we can proxy off of that. You see? Because those dudes, a lot of those cats want to be Arabs, dude. A lot of them cats want to be Arabs. So what they want us to do is to claim some kind of, he's trying to make us Bantu. They're always trying to make us some tribe that we ain't got to do with. You got the same phenotype, because he can't say we have the same phenotype as Somalians. So he can't say that. You know you can't go there. You know good and well we don't have no Jimmy Neutron ass head. He can't say that. So he keeps trying to tie us into the West African phenotype so that at least we can sit here and claim the continent, and then he can ride on that boat. And we're saying no. That's why I asked, why are you so desperate for us to claim this stuff? I just want you to come over and enjoy Africa. You ain't even over there. But I'm going back. I go back. God damn it. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear another Prince of Zamunda story. I just don't want to hear it. I'm so sick of hearing that they go back and forth to tend to their herd of elephants and their palace, and they got to go tend to the diamond mines. I don't want to hear none of that Prince of Zamunda shit. I don't want to hear it. If you had all of that gold in them diamond mines and all that, you wouldn't be driving Uber in Canada. You just wouldn't.
From New York Times best-selling author Tariq Nasheed comes Foundational Black American Race Baiter, the groundbreaking book shaking up the conversation on race in America. As
definition, I have a trademark on a product with the name FBA.
Oh, this
I
weirdo.
don't own the lineage, sir. You can't own.
Sir, let's talk about your African lineage, because you are African.
Everybody's African.
No, don't try to play the out of Africa trick with me, sir. You are an African American.
Everybody has African DNA.
Yours is more recent than everyone, right?
No.
Yes.
Nobody in my family has been in Africa for centuries. It's not recent, sir.
Well, on the grand scale of the world, it is recent.
No.
400 years is recent on the grand scheme of humankind.
No, because there was an ethnogenesis. So everybody came from Africa at one point. You don't call Jamaicans Afro or African Jamaicans. They're just Jamaicans, and they've been here around the same time as us. Why don't you call them African Jamaicans?
Well, they don't deny their African roots.
Then why don't you call them? I don't deny it either. I just said I have African roots like everybody on the planet. So why don't you call them African Jamaicans? Why are you trying to Africanize me, sir?
Well, I can understand where you're going with that. I get that. Yes, I understand. I personally don't try to call Black Americans African, but a lot of your FBA buddies are thinking that they're the Indians, which is not true. They're Africans that had an amalgamation in the United States.
Well, the thing is, there were Black Aboriginals here, which has been scientifically proven historically.
No.
Sir,
I looked up Lucia Woman. They said that they already made the reconstruction of it. At first, they believed she had Negro features, and then the second time they had to relook at it and said that no, it wasn't Negro features. In fact, she had the Red Indian features. So that's falling flat, sir.
No, it hasn't. They've not reclassified the features.
No,
you don't make a
look it up.
Hey, family, you know when we are the SHIT, when these guys give a FUX about what we think of ourselves,
family, right now, if Japanese people believed that they had ancestry or genetics with Godzilla, I wouldn't give a goddamn. They could go around on TV and all, I would just chuckle and I wouldn't give a goddamn to call in their shows and debate them on them being or having genetics linked to Godzilla. Okay, these guys are so desperate to make us one of them. It's embarrassing, but it's just confirmation that we're those ones.
Up, sir.
So, no, you cannot reconstruct something and say, oops. We made a mistake. No, they did make a mistake. Lucia woman has the phenotype of Negroes. And there's other books and other documents showing that the Aboriginal people here had the same phenotype. Go check out Von Woutenau's book, Unexpected Faces in Early America. They have dozens and dozens of artifacts of ancient Aboriginal people who were here for thousands of years who look like Gucci Mane. So this is a scientific fact. You have other scholars and scientists for centuries saying that there were Black tribes over here who look like tribes in Africa. This has been corroborated by science, eyewitness accounts, archaeological evidence, sir. Now, Mr. Afro, now, where are you from? So what part of Africa is your family from, sir?
I'm American, sir.
What part of Africa is your family from, sir?
I'm from Fiji.
You're not from no damn Fiji. Sir, the fact that you have to keep lying proves that there's a lot of tether, jealousy, and hostility because foundational Black Americans didn't flee and we stood on our lineage business, sir. That's why you're trying to redefine our lineage. You can't do that, sir. You don't have the clout. And plus, the lying tether thing is played out. That makes us further want to delineate. You see?
Why the hell are you FBAs hating on us, on Africans so bad? What's with the hate and vitriol against Africans, sir?
Sir, you hate up. You don't hate down. You don't have anything to hate. What do you have to hate?
Sir, you hate us because you are denying us being y'all. We are just like.
No, you guys were the ones who came up with terms like Akata, terms like Abids and Jaridiers and all types of derogatory names for us. You've done that. You've othered us. You other each other in Africa. That's why y'all have a gazillion tribes and you don't get on code with each other, sir. So you're not going to project that onto us. You understand?
Are you all proud of your European lineage? Does that make you proud knowing grandmama wasn't able to keep massa off her? Is that proud?
You mean how the British was buck breaking y'all over there in West Africa and all over the place? How they had y'all bent over, rubbing shea butter on your pussy? Are you upset about that? Because y'all were getting buck broken at the same time, sir, when you were being colonized. Your whole right?
Sir, there's literally zero.
Hold on. Let me get my brother Average in here. Let's get Average. Brother Average.
Hey, I hope you're having a good night. Yeah, this guy is ridiculous. First of all, coming in with this inferring, insistent tone, trying to sell a lie about a product that has FBA on it. That's one thing. And then, of course, when he started losing, then it becomes, oh, well, you have African blood. Everybody wants Black Americans to be African, but never have the same smoke for Jamaicans, Brazilians. Brazilians are the biggest, quote unquote, Black population outside of Africa. But nobody ever wants to make Brazilians out. You don't call them Afro-Brazilians. You don't call Jamaicans Afro-Jamaicans. None of that. You want us to be Africans so bad. And it's because of the bag. It's because you can eat off of us. You trying to be us. He couldn't even be real about his heritage. And then to your earlier point, I came up for is the fact that, first of all, the Democrats lost about 40% of the black vote from one election to another. And the reason why was not just a lowered percentage, but like 30 something, almost 40% people showed less votes showed up. So there was a lower percentage and there was a lower turnout on top of that. So our power is immense, and we showed it in this loss. And I land my plane there.
Man, thank you so much, brother. That's Brother Average in the building.
Well, nice try, Average, but actually the biggest black population outside of Africa per capita is Panama, sir. So you're wrong about that, brother Average, okay? Look it up. Now, back to
Panama is very small. Panama is not even a big country. It's Brazil. Brazil has the
No, sir. A lot of those people identify as Pardo or whatever. We're talking about real black people.
Yeah, in Panama, they identify as Latino and Hispanic. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, either way, we don't have any white blood in us, all right? You FBAs are extremely proud of your white blood, and it's strange.
No, y'all don't. Y'all got white, Asian.
No.
Yeah, the Asians are over there dropping off anchor babies over there. Y'all had, especially in West Africa, y'all had the Langados, y'all had those Portuguese would mix in with the African royalty. They would become the intermediaries between the slave trade. So yeah, y'all been mixing with Europeans for a long time over there, sir. Let's not play that game.
Not on the grand scale like you FBA lineage.
And then mixing with the Arabs over there in East Africa, you had Tipu Tip, who had an Arab dad and a dark African mother, and he took on the ideology of that Arab dad, and he was a major enslaver over there. So yeah, you don't want to play that game now. Oh, you don't want to play that game, sir.
Majority of sub-Saharan Africans, black Africans, have actually zero European in us. We didn't have grandmama getting bent over by Carl or Jake, okay?
That's why, sir, when y'all go over there to Britain, y'all not even when you go to Britain, when the Queen died, y'all were rolling around in the dirt, getting grass and bushmeat all in your hair, crying. Y'all have an affinity for white supremacy. When the white people show up, you start doing your tribal dance and spreading your cheeks open, sir. So you don't want to go there with that. You don't want to go there with that. And the minute y'all get over to the West, y'all have anchor babies by whites. Y'all try to find the first white man. They go to Europe. They go find the first white man they can find to have an anchor baby. So yeah, you don't want to play that game.
Can you just admit that we are similar? We Africans are your brothers. You Americans are an extension of us.
Stop the cap.
No doubt about that, sir. Cannot deny that.
Really?
Yes, you are an extension of us.
And how come we can't go over there and get easy citizenship without dropping off a bag if we're an extension of everybody?
Everyone must pay. What country can you go in and just gain land without paying?
Y'all ain't. Y'all don't. Y'all come over here bragging that I had $2 when I got to America, nigga. So yeah, you ain't. You coming over here eating. You ain't paying nothing. You come over here, just pull up a plate and you eat. Y'all ain't paying nothing. You can get over here and eat good. But now, things are a little different today, as of today, with some of these roundups. But yeah, a lot of y'all don't even have to pay nothing. You just mosey around the border and bam, things are popping for you.
What do you all expect for us when you go to Africa, sir? What do you expect?
We're chilling here. We're chilling here. We're good here. We ain't really bum rushing to get over there like that. And shout out to some of the riders. But yeah, we good here. We built a great lineage where we don't have to flee all over the place. We stand on business and we handle our candle. Why won't you do the same?
Since you admit that you have African in you,
like
that
on the planet, right?
It's more recent than everyone else. You have more African, of course, than someone white, of course.
Because the nation states don't even exist that were around when some of our ancestry was there. Those nation states don't even exist. It's completely different over there, sir. They've had an ethnogenesis there, and we've had an ethnogenesis. Those nation states no longer exist, sir. So
So
who are we like? Who are we like?
How recent is your African ancestry? Is it from the transatlantic slave trade?
I've been here. My family has been here since the beginning of the United States. They built the United States from scratch, right? We've had it.
So the transatlantic slave trade. Yes, you have recent African heritage. So
that's not
America is just like America is ours as it is yours because you all are an extension of us.
How is it yours?
Because we both have African in our blood. West African, sir.
But how is this yours? But Africa, I can't go over there and get no citizenship without giving somebody a big ass bag. So how does that work? How is all our stuff yours, but none of your shit is mine?
Well, what do you want in Africa? You want a citizenship? Well, you have to know the right people. You can get it for free.
Yeah, we go over there and we get finesse left and right. But let me get my brother Kanye in here. Brother Kanye, hop in, sir.
What's going on, Flex? How you doing, man?
Good, brother. We got this gentleman here who said, damn it, we're like him. We're all in this together. We're all the same, brother Kanye.
I hear him. Where you from, bro?
America.
Gotcha. You sound Nigerian. Are you from Nigeria?
America. I was born in America.
Gotcha, 100%. But like, are your people from Nigeria?
Somewhere around that area, sir. I don't want to give you my direct.
No, it's okay. That's fine. You don't have to. But are you familiar with the tribes in Nigeria?
Yes, very much so.
Are they different?
Kinda, yes.
How so?
A lot of them have different roots in different areas, like the Hausa people. It's been told that they're, I guess it's a lie, I'm not sure, from the Middle East. Some say they're from Chad, which is kind of like North Africa. It's like in the Sahel region. So, yeah, different
Gotcha.
origins.
But they all settled in. So I have a person I know from Nigeria, and he calls it Igbo land, but they call it Nigeria as a whole, right? And you can make the argument they kind of grew up close to each other, correct?
Correct.
But you would consider them different people.
They're all black. They all share the same land.
Yeah, but they're different though. Like they would tell you that they're different.
Okay, so family, because over here we take away black from them because they're not black. Family, you see how they make it difficult for people who let them keep black, but they're all black. Over here, I'm like, in what sense? No, they're not. They're not black. You just said they're Igbo, blah, blah, blah. We're black. Ain't nothing about them black. You dig? So we like, in what sense are they black? You can only say their skin color. Then we like, yeah, but that's not where we're black. And that doesn't define you. That just describe you. They're Igbo. Okay? People don't go around defining themselves by their skin color. The Asians don't say, the Chinese don't say we're yellow. That they are yellow. Arabs don't say they're copper or bronze or whatever. Nobody does that, and they don't do that. So let's call them how they identify themselves, what they chose as their ethnonym. You got to take that away from them because they're using the black card to avoid accountability, and by us keep letting them do that, it's making their point hard to drive home. And you see how he's just dismissing it, but we're all black. And I'm gonna take that to no, we're not all black. You feel me? Like you made that up. When did you become black? We was black since 1960. You were black since when? Well, how come that's not in none of your writings, not in your flag, it's not in your country name? Is nothing. Like when did you call yourself black? Aha. The white man called you black, so you're black. And he didn't call you black, he called you Negro to be more specific. And the Arab man called you Sudan.
They have different thoughts about each other. They have different cultures. And they grew up right beside each other. Would you agree?
They all have the same mixture on 23andMe.
Yeah, but you would say they were different, though. They would say they were different.
It's kind of like a play on semantics. They're all the same.
So are you trying to say they're all the same?
Yeah.
So they're not unique at all?
Different cultures.
Yeah, but they
Like,
will argue they're different, and they will say that they're unique. Are you disagreeing with them?
I only consider people that are not members of the Negro race to be different. So that's a play on semantics.
That's a
And
very
let's see, the Negro race. I'd be like, what is that? See, family, he's letting the dude just say what he wants to avoid accountability, and he's trying to hone in on his talking points, and you see it's going nowhere. I would have said, bro, what the hell is the Negro race?
interesting
They're
thing
all the
because
same.
they fight a lot of wars about this, about being different in cultures and stuff like that. And they basically the same people, like you're saying, right?
Right. I believe the wars are stupid and we should end the wars and help Africa.
Right. So I think you guys have a lot more to figure out about your neighbor who was really close to you in proximity versus who we are. Because I think we know who we are. And as a matter of fact, we don't have these discussions, right? We have regional discussions, and it's not even that serious. Like I'm from Michigan. I grew up in the South. Then Flex is from the South. He grew up out west. But at the end of the day, we all FBA.
All right, family, 1 second. I need to get this Charlie Brown sound effect. I need to.